In her final year of high school, Gu Wenqing has bound herself to the system of the wealthy. A reward of 100 billion is granted upon acceptance into a prestigious university. As the university semester commences, Gu Wenqing, effortlessly steering a Ferrari with one hand, becomes the talk of the town. 99.999% of the world's troubles stem from poverty. Glancing at her bank card boasting trillions in deposits, Gu Wenqing remarked with a sense of reflection. Chapter 1. The commotion triggered by the suitcase. August 2022. The opening day of the university in the Magic City. As one of the top 10 universities in China, the entrance of Magic City University is thronged with countless prodigies. Among them are flamboyantly dressed senior students, donning light summer attire. There are also local affluent youths, proudly escorted by their parents in luxury cars, alongside solitary students from afar, dragging their luggage. At the gates of this prestigious institution, a vibrant array of individuals creates a lively atmosphere. High school represents a relatively innocent final chapter of life, whereas university embodies a complex microcosm of society. At this moment, a sophomore student council member named Wen Qian, adorned with a hint of light makeup, enhances her beauty even further. Clad in a fitted light gray blouse and jeans that accentuate her fair, elongated legs, Wen Qian's allure becomes even more striking. Sensing the gazes directed her way, Wen Qian secretly revels in the attention. She delights in being the center of admiration. Qian, look, there's a student driving a Porsche 718, and the license plate is local to the Magic City. Another female member of the student council, of average appearance, gazes dreamily at the luxurious vehicle. Among the girls, a particularly attractive one in black stockings observes quietly. A Porsche 718 costs at least 600,000 to 800,000. The family of the individual driving such a car must be well off. The girl eagerly anticipates the wealthy youth's exit from the vehicle, under the pretext of acquainting newcomers with the university environment. When Qian's gaze instinctively drifts toward the Porsche sports car, spurred by mere curiosity about the student behind the wheel. While there are students at Magic City University who drive luxury cars, the number of those able to afford a Porsche is exceedingly rare within the vast student body. Nowadays, some girls at the university are keenly eyeing high-quality junior students. The entrance is adorned with numerous luxury vehicles. BMWs, Mercedes-Benz, Audis, and the like are commonplace in the Magic City, but the sudden appearance of a Porsche 718 exudes an inexplicable elegance. Some individuals recognize cars solely by their brand. After all, the prestige of the Porsche brand surpasses that of the BBA. 3 or 4 girls, considering themselves quite attractive, ponder whether to introduce themselves to the student driving the Porsche 718. Li Yuanghua alighted from his Porsche with an air of self-importance. As one who drove a sports car to school, he inherently possessed an inexplicable sense of pride. Li Yuanghua surveyed his surroundings and felt a surge of confidence, knowing that he was indeed the envy of all, driving a Porsche. Glancing at several attractive senior girls, he struck a pose by the front of his car, eagerly anticipating their approach for contact information. Particularly, there was one girl whose beauty was truly remarkable. Bang! A deafening crash resounded. A massive suitcase collided with the front of the Porsche. As the entrance to Magic City University consisted of an uphill slope, a suitcase weighing at least 30 pounds had careened down from above, delivering a tremendous impact that left a dent in the Porsche. What the hell? Whose suitcase is that? Li Yuanghua exclaimed, his eyes bloodshot with fury. This vehicle was a second-hand Porsche, a gift from his family after much pleading when he was admitted to Magic City University. He cherished it dearly, relishing the feel of the Porsche's steering wheel, believing he had reached the pinnacle of his life. Now, before he could even win over a girl, his car had been damaged, and Li Yuangua's anger boiled over. How much will it cost to repair the dent in the Porsche? Alas, that girl is truly unfortunate. The car owner looks furious. He wouldn't resort to violence, would he? Repairing the Porsche's paintwork is not inexpensive. Surely some compensation is required. The surrounding parents and enrolling students bore witness, voicing their opinions. Many prospective students paused to observe this unforeseen incident. At the center of this tempest stood the suitcase's owner, Yin Weiwei, her head bowed, attempting to conceal her face behind her hair, tears welling in her eyes behind the black frames of her glasses. She had caused an accident. The suitcase had left a dent in the car. In our village, someone bought a car with 4 wheels for over 100,000. Surely a dent on such an expensive vehicle would cost several thousand to repair. Yin Weiwei thought to herself. She had achieved the top score in the county on her college entrance examination, earning a government reward of 10,000 yuan. After deducting tuition, she should still have a few thousand left, which should suffice for compensation, right? I didn't mean to. I will pay for the repairs, Yin Weiwei murmured softly, keeping her head down. Compensate? This is a Porsche 718. Its base price exceeds 700,000, and with options, it approaches 1 million. Can you, a poor outsider, afford such a sum? Li Yuanghua shouted angrily. Perhaps you should have your parents sell their house to cover the repair costs. Boom! Yin Weiwei felt as if a hammer had struck her mind. It felt as though the sky was collapsing. Over 1 million for a car? How could she possibly afford that? Yin Weiwei stood helplessly, feeling dizzy and convinced her fate was sealed. Hearing the commotion, some parents accompanying students felt pity for the unfortunate girl, with one remarking, "To suggest selling a house is excessive. Surely they should assess the damage at a dealership first." Indeed, I believe the damage is minor. It's merely a dent and does not warrant selling a house. Li Yuanghua, overhearing, became even more enraged. He rambled nonsensically. You know nothing. This is a brand new car I bought just a month ago. Do you think I should bear the depreciation costs? The inconvenience of being without a vehicle, emotional distress, and so on. Let me tell you, you will owe me at least 100,000. Yin Weiwei, unfamiliar with vehicle insurance claims, felt her head sink lower at the mention of such an exorbitant amount. She fought to hold back her tears, but they betrayed her, spilling from her eyes. 100,000. She simply did not possess such wealth. She could offer him the over 10,000 she had in her account now, and gradually repay the rest through work. I can give you over 10,000 now, and I will repay the rest as I work, if that's acceptable. 10,000? Not even enough to cover the change. I'll call your parents to gather the funds, Li Yuanghua said sharply. A sense of unexplainable delight filled him as he realized he could extract a considerable sum from her. This money would also serve as capital for his romantic pursuits in college. Li Yuanghua looked at the silent Yin Weiwei, her head bowed. He shouted, "Did you hear me? Have your parents pay up." The head-down Yin Weiwei's shoulders trembled slightly. She remained silent. "Call your parents and have them come." "What are you playing at? Looking pitiful. Speak up. Are you mute? If you can't pay, have your parents come. It's only right." Yin Weiwei's body shrank further, her self-esteem plummeting into the depths. She longed to reveal that she no longer had parents. Yet, the words remained lodged in her throat. She did not wish to invoke pity. At this moment, she felt utterly helpless. The thunderous roar of mechanical beasts approached from a distance. Chapter 2. Then let's demand a compensation of 150,000. A red supercar, dazzling under the sun's rays, captured everyone's attention with its stunning exterior and the thunderous roar of its engine. The emblem featured a golden prancing horse. It was a world-class supercar, a Ferrari. Li Yuanghua, filled with arrogance, was also captivated by the magnificent and prestigious Ferrari, his eyes reflecting envy. This was the luxury vehicle he aspired to possess. In stark contrast, his own Porsche, a mere industrial relic, paled in comparison. As the Ferrari approached, onlookers quickly discerned its exceptional nature. What do I see? A walking million-dollar vehicle. The top-tier supercar, the Ferrari LaFerrari, the aristocrat among Ferraris. The most valuable model, with used LaFerrari selling for more than new ones. Indeed, someone chimed in. A celebrity sold their 2-year-old LaFerrari for a profit of 5 million. How infuriating. The crowd's envious gazes followed the Ferrari, which parked like a formidable shark at the entrance of the university. As the butterfly doors of the driver's seat slowly ascended, Gu Wenqing emerged. Earlier, while driving the Ferrari with one hand, he had noticed a group surrounding a Porsche. Gu Wenqing approached and quickly grasped the situation at hand. He observed Li Yuanghua's furious expression and Yin Weiwei's ashen face, piecing together the unfolding drama. Nearby spectators mentioned that the Porsche owner was demanding a hefty compensation of 100,000. Gu Wenqing glanced at the 45-year-old model. The Porsche had merely sustained a slight dent and a scratch. Was this truly worth 100,000? Before he could voice his thoughts, Yin Weiwei, who had been lowering her head, gathered her courage and spoke up. "Please don't ask my parents for money. I can work to pay you back." Li Yuanghua's anger intensified, fueled by an inexplicable jealousy towards Gu Wenqing, who was stealing his limelight. How could someone so wealthy also be so handsome? These thoughts only served to inflame Li Yuanguo's ire further. Work to repay? How long do you expect me to wait? 3 years? 5? Or 10? You, poor wretch, can't afford the compensation. Just bring your parents here. His loud declarations drew the ire of many onlookers. What a poor fool. He had inadvertently evoked public disdain. Ordinary citizens frowned, believing Li Yuanguo to be an arrogant fool, flaunting his Porsche as if it made him superior. Gu Wenqing surveyed the crowd before his gaze settled on Li Yuanguo, speaking slowly. Is this car yours? Faced with Gu Wenqing, who drove $1 million luxury car, Li Yuanguo felt a surge of fear within, yet he could not show weakness in front of so many witnesses. What is it to you? He weakly retorted. Turning his ire towards the timid Yun Weiwei, he snapped. Why are you hiding? Everyone saw you damage the car, so stop pretending to be innocent. Pay me the money. My time is precious. With that, he attempted to grab Yun Weiwei, intending to teach her a lesson. Gu Wenqing intervened, pushing Li Yuanguo's hand away, and coldly remarked. You demand 100,000 for a vintage Porsche 718? Aren't you afraid of biting your own tongue? As the lie unraveled, Li Yuanguo resembled a wolf whose tail had been stepped on. Who told you this is an old model? It's a brand new car that I just picked up a month ago. Out of respect for you, I want to make it difficult for her. Just give me 150,000 and we'll call it even. He feigned a pained expression, secretly reveling in his perceived cunning. He had found a naive target. Fine, but for a 5 to 6-year-old Porsche, this minor damage doesn't warrant that price. Gu Wenqing picked up a brick and forcefully smashed the Porsche's front bumper into ruins. Examining his handiwork, he smiled, saying, Now this is worth 150,000. You're going too far, Li Yuanguo exclaimed. Indeed, I am. What will you do about it? Would you prefer to bully others unopposed? Before he could finish, Gu Wenqing interrupted, tossing Li Yuanguo a business card of his lawyer. For any further issues, speak directly with my attorney. With wealth comes confidence. With billions in assets resting in his bank account, Gu Wenqing felt unbothered by the price of a used Porsche. He could afford 10 or even 100. How cool. His aura is absolutely magnetic. I feel so secure. Mom, I'm in love. The girls around him were captivated, elevating their admiration for Gu Wenqing to its zenith. Who could resist a charming, just, and affluent young man? Wen Qian's eyes frequently wandered towards Gu Wenqing. His white shirt paired with black casual pants exuded understated elegance. Crafted from exclusive materials, the combination of his striking looks and youthful charm was a sight to behold. What a waste he wasn't cast as the charming lead in a film. Wen Qian, my prince has arrived. I'm ready to fall in love, exclaimed a girl. Wen Qian rolled her eyes, exasperated. You're falling too fast. Humph. Mind your business. I find this junior quite appealing. Such a domineering personality, like a real-life CEO. Which major are you in, classmate? Our university is vast. It can be hard to navigate. I can help you find your dorm. No, I'll help him. Another girl chimed in. I'll do it. I will. Countless boys holding admission letters watched in dismay as the beautiful upperclassmen flocked to assist Gu Wenqing instead. They lamented, the rich truly are different. Chapter 3. The senior actively asks for WeChat. As they watched Gu Wenqing being warmly welcomed by the senior girl, who not only offered to carry his suitcase, but also bought him a bottle of sparkling water, the envy of all the boys at the entrance was palpable. The disparity was stark. While others at 18 were merely being driven around in modest family cars or relying on public transport, Gu Wenqing effortlessly cruised in $1 million supercar. On the first day of university, the contrast was palpable. Some were born into privilege while others faced hardship. The presence of someone who could afford to drive $1 million supercar was simply extraordinary. As Gu Wenqing departed with the senior girl, the crowd resumed their chatter. What a commanding presence. This is what a real man looks like, they remarked, contrasting him with those who paled in comparison. One is a noble scion, while the other is merely a nouveau riche. Bah, showing off with a Porsche is truly embarrassing for us locals. The crowd voiced their opinions. Hearing the remarks, Li Yuanguo felt utterly humiliated. This time, the embarrassment has reached an unprecedented level. Just moments ago, he was flaunting his Porsche, basking in the attention of several beautiful senior sisters who were eager to obtain his contact information. Yet, who could have anticipated that calamity would strike so swiftly? The Porsche broke down, and the enchanting senior sister he had his eye on departed with Gu Wenqing. In every conceivable way, beauty, height, physique, and the luxury car she drove, Gu Wenqing overshadowed him, placing them on entirely different tiers. As whispers surrounded him, Li Yuanguo's face turned pale, wishing desperately to find a hole to hide in. And this was not the end of it. After finishing his lament, Li Yuanguo shot a fierce glare at Yun Weiwei. He hastily retreated to his car to escape the storm. At that moment, a knock on the window interrupted him. Hello, I am Mr. Gu's lawyer. How infuriating. This was a scheme that left him with nothing. Li Yuanguo, observing the suited man outside, realized that his petty ruse to extort money was doomed to fail. The system announced a newly unlocked title, Hero Saving Beauty. A reward of 1 billion has been issued. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill, Invincible. As he walked with the beautiful senior sister toward the dormitory, Gu Wenqing heard the mechanical voice of the system echoing in his mind. He momentarily disregarded the senior sister who had been trying to engage him in conversation and immediately checked the skill, Invincible. Invincible significantly enhances the host's physique, optimizing bones, muscles, strength, and resilience to multiple degrees. Gu Wenqing felt a tremor coursing through his body, transforming him into a picture of vitality. The previously flabby belly had transformed into a perfect set of 8-pack abs. Moreover, he could tangibly sense his strength multiplying several times over. Now, he could easily take on 100 ordinary individuals in a brawl. The system is truly remarkable. As for the rules governing the unlocking of new titles, Gu Wenqing had yet to grasp them. He wondered if it was merely coincidental, given that this was only the second time he had unlocked a title. The first time was upon receiving his admission notice from Magic City University, unlocking the title, Noble Son of a Humble Family. The initial reward was exceedingly generous, 100 billion RMB, along with a luxury Ferrari worth 10 million. This fortune propelled the once impoverished Gu Wenqing into the realm of billionaires. It seems that good deeds indeed reap rewards. An unintentional act of kindness leads to unexpected fortune. He merely could not stand by and watch Yun Weiwei being bullied due to her impoverished background, offering a helping hand, not realizing he would unlock the title of Hero Saving Beauty. To be fair, the service provided by the senior sister was truly attentive. Upon arriving at the freshman dormitory, she laid out the bed for Gu Wenqing in front of the other 3 male freshmen, meticulously unpacking his suitcase and smoothing out his wrinkled clothes. Folding them neatly before placing them in the wardrobe, Gu Wenqing stood behind her, admiring the graceful movements of the senior sister. Truth be told, the senior sister's figure was indeed exceptional. Clad in a form-fitting, peach-colored skirt and white sneakers, she effortlessly blended sensual allure with youthful playfulness, radiating a mature elegance interlaced with a hint of vivacity. This is what university life is like. The beautiful senior sisters are indeed quite impressive. Gu Wenqing was filled with anticipation for his forthcoming university experience. He watched as the senior sister busily attended to him, while he sipped on sparkling water, feeling somewhat useless. What did he seek from the senior sister? Gu Wenqing was well aware. In the past, as a poor student, he would have despised materialistic girls like her. However, now that he possessed a fortune of billions, he felt neither hatred nor affection for such gold-digging girls. It was simply a matter of mutual benefit. As long as both parties gained something from the arrangement, there was no harm done. The ancients were not wrong. The once dragon-slaying youth has now become a dragon of his own. We shall all transform into the very people we once loathed. Inside the dormitory, the other 3 roommates stared in disbelief at the utterly outrageous scene, feeling as though their worldviews had been shattered. Goodness gracious. A goddess-level beauty laying out a man's bed and organizing his clothes was something they had never dared to dream of. And yet, here it was, unfolding right before their eyes, leaving them incredulous. In today's society, where opportunities are scarce, any male who manages to secure a goddess-level partner would surely cherish her like a treasure. Who would dare treat such a stunning beauty like a mere maid? Folding blankets and organizing clothes, the new roommate's ability to charm such a captivating goddess was simply astounding. The 3 of them whispered amongst themselves not far from the dormitory. Do you think they are a couple? Absolutely not. I've seen the girl at the school gate. She seems to be a senior welcoming new students. Wow. That's incredible. In less than half a day, he has managed to make the seniors so proactive. It's quite impressive. A role model indeed. If I could find such a beautiful girlfriend, I'd willingly trade 10 years off my life. After finishing her tasks, the senior sister, Wang Yanran, had beads of sweat forming on her forehead, glistening with a delicate sheen. She felt a flutter of anticipation, thinking that after all her hard work, the junior would surely compliment her and then ask for her contact information. At the stairwell, Wang Yanran looked up at the 180 centimeters tall Gu Wenqing, her eyes sparkling with hope. Gu Wenqing merely smiled and said, "Thank you, senior. I'll treat you to a meal when I have the chance." With that, he intended to return to get acquainted with his new roommates. Ah, is that it? Wang Yanran's face fell, filled with disappointment. There was no sincerity in his words. He even mentioned treating her to a meal without asking for her contact information. What a farce. Add me on WeChat, and I can be your guide in Magic City, Wang Yanran suggested. Gu Wenqing's lips curled into a smirk, thinking to himself, "Oh, you want to play hard to get, do you?" Chapter 4. The roommates. As soon as Gu Wenqing stepped through the dormitory door, 3 pairs of eyes fixated on him intently. Goodness, did they wish to learn from him? The 4 of them shared a dorm, with beds and desks in close proximity. Each was busy organizing their belongings by their respective beds. One was a tall boy with dark skin and a robust build. Another, bespectacled and slender, sported a perpetually mischievous grin, though it often exuded an unsightly aura. The last was a trendy boy who had just styled his hair after the college entrance exams. His tousled blonde locks and branded attire complemented the latest Apple phone he was using to check in with family. Well, brother. You've silently captured the attention of a beautiful senior and trained her to be so obedient. Teach us your ways, exclaimed the tall, dark-skinned boy, speaking in a strong local dialect. I can't teach you. We're just ordinary friends, Gu Wenqing replied candidly. How can you teach? Unless you can single-handedly drive a Ferrari. Modesty, my friend. The senior has been so attentive to you. She must be interested. In a few days, you two might just become a couple. The four of them bantered, exchanging pleasantries. The fashionable boy introduced himself as Huang Zicheng, a local from Magic City. The tall boy, Zhou Tao, hailed from the countryside and spoke with a noticeable accent. The bespectacled, slender boy who often smiled in a rather flamboyant manner was named Zheng Xiaohong. Upon hearing the name, Zhou Tao chuckled. Why does that name sound so feminine? Huang Zicheng erupted into hearty laughter, while Zheng Xiaohong remained unfazed, declaring that it was a demonstration of uniqueness. The group introduced themselves, and the four truly became acquainted. As the trio engaged in conversation, Huang Zicheng, phone in hand, suddenly cursed aloud. Damn, this scoundrel has truly tarnished the dignity of men. He proceeded to show the others his screen. Revealing a post on the university's forum, students were discussing the incident involving the Porsche compensation case. The arrogant remarks of the Porsche 718 freshman claiming that poor people are just troublesome, demanding exorbitant compensation from a girl. The Porsche 718 owner's tyrannical behavior, forcing a girl to sell her house to compensate. Astonishing. A freshman drives a multi-million-dollar Ferrari to rescue a damsel in distress. Well done. If only someone had smashed that Porsche to smithereens, it would have been even more satisfying. In-depth investigation into the Porsche 718 owner, Li Yuangue, desperately seeking contact information for my Ferrari idol. The incident that unfolded at the school gate today had gone viral on the campus network. Consequently, the individuals involved, Gu Wenqing and Li Yuangue, gained notoriety on campus. However, the distinction was stark. While Li Yuangue was met with widespread scorn, the internet was rife with disparagement toward him. Wow, a multi-million-dollar Ferrari. How impressive, Zhou Tao exclaimed in shock. If I were driving such a car, charming women would be a piece of cake. Zheng Xiaohong remarked lewdly, while Huang Zicheng, a local of Magic City, looked on with envy. Despite his family's good standing, he wouldn't even be afforded a luxury car worth $1 million, let alone one worth $10 million. Such is the disparity. The affluent second generation capable of driving a Ferrari valued at over $20 million must have family assets of at least $1 billion, perhaps even more, maybe $100 billion. Comparing wealth can be infuriating. With such riches, their family must be involved in real estate or healthcare. After a moment of envious lamentation, they suddenly realized that Gu Wenqing was the only one silent, seated on his bed. Zhou Tao grinned and asked, Old Gu, what do you think the family business of a wealthy second generation driving a multi-million-dollar car could be? Perhaps they're just an ordinary family, Gu Wenqing replied. Before he acquired the system, his family was indeed just a regular one in the county. Haha, Old Gu, you're quite the comedian. The group burst into laughter, unaware that the owner of the Ferrari was right before them. Gu Wenqing, too lazy to reveal his identity, decided they would find out in due course. He had no intention of staying in the dormitory for long, although the housing prices in Magic City were daunting. For someone with a net worth of billions like Gu Wenqing, it posed no challenge whatsoever. He could afford any community he fancied. The so-called premier luxury residence, Tang Chini Pin, was within his reach. He could buy 1 unit, or even 10. Money was the least of his concerns. Once he acquired a property, Gu Wenqing planned to move out. In the girls' dormitory 302, only Wen Qian and Wang Yanran remained. The two had spent considerable time welcoming the new students, working up quite a sweat. Now, having bathed, they lay on their respective beds. After a lengthy hesitation, Wen Qian finally mustered the courage to ask, Have you added the junior's WeChat? Humph. Once my beauty strategy was employed, he naturally complied, Wang Yanran replied, wrinkling her nose with satisfaction. Well, never mind. Wen Qian thought of asking Wang Yanran for the junior's WeChat, but deemed it inappropriate and refrained. 10 days. Within 10 days, I will definitely win over that junior, Wang Yanran declared, kicking her fair legs. I cannot dangle the bait in front of Gu Pingy indefinitely. Time waits for no one. The junior was quite handsome and exceedingly wealthy. She feared that with the passage of time, opportunities might slip away, and she could lose him to other alluring competitors. Wen Qian cautioned her, make sure you don't end up losing more than you gain. However, Wang Yanran appeared unconcerned, confident that she wouldn't be at a disadvantage. She opened WeChat, snapped a photo, and sent a message to the junior. Gu Wenqing was engaged in a discussion with his 3 dorm mates about where to gather for dinner that evening, as they were all from various regions and were sure to indulge in drinks that night. Suddenly, Gu Wenqing's phone chimed, but he paid it no mind. Continuing to banter with Zhou Tao and the others, Huang Ziqing interjected, "Can we bring our significant others to dinner tonight? If so, I'll bring my girlfriend along." "Wow. Who would have thought? Huang Ziqing, you with those bushy eyebrows, have betrayed us. How can I and the bespectacled one, both single, bear this?" Zhou Tao exclaimed. "Hey, let us keep it low-key. If conditions allow, let her invite her dorm mates too. It's up to you to seize the opportunity," Huang Ziqing chuckled. As Gu Wenqing listened to their banter, he recalled that his Ferrari was still parked at the school gate. To bring the car onto campus, he would need to register it at the security office. He bid farewell to the 3 and left the dormitory. On this sweltering summer day, the cicadas chirped, heralding the season. Gu Wenqing adored summer. The scanty clothing of summer showcased a myriad of short skirts and long legs, captivating the eye. Without the allure of the Ferrari to enhance his appeal, the moderately handsome Gu Wenqing still turned heads among many female classmates as he strolled through the university campus. Suddenly, a commotion erupted among the girls. Ouch! Gu Wenqing felt a soft collision, accompanied by a delightful fragrance. Before he could react, the girl who had inadvertently bumped into him darted away. Chapter 5. The BMW 5 series cannot compare to me. Hey, Chen Yunxue, you also got into Magic City University? Gu Wenqing expressed his surprise. Who would have thought that, 1,000 miles from home, he would encounter an acquaintance, dressed in a JK uniform? Chen Yunxue sported a white sailor-style shirt with a light blue necktie, her figure accentuated by a pleated light blue plaid skirt that reached her calves, perfectly complementing her fair legs. "How do you know me? May I ask who you are?" Chen Yunxue inquired, puzzled, as she had no recollection of this somewhat handsome boy. "I'm also from Yeyang No. 1 High School," Gu Wenqing replied with a calm smile. Chen Yunxue was the recognized belle of Yeyang No. 1 High School, adored by countless boys both within and outside the school. While he had merely been an inconspicuous, impoverished student, it was not surprising that she did not remember him. Their only prior interaction had been during a physical education class when they played badminton together. Gu Wenqing had hoped the belle would have some recollection of him, but it seemed he had overestimated her memory. Choosing not to linger, Gu Wenqing turned to leave. What did it matter if she was the belle? With a net worth of billions, he would never demean himself to be a sycophant. "Yunxue, who was that boy just now?" A fair-skinned, Korean-style pretty boy stepped forward to inquire behind Chen Yunxue. This boy, named Chu Bowen, had attended high school with Chun and was well known as a wealthy second-generation student at Yeyang No. 1 High School. He had pursued Chen Yunxue for 3 years, and upon learning she would attend Magic City University, he hastily filled out his application for the same university. Upon encountering a tall boy engaging his goddess in conversation, he felt a twinge of jealousy. "A fellow high school alumnus," Chen Yunxue responded. Hearing this, a glimmer of darkness flickered in Chu Bowen's eyes. His first thought was that someone was also attending the same university to pursue Chen Yunxue. How audacious! Everyone at Yeyang No. 1 High School knew that Chen Yunxue was his designated girlfriend. Chu Bowen resolved to teach that boy a lesson at the first opportunity. Although Chen Yunxue had no intention of agreeing to dine with him, the wheels of fate were already set in motion. Alas, the parents of Chen Yunxue and Chu Bowen were longtime friends, and thus, she reluctantly yielded to his persistent advances. Internally, she harbored a strong aversion towards Chu Bowen, yet she refrained from overtly displaying her disdain out of consideration for their familial ties. The two of them exited the school gate, one trailing behind the other. Chu Bowen immediately recognized Gu Wenqing, the very person he had encountered moments ago. A smirk of derision curled upon his lips, though he maintained an air of gentlemanly charm in front of the esteemed Chun. "Classmate, Yunxue mentioned you are also from Yeyang No. 1 High School?" He failed to notice the look of disdain on Chen's face upon hearing him address her as Yunxue. "Indeed," Gu Wenqing replied. "Are you waiting for a ride?" "Fortuitously. I possess a BMW 5 Series. If it aligns with your route, I would be delighted to offer you a lift," Chu Bowen declared pompously, particularly emphasizing the phrase BMW 5 Series, his voice resonating loudly enough for those nearby to overhear. Sensing the astonishment of the surrounding onlookers, his expression morphed into one of smug satisfaction as he continued, "Do not feel reluctant. We hail from the same hometown and should extend mutual assistance. Riding in a BMW is far more comfortable than cramming onto a bus or subway." Upon concluding his words, Chu Bowen's face radiated with pride and ostentation, as he pressed the button on his BMW key fob, causing the lights of the BMW 5 Series to flicker. My word, the surrounding university students were left in utter shock. Owning a BMW 5 Series while in college was a significant feat, though it paled in comparison to a Ferrari. It nonetheless commanded respect among ordinary folk. They gazed at Chu Bowen with faces awash in envy, pondering how someone of such average appearance could be accompanied by a beauty like Chun Yunxue, relishing the envious and jealous expressions directed at him. Chu Bowen felt a surge of pride, reliving the exhilarating sensation of flaunting wealth from his high school days. What a thrill it was to showcase ostentation on the very first day of university. Oh, no thanks. Gu Wenqing shook his head in refusal. The subtext of Chu Bowen's words was clear. While he feigned generosity, he was, in fact, attempting to elevate himself at Gu Wenqing's expense, regarding him merely as a backdrop for his own self-aggrandizement. My BMW 5 Series cost over 500,000. I doubt you have ever ridden in such an expensive car. You should experience it. Chu Bowen's face was painted with arrogance. You are from an entirely different world than us, yet aspire to court Chun Yunxue. It's akin to a toad dreaming of eating swan meat. I have my own vehicle. What sort of vehicle? On such a scorching day. Are you not worried about heatstroke while riding a shared bicycle? Chu Bowen replied with a hint of sarcasm. Gu Wenqing strode forward, and a striking red Ferrari roared to life, its presence causing the crowd gathered around the luxury cars to part and make way for the owner. I have never ridden in a BMW 5 Series. I only travel in vehicles worth over 5 million. As Gu Wenqing spoke, he opened the butterfly doors, gracefully seated himself within, and with a thunderous growl, the engine roared to life, showcasing its unparalleled power. In an instant, the atmosphere grew hushed. 3 seconds later, the buzz of astonishment erupted. Goodness, the owner of that Ferrari is so young. That is a LaFerrari worth over 20 million. How enviable. They marveled at the magnificent LaFerrari, wishing to trade places with Gu Wenqing, even if just to experience the allure of driving such an extravagant supercar. Witnessing his rival in a Ferrari, Chu Bowen's expression soured dramatically, as though he had swallowed a bitter pill. He had just been boasting about his BMW worth over 500,000, belittling Gu Wenqing for not affording it, only to find himself swiftly humbled by the revelation of Gu Wenqing's possession of a 20 million LaFerrari. In the presence of such a high-end Ferrari, a 500,000 BMW was rendered insignificant, akin to being overshadowed by a mere wheel of the Ferrari. In that moment, Chu Bowen felt utterly embarrassed, having humiliated himself before Chun Yunxue. Despite his efforts to invite her out, the opportunity had slipped away. Seizing the distraction of the crowd fixated on the Ferrari, he discreetly made his exit. Meanwhile, Gu Wenqing had initially intended to complete the vehicle registration process at the university, but found himself inadvertently caught up in a display of ostentation. Since this was the case, he decided to take a leisurely tour around the bustling metropolis to acclimate to his new surroundings. With a roar, the engine ignited, and the car sped into the flow of traffic. On the road, as he drove the pristine, unregistered Ferrari, seasoned drivers exhibited an unusual caution, fearful of inadvertently colliding with such a luxurious vehicle. While driving, Gu Wenqing received a call from his mother, who inquired about his registration and then suggested he visit his uncle's house when he had the opportunity. Among his relatives, his uncle was the most successful, having married a local woman and fathered a daughter. Over the past decade, his uncle's family would occasionally return to Yiyang for the new year, and Gu Wenqing recalled how his aunt and cousin always regarded him with disdain, looking down on his family. Without his mother's prompting, Gu Wenqing had no intention of visiting his uncle, as memories of their condescending glances and attitudes irked him. Why should I care? Now that I have wealth, I intend to live life to the fullest, he thought to himself. At the university, in the female dormitory 302, Wang Yinjin had nearly dozed off while awaiting a response from her junior, who had yet to reach out. She felt a twinge of grievance. This was not the way things used to be. In the past, the wealthy second-generation boys would respond to her messages in an instant, while she had often ignored them. Now, however, she found herself sending 20 to 30 messages without a single reply from her junior. The situation was made worse by her having sacrificed her modesty to send a few suggestive photos, which even she found to be quite provocative. Could it be that her junior was with another girl? A surge of anxiety coursed through her. No, she could not remain passive. Biting her lip, she resolutely initiated a voice call. On the other end, Gu Wenqing was relishing the thrill of driving the supercar when his phone rang. Hello, what is it? He answered. Junior, I know of an exceptionally delightful restaurant in the city. Shall we go and dine together? Wang Yinjin's gentle voice emanated from the phone. All right. Wait for me at the school gate. Gu Wenqing, having skipped lunch, felt a pang of hunger at her suggestion and agreed. Yay, he didn't reject me. Wang Yinjin's heart swelled with joy, her fair face illuminated by a radiant smile, reminiscent of the expressions worn by the boys who received her replies. This was the so-called dog-like smile that others might not comprehend. Yet, her dorm mate, Wen Xian, perceived it all too clearly, lamenting in her heart how even the campus beauty Wang Yinjin could not escape the fate of becoming a dog, and if the boys pursuing her witnessed this scene, they would surely go wild. Wenqian and Wang Yinjin were renowned as the two floral beauties of the dance department at Magic University, often referred to in forums as the dance department flowers. Their graceful figures and long legs had captivated countless male admirers. After accepting the voice call, Gu Wenqing noticed dozens of unread messages on WeChat. Does the junior like this? Here's an original flavor. You can keep it for later. Senior, I have many different styles of socks. I can show them to you, Junior. Accompanied by over a dozen selfies of various kinds. Stockings of all colors. Siren. Damn. How am I supposed to hold back against this? Gu Wenqing felt a surge of heat. At his age, energy was at its peak. A time of curiosity about the opposite sex and a desire to explore new things. Faced with these suggestive, alluring selfies, who could hold back? Let you gloat for now. There'll be a time for you to cry later. Gu Wenqing suppressed his desire, stepped on the gas, and drove his Ferrari towards Shanghai University. For beautiful women who came knocking, Gu Wenqing indicated he wouldn't refuse. Now, with 11 billion in his bank account, living unrestrainedly was his true nature. Happiness was the most important thing. What was a man's happiness? Vast amounts of money, success in career, and beautiful women throwing themselves at him. Gu Wenqing directly replied, "Where them?" At the main entrance of Shanghai University, cars came and went in an endless stream. At this moment, Wang Yinran was standing at the roadside, a bag slung over her shoulder. Her slightly wavy long hair cascaded down her shoulders. Her already well-proportioned features were accentuated by delicate makeup, hints of light pink eyeshadow and lipstick, along with a touch of blush, giving her a look that was both pure and seductive. A light brown, fitted crop top accentuated her upper curves, revealing a slender, alluring waist. Her long, shapely legs were clad in a light-colored miniskirt. Her fair legs were adorned with patterned fishnet stockings. Her sexy attire, it made passing members of the opposite sex unable to resist glancing at her. No wonder she studies dance. Wang Yinran's figure and looks were definitely among the top tier. Wang Yinran was quite precocious. She knew she had good looks and understood exactly what she wanted, never hiding her desire for money. But her standards were also remarkably high. She had added many rich second-generation heirs on WeChat, yet had never been involved in any romantic rumors with any of them. Just then, a Maserati pulled up beside Wang Yinran. Wang Yinran, it's so hot out. Don't stand there. Come sit in my car for a bit. Wherever you need to go. I'll give you a ride. The guy driving the Maserati was named Du Ziding, a senior at Shanghai University and a fairly well-known rich second-generation heir. Du Ziding was most passionate about chasing girls. With his Maserati, he had dated many girlfriends. He had recently broken up and was single again. Looking at Wang Yinran, she seemed more and more beautiful to him. Realizing it was Du Ziding, the calm expression on Wang Yinran's face shifted slightly. Her impression of Du Ziding, who left his mark everywhere, was very poor. Without a word, she simply moved to wait elsewhere. Du Ziding wasn't angered. Instead, he chuckled and drove the car right up to Wang Yinran again. My family opened a high-end restaurant nearby. Got time to have a meal together today? Du Ziding said with a hint of showing off. He was displaying his financial power, aiming to win over Wang Yinran today. That would give him plenty to boast about at school for ages. Sorry, I have plans with someone. And what's more, I'm not free today, I won't be free tomorrow. And I'll never be free in the future. Go find someone else. Wang Yinran's face was icy as she mercilessly rejected him. Being rejected twice, Du Ziding was furious inside. He cursed inwardly. The whole school knows you're a gold digger. What are you pretending to be pure for? Plans with someone? I know all the rich second-gen heirs at Shanghai University. Which one is your date? There was a touch of envy in Du Ziding's tone. Damn, such a knockout was snatched up by someone else first. Wang Yinran's face was completely indifferent. She didn't want to bother with him. What? Afraid to say his name? Is it because he's not as wealthy as me? His car isn't as good as mine, so you're too embarrassed to say? Du Ziding misunderstood. Thinking Wang Yinran was reluctant to speak because her date's conditions weren't as good as his. He said with a smug expression, it's fine if your date's conditions are a bit lacking. After all, students like me who drive a million-yuan Maserati sports car in university are few and far between. No need to compare others to me. Wang Yinran pursed her lips. Feeling this fly buzzing around her was annoyingly persistent. Why hasn't White Horse Jr. arrived yet? I specifically wore what he likes. Chapter 7. Unlocking a new title, a red Ferrari sped over from the distance. Holy crap, a Ferrari LaFerrari. Du Ziding, still in his car, saw the Ferrari and was instantly thrilled, letting out an excited scream. Freaking awesome, super cool. Du Ziding was a car enthusiast to begin with, and his favorite supercar brand was Ferrari. At this moment, Du Ziding, driving a million-yuan Maserati, was filled with envy, envious to death of the owner driving the Ferrari LaFerrari. Then he watched, dumbfounded, as Wang Yinran got into the passenger seat of the Ferrari. He was stunned, especially recalling how he had been showing off in front of Wang Yinran earlier. Is it because he's not as wealthy as me? His car isn't as good as mine? Now, thinking back on those two sentences, Du Du Zeding wished he could slap himself twice. Damn, I drive an entry-level sports car. Yet I tried to compare wealth and car quality with someone driving a top-tier, 10 million yuan supercar? Is my brain broken? In that instant, Du Zeding suddenly saw the light. No wonder Wang Yanran wouldn't even glance at him. She had found herself an extremely wealthy young master. The woman he fancied got into someone else's car. Du Zeding watched the departing Ferrari's silhouette, his face ashen. Ding. Host has unlocked a new title, snatching another's favorite. Reward, one high-end Western restaurant. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill, one-handed supercar driving. One-handed supercar driving significantly enhances the host's supercar driving ability and track experience, endowing the host with the qualities of a racing driver. Critical hit reward, one special repeating digit license plate with the prefix MAE. All items rewarded by the system will be reasonably delivered to the host. The host may use them with confidence. As soon as the system's notifications finished, Gu Wenqing was taken aback. So unlocking titles doesn't just reward money and skills, but also shops, license plates, and the like. There might be even more unexpected rewards in the future. One-handed supercar driving was a pretty showy skill, especially suitable for picking up girls. Just imagine, drifting with one hand, taking S-curves at high speed. Thinking about it felt thrilling. This skill combined with a supercar could probably stimulate a girl to the peak, ensuring an out-of-this-world experience. A large amount of driving experience flooded into Gu Wenqing's mind. His driving level improved tremendously. What a shame. Right now we're in the city, with very strict speed limits. He had all this skill, but nowhere to put into practice. Sigh. Gu Wenqing sighed, and in his disappointment, his hand landed on the passenger seat, on Wang Yanran's shapely, fishnet-clad leg. She really does practice dance. The feel is really great. You're so naughty. Wang Yanran's face flushed as she reached out and swatted away the wandering hand. What's wrong? Online you're all talk, a master of flirting. Getting me all fired up. In person, how come you're timid now? Gu Wenqing said while driving. It's moving too fast, I'm scared. Wang Yanran said weakly. Gu Wenqing frowned. If you're scared, then be obedient. Stop sending me so many of those suggestive photos every day. You only care about stoking the fire, not putting it out. Hee. I don't care. Wang Yanran extended her long leg and continued. Tada, tada, tada. How do I look in fishnets? Wang Yanran's legs were genuinely long. Their shape wasn't like skinny bamboo sticks. They were shapely and looked straight, neither too thin nor too plump. These legs plus fishnet stockings had a unique flavor. It had to be said. Her leg shape was the best-looking Gu Wenqing had ever seen. What are you doing sticking your leg out so far? It's all the way over on my side. If you want me to touch your leg, just say so directly. Gu Wenqing, unabashed, indulged himself a little longer, taking advantage of the moment. Wang Yanran, her cheeks flushed, huffed. You just want to see the fishnet stockings, don't you? I'm so obedient, yet instead of praising me, you take advantage of me. How wicked. Are you hungry? Since you're so compliant, allow me to treat you to a sumptuous meal, Gu Wenqing replied with a smile. They happened to pass by a five-star hotel, where an array of luxury vehicles, Bentleys, Rolls-Royces, and several sports cars, were parked at the entrance. Such establishments only permitted ultra-luxurious vehicles on the surface. Anything less had to be relegated to the underground parking. Gu Wenqing drove his 20 million Ferrari LaFerrari straight to the front door, prompting the doorman to hastily remove the no parking barrier as soon as he saw the Ferrari. Upon arriving at the five-star hotel, Wang Yanran felt a twinge of anxiety. What was her junior intending to do? Rent a room? Although she accepted that they would inevitably reach this juncture, was it really happening today? This was all progressing far too quickly for her liking. Summoning her courage, she awkwardly stammered. My period isn't over yet. What are you thinking about all day? Gu Wenqing found it both amusing and exasperating, flicking her forehead gently. Who says coming to a hotel means renting a room? There's a private kitchen here, you know? Today, we're just going to enjoy our meal, no risque matters. Oh, okay. Wang Yanran nodded obediently. Though she was a materialistic girl, she was fundamentally good-hearted, often sharing slightly daring photos, and she had yet to experience her first love. Once they entered the restaurant, Gu Wenqing handed her the menu. Wang Yanran gasped at the prices, exclaiming how exorbitant they were as she glanced at the menu items, most of which were priced in the hundreds or thousands. Feeling dizzy, she realized that she was merely an ordinary student. Even the Hermes bag she carried was something she had saved up for over a year to afford. Never did she anticipate that a single signature dish from a five-star hotel's private kitchen would cost nearly as much as her bag. It would be a shame not to try the signature dishes here. Price isn't an issue as long as the taste is exquisite, she thought. Noticing her hesitance, Gu Wenqing took the initiative to order 5 or 6 signature dishes. Wang Yanran watched in astonishment as he selected some of the most expensive items, even including 2 bottles of red wine. The prices for the wine made her eyes widen in disbelief. One bottle was priced at 88,888. making 2 bottles nearly 18 million. Wang Yinran felt her vision blur, staring at the menu repeatedly until she could believe what she was seeing. Her junior had spent close to 18 million on 2 bottles of wine. Adding the signature dishes, was this meal really costing over 200,000? Her junior had spent in one meal what others might earn in a year or more of hard work. Was this the life of the wealthy? Spending money as if it were nothing, her junior was undeniably charming. Wang Yinran felt herself even more dizzy, her cheeks flushed as if she had just drunk wine. She felt as though she were living in a dream. This quality of life was something she had never dared to imagine. After placing their orders, the two engaged in cheerful conversation. After a while, the waiter wheeled out the cart, presenting the dishes. Gu Wenqing instructed the waiter to open a bottle of red wine, keeping the other bottle to take home for occasional sleepless nights. Chapter 8. 2 Shanghai license plates. Gu Wenqing inquired, I've heard that dancers have very flexible bodies. Upon hearing this, Wang Yinran's first thought was of unlocking more positions. Sensing the peculiar look on her face, Gu Wenqing frowned. What are you thinking about now? This is a serious question. Wang Yinran pouted. Could you please remove your hand from my leg? Unable to help herself, she exclaimed, You're such a bad boy. The two enjoyed their meal immensely, with Gu Wenqing taking advantage of the situation. Just as they were savoring the moment, Gu Wenqing's Apple phone chimed. With a lovely lady beside him and his hands occupied, he asked Wang Yinran to put it on speaker. A melodious female voice came through. May I speak with Gu Wenqing, Mr. Gu? After receiving confirmation, she continued. Hello, Mr. Gu. I am a staff member from the Shanghai license plate auction. You have successfully bid for the license plate, Hu 11111, at a premium of 20 million. The subsequent transfer and registration will be handled by our auction house on your behalf. Gu Wenqing was thoroughly pleased with this prestigious license plate awarded by the system. Without the system's intervention, he would have never had the chance to purchase such a desirable plate in Shanghai, no matter how much he was willing to spend. Shanghai is one of the 4 first-tier cities in China and serves as the economic center of the nation. Securing a local license plate in Shanghai is exceedingly difficult, with the odds of winning a lottery for a plate being lower than that of Beijing. For many locals in Shanghai, obtaining a local plate can take years of trying, and those who fail often resort to buying new energy vehicles, as they do not require a lottery for registration. Given the arduousness of acquiring an ordinary license plate in Shanghai, the Hu 11111 plate was a coveted trophy for the wealthy. With the call on speaker, Wang Yinran listened intently, her mouth agape in astonishment. What had she just heard? Her junior had purchased a license plate at a premium of 20 million? And that was just the premium. The total price must be in the hundreds of millions. The premium alone could purchase a sizable apartment in the most bustling area of Shanghai. How could her junior be so wealthy? Wang Yinran felt her imagination falter. She had always thought that wealthy individuals merely led more extravagant lives in terms of food, clothing, and housing, never realizing that someone could spend hundreds of millions on a license plate. This world was utterly insane. The life of the wealthy was beyond her comprehension. Still in shock, she remained oblivious to how someone had brushed against her softly as the conversation continued. Mr. Gu, are you still there? I am. Our auction house also has a star license plate, Lu AZ 8888, up for auction. Would you be interested? The staff explained, fearing that Gu Wenqing might not understand. There are only about 2,000 Lu AZ plates, and in the 1990s, one sold for a staggering 300,000. Beyond its economic value, Lu AZ plates also possess historical significance. Upon hearing how rare the plate was, Gu Wenqing, recognizing his financial capability to acquire even more luxury cars in the future, saw no reason not to buy it. Without hesitation, he asked for the price. The Lu AZ 8888 plate is priced at 5 million. Gu Wenqing responded, So cheap? I'll take it. I'm at the Shilai Lu 5-star hotel. Please come directly here. After hanging up, the auction staff regarded Gu Wenqing with newfound respect. To him, spending 5 million on a license plate was a trivial matter. Compared to the 20 million premium he bid previously, 5 million seemed negligible. Many families would toil their entire lives without ever earning that amount, yet he casually spent it on a license plate with little practical use. She quietly thought to herself that if she had 5 million, she would certainly buy a house. In that moment, her curiosity about Gu Wenqing intensified. From the voice on the phone, he seemed quite young. She picked up a mirror and began retouching her makeup, wanting to present herself in the best possible light for meeting Mr. Gu. At the Shilai Lu 5-star hotel, Wang Yinran, still reeling from the shock, heard her junior had just spent 5 million on yet another license plate. With the earlier acquisition of a license plate worth hundreds of millions, purchasing another one for 5 million did not astonish her much. Once she regained her composure, she realized her body was tingling pleasantly. She gently brushed away the soft hands of the masseuse. Her cheeks flushed as she commanded him to refrain from further movement. Gu Wenqing chuckled, I'll just place it here. Without touching. Bah. You shameless flirt. The two exchanged playful banter, while nearby, a group of middle-aged men eavesdropping on the conversation spoke with thinly veiled mockery. Haha. He even overpaid $20 million for the license plate. Gu Wenqing. Is he trying to put on a show? One scoffed. Today's youth are so impulsive, spending their days lost in daydreams, doing nothing of substance. One man, reeking of alcohol and flaunting a Bentley key, interjected, Young lady, don't be fooled by this lad. The Gu Wenqing plate is simply unattainable. Its owner is a prominent figure in Shanghai's business circles, and he surely doesn't lack for money. This is merely a performance in front of you. As he spoke, he subtly showcased the Bentley key dangling from his belt. The group, having indulged in some liquor, became emboldened by their inebriation, their gazes lingering on Wang Yinran's beauty, igniting unsavory thoughts. Witnessing Gu Wenqing's pretentiousness, they approached to shatter the facade, hoping to incite the girl's disdain towards the young man, thus creating an opportunity for themselves. Young man, seeing you so youthful, allow me to impart a word of wisdom from experience. It's best to tread the righteous path and remain grounded in your endeavors. The Bentley man spoke in a condescending tone, yet his eyes were fixated on Wang Yinran's long legs. Look at me, diligently working. I now possess 3 properties in Shanghai and several cars, having just acquired a new Bentley a few days ago. While the Bentley man reveled in his own arrogance, Wang Yinran was repulsed by his lewd expression and harbored a strong dislike for him. She mused that her junior was far more appealing, unlike this lecherous man. Gu Wenqing sat calmly, listening quietly to the Bentley man's boastful monologue. Indeed, my elder brother is exceptional. His company generates profits exceeding 10 million annually. His net worth is over 100 million. You, young man, should learn from him. The others at the table chimed in, showering praises on the Bentley man. He grinned with a sense of entitlement, basking in their flattery. Wang Yinran wished to retort, but was halted by Gu Wenqing. He spoke slowly. Have you all said enough? Finished boasting? Chapter 9. I don't mind if your feet stink. You're worth over 100 million? You earn 10 million a year? Is that really worth boasting about? Gu Wenqing scoffed. He tossed the Ferrari key onto the table and opened his mobile banking app. The interest from my savings in a year surpasses your company's annual profit. At the sound of his words, the men fell into a stupor as they beheld the series of figures on his bank card. The Bentley man could hardly believe his eyes. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s, millions, 10 millions, hundreds of millions. He counted the digits thrice. Indeed, it was an 11-digit sum. What did they witness? A young man possessing 100 million in his bank account. My heavens! They were all utterly taken aback. They could hardly fathom that a mere attempt at posturing had resulted in their encounter with a true magnate. In that moment, they felt their bodies weaken, the effects of alcohol fading, as they collapsed in disbelief, repeatedly muttering about the 100 million. Following this brief interlude, having consumed some red wine, Gu Wenqing could no longer drive the Ferrari. He hailed a taxi, instructing Wang Yinran to return to school alone, as he had to attend to matters concerning the licensing of the vehicle. Awaiting him in front of the Ferrari was a stunning auction house beauty in professional attire and high heels, clutching documents in anticipation. Inside the taxi, Wang Yinran was once again profoundly shaken. 100 million in savings. Although she hadn't witnessed it firsthand, she gleaned the information from those men. Did he truly possess such wealth? Wang Yinran felt a mix of belief and skepticism. She believed it because Gu Wenqing drove a sports car valued at over 10 million and casually spent over 200,000 on a meal. Not to mention the extravagant 20 million he paid for the license plate. All of this suggested that her junior hailed from an extraordinarily affluent background. Yet, she couldn't quite accept that an 18-year-old freshman could have 100 million in savings. It seemed absurd. Surely, even the wealthiest families wouldn't bestow such vast sums as pocket money upon their children. Why was she feeling so uncertain? She had always been someone unafraid to love or hate. Wang Yinran smiled, deciding there was no harm in asking her junior directly. She texted, "Was what those old lectures said earlier true? False. Just an online image." Upon receiving the message, Wang Yinran let out a sigh of relief. A sense of lightness enveloped her. Upon learning that her junior did not possess 100 million, she felt not disappointment, but rather a surge of joy. It's better that it's false. I was afraid I wouldn't measure up to you, Wang Yinran silently mused. With nothing to offer but her beauty, she often felt a tinge of inferiority in front of her junior. At the luxurious 5-star hotel, Xiang Mo awaited quietly. She noticed a handsome young man approaching her. His clean and youthful attire accentuating his 180 centimeters stature, exuding a charming boyishness that compelled her to steal a few extra glances. However, as the handsome figure drew closer, her heart raced uncontrollably. Could he be Gu Wenqing, Mr. Gu? She wondered internally. A person who casually overpaid 20 million for a license plate, and then effortlessly acquired another for 500,000 surely couldn't be this handsome. Could he? Deep down, people often believe that perfection is rare. Wealthy, handsome, and tall individuals are seldom found. Yet, when the young man reached her and asked, "How did you guess my car was a Ferrari?" she felt exhilarated. Mr. Gu was not only young but astonishingly handsome, resembling the archetype of a domineering CEO from a novel. For a moment, she was taken aback, her voice slightly stammering, "And Mr. Gu?" Gu Wenqing nodded. "You still haven't answered my question." With a smile, Xiang Mo replied, "Because this is the only Ferrari without a license plate." Gu Wenqing felt foolish for having asked such a naive question, chastising himself for forgetting that the Ferrari had yet to be registered. "I've had a bit to drink." "You drive," he said, tossing her the car keys. "Oh, I didn't bring flat shoes," Xiang Mo exclaimed, taken aback. The combination of black stockings and high heels accentuated her tall and alluring figure. Though her features may not rival those of Wang Yanran, she was undeniably a rare beauty. Gu Wenqing frowned. The sports car only accommodated 2 passengers, making it impossible to arrange for a designated driver. It seemed he had no choice but to buy her a pair of shoes. "What size do you wear?" "Size 38. "All right, wait for me here. I'll get you a pair," Gu Wenqing replied before heading off to find a shoe store. Xiang Mo felt touched. Mr. Gu was truly a gentleman. Upon catching sight of her high-heeled shoes, she instructed her to wait in place while he went off to purchase a pair for her. Were it another wealthy heir, such an act would surely be unthinkable. Yang Mo, who works at an auction house, is inevitably exposed to affluent individuals, many of whom regard women merely as tools for flaunting wealth and venting frustrations. Soon enough, Gu Wenqing returned with the shoes. Yang Mo settled into the Ferrari, extending her legs outside, and lowered her head in preparation to change. With her hands covering her shirt, she removed her high heels. Gu Wenqing teasingly urged her to hurry, claiming he was not bothered by any unpleasant foot odor. "I do not have smelly feet. If you don't believe me, you can sniff them," Yang Mo retorted, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger. Chapter 10. The 888 yuan wine is not expensive. Faced with a million-yuan Ferrari, Yang Mo found herself at a loss in the driver's seat. Though she had driven numerous cars before, this was her first experience with a Ferrari. Inside the vehicle, she fumbled awkwardly, uncertain of how to proceed. Gu Wenqing watched her with amusement, finding her clumsiness rather endearing. "First, you start the ignition, then the handbrake is here." And then, Gu Wenqing had no choice but to sit beside her, guiding her hand in hand, inevitably resulting in some physical contact that caused Yang Mo to blush profusely on several occasions. The navigation indicated a 30-minute journey, yet Yang Mo managed to stretch it to nearly an hour before arriving. Countless drivers along the way cursed as the Ferrari crawled along at a snail's pace. Wasting such a splendid vehicle, Gu Wenqing urged her to accelerate, encouraging her to press the gas pedal. "I'm afraid. What if I crash it?" "I can't afford to pay for repairs," Yang Mo replied, to which Gu Wenqing jokingly suggested that if she couldn't afford to pay, she could give herself to him instead. "You wouldn't mind that I'm older, would you? After all, women 3 years older are worth their weight in gold. And besides, the society now celebrates mature women." Yang Mo pouted. Though she spoke thus, her heart was filled with joy at the thought of his flattery. Wealthy, handsome, tall, and sweet-tongued. How could any woman resist such a lure? Time passed swiftly. While Gu Wenqing sipped tea, the license plate was soon affixed. The Ferrari now bore the plate number Hu A 11111, while another, Lu AZ 8888, was set aside for a future purchase. "Ugh, this tea is atrocious," Gu Wenqing remarked. "It seems my age is only suited for something like soda." Upon registering the vehicle, Yang Mo discovered Gu Wenqing's true age of 18. "Really? I'm surprised. I just wanted to ask," she exclaimed, having previously thought him older. "Seeing your age makes me feel ancient," Yang Mo lamented. "How old are you?" Gu Wenqing countered. 24. Yang Mo replied. Gu Wenqing laughed. "That makes me 6 years younger than you. Am I not the lucky one? Should I be expecting Diamond Mountains? You're annoying." Once all was completed, the two exchanged WeChat contacts. Yang Mo had to return to work and took her leave. Gu Wenqing, now sober from the wine, drove the Ferrari back to Modi University. As he arrived at the campus entrance, the Ferrari elicited numerous gasps from onlookers. After completing the vehicle registration, the Ferrari roared through the campus. Upon parking, before even stepping inside, the sounds of raucous excitement erupted from the dormitory. As Gu Wenqing entered, Zhou Tao approached him and exclaimed, "Old Gu, you've struck gold. That beautiful senior is quite the sensation at Modi University. Hailed as one of the campus flowers in the art department. No wonder she is so stunning. I initially thought the girls here were all of high quality, but it turns out she is among the elite." Zhou Tao continued, "Goodness, the campus flower is pursuing you. Old Gu, you've hit the jackpot this time." The three roommates continued to chatter excitedly, all expressions of envy directed at Gu Wenqing. Coughing slightly, Huang Ziqing interjected with a hint of caution. "Many say the campus flower is a bit materialistic. You should be careful and spend wisely. Gu Wenqing chuckled, asserting that he and Wang Yanran were merely friends. Zhou Tao, ever perceptive, noticed Gu Wenqing had brought wine. With a mischievous grin, he rushed to the restroom to procure a mouthwash cup. Using a corkscrew to open the bottle of wine, pouring a generous glass. Zhou Tao downed it in one go and burped, "Wow, this wine is fantastic. Far better than the 35 yuan bottles back in our town." Zheng Xiaohong poured herself a glass, savoring it with elegance. Huang Ziqing, familiar with fine wines, recognized the brand, recalling having seen it at a friend's banquet. "This brand's wine starts at no less than 20 or 30,000, he exclaimed, horrified at the thought of consuming such a costly beverage without proper appreciation. "What? A wine worth tens of thousands?" Zhou Tao was taken aback, shocked. "So, I just gulped down 56,000 yuan? I just drank my entire semester's living expenses." Zheng Xiaohong gasped in disbelief. "Old Gu, is this wine truly that expensive? Why didn't you say something earlier?" Gu Wenqing remained modest, assuring them, "It's not expensive at all. Feel free to enjoy." The 888 yuan wine was, to him, a trivial expense. Huang Ziqing took small sips, noting the wine's exquisite flavor, even better than that served at the banquet. Observing Gu Wenqing's nonchalance, he refrained from further comments. Once a proud resident of Modu, he realized that he was not the wealthiest among the group. The true affluent figure in this dormitory was none other than old Gu. Chapter 11. Attractive individuals are popular among women. Nightfall descended quietly. In the vibrant, illuminated city, nightlife commenced. As Gu Wenqing and his companions exited the dormitory, they encountered several groups of passing girls. In the warm weather, they donned shorts or skirts, revealing their fair, slender legs, adorned with simple white sneakers or casual shoes. Their uncomplicated attire radiated youthful exuberance. Zheng Xiaohong gazed in awe, grinning as she whispered, "The girls at Modu University are quite impressive." Zhou Tao concurred, laughing broadly, after spending so much time back home. "I've yet to see as many beautiful women as I have today." Huang Ziqing scoffed. "Girls in big cities know how to dress. As long as they have a decent foundation, a little makeup can make them far more alluring than those plain-faced girls from smaller towns." As the four strolled, they found a barbecue stall not far from the school gate. Huang Ziqing's girlfriend also attended university locally, studying at a second-tier institution just a few kilometers away from Modu University. He contacted her, confirming she was on her way. "Is her roommate coming?" Zhou Tao inquired eagerly. Huang Ziqing replied, "Don't worry, they're all coming. Just seize the opportunity." They ordered some barbecue and beer, awaiting their arrival. Approximately 20 minutes later, four girls stepped out of a taxi. "Wen Huan, over here," Huang Ziqing called out excitedly, pointing in their direction. From a distance, they spotted a tall, strikingly beautiful girl accompanied by three others approaching. Zhou Tao's eyes sparkled. "Old Gu, look at that beauty. She's absolutely stunning. I'm claiming her first. You all can't steal her away." Gu Wenqing followed the direction of the gaze, and indeed, the leading girl was strikingly beautiful, with cascading brown hair, a pink top, and light gray denim shorts. Her fair, slender legs were adorned with white socks, and she wore a pair of casual white sneakers. The girl's eyes were exceptionally captivating, sparkling with a joy that uplifted anyone who beheld them. Huang Ziqing, with a hint of resentment, exclaimed, "What the hell? You must not covet a friend's wife. That is my girlfriend." "What? Your girlfriend?" Zhou Tao was taken aback, while Zheng Xiaohong appeared equally bewildered. If Gu Wenqing were to have a girlfriend of such beauty, it would come as no surprise, considering how devastatingly handsome he was. Yet, Huang Ziqing, with his average looks, had a girlfriend whose beauty was remarkable. Li Wenhuan led her three roommates to the barbecue stall, and upon seeing the shabby and disorderly environment, her brow furrowed in displeasure. After much effort to gather her friends for a meal, having traveled over 10 kilometers, she was disheartened that Huang Ziqing had chosen such a poor establishment for dining. She felt embarrassed in front of her roommates. It was Zheng Xiaohong's first time encountering such a lovely girl, and she had intended to engage in conversation. But her tongue stumbled, leading her to awkwardly utter, "Hello, sister-in-law." In the dormitory, Zheng Xiaohong, being the eldest, referred to Huang Ziqing's girlfriend as sister-in-law. "What did you call me?" Li Wenhuan frowned, her tone slightly irritable. Huang Ziqing, feeling awkward, chuckled and rubbed his nose, saying, "She's older than me. Calling you sister-in-law is not wrong. A temporary boyfriend is still a boyfriend." Li Wenhuan, with an air of superiority, retorted, "You haven't even made it official yet. Don't go spreading rumors every day." Zhou Tao was taken aback. "What? City folks really know how to play. There are temporary boyfriends and girlfriends?" Huang Ziqing sighed. "It's complicated. It hasn't been made official yet." Hearing this, Zhou Tao and Zheng Xiaohong exchanged knowing smiles. It was no wonder. Huang Ziqing didn't have an official girlfriend yet, and he dressed in a non-mainstream manner, which surely required considerable effort to pursue such a stunning girl. The four girls settled closely together. Li Wenhuan's roommates had initially come to see if the boys from the university were handsome. If they met satisfactory standards, they could exchange contact information. However, upon a distant glance, they were met with the sight of Zhou Tao, dressed in black and looking rather shabby, and Zheng Xiaoan, who was as thin as a monkey, leaving them all feeling disappointed. But once they sat down and caught sight of Gu Wenqing, they exclaimed, "Wow, he is truly handsome." Their gazes frequently drifted toward the most attractive Gu Wenqing, and Li Wenhuan found herself stealing a few more glances at him. In Li Wenhuan's dormitory, all four girls possessed considerable beauty, each distinctly urban in their style, impeccably dressed and made up, showcasing their unique charms. Su Qiuxiu donned a flowing white gown, exuding an ethereal quality. Mo Luo wore a tight athletic outfit paired with shorts, a fitness enthusiast with a slightly tanned complexion, yet her figure and features were striking. The least attractive among them was Dai Shi, clad in a white t-shirt and denim skirt, her exceptionally pale skin glowing, drawing attention to her bare arms and legs. Gu Wenqing couldn't help but marvel at how a fair complexion can overshadow a multitude of flaws. Though Dai Shi's beauty paled in comparison to the other three, her radiant skin rendered her the most captivating among them. They all introduced themselves, establishing a preliminary acquaintance. As the drinks flowed, Mo Luo suddenly asked Gu Wenqing, "Do you work out often?" Gu Wenqing took a sip of beer and replied, "What makes you say that?" In his 18 years of life, he had never set foot in a gym. Mo Luo's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, "I could see 8-pack abs. Such well-defined muscles are unattainable for someone who doesn't regularly exercise." Earlier, while chatting and drinking, Gu Wenqing had slightly lifted his shirt to cool off, catching Mo Luo's attention. He couldn't divulge that it was a system reward, laughing as he said, "You caught me. I really enjoy working out." "Wow, that's fantastic. I finally have a workout partner. I just got a gym membership for the year, and we can go together," Mo Luo said excitedly. "Hey, you're pushing it. You want to flirt with the handsome Gu so soon?" Li Wenhuan giggled. Su Qiuxiu nudged Dai Shi's arm, whispering, "Your eyes are practically glued to him. If you like him, you should make a move. Didn't you see Mo Luo already getting ahead?" Dai Shi's fair complexion flushed as she softly replied, "No. It's just the first time we've met. How could I possibly like him?" "Huh. Women don't regret it later," someone quipped. The two dormitories, with 8 individuals, were engaged in lively conversation when suddenly a loud crash reverberated through the establishment. Everyone turned towards the source of the noise, witnessing tables and chairs topple to the ground. Chapter 12. Gu Wenqing's Just Retribution. "Damn, what are you pretending to be pure for in front of me? You think you can disrespect me?" shouted a group of men, with the leader slapping a short-haired woman across the head. Gu Wenqing furrowed his brow, recognizing the long-haired girl behind her, Chen Yunxue, the campus beauty from high school. Just minutes before, a few drunken men had spotted the innocent-looking young girls, and one reached out to grab Chen Yunxue, leering, "How much for a night of companionship?" This infuriated Chen Yunxue, and her companion, the short-haired Lu Yao, exclaimed, "You're insane," provoking the men further. One of them retaliated with a punch to Lu Yao's head, and the other drunken men joined in. Lu Yao endured the pain, shielding Chen Yunxue from the onslaught. The leader, undeterred, continued to shout while assaulting, "I'm giving you face. It's your fortune to have my attention." He forcefully grabbed Lu Yao's hair, dragging her towards the other drunken men, brandishing a table to strike. The once admired campus beauty had never encountered such a situation, feeling utterly helpless and desperate. Onlookers were startled. Some pulled out their phones to call the police, while others recorded videos, aghast at the blatant disregard for the law. Everyone wished to be the hero who rescues the damsel in distress, but faced with overwhelming odds, self-preservation seemed the wiser choice. "I'll call the police. Let them handle it. They're too despicable. I hope justice arrives swiftly," someone lamented. "Damn it, it's my fault for drinking too much. I feel weak," another voice added. Among the crowd were students from the university who recognized one of the girls as the legendary campus goddess, Chen Yun. The red-haired girl observed that people were avoiding the scene, their eyes averted, and no one dared to step forward to help. Her eyes brimmed with tears. With so many people present, if they acted together, they could surely stop the drunken men from committing violence. However, in such circumstances, self-preservation took precedence, and one could hardly blame them. As the table was about to strike Lu Yao, Gu Wenqing stood up. His 3 roommates shouted, "Old Gu, don't go. We've already called the police. Don't be reckless." Gu Wenqing ignored them and charged forward. "Don't worry. I've trained." Gu Wenqing possessed the skill, invincible, and he regarded these ruffians with utter disdain. The girls present held their breath, a glimmer of hope igniting within them. The red-haired girl saw a chance for salvation. In that fleeting moment, Gu Wenqing seemed to radiate brilliance amidst the darkness, evoking a heartwarming sentiment that was difficult for the girls to resist. He dashed forward with remarkable speed as he witnessed a drunken man poised to bring a table crashing down. In an instant, Gu Wenqing executed a swift kick, sending the intoxicated brute sprawling to the ground like a lifeless pig. This abrupt action alerted other drunken men nearby, who reacted with fury. "You bastard, seeking death," they shouted. Unfazed by the onslaught of fists raining upon him, Gu Wenqing pressed forward, delivering powerful strikes that landed squarely on the heads of his assailants. The echoes of his punches reverberated through the air. After a mere 7 blows, they were rendered unconscious, their faces smeared with blood. Remarkably, Gu Wenqing had restrained his strength. Otherwise, their jaws would have surely dislocated. The first man he had dispatched soon regained his senses, exclaiming, "Damn it, I'm going to kill you," brandishing a knife as he lunged at Gu Wenqing. A wave of apprehension swept through the onlookers, each silently praying for his safety. Gu Wenqing furrowed his brow, realizing he had perhaps been too lenient in his approach. With unparalleled agility, he surged forward, effortlessly overpowering the drunken louts. In a split second, Gu Wenqing unleashed a flurry of punches, striking the man until he lay on the ground, bloodied and defeated. In the distance, Huang Zicheng stood in shock, his mouth agape. Just like that, Gu Wenqing had quelled the chaos. "Wow, that was incredible," he exclaimed. Zhou Tao and Zheng Xiaohong shared the same astonishment, nodding in agreement. In that moment, Gu Wenqing embodied the spirit of a warrior, reminiscent of an ancient general charging into the fray against his foes. The sight sent shivers down the spines of many girls, their hearts racing with admiration. What a man! Such a sense of security, they thought. The distant wail of sirens could be heard as the events unfolded, corroborated by witnesses. Gu Wenqing, having acted bravely, provided a statement at the police station, quickly concluding the matter before stepping outside. As he emerged, his companions awaited him. Li Wenhuan's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she observed Gu Wenqing's well-defined abs, giggling. "Wow, you're quite impressive. We worried for nothing." Mo Luo exclaimed in delight. "I had no idea you practiced martial arts. You must teach me sometime." Dai Shijing remained silent, her eyes betraying her concern. Following this incident, the girls regarded Gu Wenqing with newfound respect. His striking looks had initially drawn them in, but his fearless stand against the aggressor had elevated his stature in their eyes. Feeling their concern, Gu Wenqing smiled, embodying the spirit of justice. "I cannot stand idly by while they are harmed," he thought. Nurtured under the red banner and raised in the warmth of spring, harboring a sense of righteousness. "Hey, wait for me," called a cheerful voice from behind. A charming girl with red hair hurried towards them, panting, "I thought you were leaving." Chapter 13. Military training begins. The red-haired Lin Yingying, clad in an expensive ensemble, exuded confidence in her black lace-trimmed dress and Valentino heels that accentuated her alluring figure. She held a newly purchased garment in her hands. "Here, this is for you." Without hesitation, Gu Wenqing accepted the gift and donned it immediately. Lin Yingying's gaze swept over Li Wenhuan and the other girls, a hint of rivalry flickering in her eyes as she wondered if they too admired him. "You were absolutely stunning earlier. Can I have your contact information?" Zhou Tao, Zheng Xiaohong, and Huang Zicheng exchanged glances filled with envy. Gu Wenqing is truly remarkable, receiving a beautiful girl's request for his WeChat. They mused. Is this the chasm that separates us from him? With his physique, looks, martial prowess, and sense of justice, any girl would surely be drawn to him. "All right," Gu Wenqing replied, accepting her friend's request before heading back to his dormitory. Meanwhile, Zhou Tao and the others escorted the girls back to campus, concerned for their safety after the recent events. Ding! The host has unlocked a new title, Brave and Selfless. Reward, 10 storefronts on Huaxi Commercial Street. Congratulations. The host has gained the attribute enhancement, Gentlemanly Elegance. This refinement bestows the host with a youthful sophistication, enhancing his appearance significantly. Elegance, Gu Wenqing mused to himself. He considered himself decent-looking, possessing a youthful charm. With this new enhancement, his attractiveness would surely soar to unprecedented heights. How will other boys ever compete? He wondered. If he continued to unlock new titles at this rate, he might soon become a wealthy, talented youth, the envy of all. After some time, Gu Wenqing composed himself. He transferred 5,000 yuan to Lin Yingying via WeChat, acknowledging the expense of her luxurious gift. His note read, "For the dress." Lin Yingying replied instantly, "What are you doing? I don't want it. It's just a dress. Consider it a reward for your bravery." Gu Wenqing countered, "The dress is lovely, but I dislike being indebted to others." After a moment's reflection, realizing her good intentions, he softened his tone and added, "How about you treat me to a meal sometime?" Lin Yingying replied sweetly, "Sure, but you can't refuse this time." In a villa district of Magic City, upon receiving the funds, Lin Yingying felt she had stumbled upon a treasure. In high spirits, she hummed a tune, pondering, a Ferrari, a bank account with over 10 billion. 10 storefronts on Huaxi Commercial Street, a high-end restaurant, and 2 priceless celebrity license plates. In a brief span of time, Gu Wenqing had unknowingly acquired such wealth. Each item, if considered individually, would evoke envy, yet he possessed them all, with even greater fortunes likely to come. The 10 storefronts awarded today were situated on Huaxi Street, the most luxurious commercial avenue near the university, frequented by students, ensuring a steady flow of customers and skyrocketing values. If an ordinary person were to possess a storefront on Huaxi Street and merely rent it out, they could easily rake in tens of millions annually, allowing them to live comfortably without lifting a finger for the rest of their lives. Remarkably, Gu Qingwen has acquired 10 such storefronts all at once. After a long day, Gu Wenqing swiftly drifted into slumber. The next day, the counselor had reminded the class in their group chat about military training. Gu Wenqing rose early. "Hey, old Gu, why do I feel like you suddenly look more handsome?" Huang Ziqing remarked while grooming his hair, noticing Gu Wenqing's transformation. Zhou Tao chimed in, grinning with envy. "Yeah, I feel the same way," Zheng Xiaohong exclaimed, jealousy lacing her words. "What on earth? Is there no justice in the world? You were already handsome, and now you've become even more striking after just one night's sleep. How are we supposed to live with this?" Gu Wenqing chuckled. "Get lost. I've always been this handsome, you just never noticed." With that, he headed to the restroom to freshen up. After splashing water on his face, Gu Wenqing looked up and was taken aback by his reflection. Wow, is the transformation so evident? His facial features remained unchanged, yet the overall enhancement elevated his appearance by several notches. It was clear he looked significantly more attractive, which explained the astonishment of his 3 dorm mates. Previously, Gu Wenqing was indeed handsome, but not to the point of inciting universal envy. However, after the system's elegant refinement, his looks had soared to an entirely new level. Before the optimization, Gu Wenqing's attractiveness could rival that of popular figures like Bai Gu Tianle, Wu Yanzu, and Chen Guanji. Post-optimization, it was undeniable that they paled in comparison, rendered mere shadows next to his brilliance. Under the blazing September sun, the campus of Moda University was alive with thousands of freshmen standing in military formation, clad in camouflage attire. The oppressive heat caused perspiration to stream down their bodies, leaving them feeling drenched. "All right, everyone, at ease," the instructor announced, glancing at his phone before blowing the whistle for a break. The students, drained from the training, collapsed onto the ground in exhaustion. Gu Wenqing removed his cap. Thanks to his enhanced physique, he wasn't fatigued, but the heat was undeniably intense, leaving him feeling uncomfortably damp. Seeing everyone seated, Gu Wenqing took a seat as well. Huang Ziqing exclaimed, "Crap, I just styled my hair this morning." Glancing over, Gu Wenqing observed his friend's hair slicked down, comically flattened by the cap. He felt fortunate for having opted for a neat short hairstyle, as his hair remained unruffled after removing the cap. Suddenly, a gasp rippled through the formation. The sound was so pronounced that it drew the attention of everyone on the playground, including the instructor and upperclassmen who had come to relish the sight of the freshmen's military training. As their gazes converged, the boys were instantly captivated. "Isn't that the art department's beauty from the forum? It's Senior Wang Yanran. What brings her to the playground?" Chapter 14. 2 goddesses come to deliver water amidst the captivated stares. Wang Yanran appeared in a white off-shoulder t-shirt and a light-colored ultra-short skirt, complemented by fishnet stockings and white sneakers. Her long hair was playfully styled in a bun, and her flawless makeup radiated under the brilliant sunlight. Striding confidently with her long legs, she exuded an air of sophistication, her charming smile illuminating the surroundings. Her presence instantly invigorated the previously lethargic boys, who now seemed revitalized as if they had just consumed an energy drink. Wang Yanran, a second-year student at Moda University, was celebrated within the campus network as one of the 2 beauties in the art department. The newly admitted freshman had already seen her online and marveled at her presence, declaring that she was even more graceful in reality than in photographs. As she approached the forefront of the playground, a bottle of sparkling water in hand, an absolute favorite among the younger students, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Was the campus beauty truly here to deliver sparkling water to a freshman? Could it be that within just one day of arriving on campus, a newcomer had managed to capture the heart of the esteemed senior? Senior Wang Yanran is absolutely stunning. The boys from Gu Wenqing's class gushed, their excitement palpable. "Hey, did you all know? Wang Yanran has a crush on our Gu Wenqing," exclaimed one of his classmates. "Old Gu, look at the thoughtful service from the senior. Honestly, you're so enviable," remarked a few of his dorm mates, their jealousy evident. "What? It's for Gu Wenqing? No way." The disbelief was palpable among the boys from various classes, who exchanged incredulous glances, suspecting that Zhou Tao and the others were merely exaggerating. Rumors circulated online that Wang Yanran was materialistic and that mere looks would win her over. However, as Wang Yanran drew closer, approaching Gu Wenqing directly. Reality dawned on them. The stunningly beautiful senior was indeed there for him. They felt an emptiness inside, akin to the pangs of unrequited love. Wang Yinran playfully winked at Gu Wenqing, saying, "Here's your sparkling water, Junior. On such a hot day, it's refreshing to drink something cold." The scene left everyone present in utter shock. The campus beauty braving the scorching sun to deliver water to a freshman was beyond belief. Witnessing this unfold, the girls in attendance suddenly realized that Modi University harbored such an attractive young man. "Oh my, I think I'm in love. How can someone be so handsome?" They whispered among themselves. Despite everyone wearing the same camouflage attire, Gu Wenqing stood out distinctly. Next to him were two other boys, one, a skinny bespectacled lad who looked like a simian in his camo, and the other, a dyed blonde with an unkempt hairstyle reminiscent of a fringe. In stark contrast, Gu Wenqing's short hair and camouflage uniform made him shine brilliantly, captivating the hearts of those around him. The girls in the stands were filled with regret. Why didn't I notice him sooner? That handsome boy has already been claimed by that materialistic girl. They lamented. Ugh, I'm so frustrated. That charming junior is no longer available. Someone even managed to snap a few photos of him, posting them on the school forum with the title, "The Most Handsome Freshman of This Year." Modi University's campus heartthrob has been chosen. It quickly climbed the ranks of the forum's hot topics. Gu Wenqing was now an undeniable sensation. Previously, during the Ferrari incident, the only image of him was a blurred profile, and while the Ferrari's owner gained notoriety, no one knew the identity of the driver. Meanwhile, footage of Gu Wenqing bravely taking down 8 drunken men was circulating on social media, further amplifying his newfound fame. Wang Yinran noticed the change in him. "Junior, you've become even more handsome, right? We make quite the pair, don't we?" Gu Wenqing replied with a grin. Wang Yinran turned back to him with a smile. "I think so too. Why don't we give it a try?" "Sure, let us meet tonight at Jalelu," he suggested. Wang Yinran playfully feigned annoyance. "Go away." After a brief, hushed conversation, she departed. In that moment, the male classmates were consumed by an overwhelming jealousy towards Gu Wenqing. Why was it that, despite being in the same freshman year, Gu Wenqing was so extraordinarily exceptional? During military training, she even had senior sisters delivering her refreshments, evidently being pursued by the flower of the department, Gu Wenqing. It seemed that, in pursuit of a fulfilling university life, the boys needed to step up their game, many of them clenching their fists in motivation. Suddenly, a melodious voice rang out. "Gu Wenqing, here's your milk tea." Just as one wave subsided, another arose. Chen Yunxue, clad in a JK uniform, a crisp white shirt and a light blue short skirt, complemented by knee-length white stockings, stood radiantly in the sunlight, her demeanor exuding innocence. Due to the events of the previous night, she had been at the hospital caring for Lu Yao and thus missed military training. Another beautiful girl had taken the initiative to bring warmth to Gu Wenqing. The boys present were seething with envy, their eyes burning with jealousy. What the hell? Are we not allowed to live? One flower of the department was already pushing it, and everyone had managed to endure that, knowing there were other beautiful girls at the university. But now, the so-called most beautiful freshman, Chen Yunxue, was also delivering water to Gu Wenqing. There were only a handful of top-tier beauties, and Gu Wenqing had captured the hearts of 2 campus flowers. How could this not incite rage among them? This is absurd. He.s. a scoundrel. Just a moment ago, Senior Wang Yinran delivered water to him. He.s. straddling 2 boats. Don't be fooled. Some boys from Chen Yunxue's class approached, each voicing their discontent. At the start of the semester, when they learned that the most beautiful freshman was in their class, the boys had been thrilled. Some believed that proximity to the water would yield the first fruits, as the most beautiful freshman might just take notice of them. However, they were dismayed to see their class goddess delivering water to a boy from another class. They couldn't allow the campus flower to leap into the fire. Chen Yunxue, coldly retorting, stated, "What does it matter to you? I'm delivering mine. She's delivering hers. There's no conflict." She handed the milk tea to Gu Wenqing and departed, as she still needed to tend to Lu Yao at the hospital. Zhou Tao, Huang Zicheng, and Zheng Xiaohong's gazes were fixed upon Gu Wenqing. Wow, our role model. Incredible. He managed to have 2 beauties deliver water simultaneously. Could it be that Wang Yinran and Chen Yunxue are both vying for Gu Wenqing's affection? A boy named Wang Sonyang, who was in the same class as Chen Yunxue, interjected, "Since you already have a senior sister, keep your distance from Chen Yunxue." Wang Sonyang had been infatuated with Chen Yunxue since the moment he laid eyes on her. Seeing his beloved goddess delivering water to another man sparked intense animosity towards Gu Wenqing. "Do you think being handsome allows you to juggle multiple relationships?" Wang Sonyang questioned loudly. Gu Wenqing, unfazed, replied, "I'm single. How could I be juggling anything?" Wang Sonyang retorted, "In any case, you must not let Chen Yunxue deliver water to you again. You're unworthy of her." Hearing this, Huang Ziqing stepped forward and said, "Are you out of your mind? First, clarify that it was Chun Yunxue who voluntarily delivered water to Gu Wenqing. If you have the guts, stop her from doing so." Wang Sonyang, undeterred, continued. Chun Yunxue is still young. She is merely blinded by his superficial charm. Once she enters society, she will realize that good looks cannot buy sustenance. Only wealth is omnipotent. Wang Sonyang seemed to have found a surge of confidence, proclaiming loudly, "Do you know how much my family's house costs? One of our houses is worth 8 million. You all will toil your entire lives, and still couldn't afford a place in this city." Upon hearing his words, the surrounding classmates fell silent. Although his remarks were harsh, they were not unfounded. It was only upon arriving in this city that they realized the depth of their own poverty. Housing prices here soared into the tens of thousands per square meter. To purchase even a modest one-bedroom apartment in a bustling area would require at least 3 to 4 million. Many would inevitably have to leave their dreams in this city, as buying a house remained an insurmountable challenge. Even if they bit the bullet and exhausted their family's resources for a down payment, the monthly mortgage would suffocate them. Some students envied Wang Sonyang. At least he didn't have to worry about the exorbitant housing prices. Wang Sonyang's tone grew increasingly arrogant. "My family's house is worth 8 million, and we have 4 of them." He looked at Gu Wenqing with disdain. "What do you have to compete with me?" After speaking, he stood there, feeling quite pleased with himself. Being handsome means nothing. In this world, financial power reigns supreme. 4 houses worth 8 million each amounted to a staggering 32 million. This was no small sum. One could purchase 30 or 40 high-rise apartments in a small city with that amount. A few girls, upon hearing that Wang Sonyang had 4 houses, discreetly shot him flirtatious glances, even if he were just average-looking. The fact that his family owned 4 properties in this city transformed him into a desirable catch in the eyes of some girls. Just as everyone was still processing Wang Sonyang's statements, the campus security approached the playground. The security officer shouted, "Is Gu Wenqing from the economics department here?" Gu Wenqing stepped out from the crowd and replied, "That's me. Your Ferrari is parked under a tree on campus, obstructing the landscaping work. You need to move it quickly." "All right." Gu Wenqing responded and proceeded to relocate the car, completely ignoring Wang Sonyang's provocations. As she pulled out her Ferrari key, Wang Sonyang was left dumbfounded. How could this be? The outsider Gu Wenqing drove a Ferrari to school. The cheapest Ferrari would cost over 4 million. Zhou Tao, Huang Ziqing, Zheng Xiaohong, and the entirety of the playground stood agape, utterly unable to believe their ears. Gu Wenqing was actually driving a Ferrari. After a moment of stunned silence, someone gasped, "What kind of standard is it to drive a multi-million-dollar car as a freshman? It's the epitome of privilege. Her family must have at least several billion in assets." Wow. Born at the finish line. Hearing the whispers around him, Wang Sonyang felt utterly mortified. In no time, Gu Wenqing returned after moving her car. Zhou Tao approached her, asking, "Old Gu, how much is your Ferrari worth? Are you asking about the car price or the license plate?" Gu Wenqing responded with a hint of confusion. "Of course, the car price. Why would I ask about the license plate? The Ferrari is worth over 20 million. Wow. With over 20 million, one could buy 2 apartments in a bustling area of this city." The boys looked at Gu Wenqing with a mix of envy and complex feelings. At that moment, Wang Sonyang longed to find a hole to crawl into. He had been boasting about his family's assets worth 32 million, while Gu Wenqing's car alone was worth over 20 million. The financial power of someone who could afford a $20 million car was simply beyond his reach. Wang Sonyang had essentially invited Gu Wenqing to slap him in the face, and now he found himself on the receiving end of that slap. Truly, he had the worst luck imaginable. "Old Gu, is this your Ferrari?" Huang Ziqing had found a picture online. Yes, Gu Wenqing confirmed. In the entire city, or perhaps even the entire university town, she was the only one driving a Ferrari LaFerrari. Damn. Huang Ziqing was genuinely in awe of Gu Wenqing, utterly impressed. "The license plate of the Ferrari is Hu A11111. Gu Wenqing, you are truly remarkable." What did they hear? The license plate of the Ferrari is Hu A11111. Even a girl who knows nothing about cars understands the exorbitant value of such a plate. In the realm of luxury, a plate can be more precious than the vehicle itself. A Ferrari LaFerrari worth over 20 million is eclipsed by the price of its plate. Is this how the wealthy indulge? Look at the news on my phone. There are reports stating that Hu A11111 was transacted at a premium of 20 million. The total transaction price reached 168 million. In this moment, they genuinely grasped the meaning of wealth disparity and the harsh realities of society. A single license plate could purchase dozens of homes in the metropolis. 168 million sitting in a bank account would yield enough interest in a year to grant them financial freedom. The gazes directed at Gu Wenqing were filled with unbounded envy. He truly is the epitome of a wealthy individual. Wang Sonyang felt utterly despondent. Acutely aware of the peculiar stares surrounding him, he felt profoundly uncomfortable. Had he really attempted to show off in front of a tycoon? Is a 32 million house impressive? No. The value of one license plate surpasses that of 532 million houses. In comparison to Gu Wenqing, he felt like a firefly against the sun. Humiliated by his own pretensions, Wang Songyang lowered his head and scurried back to his class formation. Gu Wenqing's 3 roommates gathered around him, and among them, Zhou Tao exclaimed, "Wow, last night that bottle of red wine I had was worth several thousand." Huang Ziqing added, "Wasn't it you who drove the Ferrari to rescue the damsel in distress? One must admit, your humility is commendable. You had us all fooled. I must boast to my high school classmates that my roommate drives a multi-million-dollar Ferrari." Chapter 16. Searching for the young man in white online. The incident sparked immense interest on both Douyin and Kuaishou, the 2 leading short video platforms. Upon its release, the video ignited public outrage, tugging at the hearts of those who encountered it. As the situation escalated, it quickly garnered significant attention. The complete surveillance footage from the establishment was soon leaked. Viewers watching the screen gasped in horror. The footage continued to roll. A young man donned in a white shirt suddenly leaped to his feet, sprinting towards the leader. With a swift kick, he saved the person. Then, viewers witnessed countless fists and slaps raining down upon the young man in the white shirt. Despite being pulled by several burly men, his white shirt was torn to shreds. Yet, he exhibited no trace of fear. 1 punch, 3 punches, 5 punches, 7 punches. He felled a drunken brute with a single blow. In that instant, the young man stood bare in the darkness, radiating like a beacon of light. "Well done, buddy. Isn't he more admirable than some celebrities?" In a world devoid of Ultraman or Digga, there exists an ordinary young man in a white shirt. Even a seasoned man like myself finds him strikingly handsome. This guy is truly fierce. At the conclusion of the video, the light arrived. Countless individuals were moved. The youth, fighting alone, exemplified that justice may be delayed but will never be absent. The situation began to escalate. Of course, Gu Wenqing was oblivious to all of this, as he was still enduring rigorous military training. In no time, searching for the young man in white spread across the internet. How popular was it? The top 10 trending topics on Weibo were all related to the young man in white. On Kuaishou and Douyin, 9 out of 10 videos were about the young man in white. Countless girls across the nation idolized him. In a certain office building in the metropolis, at the forefront of a conference room, an elderly man gazed sternly at the troops before him. Thankfully, someone stepped forward. Otherwise, what would become of the metropolis's reputation? How would fellow citizens from across the country perceive the people of the metropolis? Without the young man's intervention, the city's image would surely plummet. Conduct a thorough investigation. Handle the provocateurs with special measures and hold them accountable. As the meeting was about to adjourn, the elder's tone softened slightly. We must not turn a blind eye to the courageous young man. He deserves recognition and reward. On the university's playground, the freshmen had just completed their military training and were resting in the shade. Zhou Tao enviously inquired of Gu Wenqing, "What is the life of the wealthy like?" Gu Wenqing smiled and replied, "Just like yours, eating, drinking, and sleeping." "Come on, it can't be the same. Your bottle of red wine costs more than my family's annual income." Zhou Tao, hailing from a rural background, sighed. "One cannot compare people." Huang Ziqing chimed in, "You cannot even begin to imagine the life of the wealthy." Throughout the day, the 3 roommates did not allow Gu Wenqing's affluence to create a rift. Rather, they found him to be an exceptionally good person. Despite his family's considerable wealth, Gu Wenqing never flaunted it before anyone, nor did he look down on them. Especially for Zhou Tao, who came from humble beginnings, this was profoundly significant. Emerging from a life of abject poverty, he always felt out of place in the grand city, often sensing the judgmental glances directed at him. Labeled as dark as coal and dressed in tattered attire, Zhou Tao often appeared carefree, but deep down, he was quite sensitive and felt disheartened by the disdain of self-righteous urbanites. In contrast, Gu Wenqing, who could drive $1 million luxury car and possessed a license plate worth over 100 million, treated people with humility and never regarded him with disdain. Even when Zhou Tao finished half a bottle of Gu Wenqing's expensive wine, Gu Wenqing merely remarked that it was not costly and encouraged him to drink freely. It is no wonder Gu Wenqing is wealthy and sought after by girls. Suddenly, 5 or 6 uniformed government officials appeared on the playground, seemingly accompanied by cameras and interviewers. "Excuse me, may we ask where Gu Wenqing is?" inquired a uniformed officer. "Oh, their class formation is over there. The most handsome one is him, a boy." Somewhat intimidated by the officers, pointed out, thanks to Wang Songyang's earlier display of bravado, he now recognized Gu Wenqing. Why are so many officers looking for Gu Wenqing? A first-year student wondered aloud. What connection could a student have with the police? Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Oh no, could it be that Gu Wenqing has gotten into trouble?" The speaker was Chu Bowen, who had been humiliated by Gu Wenqing the previous day, losing his chance for a private date with the school beauty, Chun. He was a person who feared the strong and bullied the weak. Having silently observed Wang Songyang provoke Gu Wenqing, he harbored deep resentment towards both. Yet, he felt powerless against either. One drove a $1 million Ferrari, while the other owned a $32 million house, leaving him with no choice but to endure. Now, Chu Bowen had finally found an opportunity for revenge. Chapter 17. Should we blur the faces? At Yeyang No. 1 High School, Chu Bowen was also a prominent figure. Having never heard of Gu Wenqing during his time there, if Gu Wenqing's family were genuinely wealthy, he surely would not have gone unnoticed at Yeyang No. 1 High School. A realization struck Chu Bowen. He believed he had uncovered the truth. The truth was singular. Gu Wenqing's family was not wealthy. All this money was likely ill-gotten gains from criminal activities. Chu Bowen continued to voice loudly, "The police have arrived. Perhaps Gu Wenqing has committed some crime." Boom. This sentence detonated like a bomb, reverberating across the playground. It seemed the police were indeed seeking Gu Wenqing. Could it be that he truly committed an error? Some students murmured in hushed tones. The evidence lay stark before them. The police had personally arrived, indicating that he had undoubtedly transgressed. Furthermore, the sheer number of personnel present was quite formidable. 5 or 6 police officers, the university's leadership, and reporters armed with cameras suggested that Gu Wenqing's misdeeds were significant. As the police approached Gu Wenqing, the 2 leading officers placed their hands upon his shoulders and initiated the arrest. Chu Bowen felt a surge of exhilaration within. Chuckling to himself, this is a gratifying spectacle. How foolish he was to continue pretending. His handsome features would no longer attract any goddesses. The 2 officers gently patted Gu Wenqing on the shoulder, smiling as they addressed him. "Brave young man in white, greetings. Gu Wenqing, student of Modi University. You have done well. You have brought honor to our institution and serve as a paragon for all students and faculty." "What? Brave deeds? Honor for the school? Aren't the police here to arrest Gu Wenqing? Didn't he commit a crime?" Upon hearing the police's words, Chu Bowen, who relished the misfortune of others, was rendered speechless with shock. Seizing the opportunity, the school leadership delivered a commendatory statement. Our freshman in economics, Gu Wenqing, valiantly intervened to rescue 2 fellow students from harassment by several assailants. He faced the aggressors alone, ultimately subduing them and preventing the situation from escalating further. All students and faculty at Modi University should look to Gu Wenqing as an exemplar. After much deliberation, it was agreed among multiple parties to award Gu a monetary prize of 200,000 yuan in recognition of his bravery. Following this, Gu Wenqing participated in a private interview with reporters in an empty classroom. In a luxurious villa district of Modu, the Lin family was gathered for dinner, their television broadcasting the local news. "Ever since you entered university, you've been running around, hardly ever coming home. Remember, do not engage in romantic relationships before graduation. Keep your distance from those boys. Many of them seek to deceive naive young women like you," Lin's mother earnestly advised her daughter. In her eyes, her daughter was exceptionally talented, resembling a fairy, yet she remained innocent and unguarded. She feared her precious child might fall prey to unscrupulous men. Lin Ying retorted, I know. In this day and age, how can anyone prevent university students from freely pursuing love? Besides, when I'm not at home, I'm in my dormitory, forging bonds with my friends." Lin's father chimed in with a grin. "Be discerning when choosing a partner. There are many dubious characters in your arts department. Protect yourself." Lin Ying scoffed. "I'm aware of what I'm doing. I have someone I like, and he is incredibly handsome and responsible. Even you, Mom, cannot thwart my pursuit of love." Humph. Lin's mother's attempts to dissuade her daughter were in vain. What mattered most was character. As long as one possessed integrity. Financial status was of little concern. We certainly were not lacking in wealth. As their conversation unfolded, the television displayed footage of the violent incident. The anchor reported, "Yesterday, outside the gates of Modi University, a group of 7 or 8 brutish men harassed and assaulted 2 female students. In this moment of crisis, freshman Gu Wenqing, majoring in economics, bravely intervened, confronting the assailants single-handedly and successfully subduing a drunken man." The anchor urged, this footage should inspire more individuals to act courageously, assisting those in need whenever possible, just like the red-haired girl and the young man in white in the video. Within the villa, Lin's mother immediately recognized the red-haired girl. "Is that you?" she inquired. The girl, with an air of pride, replied, "Of course." Lin's father, beaming with pride, exclaimed, "Well done. The Lin family must never lack for a sense of justice. I am proud of you, Ying. Your mother is equally proud." The news continued, and the station's reporters conducted an interview with the courageous young man. Gu Wenqing appeared on screen, his fresh, clean-cut hairstyle and camouflage attire captivating all viewers. "Will you be pixelated?" the reporter asked, suspecting the boy sought fame. Gu Wenqing replied cheerfully, "Oh, no need. I'll just wear a mask. Soon, the masked Gu Wenqing reappeared on screen, causing the girls watching to feel disheartened. Ah, how could this be? Dreaded mask, I vow to oppose you. In Chapter 18, titled We All Owe Brother Gu a White Shirt, Lin's mother marveled at the boy's sense of responsibility and striking looks. Hearing Gu Wenqing praised, Lin Yingying's eyes sparkled with delight. Isn't he incredibly handsome? Lin's father cast a knowing glance at his daughter, who was grinning foolishly. Gu Wenqing, adorned in camouflage, radiated youthful vigor. Despite wearing a mask, his stunning visage left an indelible mark upon the hearts of countless viewers. Do good deeds without questioning the future. Even in my absence, I believe countless brave souls will rise to the occasion, Gu Wenqing humbly stated, exuding positivity and stirring the hearts of those watching, igniting a desire to perform acts of valor themselves. At the news's conclusion, a reporter posed a question regarding the 200,000 yuan award for your bravery. How do you intend to use it? The young viewers, hearing of the substantial prize, were filled with envy, particularly those who had dropped out to work. Left speechless in disbelief. They toiled for years without saving such an amount. An 18-year-old receiving a 20,000 yuan reward for bravery was indeed enviable. Imagining how they might spend 20,000 yuan, they fantasized. I would buy a house. I would purchase a nice car to show those who look down on me that I am doing well. I could buy heaps of cosmetics, designer clothes, and bags. Unconsciously, they envisioned how they would indulge with such a fortune. Then, Gu Wenqing's voice resonated through the television. First, I would like to express my gratitude to the government and my school for this award. I intend to donate this 200,000 to those in need, particularly the children in impoverished mountainous regions. Wow, that is impressive. What a mindset. At that moment, everyone was captivated by Gu Wenqing's character, recognizing him as a true role model for contemporary youth. Those who had dreamt of how to spend 20,000 were taken aback by Gu Wenqing's noble spirit, their faces flushed with shame at their own pettiness. That night, Gu Wenqing dominated trending topics across the internet. So handsome, so handsome, so handsome. A sentiment echoed thrice for emphasis. Mom, won't he stop me from dating anymore? Gu Wenqing, wait for me. Celebrities could step aside. Gu Wenqing was the true star. In tears, some longed to seek out Brother Gu, despite the distance separating them. Seeing him, I couldn't help but cry, but no distance could compare to mine. I am abroad. Gu Wenqing, clad in camouflage attire, exudes an undeniable charm that could undoubtedly serve as a captivating recruitment tool, enticing countless women to enlist. I am signing up. Count me in. A staggering 1 million have joined in. Among the trending topics, one particularly noteworthy phrase, "We all owe the boy in white a shirt," has led to a meteoric surge in the sales of white shirts on Taobao tonight. It is said that many retailers have completely sold out of their white shirts. Young women have taken to purchasing white shirts online, having them delivered directly to the prestigious Shanghai University, addressed to the boy in white, Gu Wenqing. His valor, noble character, and striking appearance have catapulted Gu Wenqing to the status of an idol for countless youths overnight. At a certain high school, Wang Chong, wearing a white shirt, exuberantly rushes to class, eager to announce to his entire class that he too is a boy in white. Upon entering the classroom, he is taken aback to find all 48 classmates adorned in white shirts. Are they all devotees of Brother Gu? Class is starting. At that moment, the homeroom teacher, clad in a white shirt, strides to the podium. Meanwhile, in a boys' dormitory at Shanghai University, Gu Wenqing lies on his bed, on the verge of tears. He truly does not wish for fame. That scoundrel of a reporter promised to edit out the portion where he wasn't wearing a mask, yet he has proven untrustworthy. Ding. The host has unlocked a new title, Rising Star. Reward, 10 parallel space songs in the style of Huaxia. Arrangements and lyrics have been stored in the host's mind. Reward, 2 premier cinemas in Shanghai. Items awarded by the system will be delivered to the host in a timely manner, and the host may use them without concern. Once again, a new title has been unlocked. In just 2 short days, Gu Wenqing has unlocked new titles 4 times. However, this latest reward feels rather lackluster. Not only does it lack any skills, but it also includes songs that seem utterly unrelated to him. Huaxia style? Why have I never encountered such a genre before? Upon exploring the newfound memories, Gu Wenqing discovers that the songs are indeed quite melodious. A single track could outshine all the records released by the current crop of youthful idols in the entertainment industry. He cannot help but hum softly to himself. The song is titled Blue and White Porcelain. The plain clay outlines the blue and white, the brushstrokes thickening and thinning. The peony depicted on the vase is as pristine as a maiden's first adornment. The allure of the lady in the painting is a treasured secret, and your enchanting smile is akin to a flower yet to bloom. Gu Wenqing silently admires the beauty of the lyrics and their profound imagery. Suddenly, Huang Ziqing interjects. Old Gu, what on earth are you humming? It sounds horrendous. Just stop. Zhou Tao, as if discovering a new continent, mockingly declares. I can't believe that someone as handsome as old Gu sings so atrociously. My goodness, it's unbearable. No one is perfect, and old Gu. Heed your brother's advice. Refrain from singing. You simply cannot manage it. Zheng Xiaohong concurs. Gu Wenqing wonders, is his singing truly that dreadful? He himself feels it sounds rather pleasant. He tries to sing Sky Blue and Drizzling Rain. The three in the dormitory cover their ears, shouting, Old Gu, cease your actions. You are committing auditory murder. Damn, just wait. Once I acquire singing skills, I will surely show you what a true song deity is like. Chapter 19. Encountering a goofball at the milk tea shop. The following day, after military training, Wang Yanran expresses her desire to take a stroll outside with Gu Wenqing. Under the envious gazes of many, Gu Wenqing and the department flower walk side by side toward a Ferrari. Both boys and girls cannot help but steal glances at Gu Wenqing. The boys are filled with jealousy over Gu Wenqing's alluring senior sister, while the girls envy Wang Yanran for her ambiguous closeness with Gu Wenqing and for being the passenger in his Ferrari. Where shall we go? Gu Wenqing inquires. Let's south head to Huaxi Street. It's quite entertaining there, Wang Yanran replies. Gu Wenqing nods, thinking it's a perfect opportunity to inspect the 10 storefronts on Huaxi Commercial Street. Coincidentally, an upscale Western restaurant is also located there. As the Ferrari cruises down the road, Gu Wenqing takes a moment to admire Wang Yanran's impressive attire. She dons a fitted white camisole that accentuates her slim waist, paired with a denim miniskirt that showcases her long, shapely legs, elegantly wrapped in black knee-high stockings, an alluring campus style. Her flawless ensemble, complemented by a delicate pink makeup look, stirs a sense of excitement within Gu Wenqing. With one hand on the wheel, he inadvertently rests his hand on Wang Yanran's long leg. Wang Yanran glances at him helplessly. Having already been taken advantage of, she decides to let it be. After a while, Gu Wenqing's hand drifts lower. Wang Yanran shyly protests, not yet. Gu Wenqing asks, when will it be okay? Wang Yanran replies playfully, only when I say so. Gu Wenqing, not pressing the matter, soon arrives at the underground parking lot of Huaxi Street. Let us go check out my storefronts, he declares. Wang Yanran obediently nods. It's hardly surprising that someone as affluent as Gu Wenqing would own a property on Huaxi Street. Following the system's guidance, Gu Wenqing swiftly locates his 10 storefronts. Their geographic positioning is remarkably advantageous, situated at the heart of the commercial street, an area renowned for its high value. Each storefront spans over 200 square meters, and at the current market rate of approximately 80,000 yuan per square meter, a single 200 square meter space is valued at 16 million yuan. Together, the 10 storefronts amount to a staggering 160 million yuan. The rental income from these prime properties could yield between 12 to 20 million yuan annually. In such a bustling commercial district, these storefronts are highly sought after, yet rarely available. After all, who would part with such lucrative properties? Is this your storefront? Wang Yanran inquires, eyeing a high-end milk tea shop. Indeed, Gu Wenqing replies. Wang Yanran, taken aback, exclaims, wow, your storefront is enormous, and it's in a prime location. Any business here would thrive given the foot traffic. Inside the upscale milk tea shop, Du Zitong, enjoying the air conditioning while sipping on milk tea, inadvertently spots Gu Wenqing and Wang Yanran outside. Putting on a forced smile, he calls out, hey, Wang Yanran, come in. I'll treat you to milk tea. Although he has relinquished his pursuit of Wang Yanran, he still harbors resentment towards Gu Wenqing. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Wang Yanran, recognizing Du Zitong, contemplates leaving. However, Gu Wenqing wraps his arm around her waist and confidently walks inside. It's quite hot outside, and I'm feeling a bit parched. Let us sit for a while. Gu Wenqing suggests. Wearing sunglasses and a mask, he is fully concealed, ensuring that passers-by do not recognize him as the boy in white. He plans to wait until the hype subsides before revealing his full face. Once seated, Gu Wenqing sends a location to the commercial broker and the original owner of the storefronts, indicating his availability to sign the contracts for all 10 spaces today. What would you like to drink? Don't feel shy. I'm the owner of this milk tea shop, Du Zitong boasts with a smug expression. At this announcement, the patrons in the milk tea shop glance in astonishment at Du Zitong, operating a milk tea shop in such a prime location. With an annual rent nearing 1 to 2 million yuan, and considering the lavish decor, this establishment likely cost no less than 5 million yuan to set up. Several girls sipping tea cannot help but steal a few extra glances at the young proprietor. Is the owner really this young? He is quite accomplished for his age. One remarks. Just then, a staff member passing by chimes in, our boss is truly remarkable, thanks to his business model. Our milk tea shop nets a daily profit of over 4,000 yuan. Our boss announced plans to open a second store next year, aiming to surpass 100 locations nationwide within 5 years. The young female employees, sipping milk tea, were filled with admiration for Du Zitong. Wow, he's incredibly impressive, they exclaimed. The boss appeared youthful, seemingly around our age. While we were still asking our families for money, others were earning 4,000 a day and nearly 1.5 million a year. How remarkable. I am genuinely fond of men who achieve success in business. The girls lavished praise upon Du Zitong without reservation. He felt elated, internally basking in their admiration. He restrained his expression and, with a hint of disdain, remarked, "Starting a business is genuinely challenging. During the initial phase, we faced countless difficulties, and the shop nearly faltered. Fortunately, through my diligent problem-solving, the milk tea shop found its footing and began to flourish." He glanced at Wang Yinran, only to find her expression unchanged, lacking the admiration displayed by the other girls. Du Zitong cast a scornful look at Gu Wenqing. What a fortunate spawn. If it weren't for his family's wealth, Gu Wenqing would be utterly worthless. Unlike myself, who, before graduating university, had already ventured into business with some success. Du Zitong silently mused that those who rely solely on their families would soon realize the vast disparity between them and him. Gu Wenqing, I truly envy you. Your family is so affluent that you can purchase anything you desire. You need only rely on your family for the rest of your life. Du Zitong feigned admiration. Unlike you, my family's circumstances are not as favorable, but I am committed to entrepreneurship, believing that one day I shall become a titan of industry. Two young women beside him expressed their admiration. Boss, you are truly exceptional. You are countless times more capable than those who depend on their families. Du Zitong reiterated his points, emphasizing that Gu Wenqing was merely a dependent while he, Du Zitong, was ambitious and possessed a keen business acumen. He continued to belittle Gu Wenqing solely to highlight his own superiority. At that moment, an elderly gentleman entered the milk tea shop, accompanied by a man in his 30s dressed in formal attire. Upon seeing the elder, Du Zitong immediately tempered his arrogance and respectfully approached him. The elder was his landlord. Yet that alone did not warrant such reverence. The reason for Du Zitong's deference was that all 10 storefronts in this row belonged to the elder. Chapter 20, Gu Xiao. The 10 most prosperous storefronts on Huaxi Street are valued at 160 million. In this money-driven society, Du Zitong certainly held the elder in high regard. The elder, surnamed Lu, had recently suffered a devastating blow to his overseas business, nearly leading to his bankruptcy. He reluctantly put the storefronts on Huaxi Street up for sale, hoping to alleviate his financial burdens abroad. Misfortune seems to accompany him. When someone learned of his urgent need for money, they ruthlessly slashed the price of his storefronts. The market value of 160 million was mercilessly cut by 40 million, with the intent to purchase them for a mere 120 million. Even worse, the buyer employed underhanded tactics, intimidating many potential buyers. For a period, Lu's storefronts went unnoticed, and as his financial need grew, he felt despair, facing the prospect of capitulation. Just then, someone offered to buy his storefronts for 1.6 billion outright, a sum that could revitalize his overseas business. In his moment of crisis, while all his usual business partners turned against him, only Gu Wenqing came to his aid, alleviating Lu's pressing dilemma. For Gu Wenqing, who purchased his storefronts, Lu felt immense gratitude. Upon entering the shop, Lu immediately spotted Gu Wenqing. Before he could greet him, he saw Du Zitong approaching with an exaggerated display of flattery. Lu frowned, wishing to ignore the obsequious Du Zitong. "Mr. Lu, what a surprise. I didn't mean to trouble you. Such trivial matters as rent shouldn't waste your time. Young Du should have delivered the rent to you himself," Du Zitong said, seeking to ingratiate himself. It was a busy time, and there were no available seats in the shop. Customers must not be offended, so Gu Wenqing had to give up his seat. After all, Du Zitong had never liked Gu Wenqing. He boldly walked over and said, "Gu Wenqing, you should rise and give Mr. Lu your seat." Yet, Gu Wenqing ignored him. Du Zitong grew anxious. After all, Mr. Lu owned 10 such storefronts and had assets worth billions overseas. For Gu Wenqing, to offer a seat to someone of Lu's stature was a privilege. If Mr. Lu is pleased, perhaps he might impart some business wisdom or introduce you to valuable contacts, which would benefit your family's business. Hurry up, Mr. Lu is right here, and you still sit? Don't you understand the importance of respecting your elders? Du Zitong urged impatiently. As Mr. Lu approached Gu Wenqing's table, preparing to express his gratitude, he overheard Du Zitong's insipid chatter, filled with condescension towards Gu Wenqing. The notion of giving up his seat being a favor to Gu Wenqing irked Lu immensely. Who was Gu Wenqing? He could effortlessly produce 1.6 billion in cash, easily resolving the attempts of others to acquire the storefronts at a low price. Lu was acutely aware of his own inadequacies regarding wealth and connections. Preposterous, Lu exclaimed, his beard bristling with indignation. Does Gu Xiao, with such extensive influence, require my introductions to contacts? Upon hearing Lu's angry tone, Du Zitong was left in a state of shock. Lu addressed Gu Wenqing as Gu Xiao? How could this be? Gu Wenqing was merely a wealthy freshman. It was utterly implausible. Surely, Lu had mistaken him for someone else due to his age. Du Zitong, with good intentions, interjected, "Mr. Lu, perhaps you are mistaken. He is just a university student in Mo Du, not the esteemed Gu Xiao." Lu surveyed the room before declaring, "Mistaken? I have not yet succumbed to senility." When acquiring the storefronts, the system had embedded Gu Wenqing's information. How could Lu not recognize him? After speaking, Lu approached Gu Wenqing, slightly bowing. "Gu Xiao, thank you." Gu Wenqing replied indifferently, "It is merely a mutually beneficial arrangement. Had it not been for Gu Xiao purchasing these 10 storefronts and resolving my urgent crisis, I, Lu, would have faced ruin." Lu's tone was filled with fervor. Even the owner of the milk tea shop sought to curry favor with Lu, who now regarded a young man with respect, addressing him as Gu Xiao. Witnessing this scene, everyone was left in stunned silence. What was happening? Gu Xiao? This was how Lu had referred to the young man moments ago. How could this be? Gu Wenqing appeared to be just a college student. How could he possess the means to purchase storefronts valued at 160 million? This was utterly absurd. Moreover, who would sell the Golden Goose, valuing the storefronts at 160 million? Surely, this elderly gentleman and the young man were merely playing a farce together? In that moment, only Du Zitong, who understood Lu's true identity, was left aghast. What? Gu Wenqing had acquired 10 storefronts for 1.6 billion? He had saved Lu's urgent situation and revitalized Lu's overseas business. So, this was why Lu referred to Gu Wenqing as Gu Xiao, a staggering sum of 1.6 billion in cash. 160 million is not merely 160,000, nor is it 1,600,000. How terrifying is the existence of someone who can effortlessly produce such a staggering sum. Lu Lao, with a net worth exceeding 1 billion, possesses only a little over 100 million in liquid assets. Yet here stands Gu Wenqing, a mere freshman, capable of presenting 160 million without a second thought. Du Zitong felt utterly humiliated, realizing he was foolishly flaunting his prowess in front of a titan, akin to displaying a sword before the legendary Guangong. Is this truly the realm of the affluent? To casually procure 160 million to acquire 10 storefronts as a mere pastime. Du Zitong comprehended his unequivocal defeat, his complexion paling dramatically. In this moment, he finally grasped the unimaginable world of the financial elite. Soon, a suited intermediary produced the contract, and Gu Wenqing along with Lu Lao signed their names with flourish. At that instant, the ownership of the 10 storefronts on Huaxi Street was officially transferred. Bang, bang, bang. Fireworks erupted into the sky. The property management personnel outside Huaxi Street set off the celebratory fireworks. Congratulations, Mr. Gu, you are now the proprietor of Huaxi Street. This is the grandeur of the wealthy. The Huaxi Street representatives regarded Gu Wenqing, who invested 200 million to purchase the storefronts, with utmost reverence, orchestrating a magnificent spectacle with drumming and line dances outside, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled festivity. Chapter 21. Gu Wenqing's Debong Western Restaurant. Witnessing the grand welcome extended to Gu Wenqing by the Huaxi Street property management was a resounding slap in the face to those who had previously underestimated him. My goodness, this young man truly spent 1,600 million on 10 storefronts. It was utterly insane. For the ordinary patrons of the milk tea shop, Du Zitong, the owner, represented the pinnacle of success they aspired to. Lu Lao was a figure of admiration, yet Gu Wenqing, surpassing even Lu Lao, left them utterly in awe. Such immense wealth at such a tender age. A true young master, a genuine tycoon. The female patrons of the milk tea shop gazed at Gu Wenqing with rapturous admiration. He was the embodiment of the legendary domineering CEO. Even sunglasses could not conceal his striking handsomeness. His charisma was undeniable, stirring hearts with desire. Meanwhile, the male patrons were heartbroken, their girlfriends gazing at Gu Wenqing with adoration, leaving their spirits as cold as the weather in Antarctica. Wang Yanran was equally bewildered. She had initially believed it was a single storefront. Who could have anticipated it was a full 10? She was utterly astounded. Gu Wenqing monopolized 10 of the 15 most prosperous storefronts on Huaxi Street. If the female students at school were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly go into a frenzy, vying for Gu Wenqing's affection. Alas, could she truly hope to capture such an extraordinary young man? What are you standing there for? Quickly collect the rent, Gu Wenqing instructed. Oh, right. Wang Yanran replied absent-mindedly, still dazed, her mind racing with thoughts about how exceptional her junior truly was. The time for dinner had arrived, and both were feeling hungry. After a leisurely stroll, Gu Wenqing and his companion made their way directly to his Western restaurant. Debong Western Restaurant. Nestled opposite the only cinema in the commercial district, its location, while not surpassing his 10 storefronts, was certainly not lacking. Spanning 2 floors with over 800 square meters, it was the most renowned Western restaurant in the university town of Magic City. Wow, Junior, you're incredible. You know I adore this restaurant, Wang Yanran exclaimed. The last time I mentioned a delicious eatery, this was the one. The flavors are exquisite, though the prices are steep. I can only afford to dine here once each semester. As they arrived at the restaurant she had longed to visit, Wang Yanran's spirits soared. Her arms clasped around Gu Wenqing's, inadvertently pressing her upper body against him. The softness and the unique fragrance of youth enveloped Gu Wenqing, intoxicating him. Suddenly, he felt a compelling urge to advance their relationship. From now on, you can come here anytime you wish. I can afford to indulge you every day. Gu Wenqing whispered softly. You're boasting. This restaurant is extremely popular. Without a reservation, one must wait for hours, 3 to 4 hours at least. I certainly don't want to wait that long, Wang Yanran retorted skeptically. Don't believe me? Let us make a wager. If you lose, you must obey me for the day. Wang Yanran pursed her cherry lips. And if you lose, what then? I will treat you to 100 meals at Debong Western Restaurant. Wang Yanran giggled. Deal? Hee. Junior, you are just too naive. Once we enter the restaurant, you'll realize you've lost. As they stepped inside, the cool air of the restaurant swept away the heat of the day. Just as Gu Wenqing and Wang Yanran entered, another couple followed closely behind. Hey, Wang Yanran. What a coincidence, you're here too, called out Zhu Yu, accompanied by her boyfriend Yang Kuan. Zhu Yu was also from the art department of Magic City University. Yang Kuan glanced at Gu Wenqing beside Wang Yanran and nodded in greeting. The three shared a history during their freshman year. Yang Kuan pursued Wang Yanran for an entire year, only to end up dating Zhu Yu after his unrequited affection. Friends often teased Zhu Yu for being a mere substitute. For a long time, Zhu Yu had harbored resentment over this matter. Good day, the restaurant is currently at full capacity, and diners must queue sequentially. The attendant politely informed them. Wang Yanran inquired, how long will we have to wait? The attendant replied gently, there are 35 tables ahead of you, so it will take approximately 3 hours. Wang Yanran exclaimed, 3 hours? Junior, let us eat somewhere else. Elated, she thought, haha, the bet is won. Junior has lost. Meanwhile, upon hearing that Wang Yanran had to wait 3 hours, Zhu Yu beamed with delight. She turned to the attendant. I am acquainted with your restaurant manager. Please inform Manager Zhu that my cousin has arrived and request immediate seating. With that, Zhu Yu cast a superior glance at Wang Yanran. You can wait in line while I enjoy my meal without any delay. The attendant went inside to inform Manager Zhu. Soon after, another attendant approached, inviting Zhu Yu and her boyfriend to dine. With a triumphant smile, Zhu Yu said, Wang Yanran, you can take your time waiting. I'm going in to eat first. Zhu Yu felt elated, reveling in her privilege of skipping the line. Gu Wenqing furrowed his brow behind his sunglasses. How can such a fine establishment allow a fool like Manager Zhu to blatantly grant favors to relatives, bypassing the queue? How did he gain such audacity? Gu Wenqing knew that regardless of the restaurant's busyness, a luxurious private room was always reserved, solely for the use of its owner, himself. The audacity of Manager Zhu to host his relatives in his private room was intolerable. Wait a moment. Summon Zhu Wen to me. Gu Wenqing's voice was icy. Zhu Yu retorted, how dare you simply call my cousin by his first name? You should refer to him as Manager Zhu. She continued, my cousin is the manager of this upscale Western restaurant, and he must be respected here. Huh? Gu Wenqing scoffed, respect him? What is he really? She removed her sunglasses and mask, revealing her countenance to the air. The old boss. The server was taken aback, realizing that the person before him was the elusive owner. The thought of the previous transgression made him tremble in fear. This Western restaurant, awarded by the system, was exclusively Gu Wenqing's property. The business license bore her name, and all the staff had been implanted with the memory that Gu Wenqing was the owner. From the restaurant's inception, she had always been the proprietor, though she seldom made appearances. Chapter 22. Is he really the boss? The boss? The server addressed Gu Wenqing as the boss? How could this be? Gu Wenqing was so young. She looked like a student. How could she possibly be the owner of an upscale Western restaurant? It defied logic. Alas, could it be true that she was indeed the owner of Debong? Zhu Yu's voice trembled as she glanced at the server. Upon seeing the server nod, she felt as if her strength had been drained, collapsing to the ground in shock. It was utterly over. She had led her cousin to ruin. Moments later, upon learning that the boss had arrived, Zhu Wen hurriedly ran out. Upon seeing his cousin sprawled on the floor, he understood that the boss was fully aware of his misdeeds. Manager Zhu Wen approached Gu Wenqing, trembling, his gaze evasive. Boss, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Zhu Wen desperately wished to keep his job. Working at Debong was not only easy but also lucrative, with an annual salary of 500,000. More importantly, he relished the freedom it offered. The boss rarely came, making him the king of the establishment. Please, for the sake of my dedication to my work, grant me one chance. Hearing this, Gu Wenqing coldly replied, pack your things and leave. She had already inquired with the server about Zhu Wen's tardiness, early departures, and underhanded antics. Such employees should not be retained, especially when the restaurant was thriving. Zhu Wen wept bitterly, realizing he had lost this position forever. A glance filled with hatred was cast towards his cousin. It was all her fault. She was to blame for this mess. When he returned home, he would certainly teach her a lesson. Zhu Yu knew she had caused her cousin to lose his livelihood and would inevitably face her parents' wrath upon returning home. The cost of her pretense was indeed steep. Suddenly, she found herself envious of Wang Yanran, who had found a handsome and successful boyfriend. Customers in the waiting area admired Gu Wenqing as the two entered the boss's exclusive private room. The owner of Debong Restaurant was so young. Remarkable. With an average consumption of 700 per person, wouldn't that amount to millions in annual revenue? Incredible. Achieving financial freedom at such a young age. He resembled a youthful gentleman. Successful in his career, with a stunning girlfriend. Truly enviable. Exclamations of admiration echoed in the waiting area, and at that moment, everyone gazed at Gu Wenqing with envy. Wang Yanran sat in the lavish private room, still unable to believe that her junior was the owner of Debong Restaurant. This establishment had been in operation for 3 years. If one calculated it, her junior had opened the restaurant at the tender age of 15. How implausible. Junior, did you really open this restaurant at 15? Gu Wenqing replied nonchalantly. Who told you? I acquired it. Wang Yanran frowned, feigning anger. You're such a scoundrel. You're the owner of Debong Western, yet you tricked me into a bet. Gu Wenqing chuckled, feeling a tinge of excitement. Well, you never asked. Besides, you lost. Don't forget our agreement. Wang Yanran's cheeks flushed. Scoundrel. I intend to eat heartily today, to the point of bankrupting you. Upon learning that the boss was dining, the kitchen staff put in an extraordinary effort, pouring their hearts into the dishes. Soon, a lavish spread adorned the table. Foie gras, Parisian lobster, red wine mountain chicken, roasted turkey, orange-glazed wild duck, American steak, and other renowned Western delicacies, all presented in an appetizing manner. There was even a bottle of wine worth over 100,000. The total cost of the meal was likely to exceed 300,000, far more than the two could consume. These were dishes that Wang Yanran had long craved but could never afford, and Gu Wenqing was determined to satisfy her desires. After all, she was so beautiful and obedient. Gu Wenqing, now a man of considerable means, did not mind spending on a woman. He sampled a bit of everything. Truly, this restaurant was the pinnacle of culinary excellence in the university town. The flavors were indeed exquisite. Is it delicious, senior? Gu Wenqing inquired. Wang Yanran, her cheeks stuffed, replied enthusiastically, it's delicious. If you find it good, eat more. Okay, senior, how about I bring you here every week from now on? Wang Yanran nodded, still focused on her meal. Okay, tonight, I want to see some lace stockings. All right, it's a deal. Consumed by her meal, Wang Yanran suddenly realized, wait, I've been eating the whole time and didn't hear what you said. No, that is not acceptable. Gu Wenqing lifted Wang Yanran onto his lap. Not acceptable? Wang Yanran's face turned crimson. No? A woman who breaks her promises needs a lesson. No, that tickles. As they dined, Gu Wenqing felt invigorated. Although the final barrier had yet to be breached, the upper half of the senior was already welcoming him. After finishing their meal, it was already 7 in the evening. Passing by a shop, Wang Yanran asked Gu Wenqing to wait outside while she purchased some personal items. Afterward, the two strolled hand in hand aimlessly along Huaxi Street. With Wang Yanran standing at 170 centimeters and Gu Wenqing at 180 centimeters, they made for a perfectly matched couple in height. This striking pair attracted the attention of countless young admirers. Chapter 23, Wang Yanran, Forever the Goddess. As time passed, Wang Yanran's cheeks flushed, and she blurted out, relatives are coming. Gu Wenqing's hand instinctively moved down a few centimeters. As expected, disappointment clouded his expression. Soon, Gu Wenqing devised a plan reminiscent of a movie scene. He stood up and pulled Wang Yanran toward the hotel. However, not far behind them, 2 girls happened to witness the moment. Hey, isn't that Wang Yanran? She is actually going to a hotel with a man. One of them quickly snapped a photo. They had come to Huaxi Street for dinner and had inadvertently spotted Wang Yanran. They had seen her just this morning and instantly recognized her outfit. Was Wang Yanran really getting taken down? One girl, with an average appearance, remarked, she has been flaunting her wealthy suitors for so long. And now her record of no scandals is broken. The other asked, who is that guy? That should be Gu Wenqing from freshman year. She even brought him water during military training. At school, everyone knew Wang Yanran was materialistic, yet countless wealthy heirs and entrepreneurial students still fawned over her. It wasn't just her beauty. More importantly, she had never been in a relationship, the first love of the campus belle at the university. Numerous well-off male students exerted themselves to become Wang Yanran's first boyfriend. Unfortunately, throughout her entire freshman year, Wang Yanran had never dined alone with a male companion, earning her the moniker of the materialistic goddess. This title stemmed from her discerning choice regarding the financial capabilities of her suitors. while Goddess referred to her exquisite beauty and her pure, unblemished demeanor. Gu Wenqing wrapped his arm around Wang Yanran's slender waist as they entered the hotel. Upon witnessing this scene, two girls felt an inexplicable pang of envy towards Wang Yanran. After all, Gu Wenqing was a super-rich heir, possessing not only striking good looks, but also a luxury sports car worth millions, with a license plate worth over $1 billion. Most importantly, the white-clad youth was the dream of countless girls. They gazed longingly at Gu Wenqing's retreating figure, their hearts brimming with admiration for Wang Yanran. Inside the hotel, the beauty emerged from her bath, her shyness palpable. Dressed in a captivating ensemble, she caught Gu Wenqing's eye, leaving him momentarily entranced. The atmosphere reached a peak of intensity. When the senior returned with personal items, Gu Wenqing finally beheld the alluring black thigh-high stockings. A smile graced his lips. For how could he let such an enchanting beauty slip away? Feeling Gu Wenqing's fervent gaze, the enchanting Wang Yanran became even more bashful, especially as it was her first time wearing something so revealing in front of a boy. In the throes of passion, Gu Wenqing swept Wang Yanran into his arms and proceeded deeper into the hotel. Like an ostrich, she buried her face in his chest, overwhelmed by shyness. After a considerable time, Wang Yanran furrowed her brows, looking pitiful as she held a cup of water, her arms weary. "You are truly incorrigible," she exclaimed, playfully tapping Gu Wenqing's head with a soft pillow. Exhausted, Wang Yanran then curled up against him like a little kitten, drifting into slumber. In the Western restaurant, a notification pinged as the system unlocked new features. Gu Wenqing took a moment to examine it. Ding! Host has unlocked the new title, Killing the Chicken to Warn the Monkeys. Reward, 1 Porsche Cayenne. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the skill Heavenly Voice. Heavenly Voice enhances the host's singing abilities, transforming his previously off-key voice into that of a professional singer. Soon, Gu Wenqing also succumbed to sleep. The following morning, he drove his Ferrari straight to campus. After a short 10-minute journey, he arrived at the university. He parked in the designated area. And as dawn coincided with the freshmen's military training and morning classes, the campus was bustling with activity. Upon seeing the Ferrari and its ostentatious license plate, Gu 11111, everyone recognized it was Gu Wenqing's arrival. Currently, Gu Wenqing was undeniably a prominent figure at Modi University, the center of attention. This was not solely due to his acts of bravery, but also because of his affluent status. As the butterfly doors of the Ferrari opened, handsome men and beautiful women emerged. When the crowd beheld the girl's face, every male present gasped in astonishment. Goodness! The campus belle Wang Yanran actually stepped out of Gu Wenqing's car? Did they spend the night together? Did she give herself to him? At that moment, the hearts of all boys plummeted. The materialistic goddess had been swiftly claimed. Wang Yanran, recognized as one of the 4 goddesses of Modi University, had become someone else's. All the boys cast envious glances at Gu Wenqing. Shortly after, someone discovered a photo on the campus forum showing Wang Yanran and Gu Wenqing together at the hotel. In the image, Gu Wenqing affectionately held Wang Yanran, who leaned into him like a delicate bird. Seeing this photo, combined with their morning exit from the car, practically confirmed their relationship. She had given herself to him. The goddess, pursued by countless wealthy heirs and promising young men for over a year, had surrendered to another's embrace. More importantly, this all transpired within just 3 days of the new semester. The boys present felt their hearts shatter, unfazed by the gazes of onlookers. Wang Yanran had always been forthright, unafraid to love or hate. Having already been candid with Gu Wenqing, why should she care about others' opinions? "I'm going to catch up on some sleep. You should hurry to training," she said to Gu Wenqing before departing. "Did you really spend the night with Wang Yanran?" Huang Ziqing inquired. Zhou Tao and Zheng Xiaohong listened intently, their curiosity piqued. "Indeed," Gu Wenqing replied. "No way. So she truly gave herself to you? Damn. You hit a home run with the campus belle right after school started. I'm so envious." The 3 roommates lamented their own lack of romantic experience, while Gu Wenqing had already lost his virginity. The disparity was staggering. Once the roommates regained their composure, Gu Wenqing continued, "We booked 2 separate rooms, one for each of us. Why didn't you mention this sooner? You made us envious for so long." After a brief session of banter, the 4 of them headed towards the athletic field. As for matters of romance, it was best kept to oneself. No need to share with others. Let them speculate. Chapter 24. Did the campus flower bring water to someone else? The sun shone brightly, and the air was thick with heat. For the freshmen undergoing military training, even their underwear could be wrung out with sweat. After 2 days of training, everyone had wised up and brought their own water bottles to stay hydrated during breaks. Unlike Gu Wenqing, who had 2 senior girls delivering sparkling water and milk tea to him, the boys on the field were envious. Many male students cast their gazes towards Gu Wenqing, having heard rumors that he spent the night with the campus belle. The campus forum had even leaked pictures. Damn, That hand in the photo is definitely inappropriate. Now that Gu Wenqing has officially announced his relationship with the campus belle, Chen Yunxue probably won't be bringing her water anymore, right? Of course not. I heard Chen Yunxue was the school flower in high school. How could a school flower become a lapdog or a third wheel? Indeed, Chen Yunxue was exceptionally beautiful. The freshman felt a mix of heartbreak and relief. Heartbreak because the most alluring goddess of the campus had become Gu Wenqing's girlfriend. Relief because now that Gu Wenqing had a relationship with the campus belle, Chen Yunxue would likely lose interest in him. Feeling the weight of numerous gazes upon him, Gu Wenqing couldn't help but furrow his brow. Was Wang Yinran's influence at Moda University truly that immense? Did their mere appearance together warrant such a commotion? Moreover, their relationship was not as deep as everyone presumed. While Gu Wenqing certainly entertained thoughts of it, the reality was that Wang Yinran had family visiting. During a break in military training, after being under the sun for so long, everyone felt parched and reached for their water bottles. Gulp, gulp. After quenching their thirst, they felt considerably better. Gu Wenqing, too, was parched. He had come straight to military training after getting out of the Ferrari, without any water. Buying water was out of the question, and he couldn't just leave the field during a break. Gu Wenqing had no choice but to inquire of his 3 roommates. Do you have any water left? Zhou Tao shook his empty bottle and replied, Old Gu, you're too late. We've finished it all. Upon hearing this, Gu Wenqing felt his throat dry up even more. Observing his plight, the boys on the playground laughed maliciously, reveling in his misfortune. He finally gets a taste of his own medicine. The sight of him without water brought a sense of balance to their hearts. Let him show off. Now he's in trouble. He probably still believes that some goddess would come to his rescue with water. How delightful. Chen Xiaohua has finally seen through his facade of a scoundrel. The growing delight among the crowd as they witnessed Gu Wenqing's parched condition was palpable. Just days prior, 2 stunning goddesses had brought him water. One, the belle of their university, and the other, a former high school beauty queen. Both were exquisite girls who had delivered water to Gu Wenqing, evoking envy from everyone around. Who wouldn't he go wild with jealousy? It had been a moment of pride for him. Now, however, seeing him deprived of water, the crowd couldn't contain their glee. Many girls secretly yearned to offer Gu Wenqing water, yet the thought of the 2 previous goddesses caused an invisible pressure. They lacked such divine beauty. Many girls were torn over whether to present him with water. After all, who could bear to see a handsome boy suffer? Just as the boys were reveling in their amusement, a soft voice drifted from the playground. If you don't mind, you can drink my water. The girl speaking wore camouflage attire, her white canvas shoes slightly yellowed but impeccably clean, with black glasses perched on her nose. Her face was mostly obscured by her dark hair. Yun Weiwei, with great care, extended a water bottle to Gu Wenqing. He gazed at the battered vessel before him. Its worn exterior told tales of long companionship with its owner. She was the girl he had once helped. Gu Wenqing instantly recognized her. Noticing that he hadn't taken the bottle, Yun Weiwei lowered her body even further, feeling rejected once again. In a small voice, she murmured, The water from the cafeteria is clean, you know. Indeed, with his wealth, he likely looked down on drinking plain water from the cafeteria. Suddenly, Gu Wenqing snatched the water bottle from her grasp. Gulp, gulp. He drank it all in one go. With a satisfied smile, he said, Thank you. I would never disdain your offering. Yun Weiwei, holding the now empty bottle, felt a wave of relief wash over her. At that moment, a breeze picked up, lifting the strands of Yun Weiwei's hair, and her fair, lovely face flashed before Gu Wenqing, stunning him. Who could have imagined that the girl who had kept her head down possessed beauty rivaling that of Chen Yunxue and Wang Yinran? Startled by Gu Wenqing's gaze, Yun Weiwei quickly lowered her head and hurried away. While Gu Wenqing savored the refreshment, the boys on the playground felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Damn it. Someone else is delivering water. The girl who had brought the water was quite tall. What a pity. We can't witness Gu Wenqing's thirst now. Their joy was diminished. Thankfully, as long as it wasn't Chen Xiaohua delivering the water, they would be all right. Rest assured, Chen Xiaohua will definitely not come. As they spoke, a graceful figure appeared at the entrance of the playground. At that moment, Chen Xiaohua had shed her usual JK style. Today, she wore a fitted tank top and a light gray skirt. Her long, straight legs were clad in black stockings, accentuating her fair skin. Beautiful and shapely, the breeze tousled Chen Yunxue's hair, making her resemble a girl who had stepped straight out of an anime. She no longer held milk tea, but instead carried a bottle of sparkling water, freshly taken from the fridge and still frosted with ice. Here comes the campus beauty again. Surely, she wouldn't be delivering water to Gu Wenqing again, would she? It couldn't be. The fact that she had switched from milk tea to sparkling water must signify a change in her recipient. Bro, that's astute. After this analysis, everyone found it quite reasonable. The transition from milk tea to sparkling water indicated that Chen Xiaohua had indeed changed her target. She must have realized that Gu Wenqing has an upperclassman now and is disappointed, thus seeking another to deliver water. The boy's eyes followed Chen Xiaohua as she approached, wishing fervently that they were the ones receiving water. After her meticulous grooming, Chen Xiaohua appeared as ethereal as a fairy, leaving the boys in awe. 1 step, 2 steps. In the collective gaze of the crowd, Chen Xiaohua made her way to Gu Wenqing's class group. The hearts of the boys hung, suspended in anticipation. Chen Yunxue scanned the crowd and quickly spotted the most striking figure, Gu Wenqing, who was also looking at her. Their eyes met. Chen Xiaohua, unfazed, averted her gaze. As she stood before Gu Wenqing, she extended the sparkling water towards him. In that moment, it felt as though every boy on the playground could hear the sound of their hearts shattering. Chapter 25. The Little Streamer, Yu Anan. I heard you like sparkling water, so I specially bought this for you. Standing before Gu Wenqing, Chen Yunxue offered him the bottle. Thank you. Gu Wenqing accepted the water from her hand. He had just drunk a lot, and wasn't he thirsty anymore? Yet, feeling the anticipation in Chen Xiaohua's eyes, he unscrewed the cap and took a hearty sip. Upon seeing him drink the water she had given, Chen Xiaohua beamed with satisfaction. Instantly, her enchanting smile sent the boys into a frenzy. I can't believe it. She's giving water to Gu Wenqing again. Chen Xiaohua must be confused. Gu Wenqing already has someone. Why does she insist on clinging to this scoundrel? Just moments ago, I mocked Gu Wenqing, and now Chen Xiaohua has come to deliver water again. The crowd buzzed with chatter. They had no idea why Chen Xiaohua held such affection for Gu Wenqing. While he was indeed handsome and wealthy, he was already involved with an upperclassman. Why couldn't she let go? They remained oblivious to the fact that among the girls Gu Wenqing had rescued was Chen Yunxue. The surveillance footage was unclear, and the school had not widely publicized the identity of the rescued girl, leaving everyone unaware of the connection between Gu Wenqing and Chen Yunxue. The two walked into the shade. Gu Wenqing remarked, "There's no need to keep bringing me water as thanks. I would have helped anyone in that situation." Chen Yunxue's tone was icy. I know. I'm doing this for myself. If you don't want to drink, that is your choice. Gu Wenqing was at a loss for words. She truly lived up to her reputation as the ice queen of high school, her every word and action exuding pride. He replied, I'll drink it, as long as you offer it. Go ahead and send it. It's not a bother for me. With such an aloof demeanor, who would end up marrying her? Wouldn't they essentially be bringing home an iceberg, saving on air conditioning costs during summer? Ding. The host has unlocked a new title, standing out from the crowd. Reward, 10 equity in Huafeng real estate. Reward, 1,000,000,000 Douyin coins. Upon returning to the dorm after military training, Gu Wenqing opened the system. The rewards for unlocking the new title seemed rather dubious. Can virtual currency like Douyin coins even be considered a reward? The system had been rather half-hearted lately. Nevertheless, the rewards did appear quite impressive. Huafeng real estate, as is widely acknowledged, boasts a market value that is not insignificant. Even a mere 10 stake is worth over $1 billion. Gu Wenqing opened his browser to seek information about Huafeng real estate. Established in 1996 and flourishing in the vibrant metropolis, the company's operations are confined to this city, encompassing real estate development, commercial operations, rental housing, intelligent services, and property leasing and renovation. As of 2022, Huafeng real estate's total valuation reached $80 billion. Having acquired 7 plots of land with immense development potential around the metropolis, with the properties alone valued at $40 billion. While the national real estate sector is beset by defaults on bank loans amounting to hundreds of billions, Huafeng real estate maintains a balance sheet where assets exceed liabilities. This stability can be attributed to Huafeng's cautious approach. It has refrained from expansive national acquisitions, diligently focusing its efforts within the confines of the metropolis. A market cap of $80 billion means that 10 of shares equates to $8 billion, Gu Wenqing mused. Today alone, he had amassed 80 small targets, and one must admit, a life of privilege is indeed exhilarating. At that moment, a phone call interrupted him. Someone was being interviewed for the managerial position at Debong Western Restaurant. Gu Wenqing promptly drove to Huaxi Street. After parking in the garage and entering the establishment, he could distinctly sense a markedly more positive atmosphere than the previous day. The candidate was a man in his 30s who claimed to have served as a manager in a star-rated hotel. Upon noticing the youthful owner of the Western restaurant, he felt a twinge of disdain. Gu Wenqing, confident in his own abilities, thought to himself, I have managed at a star-rated hotel. Overseeing this establishment will be a trivial challenge. However, as Gu Wenqing listened to the man ramble on, his irritation grew, and he abruptly interrupted, saying, Thank you. But our humble establishment cannot accommodate such a grand figure. The man was taken aback. He, a former high-ranking hotel executive, believed it was a privilege for the owner to have him in such a modest restaurant. He had anticipated an easy acceptance, only to be unexpectedly rejected. Exiting the restaurant, Gu Wenqing found his mood soured. How infuriating. A supposed executive who lacked the most basic humility. He boasted excessively about his abilities while belittling the small restaurant. Such arrogance was unwarranted. Gu Wenqing concluded that he would rather hire someone with modest management experience who was grounded and diligent, as the small establishment did not require high-level talent. Upon leaving the garage, Gu Wenqing spotted a provocatively dressed female streamer beside a Ferrari LaFerrari, live streaming. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the flagship supercar launched by Ferrari, limited to just 499 units worldwide, with a price tag in the tens of millions, she said, adjusting her camera to focus on the LaFerrari. As a beauty streamer, encountering this rare Ferrari LaFerrari today, I'll take on the role of a car commentator. This LaFerrari is equipped with a 6.3-liter V12 naturally aspirated engine capable of delivering a maximum power output of 588 kilowatts, complemented by an electric motor that independently generates 120 kilowatts, resulting in a combined output of 708 kilowatts. Such a powerful engine allows it to dominate the road in the blink of an eye, leaving no trace behind. After her commentary, she glanced at the million-dollar supercar and quipped, "Brothers, you must work hard to one day drive a Ferrari. I will surely be yours." As a minor streamer on Douyin, her popularity was exceedingly low, barely enough to cover her daily expenses in the metropolis. Without significant financial support, even the most beautiful streamers struggle to gain traction. In this age of universal live streaming, without a modicum of fame, who would bother to watch? Previously, she had a chance at stardom when a generous viewer gifted her 100,000 in one day. Overjoyed, she felt her efforts had finally been rewarded. However, when the viewer sent her a hotel room number via WeChat, she felt repulsed and blocked him. The viewer, having spent a fortune without receiving any benefits, began to spread rumors that she had agreed to meet him in person for those gifts. After several tumultuous days, she ended up losing 100,000 to settle the matter. Of the 100,000 in gifts, the platform took half, leaving her with only 50,000. To cover her losses, she borrowed another 50,000, making the total repayment equal to 3 months of her income. That day, she wept inconsolably. In Chapter 26, viewers commented, "The young man is trying too hard to show off." The Douyin livestream titled "Unun is the cutest" had over 1,000 viewers. "If I could afford a Ferrari, I would definitely gift the streamer 100,000. I adore the streamer. I want to take her home. The LaFerrari is absolutely stunning. I didn't come here for your looks. Turn the camera to the Ferrari." The chat was filled with both fans and detractors. Following the incident with the generous viewer, her gifts dwindled. Those who had previously showered her with gifts were now merely lurking, realizing that there was no profit to be gained. Consequently, they became her critics, disparaging her in the chat. Some true fans, witnessing the negativity, were infuriated, rallying to defend her. Protect our female streamer. Unun is not the kind of woman who would exchange favors for money. Guys, Unun has lost her generous supporter. Let us all gift her a little something. In a surge of support, her loyal viewers began sending gifts. Thank you to a mosquito brother for the 66 lollipops. Thank you to Naughty Kitty for the 10 heart emojis. Thank you to Home Safe for the 66 beers. Thank you to I Love Little Unun for the 2 hot air balloons. Unun, with a bright smile, expressed her gratitude for the gifts, but internally, she felt on the verge of tears. Despite the flurry of gifts, the most valuable ones amounted to just 104 yuan, barely enough to cover her monthly rent, let alone her meals or the substantial debts she owed. Gu Wenqing stood at a distance, waiting for Unun to conclude her live stream about the Ferrari. Noticing she had no intention of leaving, he approached the LaFerrari. In the Unun is the cutest live stream. Viewers were abuzz with chatter. Look, a mysterious man is approaching Unun. Is he her boyfriend? Oh no, Unun is with a guy behind our backs. No wonder she turned down that generous viewer. It seems she has a sugar daddy. Pathetic streamer, young and unaware of the value of money. As Yu Ainen gazed at the barrage of comments, she chose to disregard the disparaging remarks from her detractors. Curiously, she turned around to find a young man approaching her. Clad in a crisp white shirt and loose black casual trousers, his feet adorned with white sneakers. Although his sunglasses and mask obscured his face, she was certain that his looks were striking, radiating an invincible youthful charm complemented by his long legs. Could it be that he is drawn to my beauty and intends to strike up a conversation? She pondered, her cheeks flushing at the thought. Should she give him her WeChat contact? It was not vanity that fueled Yu Ainen's thoughts. Rather, she frequently encountered young men who approached her for a chat or sought her contact information while walking down the street. Just as she was caught in this internal turmoil, Gu Wenqing stood before her, apologizing. "Excuse me, may I pass? I'm in a hurry." Yu Ainen felt an inexplicable sense of disappointment. What happened to the anticipated conversation? She mused, feeling a twinge of indignation. The road is so wide. Whom am I blocking? Her delicate voice echoed in the expansive garage, with so much space. Why must you insist I move aside? The audience in the live stream erupted in disbelief. What is wrong with this man? Is he blind? How could he claim Gu Wenqing is blocking his way in such a spacious garage? He's merely trying to assert his presence in front of her. They concluded he was nothing more than a lecherous individual. Gu Wenqing might be encountering a perverse admirer. Gu Wenqing, unfazed, retorted, Miss. You are standing right in front of my car, obstructing my path. Upon hearing this, the viewers in the live stream went into a frenzy, mocking him relentlessly. How clumsy of you to act so pretentiously. One commenter quipped, Young man, I hereby crown you the king of pretentiousness. A perfect score for your utterly ridiculous performance. Another chimed in, advising him to seek a real job instead of dreaming. They perceived his outlandish claims as a desperate attempt to impress Gu Wenqing. Not only did the audience remain skeptical, but Gu Wenqing also found it hard to believe that this tall young man could be the owner of a Ferrari. With such youthful exuberance and an unmistakable charm, how could he possibly drive a luxury car? He lacked the brash demeanor typically associated with the wealthy. Was he merely trying to attract her attention? Surely that must be it. Gu Wenqing gently brushed her bangs aside, sighing, his stunning looks are already captivating enough. Why resort to such clumsy tactics to gain my attention? Noticing that Gu Wenqing was still rooted to the spot, Gu Wenqing took out his car key and pressed the unlock button. Instantly, the dazzling lights of the Ferrari illuminated the garage, leaving everyone in awe. What just happened? They gasped. The young man was not boasting. The Ferrari was indeed his. The crowd that had mocked him moments before were now left speechless, their earlier jeers turning to astonishment. In an instant, Gu Wenqing's livestream audience surged to over 3,000, the chat overflowing with excitement. Goodness, my eyes are blinded, exclaimed one viewer. Is this happening live? Wow, what a twist. This young man is impressive. Driving $1 million sports car must be exhilarating. Another remarked. He must be from a wealthy family, with assets probably in the billions. As the viewers bombarded the chat with comments, they were all taken aback. Moments ago, they had ridiculed a young man driving a Ferrari, and now, they regretted their scorn. The moment Gu Wenqing pressed the key, both the online audience and Gu Wenqing were profoundly impacted. Chapter 27. For the sake of those G-Cup charms, let's show some pity for the little streamer. Gu Wenqing was flabbergasted, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Is this Ferrari truly yours? Immediately regretting her question, she scolded herself internally for being so foolish. After all, he had just unlocked the car. Her astonishment was palpable. How could such a handsome young man own a car worth millions? Gu Wenqing, noticing the adorably naive expression on the beautiful streamer, couldn't help but find her endearing. Are you live streaming on Douyin? He asked curiously, glancing at his phone screen displaying her nickname. Wenqing is the cutest. He instinctively looked back at Gu Wenqing. Ah, a cute girl from the world of anime. Dressed in a black and white maid outfit, her youthful features accentuated by her ample bosom, she exuded an innocent charm. The hem of her skirt paired with knee-high white stockings and heels made her figure even more alluring. With her large eyes and pink hair, she embodied the quintessential cute girl. Yes, Gu Wenqing replied. Do you often watch live streams on Douyin? Of course, Gu Wenqing said. Searching for Wenqing is the cutest on his phone. Seeing her audience count of over 3,000, he remarked, your popularity isn't very high. Keep working hard, and you might just become a net celebrity with an audience of 100,000 one day. Intrigued by her G-Cup charms, he followed her account. Gu Wenqing, with a hint of determination, replied, one day, it will happen. Gu Wenqing glanced at the chat, where viewers were pleading for the camera to focus on the wealthy man, urging her to show him some appreciation. Streamer, don't you recognize the opportunity? Quickly show your gratitude to the affluent gentleman. He could easily cover a few months' worth of your earnings with just a small tip. The comments flowed in, speculating that Gu Wenqing might be swept away by the wealthy gentleman. Nonsense. Does she seem like the type to be swayed by money? Another countered. Gu Wenqing is a good girl. She would never act promiscuously. Gu Wenqing then examined the gift leaderboard, noting that the top gifts only amounted to a little over $100. Gu Wenqing's total earnings for the day barely reached $200. This is rather disheartening, he thought. With her adorable face and exquisite G-Cup charms, this shouldn't be the case. Curious, Gu Wenqing asked her, why is your performance so lackluster? At this rate, it seems like the world might end before you become a major influencer. Gu Wenqing paused, her expression forlorn, and replied, it wasn't always like this. I turned down a wealthy man's excessive advances, which led to my current predicament. In the live stream, the chat erupted, crying, my heart aches for Gu Wenqing. One viewer lamented, don't be sad. When I get my paycheck, I'll set aside $500 for instant noodles and donate the remaining $2,500 to you. Another promised, what a show-off. Someone scoffed, are there really still people who believe in the pure persona of streamers? Another jeered, what a sham. Beautiful and soft, yet unwilling to play along. Why should I spend money on you? Gu Wenqing glanced at the screen and pieced together the unfolding drama. A wealthy man had donated money, hoping for Yu Ainan's affection, but she had refused, resulting in his withdrawal of support. The elder brother is entirely captivated by Ainan's figure, yet she remains elusive, making it foolish for anyone to lavish gifts upon her. Gu Wenqing has never encountered a full-time streamer struggling so severely. While those popular internet celebrities rake in millions daily from their broadcasts, Ainan, a mere small streamer, barely manages a daily revenue of less than 1,000. It seems that every industry is rife with drought and flood, and Ainan, unable to pay her rent, is on the verge of withering away. Gu Wenqing unlocked a new title yesterday, standing out from the crowd, and was rewarded with an astounding 1,000,000,000 Do coins. However, the virtual currency cannot be exchanged for real money. To Gu Wenqing, Do coins hold no value whatsoever. In light of your G-level charm, I'll bestow upon you a modest gift. Gu Wenqing cast a glance at Ainan's delicate curves and made up her mind. She began to shower gifts. Having never gifted anyone before, Gu Wenqing navigated the interface and found the most expensive gift, the Supreme Cannon. The Supreme Cannon costs 666 Do coins, equivalent to 666 yuan. At that moment, Ainan's live stream, titled, "Ainan is the cutest," was graced by a wave of small gifts. Ainan gazed at the screen, her soft voice resonating. Thank you, Big Brother, Love Beauty, for the 66 beers. Thank you, Big Brother, Naughty Kitty, for the 66 heart emojis. Thank you, Big Brother, I have money, for the 20 little clouds. Thank you, Big Brother, I like little Ainan, for the 2 hot air balloons. Ainan's adorable voice echoed in the garage, her earnings momentarily reaching 250. Yet for Ainan, who had recently endured setbacks, today's gift donations were a considerable boon. The total gift revenue had surpassed 500 yuan today, prompting a flicker of joy within her, since she had turned down the elder brother's advances. Today's gift tally had set a new record. Suddenly, Ainan was dazzled by a spectacular array of effects. The brilliance nearly engulfed her entire phone screen. As everyone knows, the more extravagant the gift, the more magnificent the visual effects. This was the effect of the Supreme Cannon. The last time she received a Supreme Cannon was when the elder brother had insisted on a hotel room. Given her recent daily earnings, it would take her a full 20 days of streaming to afford a single Supreme Cannon. Ainan was overwhelmed by the incessant explosions of dazzling effects filling her screen. The Supreme Cannon effects erupted in her livestream one after another. The 1st, the 5th, the 10th, the 60th. In that instant, Ainan felt a rush of exhilaration rising from her core, exclaiming, "Mamma mia, I'm about to strike it rich." Magic City's most affectionate, gifting the cutest streamer Ainan. Supreme Cannon 1. Magic City's most affectionate, gifting the cutest streamer Ainan. Supreme Cannon 10. Magic City's most affectionate, gifting the cutest streamer Ainan. Supreme Cannon 20. Chapter 28. Over 900 million in balance? Big Brother, I'm scared. Magic City's most affectionate, gifting the cutest streamer Ainan. Supreme Cannon 40. Magic City's most affectionate, gifting the cutest streamer Ainan. Supreme Cannon 66. Magic City's most affectionate, gifting the cutest streamer Ainan. Supreme Cannon 100. The consecutive gifting of 100 Supreme Cannons not only caused an explosion in Ainan's live stream, but also sent shockwaves throughout the entire Douyin platform, as if an atomic bomb had been detonated. Every user online saw a banner at the top of their screens. Magic City's most affectionate has gifted 100 Supreme Cannons in the live stream of the cutest streamer Ainan. Hurry to grab the boxes. 3 golden banners floated across the screens of all online users. This was the show of grandeur. The gifting of a full 100 Supreme Cannons provided ample opportunity for the Douyin officials to showcase the lavishness of the wealthy Magic City's most affectionate. Countless individuals were left astounded. What did they witness? The Supreme Cannon, valued at 666 yuan. While the Supreme Cannon is not uncommon, as people gift them to streamers daily, the sheer magnitude of 100 Supreme Cannons is a rare spectacle in the history of the Douyin platform. How could such a feat not leave them in awe? 100 Supreme Cannons, when converted to real money, amounted to over 600,000 yuan. Over 600,000, which many could not save in a lifetime. Over 600,000 could buy a home in a small city. Over 600,000 could purchase a brand new, high-spec Mercedes-Benz E-Class. The streamers on Douyin were beside themselves with envy, wishing they were the ones receiving such a staggering sum. Alas, lacking the eloquence, they could only exclaim in astonishment, "Wow! 600,000, wouldn't spending that be delightful?" The wealthy inhabit a world we cannot fathom, with one exclamation representing 10,000. It would be a Herculean task for me to utter 100 of them, yet the affluent lavish 600, effortlessly. My goodness. I'm so envious my eyes are turning red. Big shot. You're incredible. Long live Magic City's most affectionate. A throng of admirers surged into Anin's live stream, and the viewer count skyrocketed from 3,000 to a staggering 50,000. Such popularity categorizes Anin as a second-tier streamer on Douyin. Gazing at her burgeoning audience, Anin felt as though she were dreaming. She quickly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Big Brother Magic City's most affectionate, for the 100 Supreme Cannons. She continued, the affectionate big shot is magnificent and awe-inspiring, the best in the world. The viewers erupted in excitement. Wow, Anin stood up. Incredible, the streamer just earned 300,000 yuan effortlessly. The banners had done justice to her beauty, matching the grand sum of over 600,000. Is Big Brother Magic City's most affectionate still here? With such generosity. How about I sing a song or perform a dance in return? Anin's soft voice rang out. Once bitten by a snake, one is fearful of the rope for 10 years. Since receiving a 100,000 yuan gift, only to have it rescinded, Anin felt both joy and trepidation at the sight of such a substantial donation. If this elder brother were to make an inappropriate request again, how could she gracefully refuse? Thus, she tentatively suggested singing a song or dancing in gratitude for the over 600,000 gift. As the words left her lips, a wave of embarrassment washed over her. The comments flooded in. Isn't that a bit much? You're raising prices from a distance. Hearing this, Gu Wenqing was speechless. What is the point of thanking me? Give me something substantial. Oh, Anin was utterly bewildered, her voice trembling. You are Magic City's most affectionate? Gu Wenqing replied. Who else could it be? Anin approached, and inadvertently, the camera pointed towards Gu Wenqing's Douyin account. A string of numbers appeared. Docoins 999, 333, 340. In that moment, Anin was left in a state of shock. Not only was Anin astounded, but the over 50,000 viewers in the live stream were equally shaken to their core. What extraordinary sight had they witnessed? My heavens! The figures, units of 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, and even billion, were staggering. The account of the most affectionate patron in the city boasted donations measured in the billions. Over 9 billion in virtual coins. Just moments ago, the patron had showered the stream with a total of 660 coins for 100 Supreme Cannons. 999, 333, 340, 666, 660, 100, 000. This signified that the account held a staggering 1 billion coins, which, when converted to Chinese yuan, equates to a full 100 million. Goodness! How wealthy must the most affectionate patron in the city be to recharge 100 million in cash on Douyin? What does it even mean to inject 100 million in cash into Douyin? Nowadays, many boast fortunes in the hundreds of millions or even billions. Yet most of that wealth is tied up in stocks, real estate, and the like. Many who appear to be worth over 10 billion may not even have 100 million in liquid cash. Even if these billionaires could muster 100 million, they would never waste it on Douyin. What did I just witness? A true tycoon. The sequence of numbers was dazzling to behold. Goodness! The small streamer was incredibly fortunate to encounter such a godly figure in real life. With a multi-million-dollar Ferrari and 100 million recharge on Douyin, this tycoon must possess assets in the hundreds of billions, if not trillions, right? The small streamer should hurry and indulge in a feast, surely. The tycoon will arrange everything for her. At that moment, I gasped and tears streamed down my face, fearing the loss of the beloved Anin. Such wealth. This lifestyle truly makes one envious. In a live stream room filled with 50,000 viewers, a myriad of comments poured in, each individual expressing their thoughts. Anin, upon seeing the balance of over 9 billion coins, was understandably alarmed, her voice trembling as she exclaimed, Brother, I'm scared. Surely, he wouldn't be expecting her to accompany him in some manner, would he? She genuinely did not wish for that. Chapter 29, What to buy? I'm going to buy some condoms. Countless viewers seemed as if their phones had frozen, only able to witness the spectacular effects repeatedly flashing across their screens. The most affectionate patron in the city gift streamer and in the cutest, Supreme, Cannon 1. The most affectionate patron in the city gift streamer and in the cutest, Supreme Cannon 20. The most affectionate patron in the city gift streamer and in the cutest, Supreme Cannon 40. The most affectionate patron in the city gift streamer and in the cutest, Supreme Cannon 66. The most affectionate patron in the city gift streamer and in the cutest, Supreme Cannon 100. Another 100 Supreme Cannons came crashing into the live stream, causing Anin's viewership to soar to 200,000. 200,000 spectators allowed Anin to relish a moment as a top-tier streamer. Goodness! Here comes another 100 Supreme cannons. Everyone, join me in praising the affectionate big boss. My word. The most affectionate patron in the city directly gifted over 1.3 million in presents to Wenqing's live stream. The world of the wealthy is truly terrifying. What a folly this big boss has committed. 1.3 million could procure countless encounters with women. Why squander it on an N? I implore the big boss to spare the innocent an N. 1 billion coins converted to yuan equals 100 million. Although Gu Wenqing could arrange for someone to cash out 50 million RMB from the gifts, he found it too troublesome. Gu Wenqing's net worth is, at the very least, approaching 2 billion now. His assets are countless. 110 billion in bank deposits. 1 La Ferrari, 1 Porsche Cayenne, 10 properties on Huaxi Street, an 800 square meter upscale restaurant, 2 top-tier cinemas in the city, a license plate worth 16.8 million, 80 billion worth of shares in Huafeng real estate. When all his assets are tallied, they undoubtedly exceed 200 billion. To Gu Wenqing, 1 billion coins on Douyin are mere trifles. He has no need to waste time cashing out 50 million. He doesn't lack for spare change. Indeed, 50 million, in Gu Wenqing's eyes, is akin to the mere 5 cents or 5 yuan of your. He wouldn't even bother bending down to pick it up if it fell on the ground. Wow, such a small sum. Goodness, 1.3 million is small change. Is this the mindset of a true tycoon? It appears we truly do not comprehend the world of the affluent. Yuan, too, expressed her astonishment at being overwhelmed. What does 200 royal cannons represent? That amounts to over 1.3 million renminbi. After splitting with the platform, she would still pocket over 650,000. It is no exaggeration to say that she has never seen this much money in her life. Yet, in the eyes of the most affectionate patron in the city, it is but a pittance. Of course, brother has already recharged 100 million on Douyin. Over 1 million means nothing to him. Yuan, in her eagerness to please, failed to realize how obsequious her expression had become. One could almost mistake her for wanting to cling to Gu Wenqing's leg and call him daddy. All right, let us in the live stream. Gu Wenqing waved his hand and said, having given you so many gifts, there is no need for you to sing or dance in gratitude. Just accompany me to the mall to buy something. After all, the coins are a gift from the system, so why not take advantage of it? Okay, brother, I'll accompany you for an all-nighter. Yuan replied, her voice still sweet and soft. Without delay, she swiftly ended the stream. The 200,000 viewers were left staring at a black screen, yet the comments continued unabated. Is she really done already? Goodness, what will she buy with the tycoon? Black stockings, high heels, Durex. On the top floor, Anand's well-being was at stake. A Ferrari, a 100 million recharge on Douyin, and so young, yet tipping over 1 million to the streamer. Would anyone in their right mind refuse such generosity? If a brother were to shower me with gifts, I'd gladly kneel and worship. I am beautiful and skilled. Is it too late to change my gender? Gu Wenqing returned to Huaxi Street with the adorable, anime-style girl Yuan. At this moment, the area was ablaze with lights. The bustling Huaxi Street offering a plethora of dining, entertainment, and shopping options, with goods ranging from affordable to extravagant, all available within this vast commercial street. Brother, what are you planning to buy? Yuan inquired curiously. Hearing this, Gu Wenqing decided to tease the charming young streamer a little. I'm going to buy condoms, he replied. What are those? Yuan momentarily failed to comprehend, pressing for clarification. Gu Wenqing chuckled, Durex. Yuan's face paled in shock. Brother, no? I'm not that kind of person. Gu Wenqing found amusement in her frightened expression. While he certainly appreciated the company of many women, what he truly sought was their affection. A woman devoid of genuine feelings for him would merely be a vessel to command, indistinguishable from a soulless being. Haha, just kidding. I want to buy a watch. Gu Wenqing said with a smile. As the saying goes, the poor play with cars, the rich play with watches. And Gu Wenqing was eager to indulge in a new timepiece. Oh dear, you nearly scared me to death. Yuan exclaimed, patting her chest in relief. Yet, Gu Wenqing's gaze remained fixed intently upon her. Darling, it seems you truly have no idea of your own allure. In the midst of the bustling crowd, Gu Wenqing, donned in sunglasses, seemed to be fixated on Yuan, who felt her cheeks flush with a rosy hue. Yet, she found no aversion in his gaze. Had it been anyone else, she would have surely muttered a curse under her breath, labeling them a lecher. For Yuan was indeed a connoisseur of beauty, valuing appearance above all else. Though Gu Wenqing's visage was partially obscured, it undeniably promised allure. After a brief passage of more than 10 minutes, guided by the street signs, Gu Wenqing discovered the luxurious enclave of high-end brands. The entire mall, soaring across 7 stories, was a veritable haven for both domestic and international luxury labels. While Gu Wenqing possessed a modicum of knowledge regarding prestigious timepieces, having heard of illustrious names such as Patek Philippe, Vacheron Constantin, and Richard Mille, he had yet to behold them in person. As he entered the mall, Gu Wenqing made a beeline for the second floor, the epicenter of luxury watches. Renowned brands like Vacheron Constantin, Audemars Piguet, and Lang could be found within. Alas, Patek Philippe did not have a boutique on Huaxi Street. Otherwise, he would have made an immediate purchase, not for any other reason than the brand's considerable prestige and its ostentatious advertisement. You never actually own a Patek Philippe. You merely look after it for the next generation. Such a tagline was certainly more sophisticated than the pedestrian. No gifts this new year, but if you must, let it be brain platinum. As Gu Wenqing approached the transparent glass door, a uniformed saleswoman greeted him with a smile and opened the door. Good day, esteemed guest. Welcome to the Vacheron Constantin flagship store. The interior exuded a sense of understated luxury, with a gentle fragrance wafting through the air. A grand advertisement proclaimed, "You can easily possess time, but Vacheron Constantin is not so easily attained." Gu Wenqing couldn't help but marvel at the brand's ability to elevate even the most mundane phrases into something grandiose. It seemed that a prestigious watch required not only history, but also an impressive slogan to enhance its allure. "May I inquire if you have an appointment, sir?" the sales associate asked. Appointment? One needed an appointment to purchase a watch? Gu Wenqing found himself momentarily perplexed, having only heard of appointments being necessary for luxury cars, never for acquiring a Vacheron Constantin. At that moment, a middle-aged man sauntered in, nonchalantly declaring, "Wang, I have an appointment for 5 o'clock." His demeanor suggested he was a regular patron. The sales associate, Wang Qin, promptly abandoned Gu Wenqing to attend to the newly arrived customer. Familiar with the man's purchasing power, she recognized that he often spent in the realm of 1,000,000 yuan on watches. Selling a timepiece at that price would yield her a commission of over 560,000 yuan. Wang Qin was not one to forfeit potential earnings. Comparatively, Gu Wenqing, despite his youth, could at most be expected to spend 40,000 to 50,000 yuan, while the middle-aged man's purchasing capacity was well above 1,000,000. Naturally, she opted to prioritize the latter. Believing that the sales associate had arranged for him and the middle-aged man, Gu Wenqing took it upon himself to explore Vacheron Constantin with Yuanan. As this was his inaugural encounter with luxury watches, he was indifferent to the price, focusing instead on the aesthetic appeal of the timepieces. Yunjing, a newcomer to Vacheron Constantin, was not merely an intern but was under pressure to sell a watch within her month-long probationary period. Failure to do so would result in her dismissal. Given the exorbitant prices of these prestigious watches, which often exceeded hundreds of thousands, selling one was no simple feat. Today marked the final days of her internship, and if she did not succeed in selling a single watch, she would find herself unemployed. Esteemed guest, what style of watch do you prefer? Yunjing inquired as she approached Gu Wenqing. Expensive, he replied succinctly. To her dismay, this response indicated that he was likely just a window shopper, someone who would merely admire without purchasing. Upholding her professional standards, she led him to the glass display showcasing the more affordable timepieces, not out of disdain, but due to her assumption that a young man like him would not invest in anything extravagant. Vacheron Constantin 25250D01 A9123, priced at 88,000 yuan. Vacheron Constantin 2501500 G9233, priced at 89,000 yuan. Vacheron Constantin 25093000 are 8741, priced at 93,000 yuan. These watches are quite popular among the youth. You may wish to consider which one appeals to you, Yunjing suggested with a smile. Wow, these watches are so expensive, Yuanan exclaimed in astonishment. Gu Wenqing frowned as he surveyed the timepieces, feeling that even the tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of yuan watches exuded an air of mediocrity. As someone whose net worth exceeded billions, he felt compelled to wear something truly distinctive. Meanwhile, Wang Qin had successfully secured a sale with the middle-aged customer, who purchased a Vacheron Constantin for 1.5 million yuan. This transaction would net her over 70,000 yuan in commission. She cast a smug glance towards Yunjing, reveling in the contrast of their performances. After all, it had taken her merely 2 to 3 minutes to sell a watch worth 1.5 million yuan, whereas she observed Yuanan's surprise at the mere tens of thousands and Gu Wenqing's discontented expression. Are these Vacheron Constantin series not to your liking, esteemed guest? Yunjing gently probed. They feel rather pedestrian and do not suit me, Gu Wenqing replied, adding, do not skimp on my options. As long as the watch is visually appealing and possesses character, price is of no concern. Gu Wenqing understood that the young saleswoman was likely concerned about him being unable to afford anything beyond the basic models, and he appreciated her intentions. However, the designs of those watches, priced in the tens of thousands, simply did not resonate with him. Esteemed guest, this model, The Vacheron Constantin 301100 P9999 is priced at 2,660,000 yuan. The case is crafted from platinum and is highly favored among Chinese watch enthusiasts for its collectible value, Yunjing elaborated. Upon hearing the price of over 2 million yuan, Yuanin was momentarily taken aback, as if the cost equated to purchasing an entire apartment. Gu Wenqing shook his head. The design appeared too mature. How about this model? The Vacheron Constantin 30682S 21G9477, priced at 6,100,000 yuan, featuring a platinum case adorned with diamonds. Yunjing suggested, presenting a younger design. The appearance is acceptable. Let us see if there are any other options, Gu Wenqing replied. Feeling somewhat satisfied with this model and contemplating that if he did not find anything more appealing, he might as well proceed with this choice. I'll take the watch priced at 10 million, he declared. Huh. Such ostentation, the other sales associates thought as they observed the unfolding scene. A watch priced over 6 million is somewhat acceptable, isn't it? The salespeople were nearly laughing their heads off. There's a certain way to show off. And this certainly wasn't it. If he doesn't make a purchase, the embarrassment would be excruciating. In a nation of 1,400 million, the number of individuals sporting a $6 million watch wouldn't exceed 10,000. Yet here was this young man, seemingly unimpressed. At that moment, the people in the store collectively doubted Gu Wenqing would actually buy a watch. He was likely just here to peruse and show off in front of that anime-inspired girl. Even the middle-aged man who had already bought his watch lingered in the store, eager to witness how Gu Wenqing would gracefully exit. Suddenly, Gu Wenqing's eyes lit up as a particular watch caught his attention through the clear glass. He pointed and said, "Please take that watch out for me to examine." Esteemed guest, this model, the Vacheron Constantin P30630S 22G9899, features a case made of 18K platinum adorned with diamonds, boasting 228 rectangular cut diamonds set in a discreet manner. Yunjing explained patiently. Throughout their lengthy watch viewing, she exhibited no signs of impatience, maintaining a gentle demeanor as she elucidated the details. Inside the transparent crystal box, the Vacheron Constantin P30630S 22G9899 exuded an aura of mystery and nobility. "May I try it on?" Gu Wenqing inquired. "Of course, esteemed guest," Yunjing replied, delicately retrieving the watch from its box, taking utmost care to avoid any mishap, as even a minor error could result in significant repercussions for her. Yunjing intended to assist him in putting it on, but Gu Wenqing preferred to do it himself. He took the watch and, unlike Yunjing's cautious approach, casually donned the Vacheron Constantin as if it were merely a digital watch worth a few dozen. He gave his arm a slight shake and indeed, it looked exquisite. The watch, with its 228 concealed rectangular cut diamonds, immediately showcased its opulent value. Gu Wenqing nodded in satisfaction. "I'll take this one," swiped the card. Yunjing was momentarily stunned. He was buying it just like that. "Esteemed guest, this Vacheron Constantin Malta P30630S 22G9899 is priced at 10,121,000, she announced. Gu Wenqing, unfazed, replied, "I know the price. I've seen the tag. Let's hurry, I need to get back to school." Boom. Wang Qin felt as though she had been struck by lightning. She could hardly believe it. This young man, still a student, could actually afford a watch worth 10 million. Not just Wang Qin, but all the sales staff were incredulous that Gu Wenqing could produce such a sum. The middle-aged man regarded him with skepticism as well. Yunjing, trembling, approached the cashier and swiped the card, her own disbelief matching that of her colleagues. Yet, she secretly hoped Gu Wenqing possessed such wealth, as it would secure her job. Only the small streamer Yuanin, fully aware of Gu Wenqing's background, stood agape. He had just purchased a $10 million watch. Goodness. It wasn't merely 100,000 or even a million, but a full 10 million. Yuanin's eyes sparkled. Gu Wenqing bought the watch without a flicker of hesitation, as if he were simply picking up groceries on the street. If she had 10 million RMB, she would undoubtedly invest in real estate, weary of the inconveniences of moving. A million could buy a two-bedroom apartment in the heart of the bustling metropolis, and here was Gu Wenqing, wearing a watch that equated to owning a property in the city. Just imagining it sent shivers of envy through her. As the receipt emerged from the machine with a whir, it signified that the 10,121,000 had successfully been deducted from the card. Hiss. Everyone in the store gasped in astonishment. The million truly went through. Unbelievable. The sales staff, accustomed to customers purchasing watches in the 100,000 range, were no longer surprised. However, witnessing the sale of the 10 million Vacheron Constantin, which had been present since the store's opening, left them all in shock. The middle-aged man was equally taken aback. He had thought himself a winner for flaunting a watch worth 100,000, only to find that a student had just purchased one worth 6 times that amount, filling him with envy. The most regretful of all was Wenqing. She was distraught with remorse. Had she not been so clever just a moment ago, this commission would have been hers. A $10 million watch would have earned her a commission of $500,000, along with various bonuses. A fleeting moment of arrogance cost her $50,000. She collapsed onto the floor, completely despondent. On the other hand, Wenqing was still trying to calm her racing heart. The esteemed guest she had attended to had just purchased a watch worth $1 million, meaning her commission was $50,000. Plus, with this sale, her job was secure. The thought of earning $50,000 so early in her career left her feeling dizzy, as if she were dreaming. Soon, she composed herself and said, "Congratulations, esteemed guest, on acquiring a watch you truly adore. You are indeed a young achiever." Hearing the salesperson flatter him, Gu Wenqing smiled, appreciating the excellent service. "I'll come to you for my next watch purchase." A simple remark that brought immense joy to Wenqing. As they exited the Vacheron Constantin store, Gu Wenqing strolled along, admiring his new acquisition. The price carried its own justification. The 228 rectangular cut diamonds sparkled under the dim light, exuding an undeniable charm. Meanwhile, Wenqing remained in a daze, still grappling with the shock of a $10 million watch purchase. After buying the watch, it was already past 7. "Brother, I'm hungry," Wenqing said, rubbing her stomach. "Let's go. I'll treat you to a delicious meal." "Where to?" "Debong Western Restaurant." Gu Wenqing replied with a smile, pleased with his new watch. The two made their way to the Debong Western Restaurant, but on the way, they noticed several men glancing at Wenqing, making her feel a bit uncomfortable, prompting them to quicken their pace. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Wenqing noticed the long queue and felt a twinge of disappointment. It seemed their luck had run out, and they wouldn't be able to enjoy the most renowned Western cuisine in the university town. Just as she was feeling down, she saw Gu Wenqing confidently stride into the restaurant, where the staff respectfully ushered him into a private room. Bam! A loud bang echoed as a bald man angrily exclaimed, "Everyone else is waiting in line. Why does he get to cut in?" Others began to murmur their discontent regarding Gu Wenqing's apparent privilege. At that moment, a calm waiter interjected, "Sir, please don't be upset. That gentleman is our Debong restaurant's owner. You needn't worry about being cut in line, as he has an exclusive private room not open to the public." Upon hearing this, the bald man felt embarrassed, scratching his bald head, and sheepishly replied, "Well, that's fine then." Chapter 32. Yin Weiwei, do I lack this little money? Just as Wenqing was about to follow in Gu Wenqing's footsteps, she overheard this. "Oh, no wonder there wasn't any space. He just barged in. Turns out he is the mastermind behind Debong Western Restaurant. How impressive." Not long after they entered the private room, a series of exquisite French dishes were served at the table. Bouillabaisse, foie gras steak, Parisian lobster, red wine mountain chicken, saffron chicken, chicken liver steak, and so forth. How could she, once teetering on the brink of subsistence, afford such indulgent dining experiences? As the petite streamer, Wenqing gazed upon these culinary delights, her mouth watered with anticipation. It was her inaugural encounter with cutlery, and she appeared somewhat flustered, even a tad embarrassed. "Wow, you bear an uncanny resemblance to my idol, the boy in white," she exclaimed. At that moment, Gu Wenqing removed his sunglasses and mask, revealing his features to Wenqing. "Really? Just how similar are we?" she inquired. Wenqing produced a screenshot she had painstakingly captured from a video, finally revealing the entire visage of her idol. To be fair, this image had captivated her for quite some time. "Your eyes, your nose, your lips, they all resemble his," she murmured to herself as she compared the two images. "Even the aura is identical. It's as if you were carved from the same mold." "So what?" Gu Wenqing replied nonchalantly. "You're the boy in white, right? How fortunate am I to encounter my idol and share a meal together." Wenqing's eyes sparkled with delight as she found herself in the company of someone she admired. Her chatter increased. "Idol, may I have your autograph?" "Certainly," he responded. "Idol, can we take a photo together?" "Of course," Gu Wenqing agreed. "Idol, may I have a hug?" "All right, come here." Before Wenqing could wrap her arms around him, Gu Wenqing had already pulled her into his embrace. A wave of excitement surged through her. "Very nice," he added playfully. "With such a youthful visage and ample charm, what else do you desire? I shall grant your wishes." "Nothing more," Wenqing replied, her legs feeling weak, her voice soft and innocent. All good things must come to an end. After their meal, a sense of familiarity blossomed between them. Once they concluded their dining experience, Gu Wenqing escorted Wenqing home. Observing her retreating figure clad in a maid outfit, he inquired, "Aren't you going to invite me up for a drink?" At his words, Wenqing inwardly scoffed, rogue, and hastened back into her residence. Just as Gu Wenqing prepared to drive away, Wenqing rushed back toward him. He felt a dizzying whirlwind as she approached. "What's this? Have you decided to let me in for that drink?" he teased. Breathless, Wenqing replied, "I just forgot to add you on WeChat." After Gu Wenqing accepted her friend request, he drove back to Moda University. Yuanan, upon returning to her rented apartment, felt as though the day had been a dream. Not only had someone gifted her 1.3 million, but next month she would earn over 650,000, liberating her from her current financial struggles. Most exhilarating of all was the serendipitous encounter with the idol she had longed for. The monetary gifts felt like a bonus. With a heart full of joy, she posted a selfie alongside the screenshot of the boy in white on WeChat, captioning it, "A day being pampered by my idol." Utterly elated. Soon, numerous likes and comments flooded in, all of which she chose to ignore. Meanwhile, Gu Wenqing, driving along, suddenly spotted a familiar silhouette by the roadside. Clad in military training camouflage and worn white canvas shoes was Yun Weiwei, perpetually with her head bowed. Gu Wenqing feared she might accidentally collide with a lamppost. Having completed her military training, Yun Weiwei was on her way to withdraw money. The only bank within Moda University was the Industrial and Commercial Bank. While she was a customer of the Postal Savings Bank, with interbank withdrawals incurring fees, Yun Weiwei was left to seek directions from passersby. After walking several kilometers and finally locating an ATM, she realized darkness had fallen, the number of pedestrians dwindled, and with the night encroaching, she found herself lost in this unfamiliar city. Feeling somewhat helpless, she relied on her hazy memories to navigate back to school. Suddenly, the deafening roar of a sports car engine surged past her, and a red Ferrari came to a halt before her. A familiar face emerged from the car window. "Hey, get in." Yun Weiwei hesitated momentarily before approaching the passenger door, yet she did not enter. Understanding her reluctance, Gu Wenqing opened the door for her, but she still remained outside. "Get in," he urged. In a barely audible whisper, she replied, "I just wanted to ask you for directions back to school." Gu Wenqing smiled. "I'm headed back to school too. I can give you a ride." Yun Weiwei lowered her head, murmuring, "I'm dirty." Having sweated during military training and walked several kilometers under the scorching sun, her uniform was now quite unpleasant. She feared she might soil his car. Gu Wenqing felt a pang of sympathy for this girl, who was always considerate of others. He was curious about her past experiences. "What do you mean dirty?" "The dirtiest thing is the human heart, not the person." At his words, Yun Weiwei paused and cautiously climbed into the car. Once inside, she sat quietly, careful not to touch the interior. She had overheard other girls at school discussing how expensive this car was, and she feared damaging it. During the drive, Gu Wenqing asked, "What is your name?" "Yun Weiwei," she replied. "That's a lovely name." He complimented sincerely. Yun Weiwei lowered her head, falling silent. "By the way, has Li Yuanhua been giving you trouble?" "No, not at all." Gu Wenqing advised, "If he bullies you, come find me. Don't be afraid of him." Yun Weiwei, still looking down, rummaged through her small bag and eventually produced a stack of cash, placing it on the dashboard. "This is 5,000 yuan. I promise to repay you the remaining 1.45 million slowly." Her voice, though small, was imbued with determination. Gu Wenqing noticed her worn and yellowed canvas shoes and inquired, "How much do you have left?" "After paying my tuition, just over 300. Upon hearing this, Gu Wenqing felt an inexplicable surge of anger. "What can 300 yuan buy you? It's barely enough for a meal. You should prioritize taking care of yourself. Why are you in such a rush to repay me? Do I truly need this 5,000 yuan?" His voice was louder than intended and slightly harsh, startling Yun Weiwei, causing her eyes to brim with tears, and she fell silent. Gu Wenqing pulled over to the side of the road, feeling an inexplicable desire for a cigarette. Though he rarely smoked, he occasionally indulged. He retrieved a cigarette and asked, "Do you mind?" Yun Weiwei gently shook her head, whispering, "My dad smokes often in front of me." Chapter 33. Jean used hostility towards Yun Weiwei. Yun Weiwei quietly muttered, "Smoking is bad for your health." "Then I want tea smoke," Gu Wenqing declared, extinguishing the cigarette. "Take this money for now. Once you graduate and find a job, you can repay me at your leisure. Also, the repair costs are only 10,000 yuan, not 150,000. Li Yuanhua inflated the figure to swindle money from you." "Really?" Seeing Gu Wenqing nod, Yun Weiwei felt a weight lift from her heart. In reality, the Porsche only required 60,000 for repairs. But Gu Wenqing likely wouldn't reveal the truth. 150,000 was far too much, and she had been losing sleep over it recently. Although 10,000 was still considerable. With some effort, she believed she could repay it within a semester by working part-time. Suddenly, Yun Weiwei felt a flicker of hope for the future. "I don't want the money," she asserted stubbornly. Gu Wenqing replied firmly, "I said to take it." Yun Weiwei remained resolute, her head bowed. Gu Wenqing understood that he needed to adopt a firmer stance to make her relent. He could do without the car window, and so could I. Gu Wenqing clutched a thick wad of cash in his hand, holding it outside the car window, threateningly declaring that since no one wanted it, he would simply toss it away. Consider this money returned to you. Ah, Yun Weiwei was taken aback. She nervously waved her hands, exclaiming, "No, no." Gu Wenqing sighed, retracting the money into the car, his tone commanding, insisting that it must be accepted, or he would follow through on his threat. Startled by his tone, Yun Weiwei feared that Gu Wenqing might actually discard the money, so she clutched it tightly, her fingers pressing so hard that they turned white. Gu Wenqing gently admonished, "Be good, listen." He started the car, and, within a mere 10 minutes, arrived on campus. Yun Weiwei exited the vehicle, softly murmuring her thanks before lowering her head and making her way to the girls' dormitory. Meanwhile, on the balcony of the dormitory, Jinyu happened to see Yun Weiwei disembarking from the Ferrari. Upon returning to his room, Gu Wenqing took a shower, rejuvenating himself. Just as he lay down on his bed, his phone rang with a melodious chime. It was a voice call from Senior Wang Yinran. Gu Wenqing answered curtly, "What do you want? I missed you since I haven't seen you all day. By the way, why didn't you reply to my message earlier?" The senior's tone bore a hint of grievance. Unfazed, Gu Wenqing replied, "I was in the shower and didn't check my phone." "Really? Are you sure you weren't with any other girls? I heard that Chen Xiaohua delivered water to you again today." A hint of jealousy seeped through Wang Yinran's words. Gu Wenqing could sense her displeasure even through the screen. Without hesitation, he ended the call and initiated a video call. When she answered, the screen was black. Gu Wenqing, displeased, exclaimed, "What the hell? You can see me, but I can't see you? That's not fair." "Humph. You don't get to see me because you ignored me all day this afternoon." Gu Wenqing justified, "I had important matters to attend to. I fired the manager at Debong and went for interviews." He spoke without a trace of guilt, conveniently omitting his encounter with Yu Wenwen. The senior retorted playfully, "Humph. You're off the hook this time." As the dark screen flickered to life, a pair of long legs adorned in seductive lace stockings appeared. "Wow." Gu Wenqing gasped, his eyes widening in awe. Before he could admire the view further, the senior huffed and hung up the video call. Truly, she remained the same, igniting flames but neglecting to extinguish them. "What? You fired the manager? Old Gu, are you the owner of the Debong Western restaurant?" Huang Ziqing, overhearing the conversation, inquired in surprise. Gu Wenqing preferred to keep a low profile, replying, "It's just family business. I help manage it. My family owns a Chinese restaurant right next to Debong." "What a coincidence," Huang Ziqing remarked. At that moment, Gu Wenqing furrowed his brow. A restaurant adjacent to Debong? If memory serves, 10 out of the 15 storefronts in that row were under Gu Wenqing's name. What a small world. He was, in fact, the landlord of Huang Ziqing's parents. Zhou Tao, freshly showered and entering, overheard their conversation and asked, "What's Debong?" Huang Ziqing explained, "It's a high-end Western restaurant in the university town." Zhou Tao exclaimed, "Wow. Old Gu, that's impressive. Your family owns a Western restaurant. I've never even tasted Western food in my life." Gu Wenqing offered, "Next time, I'll treat you all to a meal." Zheng Xiaohong gave a thumbs up, proclaiming, "Now that's what I call being a good buddy." Zhou Tao grinned widely. Who would have thought our dorm would have two wealthy kids? One with a Western restaurant and the other with a Chinese one? We want to be short on job opportunities during breaks. At the girls' dormitory, Yun Weiwei returned and pressed her small bag of money beneath her bed before heading to the bathroom for a shower. After washing up, she placed the bucket on the floor and began scrubbing her dirty clothes. Though the school provided washing machines, they required payment, 2 yuan per use. To save money, Yun Weiwei opted for hand washing. At that moment, Jinyu, sitting on the bed, asked, "Where did you go after military training?" Yun Weiwei paused her scrubbing slightly before responding, "I had something to do outside." "You went alone?" Jinyu pressed. Yun Weiwei nodded affirmatively. Suddenly, Jinyu, with an air of arrogance, accused, "You're lying. I saw you get out of Gu Wenqing's car. After military training, you must have done something shameful with him." The other two girls in the dorm turned their attention to Yun Weiwei and Jinyu. Choosing silence, Yun Weiwei continued washing her clothes, her head bowed. Jinyu, feeling ignored, grew angrier. "Don't think just because you're somewhat pretty that you can catch a rich guy like Gu Wenqing. Look at yourself. Do you really think you're worthy? Your entire outfit doesn't even cost 100 yuan, and you drink nothing but plain water from the cafeteria, only eating the cheapest vegetarian dishes. You can't even afford to use the washing machine for 2 yuan, hand washing your clothes. Do you really think you deserve Gu Wenqing?" "Jinyu, that's enough." Another chubby girl in the dorm, He Yuan, interjected loudly. "Humph, I'm talking about her. It's none of your business." Jinyu haughtily retorted before plugging in her earphones to listen to music. Unfazed, Yun Weiwei continued scrubbing, as if Jinyu's words had never been uttered. The relationships among the 4 girls in the dorm were fraught, primarily due to Jinyu's foul temper and her tendency to nitpick everything, which made He Yuan and the other girl dislike her. Lying on her bed, Jinyu recalled Yun Weiwei's stunning beauty, feeling a surge of frustration. It was such a pity that such a perfect face belonged to Yun Weiwei. If only it were mine. Chapter 34. The Girls. Gu Wenqing, we want one. Military training was not too grueling. One might as well return home to plant sweet potatoes. Life during military training continued as usual, and every day, Gu Wenqing received bottles of sparkling water from Senior Chen Yunxue. Although everyone initially found it tiring, they soon acclimated to the routine. Amidst the envious gazes of others, Gu Wenqing received 2 bottles of sparkling water today as well. Particularly, Chen Yunxue changed her stockings daily, captivating the attention of the boys on the playground. Gu Wenqing furrowed his brow, pondering how Chen Yunxue had discovered his preferences and who might have inadvertently revealed his secrets. Huang Ziqing smirked, "Old Gu, you should drink less soda, it kills your vitality." Gu Wenqing retorted playfully, "What do I care? I'm bursting with energy." During a break from military training, the various squads gathered together. It was unclear which class started it, but someone showcased a talent, prompting a chorus of applause. A girl played a popular tune from Douyin, and as the music began, she flirted, tossed her hair, and swayed her body. Even in oversized camouflage attire, her sensual figure was evident. Zheng Xiaohong exclaimed, "Damn. She's incredibly sexy." Huang Ziqing concurred, "Which class is she from? How come I've never noticed her before?" The girl's hot dance brought the atmosphere to a fever pitch, with some boys excitedly whistling. The noise below erupted. "Wow, her figure is truly impressive. Universities should prioritize the right to choose partners. Isn't this better than those flashy girls on Douyin?" One word, absolute. Qin Munin swayed her slender waist to the rhythm of the music, seemingly oblivious to the cheers from the surrounding boys, her gaze fixed on Gu Wenqing, never straying from him. As the performance concluded, Qin Munin panted lightly. At this moment, the name Qin Munin was fervently circulating throughout Mo City University. With her long hair cascading down, a delicate sheen of sweat graced her fair forehead, and her camouflage top clung closely to her physique, subtly revealing her exquisite figure. Below, a throng of exhilarated boys erupted with cheers, utterly captivated. "What is that girl's name? She's stunning. Hey, that's our classmate, Qin Munin. Is she taken? Bro, what are you even thinking? Regardless of her status, she's not for you. Damn it, I can't help but fantasize. How can I possibly sleep tonight after witnessing this?" Amidst the chatter, Huang Ziqing chimed in excitedly. "She's like a white moonlight, evoking the feeling of first love." Zhou Tao, disgruntled, retorted, "Come on. You already have Li Wenhuan. You're coveting what's in another bowl while neglecting your own." Huang Ziqing shot back. "You don't understand. I'm merely appreciating beauty. Besides, old Gu is both a senior and a campus beauty. Can't I indulge in a little daydreaming?" Gu Wenqing remained speechless, quietly observing the performance, bemused that the flames of competition had reached him. Zhou Tao scoffed, "How dare you compare yourself to old Gu? Look at how handsome he is, and then look at you." Huang Ziqing pouted, "What is wrong with me? Are you jealous seeing a Korean-style handsome guy like me?" Zhou Tao, Zheng Xiaohong, and Gu Wenqing shared a sense of indignation at the perceived insult to Korean heartthrobs. Surrounded by cheers for Qin Munin, Gu Wenqing sat quietly, accompanied by his senior, having witnessed far greater spectacles than this trivial display long ago. As Qin Munin concluded her performance, she observed Gu Wenqing lost in thought. She had poured her heart into her dance, not for him, yet felt a twinge of frustration at his apparent lack of appreciation. Even the starry sky seemed more alluring to him. Suddenly, Qin Munin called out, "Economics major Gu Wenqing, come join me." The crowd erupted once more, their previous excitement rekindled, especially among the girls, who, upon hearing the name Gu Wenqing, were electrified. At Mo City University, mentioning Gu Wenqing never failed to spark conversation among the female students. Whether freshmen, sophomores, juniors, or even seniors on the cusp of graduation, all were familiar with him. "Ah, he's the one driving a Ferrari. He's the white-clad youth who bravely fought 8 alone and made headlines. He's the one who delivered water along with the beautiful senior Wang Yanran and the campus flower Chen Yunxue. Oh, he's the most handsome one at Mo City University." In hushed tones, many girls secretly debated that the most handsome boy in the university was none other than Gu Wenqing from the economics department. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the girls at Mo City University could be oblivious to various teachers and professors, yet they would undoubtedly recognize Gu Wenqing. When girls go wild, there's no stopping them. With someone leading the way, cries for Gu Wenqing quickly multiplied, and soon the entire playground resonated with synchronized shouts. "Gu Wenqing, come join us. Economics major Gu Wenqing, come join us." Numerous boys joined in, egging him on. The instructor, noticing the commotion, waved his hands to encourage the chanting. Instructor 123. "Everyone, let us hear it. 12,345. We've been waiting so long. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're so anxious. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Do you have him or not, do you?" Economics, the class of Gu Wenqing. Zhou Tao, taken aback, exclaimed, "What the hell? When did old Gu ever attract Qin Yinan? Huang Zicheng was equally dumbfounded. Damn it. You might become the enemy of all the boys in school. Zheng Xiaohong gleefully remarked. Haha. Old Gu, go perform something that LL make us howl. The trio exchanged banter. Don't sing. You'll ruin it. Faced with the enthusiastic crowd, Gu Wenqing remained unfazed. You want me to sing? I won tea. My pride is on the line. You want me to sing? I absolutely won tea. What are you going to do about it, huh? Hush. 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 A cacophony of playful boos erupted from the opposite side. The atmosphere was electric. Everyone was reveling in the moment. Just then, the instructor aptly interjected, every other class has showcased their talents. We can't lag behind. With so many girls calling for you, Gu Wenqing, you cannot disappoint them. At this moment, Zheng Xiaohong kindly advised, Old Gu, please don't sing. If you can dance, do some street dance or robot dance. If all else fails, tell a joke. Zheng Xiaohong recalled the terror of that fateful night. Zhou Tao also chimed in, please. Don't sing. You'll ruin the perfect image you have with the girls. Huang Zicheng nodded in agreement. Right. Singing is not your forte. Hearing the trio's comments, classmates in the economics class were astonished. Could it be that Gu Wenqing's singing was notoriously bad? Students from adjacent classes also overheard. Some, harboring jealousy towards Gu Wenqing, secretly delighted in the prospect of him embarrassing himself in front of a large audience. Chapter 35. Old Gu, change your act. Your singing is utterly tone-deaf. It was no exaggeration to say that during the military training of the freshmen, they were all under Gu Wenqing's sway. He was the one stealing the spotlight. He was also the one receiving water from the goddess. Now, even the dancing white moonlight seemed interested in him. My heavens! Why do all the good things fall upon him? Everyone had been dazzled by his charm, and they were all eager to witness Gu Wenqing's potential blunder. Would he falter on stage? Perhaps he lacked any real talent. Rumor had it that his singing was atrocious. Haha, now it's his turn to be embarrassed. What a pity, such is the price of fame. Others yearn for a chance to perform, yet he takes center stage. Cowardly turtle. Down below, especially Li Yuanghua, Chu Bowen, and other boys with grievances against Gu Wenqing were overjoyed. They could hardly contain their excitement, wishing to leap up in celebration. Today, Gu, you're in for a show. Being humiliated in front of everyone is quite satisfying. It would be even better if you completely flubbed your performance. In the economics class formation, Gu Wenqing borrowed a guitar and tested the sound. This scene startled his 3 roommates. Holy hell, Old Gu, are you really going to sing? Please. Listen to our advice and don't be so stubborn. Are you truly unaware of your lack of musicality? It's over. Old Gu is about to embarrass himself on a grand scale. The 3 encircled Gu Wenqing, attempting to persuade him to change his performance. Boys from the neighboring dormitory, classmates of Gu Wenqing, wore faces of sheer terror. The school's walls didn't provide much sound insulation. They had all heard Gu Wenqing's infamous wailing. With a voice akin to a duck's and completely off-key, it sounded as if a ghost were howling in the dead of night. A voice reminiscent of a duck. Terrifying indeed. While he spoke with a soothing charm, for some reason, when he sang, it morphed into that dreadful tone. It seemed nobody was perfect. They too urged him. Old Gu, perhaps you should consider a different talent. If you sing, the girls might just faint. Why must you insist on singing? If you truly have no talent, just let someone else take the stage. Gu Wenqing, clutching the guitar, pondered over the well-meaning advice. Could it be that his singing truly was that unbearable? Gu Wenqing furrowed his brows lightly and jestingly retorted, Get lost. My singing is exceptionally melodious. Do not spread baseless rumors. Huh, a bunch of nobodies. He is now a far cry from his former self. Glancing at the system reward of Celestial Voice, Gu Wenqing felt a surge of confidence. Celestial Voice enhances the host's singing abilities, transforming his previously pitchy voice into that of a professional vocalist. Everything is utterly flawless. Who fears whom? In truth, Gu Wenqing could not play the guitar at all. However, as long as he performed the 10 songs rewarded by the system, he entered an invincible state. The arrangements and lyrics were deeply imprinted in his mind, allowing him to sing with utter freedom. Simply put, when he sang the songs granted by the system, he could employ various instruments, piano, violin, guitar, and even the suona and eru. At this moment, the playground was bustling with excitement. The girls were eagerly anticipating Gu Wenqing's arrival. Why hasn't he come yet? Could it be that he is feeling shy? Look, Gu Wenqing is holding a guitar. Wow, he can play the guitar? Truly impressive. He looks so handsome. Gu Wenqing removed his hat, revealing a slightly longer buzz cut. His sharp brows and bright eyes exuding an air of elegance and refinement. The buzz cut is a true test of a young man's looks. With his cropped hair, Gu Wenqing, even in stillness, captivated numerous girls. Not just the girls, the boys also silently lamented his striking handsomeness. Chen Yanxue was equally curious about his guitar skills. In Yeyang's Yeyang No. 1 High School, Any boy who could play the guitar would undoubtedly become a campus sensation. How could she have never heard of a Gu Wenqing who played the guitar throughout her 3 years of high school? Just a facade, Chu Bowen asserted confidently. Upon hearing this, Chen Yunxue frowned, and Chu Bowen's standing in her eyes diminished even further. Chu Bowen gazed at Gu Wenqing, harboring intense disdain for him. Firstly, the girl he fancied, Chen Yunxue, seemed to have an affection for that lad. Secondly, he loathed Gu Wenqing for stealing his limelight. Chu Bowen had always been the center of attention, and now in university, he had become a mere backdrop to Gu Wenqing. How could he not resent him? Gu Wenqing, embracing the gentle breeze, stepped into the center of the crowd. Many girls whispered among themselves, commenting on how handsome he looked with the guitar. As Gu Wenqing strummed the strings, the once boisterous playground fell into a tranquil hush. A long, melodious prelude captivated everyone. The prelude was so soothing, imbued with a classical essence. What a beautiful introduction. Hush, listen closely. As the haunting prelude lingered, Gu Wenqing gazed towards the direction of his hometown. Zhou Tao and Huang Zicheng had already covered their ears. Though the prelude was enchanting, it could not alter old Gu's lack of musicality. In my childhood, I stole the light from someone else's wall. My past, unkempt, recalls a decade of hardship. Now, beneath the lamp, I read leisurely. The fragrance of red sleeves enhancing my solitude. A lifetime of fleeting fame is but an illusion. In March, amidst the misty haze, the warblers fly and the grass flourishes. In the flurry of willow catkins, I glimpse my hometown. I wonder if you, who dwell in my heart, still linger in Luyang. A strand of black hair, cherished for a lifetime. The lovers on the bridge, entering and exiting as pairs. This song is the Luzhou Moon from a parallel realm. Known in that dimension as a Chinese-style song, a genre yet to emerge in contemporary China. With the blessing of his celestial voice, Gu Wenqing's tone was clear and melodious, instantly captivating the ears of all present. Some girls gazed at him dreamily, feeling their hearts flutter. The lyrics are truly beautiful. The moonlight illuminated Gu Wenqing's chiseled features, adding a touch of mystery that intrigued the girls, igniting their curiosity to know him better. A climactic moment approached. Gu Wenqing thought to himself, unable to suppress a gentle smile that graced his face. Luzhou moonlight falls upon my heart. The you beneath the moon is not the same as you once were. So many sorrows remain unspoken. A sigh escapes, as I once thought it was ordinary. Luzhou moonlight, the pear blossom rain cools. Now, who is by your side? The moonlight of my hometown is deeply etched in my heart. Yet the tears of that year cannot flow. The lyrics are exquisite, the melody enchanting, and the singer undeniably charming. It seemed to transport everyone into the world of Luzhou Moon. A scholar, after 10 years of arduous study, attained his ambitions. Later, upon seeing through the vanity of fame, he returned to his hometown in March. Watching the couples on the bridge, he reminisced about the one he once loved. Is she still in his hometown, or has she become someone else's wife? Standing in the coldest corner beneath the moonlight, gazing at his hometown, he suddenly realized that the person he saw in the moonlight was no longer the same. With a rendition of Luzhou Moon, he expressed his longing for home and the woman he once cherished. Chapter 36. Qin Yunan. Gu Wenqing, do you truly not remember me? Luzhou moonlight. The pear blossom rain cools. Now, who is by your side? The moonlight of my hometown is deeply etched in my heart. Yet the tears of that year cannot flow. With a guitar in hand, Gu Wenqing's expression bore a tinge of melancholy. Luzhou, also known as Fei, is his hometown. Below, a lively yet bittersweet song conveyed a sense of gentle parting, bringing tears to the eyes of many sentimental girls. Listening quietly, they felt the poignant emotions of homesickness, resonating with their current experiences. Most had left their hometowns to study in the bustling metropolis, missing their parents and longing for home. After the song concluded, silence enveloped the crowd. They remained immersed in the aftermath of the melody. After a while, Zhou Tao exclaimed in astonishment, "Wow, is this truly old Gu singing? Has he been possessed by a ghost?" Zheng Xiaohong stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend. Huang Zicheng shook his head, saying, "It seems we were all deceived by old Gu. This is his true level." A sudden uproar ensued. Boys from the economics department shouted enthusiastically, "Gu Wenqing, you're incredible. You're truly phenomenal." The girls below exchanged inquiries. "What is the name of this song? How come I've never heard it before? I couldn't find it online." This song is called Luzhou Moon. Luzhou refers to Hefei, my hometown, Gu Wenqing explained. A curious girl asked him, "Did you write this song?" Gu Wenqing replied, "Sort of. It's a song from a parallel world, and besides, the system has registered the copyright for me." "What? It's truly your original composition. Absolutely astonishing." Hearing Gu Wenqing claim authorship, the girl's eyes sparkled with admiration, showering him with praises. "Oh my, Gu Wenqing is so talented. What should I do? Who can resist such an amazing young man?" I fear I will find it hard to find a partner in the future. Meeting Gu Wenqing may lead to a lifetime of regret. As they listened to the praises surrounding Gu Wenqing, the boys who had previously dismissed him could not help but silently rage. How infuriating. Once again, that lad has outshone them. There was no way around it. Gu Wenqing's excellence was undeniable, and they could only bow in submission to his brilliance. Wealthy and handsome, not to mention a gifted singer and songwriter. How could anyone compete? It was simply incomparable. Chen Yunxue's gaze remained fixated on Gu Wenqing, her curiosity about him growing increasingly profound. After the event concluded, Gu Wenqing turned down several girls who approached him for his WeChat contact, accompanied by his roommates on their way back to the dormitory. They jovially remarked, "Old Gu, you're quite the charmer. What a relief we worried for nothing." The four of them shared laughter, when suddenly a voice called out, "Gu Wenqing, stop." It was Qin Munin, standing beneath a streetlight by a tree. Gu Wenqing, feeling somewhat exasperated, replied, "You all go ahead. I'll catch up shortly." Huang Ziqing looked at Gu Wenqing with envy, exclaiming, "Old Gu, you're living the dream." Zhou Tao, filled with jealousy, added, "You're the campus's shining star." Zheng Xiaohong cautioned, "Take it easy, Old Gu, or you might stir up trouble." The trio patted Gu Wenqing on the shoulder, their expressions filled with admiration as they made their way back to the dormitory. "I seem to not know you," Gu Wenqing stated. With one senior from Magic City University and Chen Yunxue already causing him enough trouble, he truly wished to avoid attracting more female attention. The girl, illuminated by the yellow light, sported a camouflage t-shirt tied up to reveal her slender waist and long legs. "Humph, it suffices that I know you," she huffed. "All right, now that we're acquainted, I shall take my leave." Gu Wenqing waved his hand dismissively. Suddenly, Qin Munin dashed in front of him. Her presence magnified as she stood close. "Take a good look. Do you truly not remember me?" Gu Wenqing scrutinized her for a moment, concluding that she must have mistaken him for someone else. "I genuinely do not recognize you." Qin Munin gazed at him with a hint of grievance as he turned to leave, muttering, "You fool. Jerk. Silly goose. After 7 or 8 years apart. How could he have forgotten her?" Ding. The host has unlocked a new title. Center of Attention. Reward. A game studio in Magic City. Reward. The skill of Eternal Youthfulness. Eternal Youthfulness invigorates the host's anti-aging properties, enhancing their skin and vitality while ensuring they will never experience baldness. System. Feel free to keep the late nights coming, young one. Just like that, a new title was unlocked. A game studio is quite remarkable. It's akin to a legendary cash cow, reminiscent of a game from Goose Factory that generated over 10 billion in cash revenue in a single year. Gu Wenqing resolved to pay a visit tomorrow. Upon glimpsing the Eternal Youthfulness skill, Gu Wenqing was taken aback. The system is impressive. Anti-aging and no baldness. How splendid. If there's one thing that troubles men the most, it's baldness. No matter how handsome one may be. A receding hairline can diminish even the most striking features to negative territory. Returning to his dorm, Gu Wenqing hurriedly examined himself in the mirror to assess any changes. He noticed that his skin had become considerably smoother and more radiant, with increased elasticity and a youthful glow. Previously, due to late nights, his skin bore some blemishes. But now, those pesky spots had vanished without a trace. With the enhancement of Eternal Youthfulness, Gu Wenqing's attractiveness had increased slightly, though not overwhelmingly so, as he was already quite handsome. Emerging from the dormitory restroom with a cheerful demeanor, he found Huang Ziqing unboxing a newly purchased watch. Zhou Tao, lacking exposure to such luxuries, approached with curiosity. "This packaging is exquisite. That watch must be quite pricey." Huang Ziqing replied with a smug expression. "It's just a Longines watch." Longines, a prestigious global brand with a rich history, is a must-have for successful men. "I've admired this watch for quite some time, though it was a bit expensive, so I pondered for a while before making the purchase." Now that he had acquired such an expensive watch, Huang Ziqing felt compelled to flaunt it, sharing its brand and price to justify the expenditure. Zhou Tao, furrowing his brow, inquired, "Longines? I've never heard of it. How does it compare to the Wenshuan brand?" Huang Ziqing was momentarily baffled. What on earth is Wenshuan? "Oh, it's just an electronic watch sold at our local convenience store, quite pricey. Around $200 to $300, Zhou Tao explained. Huang Ziqing felt as though he had been speaking to a wall, realizing he had been showing off to someone utterly clueless. He exclaimed, "Don't even think to compare those generic brands with Longines. You're dragging my watch's prestige down." Chapter 37. Whoever bullies Yun Weiwei shall face my wrath. "Oh, Longines isn't just a few $100. Zhou Tao exclaimed, surprised. Previously, he had heard someone boast about Patek Philippe and Vacheron Constantin being exorbitantly expensive, and he had taken note. After contemplating for a moment, he continued, "How does your watch stack up against Patek Philippe and Vacheron Constantin in terms of price?" Huang Ziqing lamented, "What on earth are you talking about? Patek Philippe and Vacheron Constantin are far more prestigious than Longines. They're in entirely different leagues. How can you even compare? He had merely wished to showcase his watch, but it seemed an impossible task. At that moment, Zhou Tao spotted Gu Wenqing entering the room. "Old Gu, what do you think of my watch?" "It's a Longines," Huang Ziqing said, waving his arm to let the watch glimmer under the light. Gu Wenqing, maintaining a stoic expression, replied, "Oh, it looks quite nice. This model is quite suitable for young people. You should consider getting one too, old Gu," Huang Ziqing added, instinctively glancing at Gu Wenqing's wrist. Holy cow! His jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. What did he just see? A Vacheron Constantin. This was beyond outrageous. Being a native of Magic City, Huang Ziqing had some knowledge of luxury brands, and he recognized that Gu Wenqing's watch was no ordinary Vacheron Constantin. The diamond-encrusted platinum case and the rectangular-cut diamonds concealed within were unmistakable. He was certain that Gu Wenqing wore the Vacheron Constantin P30630S22 G9899, valued at over 10 million. Having a roommate adorned with a watch worth 10 million was utterly mind-blowing. Huang Ziqing had previously considered purchasing a Vacheron Constantin, but the lowest price was close to 90,000, far exceeding his budget. That's why he settled for the Longines, which was over 20,000. With trembling voice, Huang Ziqing asked, "Old Gu, is that the Vacheron Constantin Malta you're wearing?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Tao and Zheng Xiaohong turned to look, intrigued, for they were also aware of Vacheron Constantin's illustrious reputation. "Old Gu, that watch is truly stunning." The diamonds on the Vacheron Constantin sparkled with an air of nobility under the light, captivating Zheng Xiaohong. Zhou Tao curiously inquired, "Old Gu, how much did you pay for such an exquisite watch? If it's affordable, I might want to get one too." Before Gu Wenqing could respond, Huang Ziqing interjected, "You want to buy one? Are you out of your mind? Do you have any idea how much this Vacheron Constantin Malta costs? A whopping 10 million. What? 10 million? Zhou Tao and Zheng Xiaohong could scarcely believe their ears. How could a watch possibly be worth over 10 million? "Old Gu, did you really pay over 10 million for that watch?" Zhou Tao stammered in disbelief. Gu Wenqing simply replied, "Yeah, it looks quite nice, doesn't it? Holy smokes. Old Gu is truly wearing a watch valued at 10 million. What does that even mean? 10 million can buy a modest abode in the heart of the bustling metropolis. 10 million could procure 2 ordinary Ferraris. 10 million ensures that an average person can live a life free from financial worries." The watch adorning Gu Wenqing's wrist is not merely a timepiece. It is, in essence, a residence in this city where every inch is precious. Huang Ziqing gazes in astonishment at the Vacheron Constantin Malta. His emotions are tumultuous. Just moments ago, he had suggested that old Gu purchase a Longines. Yet, old Gu arrives sporting a Vacheron Constantin Malta worth 10 million. He had intended to boast about his own 2,000 yuan Longines watch in the dormitory. But now all his roommates flaunt million yuan luxury watches. How could he possibly brag about a mere 2,000 yuan Longines in such company? At this moment, Huang Ziqing feels an unsettling sense of inferiority. In comparing himself to Gu Wenqing, he, a local of this grand city, suddenly feels like a newcomer from a lesser place. While Gu Wenqing embodies the essence of a true denizen of the metropolis, the sight of a license plate worth 16,800,000, a 10 million Ferrari, and a 10 million Vacheron Constantin watch fills Huang Ziqing with envy that borders on despair. Gu Wenqing lies on her bed, engaged in conversation with Wang Yanran. "Senior, I saw your singing video on the campus network. How was it?" "It was wonderful. Junior, you are truly talented. I find myself liking you more and more." Gu Wenqing responds, "I like you too. What do you like about me?" Gu Wenqing playfully replies, "Your long legs and black stockings." Wang Yanran teases, "Is that all you like about me? I also like the fact that you wear nothing at all." In the early morning, Gu Wenqing and Zhou Tao finish their morning routines and head to the cafeteria. The first cafeteria requires passing by a section of the girls' dormitory. "Look, old Gu. It's the girl who delivered water to you before. She seems to be crying." Zhou Tao, with his keen eyes, is the first to spot Yin Weiwei, who is sitting on the steps by the road, her head buried in her arms, softly sobbing, her shoulders trembling. Upon witnessing this scene, Gu Wenqing's anger ignites. Who could dare bully such a kind and innocent girl? Gu Wenqing approaches Yin Weiwei to inquire if Li Yuingwai has troubled her. Through her tears, Yin Weiwei responds, "No. No." Upon seeing Gu Wenqing, all her resolve crumbles, and she leans on Gu Wenqing's shoulder, bursting into loud sobs. Tears wet her cheeks and dark hair, revealing glimpses of her beautiful face. The boys passing by are captivated by her beauty, their hearts stirred by the sight of her tear-stained visage. Who is this stunning girl in tears? She is as beautiful as the campus beauty, Chen Yunxue. Could it be that Gu Wenqing has brought her to tears? That scoundrel Gu Wenqing, with a senior, still dares to provoke other girls. The male students approaching from behind, unaware of the context, assume Gu Wenqing has bullied Yun Weiwei, and they gather nearby, indignant. Someone speaks out, Gu Wenqing, as a man, bullying a girl is simply outrageous. If you don't give us an explanation today, we will report you to the principal. Don't cry, beautiful, we will seek justice for you. A chorus of voices rises. Gu Wenqing, with a fierce tone, commands. Enough of this ruckus. Silence. In an instant, the air thickens with tension. Everyone is taken aback by Gu Wenqing's fierce demeanor. His usual refined and gentle nature replaced by an intimidating glare, akin to a rabid dog ready to pounce. Then, Gu Wenqing turns back, gently brushing away the tears from Yun Weiwei's face. He speaks softly, don't cry. If you keep this up, you'll look like a little stray cat. Rest assured, whoever has wronged you shall face the consequences. Chapter 38. Regardless of gender, those who err must face retribution. At this moment, a plump girl from the crowd steps forward. He Yuan states, the money Weiwei had hidden under her bed is missing. I helped her search the dormitory, but we found nothing. Hearing this, Gu Wenqing's fury intensifies. Yun Weiwei lost 5,000 yuan. He understands profoundly what 5,000 yuan signifies for her, while it may merely represent a couple of months' living expenses for other university students. For Yun Weiwei, who walks 8 or 9 kilometers just to save a few yuan in transaction fees, it could equate to a semester, a year's worth of living expenses, or even the entirety of her university funds. Gu Wenqing glances at Yun Weiwei's somewhat worn canvas shoes, frowning. Did anyone else enter your dorm today? Upon seeing He Yuan shake her head, Gu Wenqing continues, then it must have been someone from within your dormitory. Let us find the other 2 roommates, today. Even the mightiest will not deter me from uncovering the thief. As long as it wasn't he, an outsider, finding the culprit should not prove difficult. With only 4 individuals in the dormitory, excluding Yun Weiwei, that leaves 3 suspects. Meanwhile, at the school playground, Jin Yu sits with her male sycophants, awaiting military training. I want to buy an iPhone 13 Pro Max, but I'm still 1,000 yuan short. Can you lend me 1,000? Didn't you say you needed 6,000 yesterday? Jin Yu, with an expression devoid of emotion, replies, oh, my family sent me 5,000. Before her male sycophant can respond, Jin Yu notices Gu Wenqing approaching with a group of people, and upon seeing Yun Weiwei behind him, her heart sinks. Though she maintains a facade of calm, Gu Wenqing stands silently in the playground, waiting patiently. Jin Yu, already feeling guilty, begins to crumble internally. Shortly after, another girl from the dormitory, Yang Lihua, arrives. Let us find a place to talk, Gu Wenqing suggests. Though angered, he prefers to keep the situation contained. His intention is to find a less crowded area to discuss matters with the parties involved. Jin Yu refuses, I want to go. Gu Wenqing, suppressing his rage, responds, I don't want this to escalate. At this point, Jin Yu's male sycophant stands up to block Gu Wenqing, declaring, what do you want? The sycophant, attempting to appear brave, stands in front of Jin Yu, trying to prevent Gu Wenqing from taking her away. Gu Wenqing, with patience, replies, it's nothing. Just a minor issue. Who do you think you are? You think you can just take her away? The sycophant shouts angrily, in front of Jin Yu. He strives to exhibit a particularly masculine demeanor, as she has mentioned her attraction to boys who can provide her with a sense of security. Hearing this, Gu Wenqing's temper flares. What are you? I could take on 8 of you if it came to a fight. In terms of wealth, the money in my bank account could reduce you to ashes. I'll say this once more, step aside. Upon hearing this, the sycophant suddenly realizes who he is facing. Gu Wenqing, renowned in the metropolis for his heroism, capable of taking on 8 adversaries single-handedly, and driving a luxury car worth tens of millions, with a license plate valued at 16,800,000. With this realization, the sycophant feels utterly drained. He was no match for her, nor could he compete with Gu Wenqing's wealth. It seemed he could only resort to empty threats. Gu Wenqing's piercing gaze swept over the male sycophant, who fell silent under her scrutiny. With that, Gu Wenqing led her 4 dorm mates, including Yun Weiwei, away. In the vast, empty stairwell, she instructed, Zhou Tao, take Yun Weiwei away first. Zhou Tao nodded, and, along with the other 2 from the dormitory, escorted Yun Weiwei off to military training. At that moment, only Gu Wenqing, He Yuan, Jin Yu, and Yang Lihua remained in the corridor. To cut a long story short, I trust you all understand why I have brought you here, Gu Wenqing stated. The thief who stole Yun Weiwei's 5,000 yuan must be among the 3 of you. I hope the culprit will not repeat their mistake. Her gaze scanned the trio as she spoke with a measured calmness. Jin Yu scoffed. So you just know it's us 3? What if Yun Weiwei is lying? Perhaps she never lost any money at all? Gu Wenqing retorted, you see, Yun Weiwei is notoriously frugal. She eats nothing but plain vegetables and rice at the cafeteria, and to save 2 yuan on laundry, she scrubs her clothes by hand every day. Her clothes and shoes are practically falling apart, and she refuses to buy new ones. Do you honestly believe someone so miserly could come up with 5,000 yuan? She is merely trying to frame us out of jealousy because we have better lives than hers. A sharp sound echoed through the stairwell as Gu Wenqing delivered a resounding slap. Silence. Jin Yu clutched her face, unable to comprehend that Gu Wenqing, who always maintained a gentle demeanor, would strike a woman. What gives you the right to look down on Yun Weiwei? Gu Wenqing's eyes were fierce, as if they could consume her. Stop spewing nonsense, or I may find it hard to restrain myself from delivering another slap. Tears streamed down Jin Yu's face as she stammered, "How could you hit a woman?" Gu Wenqing frowned. No matter the gender, one must face consequences for their wrongdoings. In her heart, she had already deduced that Jin Yu was likely the thief. However, she knew that every situation required evidence. The dormitory was small, and there were always others around. She did not believe that Jin Yu could steal the money without anyone noticing. 5,000 yuan. I will reward anyone who reports the thief with this sum, Gu Wenqing proclaimed, her gaze fixed on the three. Among them, He Yuan shook her head, claiming ignorance. Gu Wenqing then turned her attention to the other two, escalating her offer, 10,000, 30,000. She continued, 50,000. Whoever reveals the culprit will receive this amount immediately. Surely, you do not doubt my capabilities. Jin Yu, now visibly panicked, shot a fierce glare at Yang Lihua, who looked frightened by the intensity of the moment. Yang Lihua, a diligent student, had always dreaded the presence of individuals from the underworld, especially since Jin Yu's brother was involved in such circles. Gu Wenqing, furious, exclaimed, "Shut your mouth." Then she reassured Yang Lihua, "Do not fear. I guarantee she will not harm you. Just tell me, and I will transfer 50,000 yuan to you immediately." After a long moment of hesitation, Yang Lihua finally spoke. The money was stolen by Jin Yu. This morning, while Yun Weiwei and He Yuan were brushing their teeth, I saw her take the bag that Yun Weiwei had hidden under her bed. Jin Yu erupted in fury. "You're lying." Now that she had spoken, Yang Lihua found no reason to conceal the truth any longer. The money was hidden in her military training pants. Gu Wenqing glanced down and noticed that Jin Yu's right pocket was bulging suspiciously, presumably filled with the stolen money. As the web of deception unraveled, Jin Yu collapsed to the ground in tears. "Take it out," Gu Wenqing commanded. "Since this is your first offense, we will keep your theft a secret this time and let you off the hook." However, her tone turned severe as she added, "But if you dare bully Yun Weiwei again, I will ensure that the entire school knows you are a thief and guarantee your expulsion from the university." Upon hearing this, Jin Yu exhaled in relief, feeling a flicker of gratitude towards Gu Wenqing for not being completely ruthless. After all, if the school did not expel her, she would still be unable to face anyone if the theft became public knowledge. Gu Wenqing kept her word, promptly transferring 50,000 yuan to Yang Lihua, and instructing her and He Yuan to keep Jin Yu's thievery a secret. Furthermore, she demanded that they refrain from revealing the circumstances surrounding the 50,000 yuan to Yun Weiwei. This was not out of a sense of savior complex, but rather a chance for Jin Yu to amend her ways. Everyone makes mistakes, and perhaps this opportunity would lead to her redemption. In that moment, admiration for Gu Wenqing blossomed in the hearts of Yang Lihua and He Yuan. The way he handled the situation was anything but typical of a university student. He had considered every angle meticulously. Truly impressive. How fortunate Yun Weiwei was to have someone like Gu Wenqing protecting her. A sudden wave of envy washed over them as they thought about her luck. As for the exchange of 50,000 for 5,000, they did not see Gu Wenqing as foolish. Rather, they viewed him as someone who cherished Yun Weiwei. He was willing to pay tenfold to recover what belonged to her. Embodying the essence of a domineering CEO from a novel, captivating and irresistible. With the money in hand, Gu Wenqing set off for military training, where 50,000 yuan was mere pocket change for him. After all, a single meal could cost him tens of thousands, rendering the amount insignificant. In truth, he could have withdrawn 5,000 yuan himself and deceived Yun Weiwei into believing the money had been found. She was so naive she would never suspect otherwise. Yet, Gu Wenqing chose not to take that route. First, the root of the problem needed addressing. What if Yun Weiwei continued to lose money? Second, he genuinely did not want to deceive someone as innocent as her. In haste, Gu Wenqing arrived late to military training. "Gu Wenqing," the instructor shouted, "you are 10 minutes late and have violated school regulations. You must run 10 laps around the field." Gu Wenqing thought of a certain plant in exasperation. The instructor continued, "Do you have any objections?" He winked at Yun Weiwei, who was among the crowd, and boldly replied, "None." On the sweltering playground, Gu Wenqing, clad in military training attire, sweat poured down as he ran. Yun Weiwei stood among the crowd, her heart swelling with emotion. Why was he so kind to her? As the instructor's whistle blew, all the freshmen finally sat down to rest, while Gu Wenqing continued to circle the field. Chu Bohan took a refreshing sip of water and gleefully remarked to the other boys, "He deserves it. He brought this upon himself by being late to military training. It's delightful to see Gu Wenqing in a predicament. He always seeks the spotlight, so it's time for him to face some consequences. 10 laps? That'll wear him out." Laughter erupted among the boys as they continued to mock him. They had long harbored disdain for Gu Wenqing. The most beautiful girl in their class, Chen Yunxue, was always sending him sparkling water, and their jealousy towards Gu Wenqing was palpable. They were, in fact, quite eager to see him punished. At that moment, they felt an overwhelming sense of joy. However, the girls in the class furrowed their brows, displaying clear discontent. A few of them spoke loudly. "Are you out of your mind? Do you even know what happened to speak so carelessly? Gu Wenqing was late because he was helping a girl find money. He is simply altruistic, and you dare to laugh here?" Exactly. A bunch of clueless straight boys. How could they possibly comprehend Gu Wenqing's romantic nature? Oh, how can Gu Wenqing be so kind-hearted? Unlike them, who only revel in others' misfortunes. If glares could kill, the girls' stares would have turned Chu Bowen and his friends to ashes long ago. Chu Bowen and his companions felt utterly embarrassed. Uttering a few negative words about Gu Wenqing had made them the villains? They were at a loss, utterly perplexed by how fierce these girls were. After completing 10 laps around the track, Gu Wenqing was drenched in sweat, feeling as though he could wring water from his underwear. His camouflage shirt clung tightly to his body, faintly revealing his perfect abs, undoubtedly attracting the gazes of countless girls. Sweaty and disheveled, Gu Wenqing approached Yun Weiwei, stuffed the money into her bag, and then walked away. Huang Ziqing sauntered over, giving a thumbs up to Gu Wenqing. "You're the man." Zhou Tao also approached, inquiring, "Why didn't you explain yourself back then? Perhaps the instructor would have let you off." "You don't understand. Some people prefer not to be the center of attention." Gu Wenqing replied. Yun Weiwei, that girl, was so insecure and shy. She often kept her head down, using her hair to shield her face. If she were to be noticed by so many students during military training, it would undoubtedly frighten her. Not far away, Yun Weiwei observed Gu Wenqing sprawled out on the ground. After much hesitation, she finally overcame her inner turmoil and wanted to bring him water. However, another girl appeared in her line of sight, dressed splendidly, with delicate makeup, handing Gu Wenqing a bottle of sparkling water. Yun Weiwei glanced down at her faded water bottle, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Chen Yunxue stood ahead, watching Gu Wenqing drink. "Can't you change the flavor of the sparkling water?" Gu Wenqing frowned. "It's the same orange flavor every day. I'm about to vomit." The boys on the playground were seething with rage, wishing they could leap up and strangle Gu Wenqing. That scoundrel. The campus belle personally delivered water, and he dared to be picky about the flavor? They could only imagine how thrilled they would be if the campus belle brought them water. They would never be so pretentious and choosy as Gu Wenqing. Chapter 40. Having already purchased a 3 million yuan Porsche Cayenne, do I really need to worry about this mere 10,000? After military training, Gu Wenqing's phone rang, a call from an unfamiliar number. Upon answering, a melodious female voice greeted him. "Hello, Mr. Gu. I'm a sales representative from the Porsche dealership in Modu. The top-spec Porsche Cayenne you ordered has arrived at the store. When would you be available to pick it up?" This was the Porsche Cayenne he had been rewarded with by the system. Gu Wenqing promptly replied, "I'll be there shortly." Had it not been for the sales representative's call, he might have forgotten he had a Porsche Cayenne waiting for him. Gu Wenqing dialed Wang Yinran's number. "Senior, are you free?" Wang Yinran laughed. "As long as you're looking for me, I'm always free." "All right, then I'll take you out for a trip." Gu Wenqing descended the stairs and started his red Ferrari, arriving at the girls' dormitory. Soon, Wang Yinran came down. In the passenger seat of the Ferrari, she wore an off-the-shoulder denim top, exposing her delicate, fair collarbone and shoulders, paired with a matching denim miniskirt that showcased her long, shapely legs. Her white stockings reached just above her calves, complemented by a pair of Nike Air Force sneakers. Her makeup maintained the pure and alluring style she favored, resembling a perfectly ripe apple, irresistible to the eye. As they passed through a traffic light, Gu Wenqing naturally placed his hand on Wang Yinran's thigh. She blushed deeply, shyly saying, "Junior, don't do that." Gu Wenqing replied, "No need to be shy. We've already been honest with each other." With a pout, Wang Yinran cast a sidelong glance at Gu Wenqing, but said nothing further. After a while, he inquired, "Why aren't you wearing stockings today?" "I am." Wang Yinran lifted her leg to show him her knee-high white stockings. "Really? I didn't see them," Gu Wenqing said, as he lifted her denim skirt only to find black leggings underneath. "Damn, what happened to trust between people? Who on earth invented leggings? Pervert." Wang Yinran knew Gu Wenqing's nature and that he loved to take advantage of her. After a few playful touches on her smooth, long legs, Gu Wenqing finally relented. Following the navigation, they quickly arrived at the Porsche dealership. As soon as they entered, they heard a male voice. "Isn't there's supposed to be no stock? Why is there one parked in the showroom? I never like to wait." I want that red Porsche Cayenne, and I'll pay for it right now. Lu Yongwei, holding a girl in one arm, pointed at the red Porsche Cayenne with the other. The sales representative hurried over to explain, "Sir, this Porsche Cayenne has already been pre-ordered and fully paid for by another customer. If you want to pick up a car today, we can offer you other Porsche models." Lu Yongwei's expression shifted as he heard the sales representative's words. The girl in his arms chimed in with a sweet voice, "Ah Wei, I only like the Porsche Cayenne. I don't want any other cars." Lu Yongwei looked at the girl in his arms, and hearing her sweet voice invigorated him. He adored her delicate demeanor, always seeking to be pampered. Lu Yongwei had known this girl for 2 to 3 months, and she was not as easily won over as other girls. He planned to buy a Porsche Cayenne today, hoping to impress her and perhaps even end up in bed with her. Yes, Lu Yongwei was not foolish. A car worth millions wouldn't be given away so easily. He intended to put the car's registration and insurance under his name. The Porsche Cayenne was merely a means to attract the girl. Whenever she grew tired of it, he could simply cast her aside, and the vehicle would still belong to him. No loss at all. Lu Yongwei had long been lusting after this girl's body, and he felt that today was the best opportunity to win her over. If he missed it, who knew how long he would have to wait? After coming to this conclusion, Lu Yongwei frowned and boldly declared, "My father knows your boss, Mr. Su. Don't be ungrateful. Swipe my card. I'm buying this car." Lu Yongwei handed his card to the sales representative, signaling her to process the payment. The girl cooed, "Ah Wei, you're so impressive." Lu Yongwei grinned wickedly. "Just wait until tonight. I'll show you something even more impressive." The girl gave him a flirtatious smile, her body exuding allure. The sales representative stood there helplessly, caught in a dilemma. "Aren't you going to hurry up? Do you want me to call and have you fired from the Porsche dealership?" Lu Yongwei shouted angrily at the sales representative. "What kind of person are you? You're so ungrateful. Do you think my words are just wind?" Lu Yongwei continued, "Let me tell you, it is an honor for the original owner to sell this Porsche Cayenne to me." At that moment, the female sales staff in the store dared not approach, fully aware that they could not provoke Lu Yongwei's powerful background. The saleswoman who had just been reprimanded was on the verge of tears. She was merely following the dealership's regulations. So why must this person make things difficult for her? "Oh, that fool forgot to tighten his belt, and now look at you," Gu Wenqing said with evident disdain as she stepped forward. With individuals like this uncouth second-generation rich kid, Gu Wenqing saw no need for decorum. A simple reprimand would suffice. When faced with a fool, one must wield a stick. "Who do you think you are?" Lu Yongwei said with a sullen expression. However, upon catching a glimpse of Wang Yanran's beauty, a flicker of greed crossed his face. This woman was truly stunning. In contrast, the girl in his arms seemed utterly inferior. Her looks were simply from different realms altogether, one soaring high while the other languished in the depths. Just moments ago, he had declared it an honor to purchase his car, but now, with my presence, how would he define that honor? Gu Wenqing replied coldly. Upon realizing that Gu Wenqing was the owner of the Porsche Cayenne and that he was accompanied by such a beautiful girl, Lu Yongwei fell silent for a moment, his arrogance dissipating. In a calmer tone, he offered, "I will add an additional 10,000 yuan to the original price of the car. How does that sound?" Gu Wenqing scoffed. "Are you sending a monkey to amuse me? My Porsche Cayenne is worth over 3 million. Do you think I need your measly 10,000? Wang Yanran, overhearing this, stifled a laugh, and even the sales staff could not suppress their amusement. What a ridiculous notion. Who would care about 10,000 yuan when they were already spending 3 million? Lu Yongwei's naivety was almost endearing in its absurdity. "Regardless, I want this red Porsche Cayenne," the girl insisted, blowing a gentle breath into Lu Yongwei's ear. He immediately stood at attention. Chapter 41. Next time you act so domineering, I'll slap you senseless. Furious, Lu Yongwei gritted his teeth. 10,000. I'll add another 100,000. Let me have the car. This was a significant loss for him. He had intended to use the 3 million he deceitfully acquired from his father to buy a Porsche Cayenne and charm that little streamer, intending to discard her once he got what he wanted. But now, adding that extra 100,000 was like a dagger to his heart. He swore he would ensure that this girl served him well tonight. 10,000. Gu Wenqing frowned, realizing that he spent more than that on a meal and a bottle of wine. He had expected someone of significance, yet here was Lu Yongwei, a mere child. Moreover, Gu Wenqing had no intention of parting with his Porsche. Calmly, he held up 3 fingers. Lu Yongwei gasped in shock. 300,000. Gu Wenqing shouted, "No. It's 30 million. It is an honor for you to purchase my vehicle at that price." He decided to return the favor with the same kind of arrogance Lu Yongwei had shown. "Are you insane? Have you lost your mind over money? Let me remind you. My father is Lu Guoyang," Lu Yongwei proclaimed, introducing himself with bravado. "You better recognize your place." Gu Wenqing remained unfazed. "I couldn't care less. Get lost. You wanted to buy my car. If you can't afford it, don't waste my time with your nonsense. My father is Lu Guoyang." This entire area is developed by my family, and even this dealership is rented by my father's company. Apologize to me now, or I'll have someone come over. Your small frame won't withstand it. Lu Yongwei threatened, his brows furrowing in anger. This neighborhood was developed by Huafeng Real Estate, and Lu Yongwei's father held a 5% stake in the company, worth a staggering 40 billion yuan. Lu Yongwei had the audacity to be arrogant, knowing he could summon a legion of construction workers at a moment's notice. Why should he be afraid? Junior, perhaps you should consider selling it. I've heard of Huafeng Real Estate. It's best not to provoke them, Wang Yanran advised. Huafeng Group was currently thriving, and she was aware of the luxurious villas they had for sale in prime areas for students. She didn't want her junior to offend such powerful business moguls. The sales staff in the dealership exchanged worried glances, fully aware of the formidable nature of Huafeng Group. With an asset total exceeding 800 billion, their connections in the city were not something an ordinary person could challenge. Oh no, the handsome guy really angered Lu Xiao. This is bad. He might not escape unscathed from the construction crew. One saleswoman whispered anxiously. Lu Guoyang? Why does that name sound so familiar? Gu Wenqing pondered for a moment. Lu Guoyang was indeed a minor shareholder of Huafeng Real Estate, thanks to the system's gift of a 10% stake in Huafeng Real Estate. The upper echelons of the company were aware of Gu Wenqing's existence. Conversely, Gu Wenqing was well acquainted with their profiles. Seeing Lu Yongwei laughing arrogantly, Gu Wenqing thought, how did Lu Guoyang end up with such a foolish offspring? Resorting to coercion, he approached Lu Yongwei and delivered 2 sharp slaps, causing Lu Yongwei to see stars. Without waiting for Lu Yongwei to react, Gu Wenqing dialed Lu Guoyang's number. Hello, old Lu, it's Gu Wenqing. You've certainly raised a fine son. Is he attempting to strong-arm me? If this continues, will he soon be trying to take over Huafeng Group itself? As a business partner, I simply cannot stand by. It's time for you to educate him. Please, don't take it to heart. I'll hand the phone over to that kid now. Boom. Lu Yongwei, clutching his face, felt as though struck by lightning. What had he just heard? Was this boy actually calling his father and referring to him as old Lu? Panic gripped him, and he thought, I'm finished. Wait, something's off. He reconsidered. The young man in front of him couldn't possibly know his father, let alone claim to be a business partner. What a load of nonsense. Lu Yongwei scoffed, snatching the phone with exaggerated bravado. Eager to prove that the person on the other end was not his father, he switched to speaker mode. Hello, you fool. How dare you impersonate my father Lu Guoyang? Do you know the consequences of such actions? I'm the one impersonating you. Lu Yongwei, have you grown wings, or do you think my belt has softened? You must be taught a lesson. The familiar voice of a middle-aged man resonated through the phone, causing Lu Yongwei to tremble uncontrollably. Dad, he stammered, panic setting in as his father's voice erupted with scorn. Don't call me Dad. I'm not worthy to be your father. Do you realize the monumental mistake you've made today? I've let your arrogance slide in the past, but today you've provoked old Gu. Your uncle Gu holds a 10% stake in Huafeng Group, a position of great significance. How dare you offend him? Apologize to him now. After hearing his father's words, Lu Yongwei felt as if his head was about to explode. What had he just heard? The youth before him possessed 10% of the shares of Huafeng Group. What does this signify? With Huafeng Group valued at 80 billion, it meant that the boy in front of him was worth 8 billion. That was a sum double that of his family's wealth. Moreover, he could sense the profound respect his father held for Gu Wenqing. Surely, the boy's background must be extraordinary. In that moment, Lu Yongwei felt utterly intimidated. In terms of wealth, his family was vastly outclassed. In terms of background, his own family's prestige was merely tied to Huafeng Group, while the connections of the youth before him likely extended beyond even that, encompassing other influential forces. With both hands cradling his phone, Lu Yongwei respectfully handed it to Gu Wenqing, displaying a smile that was more distressing than sorrowful. Uncle Gu, I beg your pardon. A junior failed to recognize your status and inadvertently offended you. Please forgive me. Gu Wenqing nodded, adopting a tone of an elder, imparting wisdom that there are always greater beings beyond oneself, and cautioned him against arrogance, advising him to remain humble and low-key. If I see you acting so domineering again, I shall deliver 2 slaps to your father on your behalf. Lu Yongwei nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at rice, acknowledging the truth in Uncle Gu's words. The voice of Lu Guoyang echoed through the phone. Old Gu, today's incident is on a yang. Let us have a drink when we return to the company, and I'll personally apologize to you. Upon hearing his father's humble stance, any lingering dissatisfaction Lu Yongwei held towards Gu Wenqing vanished into thin air. In an instant, the previously arrogant Lu Yongwei had transformed into a docile puppy, nodding and bowing, his attitude exceedingly contrite. Gu Wenqing waved his hand, saying, Yongwei, why don't you go and apologize to the saleswoman? You frightened her. The moment Lu Yongwei heard Gu Wenqing address him as Yongwei, his face turned a shade of green reminiscent of liver. If any of his peers outside dared to call him that, he would ensure they understood why flowers bloom so beautifully. Yet, with Gu Wenqing, he felt compelled to accept his fate, for after all, Gu Wenqing was a business partner of his father. Reluctantly, he turned to the saleswoman and muttered an apology. Witnessing this dramatic scene, the sales staff at the Porsche dealership were left in shock. The once haughty young Master Lu was actually apologizing to a female sales associate. This boy was truly impressive. Managing to bring young Master Lu to heel, not only did he endure 2 slaps, but he also offered an apology. Rumor had it that he was also a shareholder of Huafeng Group, holding 10% of the shares, amounting to an astonishing 8 billion. Such wealth was simply staggering. Had he not been accompanied by an extraordinarily beautiful girl, the sales staff would have long since rushed forward to obtain his contact information. Who wouldn't be enamored by a wealthy young man? They couldn't help but envy the girl by his side. 8 billion. How could one possibly spend such an amount? If this were the case, then surely the young man's family must possess assets in the hundreds of billions. As they regarded the striking youth, worth 8 billion, the sales staff found themselves captivated, their hearts fluttering at the sight of Gu Wenqing. Stop it, Gu Wenqing interjected, frowning. Quit with the Uncle Gu. You look older than me. Don't be so shameless. Call me Brother Gu. Lu Yongwei complied, and Gu Wenqing patted his shoulder. Now go home and play in the mud. All right, brother. Lu Yongwei responded. I'll weigh my Porsche Cayenne. Suddenly, Lu Yongwei raised his hand and slapped the girl, exclaiming, damn it. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have offended Brother Gu. Damn it. If you don't pose correctly tonight to please me, I'll make you regret it. The young streamer wept, sobbing softly. Inside the Porsche dealership, Wang Yanran was still reeling from the earlier shock. Her junior was actually a shareholder of Huafeng Real Estate. This was simply outrageous. If her junior was already so impressive, how much more remarkable must his family be? Upon checking the information about Huafeng Group on her phone, she discerned that his 10% stake was worth 8 billion. A wave of helplessness washed over her. Was she truly worthy of someone so exceptional? She recalled a girl from her dormitory boasting about her boyfriend who had bought a villa from Huafeng Real Estate, a claim that had echoed through their room for months. Now, with her junior being a shareholder, she wondered if her peers would even believe such a story. At that moment, Gu Wenqing playfully patted her waist, signaling for them to check out the car. Wang Yanran pushed her earlier thoughts aside as she gazed at the Porsche Cayenne before her. Its stylish and dynamic exterior boasted smooth lines and an athletic aura, exuding a commanding presence. The top-of-the-line interior was meticulously crafted, boasting comprehensive features and comfortable seating. The heated steering wheel and the armrest design next to the seats were particularly user-friendly, complemented by a panoramic sunroof. Wang Yanran found herself enamored, wistfully contemplating when she might be able to drive such a luxury vehicle. As she caressed the sleek paint of the Porsche Cayenne, she remarked, Junior, a red Ferrari would suit you perfectly, but while this red Porsche Cayenne is indeed attractive, it doesn't quite match you. Why not choose a different color? Gu Wenqing replied, but this car isn't for me to drive. Suddenly, a wave of anxiety gripped Wang Yanran, fearing she might be mistaken. Is it? Indeed. Just as you imagined, Gu Wenqing affirmed. Junior, I truly adore you. Wang Yanran exclaimed, leaning in to kiss Gu Wenqing several times. Her eyes sparkling with excitement as she gazed at the Porsche Cayenne. She felt as if she were dreaming. Just moments ago, she had fantasized about driving a Porsche, and now her junior had gifted her one. Elated, Wang Yanran realized that her junior's lavish gift of a luxury car worth over 3 million signified her importance in his heart. The thought filled her with a profound sense of fulfillment. At that moment, a Porsche salesperson approached, requesting identification to facilitate registration and insurance. Gu Wenqing promptly replied, Use my senior S. Junior, isn't that a bit inappropriate? Wang Yanran protested. Gu Wenqing gently reassured her, Listen, the car I gifted you is yours. So don't overthink it. In that instant, Wang Yanran's gaze softened like flowing water, her affection for Gu Wenqing reaching its zenith. In her heart, she knew he was destined to be her man for life. As the saying goes, a scholar would die for a confidant, and how much more so for a woman. Once the car registration was completed, the two of them each drove out of the dealership in their respective vehicles, the two red luxury cars resembling a couple's ride. Gu Wenqing called Wang Yanran, Senior, let us go watch a movie. Wang Yanran replied eagerly, Sure, I love watching movies. All right, then hop into my car. I'll take you somewhere nice, Gu Wenqing said as he navigated to Magic City International Cinema, a high-end theater rewarded by the system. This cinema, located in the historic commercial district of Magic City, occupied the 5th and 6th floors of the Lumao Business Circle. It was not only the largest cinema in Magic City, boasting the most screening rooms and seating capacity, but it was also one of the most luxurious cinemas in all of China. With 17 screening halls, including 14 standard halls, 1 super hall accommodating 600 people, and 2 VIP halls, it offered approximately 500 seats, and covered an area of about 15,000 square meters. Such a premier cinema was a reward from the system. And at that moment, it was around 7 or 8 in the evening, peak hours in the bustling commercial area, bustling with crowds. The bustling atmosphere of the Magic City International Cinema enveloped the waiting hall, where a diverse crowd of men, women, and children eagerly purchased their movie tickets, anticipating the commencement of their favorite films. The service at the cinema was exemplary. 2 receptionists greeted each customer with warmth, inquiring about their needs. As was customary, upon the arrival of a couple, they cheerfully exclaimed, "Welcome." Upon raising her gaze, one of the receptionists met the young man's eyes, causing both to gasp in surprise and promptly greet, "Good evening, Mr. Gu." Gu Wenqing acknowledged them with a smile and a nod, exemplifying the high standards of service at this premier cinema. Unlike his previous inspection at the Debon Western restaurant, this experience proved far more pleasant. Gu Wenqing understood that it was the omnipotent system at play, which had inexplicably transferred ownership of this cinema into his name, with all employees retaining a memory of him as their employer. Truly remarkable, this system. Chapter 43. May I borrow your lighter? Good evening, boss. Good evening, Mr. Gu. Everywhere Gu Wenqing traversed within the cinema, the employees greeted him with respect, drawing astonished glances from countless patrons in the waiting area, eager to glimpse the enigmatic owner of this 5-star luxury cinema. Surely he wasn't just a portly middle-aged man. Upon first glance, he radiated youthfulness and stature, leaving a lasting impression. Following a heroic act, the attention he garnered had yet to wane. Noticing the multitude of eyes on him, Gu Wenqing furrowed his brow and donned his sunglasses, prompting a chorus of gasps from the female onlookers. What an alluring aura he exudes, particularly when he raised an eyebrow. Several girls found themselves fantasizing about naming their future children after him. What a remarkable individual, to be so young and already the owner of a cinema. I would gladly bear his children. Come on, didn't you see the charming young lady by his side? The young men gazed at Gu Wenqing with envy, not solely for his wealth, but for the stunning woman beside him, Wang Yanran, who effortlessly outshone all others in the cinema. Upon arriving at his cinema, Gu Wenqing wasted no time in securing the VIP hall for a private screening. Whatever film one desired, it was readily available, along with every local delicacy the cinema offered. Wang Yanran frequently cast admiring glances at Gu Wenqing, realizing that ever since they became a couple, she understood what it meant to be with an exceptional man, one who commanded attention wherever he went. How impressive, she mused, relishing the high-quality lifestyle she experienced alongside her younger partner. In the expansive VIP hall, only Gu Wenqing and Wang Yanran occupied the space. A grand screen displayed a romantic youth film, captivating Wang Yanran, who gazed up at it entranced. Yet, watching a movie was merely a pretense. Gu Wenqing's intentions lay elsewhere. As he admired Wang Yanran's alluring figure and striking legs, a smile crept onto his lips, and he drew her closer, wrapping his arm around her slender waist. Startled by his boldness, Wang Yanran glanced at his mischievous grin and playfully pouted. Leaning closer to her ear, Gu Wenqing's warm breath sent shivers down her spine, and in the romantic, passionate ambience of the cinema, her body softened under his touch. As the film continued to play, Gu Wenqing's hand ventured lower, while Wang Yanran, her face flushed, instinctively covered her cheeks, her denim jacket slipping slightly. He was not one to merely skim the surface of pleasure, fully aware that her relatives were still present, yet he had his methods. After a moment's pause, captivated by Wang Yanran's innocent expression, she suddenly grasped the depth of their connection. The film had played for quite a while. Back in the dormitory, the other 3 roommates were present, with summer mosquitoes buzzing about, when Qian prepared to light an incense stick but couldn't find a lighter. Spotting Wang Yanran's Porsche keys, she innocently asked, "Can I borrow your lighter?" Unbeknownst to her, she had genuinely mistaken the car key for a lighter, influenced by the trending videos of luxury car key lighters. "Huh, I don't have a lighter," Wang Yanran replied earnestly. "Come on, I clearly saw it," when Qian retorted, grabbing the Porsche key from Wang Yanran's desk and searching for the lighter switch, but to no avail. "How do you even use this lighter?" With wide eyes, Wang Yanran replied, Qian, do you believe me when I say that it's a car key?" When Qian found the joke far from amusing, she was convinced it was simply a lighter. Knowing Wang Yanran's family background, which was comfortably middle class, she was bemused. A Porsche, even the most basic model, costs over 600,000 yuan. Wang Yanran's family could hardly afford it, let alone gift her such a luxury vehicle. As for her close friend Wang Yanran, she understood her well. Though somewhat materialistic, she held a strong sense of self-respect. No man would take advantage of her, and thus, it was improbable that any man would gift her a Porsche. Leading Wen Qian to the balcony, Wang Yanran pressed the unlock button on the Porsche key. Below, the red Porsche Cayenne's headlights blazed to life, illuminating the darkness ahead. Gazing down at the striking red Porsche Cayenne, one of her favorite cars. Wenqing felt a rush of admiration. Girls often favored larger vehicles, especially SUVs, as they provided a sense of security, and she was no exception. Among her favorites were the Mercedes G-Class, Porsche Cayenne, and Jeep Wrangler. As she stared at her dream car below, envy surged within her towards Wang Yanran. Yet, a wave of concern washed over her. Could her friend be straying onto a perilous path, perhaps selling herself or being financially supported by someone? How else could she afford a Porsche Cayenne? With a heart full of worry, Wenqing exclaimed, "Yanran, you wouldn't be involved with a wealthy benefactor, would you?" Upon hearing this, Wang Yanran reacted like a startled kitten. "How could you think that? You know my character. I have high standards for my future partner. He must be wealthy, handsome, kind-hearted, and responsible." As she spoke, her mind filled with images of Gu Wenqing. Wenqing scoffed and pressed further. "Then how do you explain this Porsche Cayenne? It's the base model, and it costs over $1,000,000 yuan. Don't tell me you bought it yourself." Chapter 44. Old Huang. Moderation is key. "It was a gift from my junior, Gu Wenqing." "So what did you give him?" "The relatives are still around," she replied. Wenqing continued to question. "Is the car registered in your name?" Seeing Wang Yanran nod, she admitted her envy. What an extraordinary man. In the bathroom, she gazed at her own striking features and physique in the mirror, contrasting with Wang Yanran's unique style, each possessing their own charm. In the boys' dormitory, Huang Ziqing approached Gu Wenqing as he returned, saying, "Hey, old Gu, you're back late. Were you out with the senior? How did it go? Do refrain from incessantly inquiring about my progress. Before you can claim the title of a legitimate boyfriend with Li Wenhuan, you ought to establish your own standing first." Huang Ziqing retorted, a hint of indignation in his tone. "Honestly, Gu, there's no need to so brazenly expose one's vulnerabilities. Moreover, my relationship with Li Wenhuan remains purely platonic." Gu Wenqing, embodying the wisdom of experience, imparted, "Even as a reluctant temporary boyfriend, you must wield the privileges of a partner. Do not hesitate. Begin with holding hands with Li Wenhuan." "Very well, I shall boldly attempt this next time," Huang Ziqing affirmed with determination. Just then, his Apple phone rang, and upon seeing it was Li Wenhuan calling, his spirits soared. He exchanged a triumphant glance with Gu Wenqing, silently boasting, "See, Wenhuan must be missing me." With a beaming smile, he answered the call. "Why did you take so long to pick up?" Li Wenhuan's voice came through, a touch of impatience evident. "I was speaking with Gu, hence I didn't hear the phone ring," Huang Ziqing replied meekly. "Send me Gu Wenqing's WeChat ID. Don't delay." "All right, I will send it to you immediately." After sharing Gu Wenqing's contact information, he suggested, "Wenhuan, once your military training concludes, let us go out together." He was eager to test the effectiveness of Gu Wenqing's advice. "Let us see about that," Li Wenhuan responded, having received Gu Wenqing's WeChat ID, and promptly hung up. Zhou Tao and Zheng Xiaohong erupted in laughter, proclaiming, "This is genuine." Huang Ziqing, feeling a bit awkward, scratched his head. "That's just how Wenhuan is. I've grown accustomed to it." Later, as the lights in the dormitory dimmed, Huang Ziqing tossed and turned in his bed, unable to find sleep. He timidly asked Gu, "Have you ever held hands with a senior?" Gu Wenqing smirked. "What do you think? My lips are practically worn out." Zhou Tao, with envy, exclaimed, "Wow, Gu, you're quite the catch." The faint moonlight stirred the heart of the solitary soul, leaving him restless. After much contemplation, Zhou Tao finally asked, "Gu, could you share Mo Luo's WeChat ID with me?" He had developed quite an interest in her. She was strikingly beautiful and kind-hearted, and Zhou Tao yearned to connect with her. Huang Ziqing, unwilling to dampen his roommate's spirits, gently cautioned, "Mo Luo is not someone to be easily approached. She is not that simple. I just want to give it a try," Zhou Tao insisted. Gu Wenqing replied, "All right, I'll pass it along." Huang Ziqing rolled his eyes, reflecting on Zhou Tao's lack of self-awareness. If Mo Luo had proactively added Gu Wenqing, it was evident she had feelings for him. Moreover, the disparity in their family backgrounds posed an insurmountable challenge. Huang Ziqing sighed inwardly, realizing Zhou Tao would only learn after hitting a wall. Soon enough, Zhou Tao added Mo Luo on WeChat. Scrolling through her moments, he found posts about fitness and gourmet food. A picture of Mo Luo in form-fitting gym where ignited a warmth within him. "Do you know who I am?" he inquired. Mo Luo replied, "Of course. But if it weren't for your connection to Gu Wenqing, I wouldn't have added you. Military training must be exhausting, right?" Mo Luo remarked. "Make sure to apply sunscreen to avoid sunburn." "Yes, I will," she replied. "I'm heading to rest now. Good night, sweet dreams," Zhou Tao responded. Meanwhile, at Modi University, in the girls' dormitory, after chatting with Zhou Tao, Mo Luo pulled out her phone and scrutinized a screenshot. Gu Wenqing's well-defined muscles captivated her. As a fitness enthusiast, she often encountered muscular men at the gym, but finding someone as well-proportioned and streamlined as Gu Wenqing was a rarity. Assuming that after adding her as a friend, Gu Wenqing would soon initiate a chat, She waited in vain for his message. Eventually, she decided to reach out to him. With her phone in hand, she hesitated, unsure of what to say. Typically, it was the boys who initiated conversation, and she found herself responding sporadically. After much deliberation, she finally typed. Military training must be quite challenging, right? Gu Wenqing, engrossed in enjoying the benefits sent by a senior, replied dismissively. The summer sun is intense. Make sure to apply sunscreen. Mo Luo advised. I'm off to sleep. Gu Wenqing replied. Rest well, she wished him. Gu Wenqing then resumed his conversation with the senior, Wang Yanran. My relatives will be leaving in a couple of days. He exclaimed. I've been eagerly awaiting that. It means a feast. Wang Yanran teased. You're thinking too much. I just meant we can go for hot pot once they leave. Do you want me to take care of you? Gu Wenqing quipped. Come on, I'm waiting for you. In a few days, I'll make sure you call me daddy. Gu Wenqing jested. The next day, as the sun climbed high in the sky, Gu Wenqing noticed Huang Ziqing looking pale and frail. He cautioned him, take care of your health. Refrain from overexerting yourself. I'm perfectly fine. Huang Ziqing retorted. Zhou Tao pointed at the overflowing trash bin by Huang Ziqing's bed. What about all those crumpled tissues? Huang Ziqing defended himself. I simply have a cold. Zhou Tao scoffed. You caught a cold in the summer? Huang Ziqing insisted. It's heat stroke, all right? Gu Wenqing patted Huang Ziqing's shoulder reassuringly. Regardless of whether you're sick or not, it's wise to prioritize your health. Feeling a mix of frustration and despair, Huang Ziqing lamented that no one believed him. As Zheng Xiaohong entered the room after freshening up, he rushed to assert his innocence. Is it abnormal to have a runny nose in summer? Without hesitation, Zheng Xiaohong retorted. Who gets a cold in summer? Her remark sent Gu Wenqing and Zhou Tao into fits of laughter. After a day of military training, Lin Yingying, a spirited girl, sent a voice message via WeChat. Gu Wenqing, come out for dinner. You promised me, and there's no way you can refuse. Her cheerful voice rang through the phone. Send me your location. I'll be there shortly. Haha, I'm already at the gate of your university. Hurry up. Did you drive yourself? Gu Wenqing inquired, recalling the expensive clothes Lin Yingying had gifted him. Given her affluent background and the distance between Modu Music Academy and Modu University, he deduced she must have driven. All right, I'll be right out. Since Lin Yingying was already at the university gates, Gu Wenqing decided not to change his clothes and simply stepped out in his military training attire. Chapter 45, Night at TXX Nightclub. I got drunk. As soon as Gu Wenqing exited the school gates, Lin Yingying spotted him instantly. She rolled down the window and waved excitedly. Gu Wenqing, over here. Gu Wenqing gazed at the luxurious Bentley Continental GT, valued at over 3 million yuan, confirming his suspicions that Lin Yingying was indeed a wealthy girl. Once inside the car, Gu Wenqing asked, where are we dining? Lin Yingying smiled. What do you fancy? Western or Chinese? Chinese, please. I've had my fill of Western cuisine lately. Sounds good. She replied, effortlessly maneuvering the Bentley through the traffic. Dressed in a sleek black fitted dress, Lin Yingying's long legs, clad in Balenciaga stockings, complemented her elegance. It was clear that someone of her stature would have no shortage of admirers at school. Sensing Gu Wenqing's gaze, Lin Yingying felt a slight blush rise to her cheeks, though she feigned nonchalance, focusing intently on driving. At the Gongfu restaurant, nestled within the lush expanse of Modu Bay National Forest, the average dining cost was a staggering 4,000 yuan. Without a guide, first-time visitors would likely lose their way amidst the verdant maze of the Shanghai Bay Forest Park, characterized by willow-laden ponds, vibrant peach blossoms, and intricately designed traditional architecture. The Huizhou architectural complex of the public office, said to possess a history exceeding 4 centuries, is adorned with antiquities of unparalleled beauty. The upper hall, where the esteemed elders of the former gentry convened, features a Qing dynasty Qianlong intricately carved dragon-patterned round table, serving as a dining surface. The seating comprises Ming dynasty meditation couches, complemented by plaques inscribed by national masters, intricately carved wooden screens, and exquisite artifacts of Han pottery and Jin porcelain, all vividly embodying the essence of Huizhou culture. The two patrons ordered an array of dishes: kaiwa duck, white-cut chicken, yellow braised shark fin, steamed mushrooms, sesame sauce kidney, chicken soup rolls, shiitake meat patties, and steamed chicken, among others. As the table filled with these exquisite delicacies, their presentation alone resembled works of art, even before considering their flavors. Gu Wenqing, how does it taste? Lin Yingying leaned in to inquire. Due to their proximity, Gu Wenqing could sense the delicate fragrance emanating from the young lady. Indeed, it is a feast for the senses. I am quite enamored, he replied. Lin Yingying chuckled. As long as you enjoy it, that's all that matters. I was worried it might not suit your palate. Even if I were to eat nothing, simply gazing at you would be a treat for the eyes. Lin Yingying was truly captivating, both in beauty and figure, and her vibrant personality radiated charm. Despite being a native of the metropolis, she exuded a distinctive spicy flair reminiscent of the Sichuan and Chongqing girls, a delightful mix of sweetness and fierceness. Had Gu Wenqing not been present at the barbecue joint earlier, she might have rushed in to rescue him. Today, her attire was particularly appealing, especially to Gu Wenqing, who had an affinity for attractive women in black stockings. As the saying goes, one can gauge a woman's beauty by her thighs. And Lin Yingying's legs were nothing short of exceptional, rivaling even those of the senior female students. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Lin Yingying had meticulously prepared for this occasion, hoping to make an impression on Gu Wenqing. Feeling his gaze upon her, she experienced a flutter of joy. Their meal concluded amidst laughter and conversation. On the return journey, Lin Yingying drove, intending to escort Gu Wenqing back to school. Just then, she received a call from a friend, who lamented a recent heartbreak and requested Lin Yingying to pick her up from a bar. Before hanging up, a man's voice interrupted. "Beautiful lady, are you alone?" Concerned for her friend's safety, Lin Yingying suggested they first stop by the bar, explaining that her friend was intoxicated and in a precarious situation. Gu Wenqing immediately agreed, saying, "I'll take the wheel. Your friend's situation appears dire, and I possess competent driving skills." Lin Yingying nodded, pulling over to switch seats with him. Her friend was at TXX bar. Gu Wenqing set the navigation and cautioned, "You might want to brace yourself." Ever since acquiring the skill of one-handed super driving, he had yet to put it to the test. His driving prowess now rivaled that of professional race car drivers. Buckle up. With the roar of the engine, an exhilarating surge propelled the car forward like a flash of lightning. Within mere seconds, their speed soared to 200 km/h and continued to escalate. Gu Wenqing maneuvered at high velocity, deftly weaving through traffic with remarkable agility. What was initially a 40-minute journey became a mere 20 minutes under his adept control. His rapid driving, particularly during overtaking, might have startled Lin Yingying. Upon arriving, he parked and inquired with genuine concern, "Are you all right?" To his surprise, Lin Yingying's complexion was flushed with excitement. That was exhilarating. So thrilling, she exclaimed. A typically demure girl, she felt a rebellious thrill coursing through her, relishing the unparalleled adrenaline rush from their escapade. TXX, the premier nightclub in the metropolis, had become a magnet for luxury vehicles since its opening, with opulent cars lining the streets each night. Spanning 3,000 square meters, it accommodates up to 3,000 guests, featuring a wall adorned with spade A motifs, embodying an industrial chic aesthetic alongside a 3D surround sound system, 4D holographic projections, and a 12-meter-long bar. This venue amalgamates electronic music festivals, underground clubs, and indoor music events, drawing many affluent youths seeking to unwind and liberate themselves from the day's disappointments. As Gu Wenqing and the blushing Lin Yingying entered TXX, they were met with a dazzling corridor of pulsating lights and booming music. The atmosphere was thick with the allure of opulence as couples meandered through the space. Their arrival garnered attention as the striking pair stood out in the vibrant nightlife scene. Gu Wenqing's clean-cut hairstyle and chiseled features, accentuated by the flashing lights, attracted many admiring glances, particularly in his camouflage attire, which uniquely blended youthful exuberance with masculine charm, setting him apart from the usual crowd. He deftly waved off an approaching promotional girl, stating he was there to find someone. Together, he and Lin Yingying began scanning the room. Meanwhile, at a scattered table in TXX, Wang Min donned a revealing black camisole that barely concealed her softness, her collarbone and slim waist exposed to the air. She paired it with short shorts and knee-high black boots, embodying the essence of a girl group aesthetic. Chapter 46. I'll compensate you with 1 million. Wang Min was in a foul mood. Her boyfriend of 6 months had cheated on her, opting for a woman of lesser caliber. Her former partner had the audacity to claim, "We've been together for half a year, and you only let me hold your hand, not even a kiss." In contrast, the other girl had succumbed within days. This revelation struck Wang Min as utterly absurd. She had long suspected her boyfriend of flirting with numerous women online, which she considered emotional infidelity. In an attempt to curb such behavior, she had tried to maintain some distance, hoping he would amend his ways. Damn this love. How could I have been so blind to choose a man like Zhou Gui? After what felt like an eternity of drinking, she began to feel lightheaded and, with her remaining sense, called Lin Yingying to pick her up. The nightclub was a chaotic mix, and she wished to avoid any unforeseen incidents. Yet, fate had other plans. 3 men at a nearby table had been eyeing Wang Min, who was alone and nursing her drink. With her striking looks and revealing outfit, she became the prime target for the club's male patrons. Just as she finished her call, one of the men, self-assured in his charm, approached her. "Beautiful lady, are you alone?" Wang Min ignored him, continuing to drink her sorrows away. Unfazed, the man persisted. In the nightlife scene, a thick skin was a prerequisite for success. Witnessing Wang Min's allure, he settled nearby, watching her with a bemused smile. Drink up. Once you're intoxicated, my friends and I will take care of you, he thought, reveling in the prospect of the evening ahead. He waited for approximately 20 minutes, and Wang Min was already noticeably intoxicated. He was about to call over 2 other friends to help take Wang Min away when a man and a woman approached. Upon seeing the red-haired girl, they saluted her under the influence of alcohol. Damn, she is absolutely stunning, and her body is alluring. They envied the man beside her, wishing they could be with such a captivating woman. As the couple drew nearer, they arrived at Wang Min's booth. Lin Yingying furrowed her brow and inquired, "Who are you? Why are you sitting with my friend?" Hearing this, the 3 men realized that the drunken woman's friend had arrived. However, they had no intention of letting the opportunity for conquest slip away. The prey was already intoxicated, nearly ready to be taken to a room. The trio, having consumed some alcohol, began to shout loudly. "You say that, do you? What proof do you have? We're her boyfriends." They laughed boisterously. The tallest among them pointed at Gu Wenqing and added, "Brother, keep an eye on your woman. If you can't manage her, we can help you out." The other 2, feeling emboldened, chimed in, "Heh, I love lending a hand. Just look at that little redhead. She is intoxicating." Upon hearing this, Lin Yingying disdainfully remarked, "A bunch of filthy rascals. Do you think you're worthy of being Wang Min's friends? I've known her for so long. How could I not know who her friends are?" Meanwhile, Gu Wenqing was not idle either. He raised an eyebrow, preparing to carry the drunken Wang Min out of the booth. At this sight, the 3 men erupted like mad dogs. "Get away. Don't touch her. She is with us tonight. Try moving her and see what happens." Gu Wenqing scoffed, "Try me." With a swift motion, he picked up the intoxicated Wang Min in a princess carry, casting a sharp gaze at the trio of lecherous men. They were merely a group of young men drained by indulgence. Gu Wenqing could easily take them all down in a matter of seconds. At this moment, the atmosphere was tense. Gu Wenqing stood his ground against 3, his formidable presence unnerving them. "All right, brother, you've got guts. If you want to take her away, that is fine, but she is drunk on our drinks, and we're not letting that slide without compensation," the tattooed man babbled. After all, the woman was already out cold. If they claimed to have bought the drinks, then they must have, right? "Yeah, the drinks on this table aren't cheap. It's a total of 100,000. Once the money hits our account, you can leave without any hindrance," another added in agreement. The 3 exchanged glances, thinking that even if they lost the drunken woman, securing 100,000 would allow them to indulge in a luxurious night of foot massages and more, still a lavish way to spend the evening. Although Gu Wenqing didn't frequent nightclubs, it was evident that the drinks on the table were nowhere near worth 100,000. These men were asking for way too much. "No problem, 100,000 it is," Lin Yingying interjected, considering it a small price to pay to avoid further trouble. She feared that Gu Wenqing might encounter unexpected difficulties, as he was currently holding Wang Min, leaving him with no free hands to fend off 3 ruffians. The trio chuckled slyly, ready to provide their bank account numbers. At that moment, Gu Wenqing frowned and said, "Yingying, wait a moment, let me handle this." With a cold smile, he declared, "How about I compensate you $1 million instead?" The 3 men were taken aback. Had this young man lost his mind? Who would willingly suffer a loss, let alone escalate it to such an amount? 100,000 isn't enough. You're offering 10 times that? Gu Wenqing didn't wait for their response. He gestured to a marketing girl nearby, who quickly approached. "What is the most expensive drink you have here?" The marketing girl shyly replied, "The Black Spade AS 5-color dragon. A set costs 78,888. Gu Wenqing, without hesitation, commanded, "Bring me 20 sets. 20 sets? The marketing girl stammered in disbelief. Surely, the music in the venue was too loud, and she must have misheard. She cautiously repeated, "Sir, are you certain you meant 20 sets? Absolutely." Instantly, the marketing girl's face lit up with joy. Had she truly heard correctly? The impossibly handsome man had just ordered 20 sets of the 5-color dragon. As the most exclusive and expensive package in the nightclub, one set alone was valued at 78,888. Therefore, 20 sets amounted to a staggering 1,577,760. Her commission alone would be 150,000, surpassing her entire annual salary. Typically, when a customer ordered a single set of the 5-color dragon, it would create quite a stir. And now, the dashing figure in camouflage was ordering 20 sets in one go. Tonight was bound to be extraordinary. The marketing girl ran excitedly to the front desk to fetch the POS machine. The 3 tattooed men stood there, puzzled. Hadn't he just promised to compensate them $1 million? Why was he now ordering 20 sets of the 5-color dragon? They didn't dwell on it for long. Instead, they felt even more exhilarated. If he could afford 20 sets of the 5-color dragon, then surely he was wealthy enough to make good on his promise of $1 million. Haha, what luck to encounter such a generous fool today. The tall man waved his hand, declaring, as long as you pay us 100,000 for the drinks. We want to make things difficult for you. Meanwhile, Lin Yingying, oblivious to Gu Wenqing's intentions, focused solely on gathering the necessary funds. One set of the 5-color dragon was 78,888. 20 sets totaled 1,577,760, with over 150,000 needed. And only slightly more than 100,000 in her account. She was short by 50,000. She dashed out of the nightclub, calling another friend to borrow 50,000. The three tattooed men disregarded Lin Yingying's departure, confident that as long as the drunken woman was still with Gu Wenqing, they couldn't escape their grasp. Lin Yingying, the affluent beauty, had a friend who was equally well off, and without hesitation, her friend transferred 50,000 to her account. After securing the funds, Lin Yingying hurried back, her heart racing. Spending over 150,000 meant they could no longer sit in a casual area. The marketing team promptly arranged for Gu Wenqing and his party to a VIP booth in Area A1. Just as the marketing girl arrived with the POS machine, Lin Yingying prepared to pull out her bank card. The drinks I ordered will be charged to my card. Gu Wenqing, with one arm around Wang Min and the other retrieving his card, swiftly completed the transaction. Moments later, a receipt emerged, displaying a staggering total of 1,577,760. The marketing girl stared at the receipt in disbelief, feeling as though she were in a dream. She had just become a top saleswoman for the day, racking up sales in the millions. The three tattooed men stood by, utterly stunned. Goodness, he really just charged over $1 million. If he had that much money, wouldn't their 100,000 also be guaranteed? Heh, if we get 100,000, we can each take home over 30,000. Just the thought of it sent them into a frenzy of excitement. After swiping the card, the marketing girl didn't dare slack off for a moment. She spoke into her walkie-talkie. A1 area, booth 205, 20 divine dragon sets, speed. After saying that, she continued asking Gu Wenqing for his surname. Gu Wenqing directly answered, Gu. In nightclubs, the privileges of the wealthy are extremely obvious. Less than a minute after swiping the card, the exclusive music for the divine dragon sets started playing. The exclusive, powerful, earth-shaking music blasted, and dazzling, brilliant lights flashed, instantly igniting the atmosphere of the entire TXX. Whoosh. Whether it was the customers in the booths, the bar atmosphere group dancing to the beat, or the men and women who came specifically to play at the club, everyone gasped in astonishment. A big shot ordered the 5-color divine dragon set. Everyone knew one 5-color divine dragon set cost 78,888. Damn, that's really rich. A group of dancers in maid outfits, their long legs encased in black stockings, held up light boards and stepped to the beat. The multicolored light boards were dazzling to the eye. Behind them followed a long procession. 5 girls in total, each holding high the drinks in their hands, bringing 5 bottles of Armand de Brignac, Ace of Spades, in different colors. At this moment, everyone in the club was mesmerized. This was the display of the wealthy, truly freaking awesome. A long procession made its way to booth A1. 2 tall, burly security guards stood on either side of the booth. Their task was to block any girls trying to freeload or latch onto the booth. Only if the VIP nodded would the guards let others into the booth. Then, the dancers in black and white maid outfits surrounded the area around booth A2, swaying their bodies to the beat. The 5 girls respectfully placed a set of 5-color divine dragon bottles on the table. At this time, even more intense, explosive music started playing from the DJ booth. At the music's climax, the DJ grabbed the microphone and shouted loudly, Welcome, Boss Gu from booth A1. Tonight's consumption, 20 sets of 5-colored divine dragons. Welcome, Boss Gu from booth A1. Tonight's consumption, 20 sets of 5-color divine dragons. Welcome, Boss Gu from booth A1. Tonight's consumption, 20 sets of 5-colored divine dragons. The DJ's magnetic voice filled the entire TXX. Whoosh. At this moment, the entire venue erupted in cheers. The whole nightclub was instantly packed to capacity. Countless girls vying to be first ran towards booth A1, wanting to catch a glimpse of Boss Gu's true appearance. And more importantly, hoping to hook up with the big spender. People inside swaying to the music. All became restless at this moment. Watching another round of the procession, dancers holding light boards, followed by beautiful girls holding high the bottles of Armand de Brignac. One night, 5 million in consumption. Who wouldn't go crazy? Who wouldn't be shocked? At this moment, in booth A1, Gu Wenqing sat calmly on the booth seat. The drunk Wang Min was also placed in a corner of the booth. He paid no attention to the increasing number of young men and women gathering here. Gu Wenqing directly transferred 100,000 yuan to each of the 2 security guards. Then he said to them. Gu Wenqing's tone was icy cold. This alcohol is what I'm compensating these 3 idiots with. You must watch them carefully for me. From now until 7 a.m. tomorrow. Make them drink nonstop. As long as they don't die from drinking, make them drink themselves to death. If they refuse to drink, beat them up. As long as they aren't beaten to death, I'll take responsibility for any incidents or trouble. If there's any left, store it for me. I'll drink it next time I come. The two tall, burly security guards hastily nodded, indicating they would definitely follow instructions. This was someone who spent 1.5 million in one night. They dared not offend him. Moreover, the Tycoon handled things meticulously, even giving them a 100,000 yuan tip each, almost a year's salary for them. They absolutely had to handle the Tycoon's matter well. Thinking this, they saw the three tattooed men still standing there dumbly. They stepped forward and gave each a hard slap. What the hell are you spacing out for? Drink up. The Tycoon treating you to such expensive Armand de Brignac is your honor. Faced with the tall, burly security guards, the three tattooed men were extremely frightened. They were just street hooligans without any background. Easily controlled by the two guards now. I've compensated for the drinks. And compensated with the best for you. Gu Wenqing said expressionlessly. You heard what I just said. Anyone who dares not drink will wait for a beating. Gu Wenqing's voice sounded like the devil to the three of them. When had they ever encountered such a situation? Initially, they just wanted to take away a drunk girl. Then, to extort 100,000 yuan. Later, to split 1 million evenly. In the end, the other party directly chose to compensate over 1.5 million, exchanging it for 20 sets of 5-colored divine dragons. The other party was so wealthy they didn't dare offend him further. They could only gulp down glass after glass. The noble, prestigious Armand de Brignac they once envied and couldn't obtain now seemed like a death warrant in their eyes. Having to drink for 8 or 9 hours straight. How could they withstand that? For a moment, they cried heartbroken, filled with deep regret. Chapter 48. Looking for a phone. How did I get kissed? Gu Wenqing is the kind of person who returns respect for respect and kindness for kindness. Gu Wenqing carried Wang Min and left TXX with Lin Yingying without looking back. The person who ordered 20 divine dragon sets had left. Yet the nightclub was still buzzing with excitement about him. Damn, that's way too freaking cool. Insane. Ordering such expensive drinks just to take revenge on those three guys. Making them drink until dawn. Is this what a tycoon is like? If you're not convinced, just smash people with 1.5 million. For a tycoon, this small amount of money is just insignificant crumbs. So envious. When can I act so uninhibited and wild? Bro, you can, in your dreams. The men were all won over by Gu Wenqing's methods. Having money truly allowed you to do whatever you wanted. And the young women present were still screaming, handsome, unbelievably handsome. So you can spend money to slap faces like that. For a tycoon, money really is just a string of numbers. That handsome guy really acted with an overflowing aura of power and confidence. 1.5 million just to slap 3 idiots in the face. The scale of spending by the wealthy indeed shocked them. Many people thought, if only they had 1.5 million, they could directly buy a Porsche Panamera or make a down payment on an apartment in Shanghai. From this night on, the legend of Boss Gu spread throughout TXX nightclub, spent 1.5 million wildly buying 20 divine dragon sets, just to make those who offended him drink until they puked. 1.5 million worth of alcohol. My boss Gu doesn't drink it. He uses it to feed dogs. The two left the nightclub. Gu Wenqing asked, should we take Wang Min to a hotel or send her home? Lin Yingying said to just get a hotel room. Gu Wenqing checked his watch. It was already past midnight. They couldn't return to school, so he directly booked 2 rooms near the nightclub. The two delivered the drunk Wang Min to her room and then left. Gu Wenqing accompanied Lin Yingying to the parking lot. She still had to go home. Lin Yingying asked if spending so much money was worth it. Gu Wenqing smiled without saying anything. He had just unlocked a new title. So of course it was worth it. I originally wanted to treat you to a meal. Who would have thought something like this would happen? Not only did it prevent you from returning to school, but it also wasted 1.5 million in vain. Lin Yingying's tone held some embarrassment and feeling sorry. Give me your bank account number. I'll transfer the 1.5 million to you. You were just helping Wang Min out of trouble. You shouldn't have to pay for this. Gu Wenqing shook his head. No need. I was the one showing off. How could I let you foot the bill? Besides, I'm not short of money. Lin Yingying sighed, conceding. All right then, if you're short on cash, just let me know, and I shall provide you with the funds. By the way, I took a taxi back. You can drive my car to school tomorrow. With that, Lin Yingying tossed the Bentley keys to Gu Wenqing, not allowing for any objections, before stepping into a cab and departing. She preferred to take a taxi home, relinquishing the Bentley to him. Gu Wenqing shook his head, acknowledging Lin Yingying's reliability. Upon entering the hotel elevator, he ascended to room 602. After a refreshing shower, he intended to discuss life with his senior, only to realize his phone was missing. It seemed he had inadvertently left it on her bed while escorting Wang Min back to her room. Damn it. It was utterly infuriating. Today's youth cannot sleep a wink without their phones. Mustering his courage, Gu Wenqing stepped outside, hoping Wang Min had sobered up enough for him to knock on her door and retrieve his phone. Wang Min's room was right next door, at 601. He knocked gently, awaiting a response for what felt like an eternity. Just as disappointment began to settle in, the door creaked open. One could not deny that Wang Min's attire was indeed striking, clad in a black spaghetti strap top that showcased her porcelain collarbone and smooth back. Paired with short shorts that accentuated her shapely legs, she was enveloped in Balenciaga. This ensemble truly captivated Gu Wenqing's attention. With her stunning looks and his favorite black silk fabric, the minimalistic design of her top left little to the imagination. Gu Wenqing found it impossible to resist. The intoxicated Wang Min seemed to have regained some clarity, instinctively seeking to retaliate against her ex-boyfriend. Disillusioned with love, she yearned for indulgence. This thought alleviated some of her earlier distress. The influence of alcohol catalyzed a sudden surge of reckless ideas in her mind. In fact, although she had been somewhat dazed at the bar, she was still aware of Gu Wenqing's actions. However, once outside the bar, the effects of the alcohol took hold, leaving her in a hazy state, relying solely on her diminishing consciousness to speak. Gu Wenqing approached the room. "It's my first time," Wang Min whispered softly, her breath warm against his ear. The gentle whisper made Gu Wenqing pause momentarily before resolutely entering the room. Chapter 49. Unlocking Titles in Succession. The moonlight was enchanting. After a while, Gu Wenqing glanced at the system. Ding. "Congratulations, host, you have unlocked a new title, by any means necessary. Reward. Access to the premier nightclub TXX in the Magic City. Reward, 1 billion in cash. All items rewarded by the system will be delivered to the host in a reasonable manner. The host may use them with confidence." This was a reward for using money to humiliate those 3 tattooed men at the nightclub. From this day forth, the illustrious nightclub TXX in the Magic City became Gu Wenqing's property, along with a monetary reward of 1 billion. A smile crept across Gu Wenqing's face. With this alone, he had more than recouped the 1.5 million he had spent that night. The system also displayed additional rewards. Gu Wenqing continued to explore the system. Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have unlocked a new title. First time on the battlefield." Rewards included the skill, Affection Detection. Affection Detection allows the host to gauge the affection level of the opposite sex related to the host. Reward skill, Unyielding. Unyielding significantly enhances certain qualities of the host. Gu Wenqing decided to test it. An affection level of 85. No wonder first-time partners often form deep emotional bonds. Gu Wenqing was experiencing this firsthand. Upon seeing Unyielding, he maintained a calm exterior while his heart was already in turmoil. The system was indeed powerful. This skill was likely what every man yearned for. The enhancement brought by Unyielding elevated Gu Wenqing's abilities to new heights. He prepared to further test this new skill. Checking the time, it was 7 p.m. Gu Wenqing had military training at 8. Suddenly, he heard a growl from Wang Min's stomach. Wang Min blushed deeply, burying her face in the blanket. "You must be hungry. Let me order some food." Gu Wenqing promptly grabbed the menu from the table and used the room phone to order a variety of nourishing dishes, such as chicken stew with mushrooms and nourishing soups like pig trotters. Though their acquaintance had been brief, he was Wang Min's first boyfriend in the truest sense. Moreover, her heart and mind were entirely focused on Gu Wenqing, who felt compelled to treat her well and ensure she replenished her strength. Wang Min leaned against Gu Wenqing, lazily stretching her slim waist and playfully touching his nose. "Your name is Gu Wenqing," she murmured softly, savoring the sound of his name. Just yesterday, she had been heartbroken and on the brink of despair, contemplating escape to another world. She sought solace in alcohol, believing that if she had no regrets, it would be easier. However, upon meeting Gu Wenqing, she regained her courage and realized that encountering a scoundrel was not the end of the world. "How did you know?" Gu Wenqing asked curiously. He had never disclosed his name to Wang Min, and given her intoxicated state the previous night, how could she possibly know? Wang Min blinked. "Although I was drunk yesterday, I still retain some awareness and have a vague memory of the events at the nightclub. You were truly impressive. I'm sure many women are captivated by you." Gu Wenqing listened quietly, a smile on his face as he absorbed her words. Her chestnut hair cascaded over her collarbone and back. Her peach blossom eyes and willow leaf brows, along with her rosy lips, exuded an ethereal beauty, a classical charm. She would undoubtedly shine if cast as the little dragon girl or the alluring Daji, captivating audiences everywhere. Now, this enchanting woman belonged solely to him. Gu Wenqing mused, a smile gracing his lips as he silently thanked that unfaithful brother for leaving such a remarkable woman for him. Moments later, the doorbell rang. Gu Wenqing, unconcerned about money, had booked a presidential suite for 888 a night. The server wheeled in a cart laden with delectable dishes, setting them upon the living room table. After enjoying a relaxing bath, Gu Wenqing emerged feeling rejuvenated. Wang Min, having just touched up her lipstick, was preening in front of the mirror. At the dining table, Gu Wenqing inquired, Min Min, where are you studying now? She responded, her spirits somewhat dampened. My academic performance is poor, so I enrolled in a vocational college, studying hotel management. Gu Wenqing, while eating, remarked that this field had great potential. Not really. Graduates typically end up as hotel staff or delivery personnel. It's practically a recipe for unemployment. Gu Wenqing, unfazed, countered, who says, as long as I'm around, you're set. If nothing else, you can work as a lobby manager at my establishment, with a comfortable salary and easy work. Oh, so you own a business? Wang Min responded, intrigued. Indeed. I have a diverse range of enterprises. Wang Min playfully scoffed. I find that hard to believe. Gu Wenqing chuckled. I shall definitely take you to see it someday. He then asked, by the way, is your family in the Magic City? Wang Min's mood darkened slightly. My parents have an incompatible relationship and have divorced, each forming new families. I have nowhere to go, so I usually stay at my grandmother's house. Wang Min's father divorced when she was very young. Being a girl, neither of her parents wanted custody of her, and ultimately, she was raised by her grandmother. Gu Wenqing furrowed his brow, urging her to let go of the past, assuring her, from now on, you have me. No matter what happens in the future, I, Gu Wenqing, will always be your staunchest support. Wang Min was moved to tears, exclaiming, you are truly wonderful, my husband. I will love you forever. Elated by his promise, her tears of joy flowed freely. Having been abandoned as a child, she longed for a complete family. Because of her past misfortunes, she was wary of everyone, including her boyfriend of 6 months, never allowing anyone to truly enter her heart. Yet now, she found herself lowering her defenses and opening her heart to Gu Wenqing, whom she had known for merely a day. Fate is indeed a mysterious force. Suddenly, Gu Wenqing recalled that he hadn't called home in quite some time and dialed his parents' number. Just after receiving a system reward of 10 billion, he fabricated a story, claiming he had won the lottery and left his family several $100,000. After exchanging pleasantries with his parents, he hung up the phone. Gu Wenqing savored his meal, relishing their time together in this intimate world of two. Chapter 50, The Naive Little Brat. Gu Wenqing gazed at the dazed Wang Min, gently stroking her hair. He said, you should stay at the hotel for a couple of days. Once my military training is over, we can look for a place together, and if we find something suitable, we shall purchase it. Buy a house. The prices in the Magic City are exorbitant. As students, taking on a mortgage would be an immense burden, Wang Min replied, slightly furrowing her brow. Although she yearned for a cozy nest of her own, she was even less inclined to let Gu Wenqing, at such a young age, bear the weight of a loan. While Gu Wenqing appeared financially secure, as a student, his funds were sourced from his family. And acquiring a property in the Magic City would require at least 7 to 8 million, an amount his family would not readily provide. Gu Wenqing had contemplated purchasing a home for quite some time, always wishing to view properties. Unfortunately, his recent military training and other commitments had delayed this endeavor. His hometown in Anhui was 1,000 miles away from the Magic City, and he needed to settle down there eventually. Thus, he thought it prudent to buy a place sooner rather than later. If it became uncomfortable, they could always relocate, especially since money was not an issue for him. Although he enjoyed the company of his 3 amusing dorm mates, he preferred the idea of living with his beloved rather than sharing space with a group of raucous boys. Rest assured, my dear, your husband is quite wealthy. We won't need a mortgage. We can pay in full, Gu Wenqing said with a cheerful grin. How splendid it is to have wealth, as it can alleviate countless worldly woes. My husband, you're amazing. Wang Min gazed at him with admiration. Just seeing his handsome face made her heart race, brimming with love. While Gu Wenqing could not offer her exclusive love, he would do his utmost to provide her with the best, or perhaps even for all of them. Gu Wenqing's net worth had surpassed over 20 billion, with more than 10 billion in cash, and the remainder in stocks and real estate. Such wealth rendered him a prominent figure in the bustling metropolis of the Magic City. And he was merely 18 years old. In the future, he could unlock new titles through the system and obtain even greater rewards. To him, money was now just a string of numbers. He sought only to live joyfully and authentically, whether in love or career. Should women abound, he could always consider relocating. Many urban novels depict such scenarios. Gu Wenqing mused, perhaps he could explore this path. As he departed under Wang Min's reluctant gaze, he had no choice. Military training awaited him. The morning rush hour in the Magic City was congested. Gu Wenqing skillfully maneuvered his Bentley Continental GT, showcasing his talent for single-handedly driving a supercar to its fullest potential. He certainly did not wish to be late and face additional laps around the track. Hastily, he arrived at the training ground just in time. Upon entering the assembly area, his 3 dorm mates rushed to greet him. Zhou Tao exclaimed, wow, old Gu, you're incredible. You dare to stay out overnight before military training? Aren't you afraid of getting punished? Gu Wenqing chuckled, with you all covering for me, I have nothing to fear. Zheng Xiaohong chimed in. Just remember to treat me to a good meal. Huang Ziqing added. Don't forget about me, Uncle Huang. Gu Wenqing playfully punched him on the chest. You little brat, daring to talk back in front of adults. You are the one who is still a little brat. Gu Wenqing replied with a mischievous grin, leaving his dorm mates in shock. Chapter 51. The Porsche belongs to the senior I bought. What? All three were taken aback. Did he spend the night with the stunning senior? Old Gu, did you really get with the senior? Zhou Tao blurted, voicing what they all wanted to know. Who said it was the senior? Was it the school beauty Qin Yanxue? Or the ethereal Qin Yinan? Or the girl with red hair? Zheng Xiaohong urged him to reveal the identity of the girl, but Gu Wenqing shook his head. Why do you care so much about my private matters? Zhou Tao, Zheng Xiaohong, and Huang Ziqing exchanged jealous glances, secretly envious of Gu Wenqing for being the first in the dorm to have experienced a woman, especially Huang Ziqing, who felt a pang of discontent, vowing to ask Li Wenfeng out during the break. That red Porsche Cayenne parked downstairs looks stunning. Is it the one beneath our dorm? Yes, I heard that Porsche starts at over $1 million. I heard that senior Wang Yanran's. Oh, is she the one who brought water to Gu Wenqing? The new female students were gossiping, discussing the gleaming Porsche that hadn't yet been registered. Soon, someone remarked that senior Wang Yanran's family must be quite wealthy. Another girl dismissed it, claiming Wang Yanran was merely clinging to a rich man. Wow, old Gu, did you hear? The senior bought a Porsche. Huang Ziqing exclaimed, astonished. Having overheard a girl mention it, did the senior abandon her pursuit of Gu Wenqing and end up with someone else? Upon hearing this, the classroom erupted in a commotion. Had senior Wang Yanran successfully found her golden partner? Wasn't she pursuing Gu Wenqing? With so many girls entangled with him, it was evident she no longer held any affection for him. How unfortunate that such a beautiful senior ended up with someone else. The freshman boys lamented, wishing they had been more ambitious and confident, thinking perhaps they wouldn't have missed out on the school beauty. In the crowd, Wang Songyang, Chu Bo, and others felt a sense of satisfaction. Gu Wenqing, you have your comeuppance. It serves you right to experience the feeling of being overshadowed. Many believed Gu Wenqing had been abandoned by the senior, and witnessing the downfall of the tall, rich, and handsome Gu Wenqing brought a small sense of joy to some of the boys. Old Gu, don't be disheartened. Women can be found again, but brothers are for life. Zhou Tao consoled him, patting him on the shoulder. Brothers for life? Hell, are we going to be gay? Gu Wenqing shuddered. I am not gay, Zhou Tao retorted. Neither am I. So why are you getting all emotional? Huang Ziqing remarked. I can comprehend why the senior has become someone else's woman. Your heart must be in excruciating pain. Who told you that? He continued. This watch I possess is worth 10 million. Do you think I am one who cannot afford a Porsche Cayenne? Gu Wenqing surveyed the surroundings and proclaimed loudly, the Porsche worth over 3 million was purchased by me. Upon hearing this, the crowd on the playground widened their eyes in disbelief. My heavens, what did they just hear? The senior's red Porsche Cayenne was a gift from Gu Wenqing. Could it be that the senior truly reciprocated his affections? Furthermore, the watch adorning his wrist is valued at 10 million? Such a small item worth 10 million is utterly outrageous. Gu Wenqing remained unfazed by the astonishment of those around him. To him, 3 million or 10 million was merely pocket change, akin to the trifling amounts of 3 or 10 yuan for an ordinary individual, utterly insignificant. Chapter 52. The Fury of the Student Council Vice President. Upon hearing Gu Wenqing acknowledge that the senior's Porsche was indeed his purchase, all present were left gaping in shock, while they pondered over saving their allowances. Hoping to eventually afford a new phone or computer, Gu Wenqing casually spent over 3 million on a luxury Porsche for the department's belle. At night, as they nestled under their covers, lamenting the exorbitant prices of watches from brands like Tissot and Longines, which each cost thousands, Gu Wenqing flaunted a luxury watch worth 10 million upon his wrist. In that moment, every male on the playground felt an overwhelming sense of inadequacy. The chasm between him and Gu Wenqing was as vast as the heavens and the earth. Gu Wenqing was akin to the sky, while they remained grounded. Chu Buang, driving a BMW 5 Series, Wang Songyang, whose family's 4 properties were valued at 32 million, and Li Yuanhua, with his second-hand Porsche, were considered the creme de la creme among the freshmen in terms of family wealth. They usually walked with their noses in the air, brimming with pride. Yet, in the presence of Gu Wenqing, their arrogance rendered them mere underlings. At that moment, they were consumed with envy, jealousy, and resentment towards Gu Wenqing. In stark contrast to the boys, the girls erupted in waves of astonishment. Oh my, I envy Wang Yanran so much. Gu Wenqing is simply too wonderful. Spoiling the senior like that. I could cry. I regret not pursuing him first. Wake up, don't daydream. It's a real-life scenario of a domineering CEO with his delicate wife. What girl hasn't he fantasized about that? Compared to the previous archetype of the princely hero, this new generation preferred the image of the overbearing CEO. Gu Wenqing embodied all the fantasies girls harbor about their ideal partner: tall, handsome, wealthy, and doting on women. At that moment, countless girls gazed at him with adoration. However, among the crowd, Qin Munin stood apart, her expression filled with rage as she glared at Gu Wenqing. "You scoundrel! We promised to marry when we grew up." Now, standing before him as a poised young woman, he no longer recognized her. It was one thing to forget her, but now he was courting other girls and gifting the senior a Porsche. Qin Munin felt utterly wronged. She vowed that one day she would reveal her identity to him. After all, she was his childhood elder sister. Meanwhile, in another corner, Chu Buoheng attempted to sow discord. Whispering, "Yunxue, look at Gu Wenqing, he's a scoundrel. Not only does he not reject you, but he also gifts the senior a Porsche." Chen Xiaohua frowned. "How many times must I tell you? Call me Chen Yunxue." Chu Buoheng took the rebuke in stride, accustomed to it, and continued to malign Gu Wenqing. Gu is the type to play both sides. He woos the senior first, then comes back to you when he grows bored. Chen Xiaohua's cool voice retorted. "What he does is inconsequential and irrelevant to me." With that, she walked towards Gu Wenqing, substituting her sparkling water for apple-flavored. How infuriating. Chu Buoheng clenched his fists tightly. Chen Yunxue repeatedly insisted that it had nothing to do with her, only to turn around and deliver sparkling water. Chu Buoheng was on the verge of exploding. The boys looked on enviously as Gu Wenqing downed the sparkling water gifted by Chen Xiaohua in one go. "Thank you, Chen Yunxue. The apple flavor is far superior to the orange." Gu Wenqing smiled. Upon hearing his rather distant address, Chen Yunxue pouted in dissatisfaction. "Just call me Yunxue from now on." Gu Wenqing waved his hand. "All right, Chen Yunxue." After she departed, Huang Ziqing approached, his face filled with envy. "The water from the school bell is truly exceptional." "You finished it in one go." Gu Wenqing replied. "To be honest, it was quite average." The boys nearby turned green with envy, their teeth gritted in frustration. The water gifted by the school bell, and Gu Wenqing claimed it was merely average? Was he boasting without a care? How could the water from the school bell be anything but extraordinary? Even if it were just plain water, it would undoubtedly taste sweet. Even her foot bath must be fragrant. Gu the scoundrel is utterly excessive. Indeed, how could he say the school bell's water was average? The boys murmured among themselves, wishing they could take Gu Wenqing's place, just to taste the water gifted by the bell. As the freshmen enjoyed their rare moment of rest during military training, a long-haired young man, casually strolling, eventually fixed his gaze upon Gu Wenqing, striding toward him with purpose. The newcomer was Niu Tianxi, a third-year student and the vice president of the student council, as well as a devoted suitor of Wang Yanran. Clad in luxurious Burberry attire, he exuded an air of affluence. Among the new recruits, someone inquired, "Who is that flamboyant man?" One in the know replied, "You don't frequent the school forum?" His name is Niu Tianxi, a well-known rich second generation and the vice president of the student council. No wonder, his nose is almost pointing to the sky. Well, he has the capital to be arrogant. Another remarked disdainfully, "To be honest, he pales in comparison to Gu Wenqing." Niu Tianxi's haughty demeanor and disdainful attitude toward others drew the ire of some boys, who muttered insults under their breath. However, some girls held a different view, believing that Niu Tianxi had every right to be proud. "A bunch of sour grapes. I think the senior is quite charismatic. He is the vice president of the student council and must be truly exceptional." Niu Tianxi was infuriated but maintained a facade of gentlemanly composure in front of the freshmen, while internally, he seethed with rage. He had seen a post on the forum claiming that a freshman had gifted the second-year Wang Yanran a luxury Porsche Cayenne. Initially, he scoffed at the notion, unable to believe it. Last semester, he had attempted a grand declaration of love, utilizing a tow truck to pull a transparent glass enclosure containing a luxury car, with the glass adorned with the words, "Yanran, please accept my love." He had made an extravagant show at the school gate, only to be met with Wang Yanran's rejection. "I'm sorry, I don't like Porsches." Ironically, the very car he had used for his confession was a Porsche Cayenne. He had always thought he had been too hasty and had secretly inquired about what type of car Wang Yanran preferred, planning a second confession. Thus, upon encountering the forum post, his first thought was one of absurdity and ridicule. Wang Yanran would never fancy a Porsche Cayenne. However, as the posts proliferated, spreading like wildfire, rumors such as Wang Yanran delivering water to a junior and Wang Yanran riding shotgun in a junior's Ferrari bewildered Niu Tianxi. After merely a summer break, how had this freshman, Gu Wenqing, managed to dominate the school forum upon his return? And why was he embroiled in scandalous gossip with Wang Yanran? Chapter 53. Wearing a 200,000 yuan longins, you are not worthy to speak to me. The school forum was rife with rumors of Gu Wenqing and the department's flower. This infuriated Niu Tianxi. Damn it, this must be the work of Gu Wenqing's hired trolls. It was nothing but a petty tactic of Gu Wenqing to pursue Wang Yanran. He deemed it necessary to issue a warning to this fellow. Niu Tianxi approached Gu Wenqing. Upon seeing Gu Wenqing's striking appearance up close, his heart sank in disbelief. Fortunately, Wang Yinran was not a superficial person. Although he found the lad displeasing, he had to admit he was indeed quite handsome. Damn it, a pretty boy? Niu Tianxi cursed inwardly. With a grim expression, he remarked, I heard Yinran delivered water to you, and you even gifted her a Porsche Cayenne? After uttering this, he felt disdain, convinced these were merely rumors. Gu Wenqing was engaged in light-hearted banter with his dorm mates, Zhou Tao and others, and completely ignored Niu Tianxi. Did he expect every person to respond to him? If he had to explain himself every time someone inquired, he wouldn't have time for anything else amidst all the curious students. Seeing Gu Wenqing's silence, Niu Tianxi assumed he was intimidated and continued. Feeling guilty and unable to speak, let me tell you, Wang Yinran doesn't even like Porsches. All those posts on the forum were surely orchestrated by you. Mere tricks to win her over. Gu Wenqing chose not to respond. He had no desire to argue with the fool. Instead, some students nearby, upon hearing this, cast mocking glances at Niu Tianxi. Damn, so I'm the troll. Holy crap. I just posted too. I'm a troll as well. I'll mess you up. Clearly. This guy is a clown. Ignoring these minor characters, Niu Tianxi persisted, addressing Gu Wenqing. Don't presume that your looks will earn you Wang Yinran's favor. She ultimately prefers capable individuals like me. He arrogantly adjusted his luxurious Burberry attire, exuding disdain. A mere freshman, lacking awareness of his own insignificance. How dare he provoke the department's flower, Wang Yinran? He must have some misplaced confidence. In the shade, Gu Wenqing regarded Niu Tianxi as one would a fool. Glancing at his watch, wasn't he this self-important clown feeling the heat, standing in the sun for over 10 minutes? Niu Tianxi caught sight of the watch and mockingly said, Oh, a big shot, sporting a Vacheron Constantine from Malta. I admire your ignorance. Wearing a fake watch without even knowing the price of the real deal? You a student? Flaunting a watch worth millions? An astute observer would know it's a counterfeit. With that, he raised his hand, revealing an exquisite Rolex watch, a proud smile on his face. This Rolex isn't expensive, just over 150,000, and by the time you graduate, if you work hard, you might be able to afford one. But by then, I'll probably be sporting a watch worth $1 million. Niu Tianxi exuded arrogance. In the past, whenever he boasted about his watch's price, it would elicit gasps of admiration and envy from many. He now awaited the astonished reactions from these inexperienced freshmen. Everyone fell silent. While they acknowledged that a 150,000 yuan watch was indeed pricey, in light of Gu Wenqing's earlier display, they perceived Niu Tianxi's pride in his 150,000 yuan watch as rather petty. No one flaunted their wealth like Niu Tianxi, especially when Gu Wenqing wore a 1 million yuan watch. 1 second, 3 seconds, a full minute passed, yet no one gasped in astonishment. Expressed envy, or came forth to praise Niu Tianxi. This left him somewhat flustered. All right, they must be stunned into silence, these naive freshmen. Huang Zicheng could no longer tolerate the display of arrogance. First, you should understand that it's Wang Yinran who is pursuing Gu Wenqing, not the other way around. And are you a watch appraiser? Just because you say it's fake, it is? Huang Zicheng was particularly annoyed by pretentious individuals from Shanghai. And it was people like Niu Tianxi, with their narrow-mindedness, that led many to perceive Shanghainese as exclusive and arrogant. Niu Tianxi, his expression darkening, retorted, What qualifies you to speak to me with your 2,000 yuan trash longans? Damn it. Huang Zicheng was about to explode. Niu Tianxi glanced at Gu Wenqing, who was engrossed in his phone, furrowing his brow. In a haughty tone, he exclaimed, Can't you hear me? Are you mute? Or deaf? Gu Wenqing initially wished to ignore him, yet the other's arrogance was unbearable. Ultimately, Gu Wenqing replied, I am your father. You flaunting a 150,000 yuan trash watch. And you think you're worthy of speaking to me? Niu Tianxi chuckled. Well, it's certainly better than you wearing a fake watch. You're proud of wearing a counterfeit? Gu Wenqing replied nonchalantly. Fake cannot be real, and real does not become fake. Do I need to prove anything to you? Niu Tianxi laughed derisively, as Gu Wenqing's insistence only reinforced his belief that the watch was indeed a counterfeit. It was simply illogical for a university student to wear a watch worth $1 million. The very notion was absurd, especially with all the talk on the forum about Ferraris worth millions and a license plate costing 16.8 million. Niu Tianxi had never seen them in person and didn't he believe that anyone could be so ostentatious. This was undoubtedly Gu Wenqing's tactic, leveraging forum gossip to present himself as a super-rich heir, hoping to win Wang Yinran's affection. Because you have no way to prove otherwise, you are merely a poor loser. Masquerading as a rich heir at school, deceiving the affections of university girls, Niu Tianxi declared with conviction. Gu Wenqing suddenly frowned. Niu Tianxi noticed and burst into laughter. I've exposed your true identity, haven't I? Are you feeling embarrassed? Gu Wenqing paid no mind to the fool. His gaze was fixed on an approaching figure, someone familiar. Liu Yongwei had heard from friends that a freshman named Chun Yunxue at Moda University was exceptionally beautiful. Today, he had driven over 30 kilometers to Moda University. Liu Yongwei strolled leisurely toward the playground, simply intending to check out the quality of the new female students, especially after hearing his friends rave about Chun Yunshue's beauty. Likening her to a fairy, he was eager to see just how stunning she truly was. The gloom of the past few days had lifted, as he had recently enjoyed a taste of a small streamer, which felt like a stroke of fortune. He had spent nothing from his 3 million and effectively gotten a free thrill, with 3 million sitting in his account. He believed that as long as he employed some charm, winning over Chun Yunxue would merely be a matter of time. When Niu Tianxi turned around, he also spotted Liu Yongwei. Liu Yongwei came from a noteworthy family. His family was a shareholder in Huafeng Group. Much of the business of Niu Tianxi's father's construction company came from Huafeng Real Estate. It was no exaggeration to say that Niu Tianxi's family relied heavily on Huafeng Real Estate for survival. Young Gu. Just moments ago, Niu Tianxi had been brimming with bravado. But now he wore a fawning expression, hastily approaching Liu Yongwei to offer him a cigarette and light it. His actions were fluid and seamless, revealing his habitual flattery of Liu Yongwei. Chapter 54. When you make a mistake, you must pay the price. Liu Yongwei, enjoying his smoke, reveled in the fact that the vice president of the student union at Moda University was lighting one for him. Wasn't he that quite the display of status? The newcomers gazed in astonishment at the frail Liu Yongwei, their expressions reflecting a blend of surprise and disbelief. How could Niu Tianxi, adorned with a 150,000 yuan Rolex, serving as the vice president of the student union, and hailing from a family with assets exceeding 100 million, exhibit such subservience? One male student inquired whether this young man had significant connections, as it was evident that someone capable of rendering Niu Tianxi so humble must possess an extraordinary background. Indeed, it was apparent that Niu Tianxi relished the act of elevating those above him whilst belittling others. Thus, the individual who could elicit such sycophancy from him must be remarkable in stature. However, some female students were left disappointed. Their expectations shattered at the sight of the haughty student union vice president acting like a sycophant, lighting a cigarette for a second-rate ruffian while smiling submissively at his side. The image Niu Tianxi had painstakingly constructed in their minds crumbled dramatically. Liu Yongwei reveled in the astonishment he inspired, feeling a swell of satisfaction as he noted Niu Tianxi's perceptiveness. With a casual demeanor, he inquired, "Little Niu, which first-year girl named Chun Yunxue is at your school?" Niu Tianxi replied, "I apologize, young Master Liu, but I only returned to school today and am not yet familiar with the first-year students." Liu Yongwei raised an eyebrow, teasing. "So you came specifically to chase after girls, did you?" Niu Tianxi quickly clarified, "Young Master Liu, you misunderstand. I happened to pass by and noticed a freshman flaunting a counterfeit 10 million yuan Vacheron Constantine Malti. I just seized the opportunity to enlighten him about the importance of humility and practicality." He concealed the fact that his true motive was to confront Gu Wenqing, driven by his interest in Wang Yinran. If Liu Yongwei were to discover the existence of such a goddess as Wang Yinran, he would undoubtedly pursue her relentlessly. Liu Yongwei furrowed his brow upon hearing this. With a family fortune exceeding 4 billion, he could only afford a 400,000 yuan watch, which he had begged his father to buy. If everyone were to wear counterfeit watches, what would his genuine 400,000 yuan timepiece signify? How could he maintain his facade in public? A man who cherished his reputation, Liu Yongwei scowled. What scoundrel is responsible for this? I must teach him a lesson. Niu Tianxi pointed at Gu Wenqing, exclaiming, "Young Master Liu, it's this scoundrel flaunting a counterfeit watch worth millions." Liu Yongwei raised his head with an air of arrogance, only to be struck with disbelief. What the hell? Gu Wenqing is from Moda University? His heart raced in panic. Gu, he stammered, realizing he had just insulted someone of such high standing. Anger surged within him. Liu Yongwei felt trapped by Niu Tianxi's antics. He had just derided Gu Wenqing, and now he needed to rectify his blunder. With a swift motion, he swung his arm and delivered a resounding slap to Niu Tianxi. Stunned, Niu Tianxi stood speechless. Before he could respond, Liu Yongwei pointed at him, shouting, "You're the real scoundrel, and your entire family is too." With that, he unleashed 2 more slaps. "Do you even know who he is? Gu is someone we all admire. How dare you fabricate lies about him wearing a fake watch?" Liu Yongwei continued, his voice booming. Gu's family is immensely wealthy. Does he truly care about a few trifling millions? Even if he wore a 30 million or 100 million yuan watch, I would consider it entirely reasonable. The students around them gasped in shock. Is Gu Wenqing's family truly that powerful? They wondered. Lu Yongwei's deference to Gu Wenqing only amplified their astonishment. Gu Wenqing, with an unfazed demeanor, remarked, "I hear you intend to educate me?" Lu Yongwei, now trembling with fear, rushed to Gu Wenqing's side, fumbling for a cigarette, lighting it, and nervously chuckling. "Had I known it was you, Gu, I wouldn't have dared." He then gestured to Niu Tianxi. "You must be out of your mind. My Gu is a shareholder of Huafeng Group, possessing 10% of the company, valued at 8 billion. What sort of watch could he not afford? How dare you slander him with such outrageous claims?" Niu Tianxi was left in shock. The freshman he had provoked was a shareholder of Huafeng Group, holding a 10% stake. At that moment, despair washed over him. Lu Yongwei, with his 5% stake in Huafeng, needed to bow and scrape to maintain his standing. Yet today, he had offended another shareholder, and to make matters worse, Gu Wenqing held the more substantial stake. As he recalled his previous insults directed at Gu Wenqing, cold sweat trickled down Niu Tianxi's back. Just moments ago, he had mocked Gu Wenqing for donning a counterfeit watch and had even attempted to pursue Wang Yanran, the woman Gu Wenqing fancied. How could he have possibly imagined that this freshman was a stakeholder in Huafeng, worth 8 billion? He had irreparably damaged his relationship with Gu Wenqing. Panic-stricken, Niu Tianxi realized he had to make amends, fearing that a mere word from Gu Wenqing could lead to his family's construction company going bankrupt. Gu, it's all my fault. I was blind and failed to recognize the truth about the watch," he exclaimed, slapping himself twice. Then, he continued to chastise himself. "I should have never provoked the woman Gu has his eyes on. I was truly foolish, and I deserve this punishment. Please, Gu, show mercy and spare me." Niu Tianxi cried profusely, terrified of having crossed paths with someone of Gu Wenqing's caliber, who could effortlessly erase his family's business with a single command. "Mistakes must come with consequences. I shall not harm your family's business," Gu Wenqing replied coldly. Relieved, Niu Tianxi exhaled, "Thank you, Gu, for your mercy." With a heavy heart, he removed his 150,000 yuan watch and smashed it against the ground, shattering it into pieces. Then, he began to slap himself fiercely, intent on delivering 100 blows. As he reached the 10th slap, Gu Wenqing frowned and said, "Enough. Depart now. Punishments should not be excessive." Niu Tianxi felt as if he had been granted a pardon and scurried away, thoroughly humiliated. The onlookers were left in utter disbelief. They had never anticipated that Niu Tianxi, the student union vice president with a fortune of over 100 million, would be reduced to such a pitiful state before Gu Wenqing. They had just learned that Gu Wenqing was a shareholder of Huafeng Group. Students, bewildered, began to search on their phones, their jaws dropping in shock. My goodness, Huafeng Group is valued at 800 billion. Does that mean Gu Wenqing's 10% stake is worth 80 billion? They gasped. Gu, please accept my humble kneeling." They marveled at the revelation that Huafeng Group's villas in the university town sold for 300,000 per square meter, unaware that they belonged to Gu Wenqing. The students were left in awe, realizing that while they struggled to carve their futures, Gu Wenqing stood atop the societal ladder. A shareholder of Huafeng Group with a staggering net worth of 80 billion. Envy consumed the onlookers as the young women beheld Gu Wenqing, their faces flushed with excitement. He epitomized the true essence of a noble scion, rendering Niu Tianxi unworthy even to hold Gu Wenqing's shoes. Their gazes were filled with an insatiable longing, as if they wished to devour him whole. To befriend such a towering figure would mean a lifetime free of struggle, a chance to bask in the luxuries of high society. The girls, believing themselves to possess some allure, frequently cast flirtatious glances at Gu Wenqing, hoping to catch his attention. Alas, Gu Wenqing remained impervious to their advances. At that moment, he spotted the mediocre Lu Yongwei. With an air of elegance, he inhaled from his cigarette and remarked, "Yongwei, what are you still doing here, dawdling? Begone." "All right, bro." Lu Yongwei chuckled nervously before making a hasty exit. He genuinely feared Gu Wenqing might call to complain, which would undoubtedly lead to a painful encounter with his father's belt, not to mention the loss of his extravagant 400,000 yuan watch. Despite Lu Yongwei's brash demeanor, he appeared like a subordinate in Gu Wenqing's presence, both intimidated and respectful, leading everyone to gain a clearer understanding of Gu Wenqing's formidable prowess. Once military training concluded and they returned to their dormitory, the three roommates were left in shock. Who could have anticipated that their jovial companion was, in fact, a shareholder of Huafeng Group, with a net worth calculated in billions? "Old Gu, why didn't you reveal your identity sooner?" Huang Zicheng was the first to inquire. Gu Wenqing replied, "You never asked." "Damn, my family just bought a villa from Huafeng Real Estate a few days ago, and they didn't offer any discounts despite the booming market." Gu Wenqing probed, "Who bought it, and what is their name?" "My dad, Huang Zhongwang." Gu Wenqing quipped, "Wow, your father's name is quite impressive." He then picked up his phone and called the Huafeng Real Estate Sales Headquarters. "Hello, this is Gu Wenqing. Is there a client named Huang Zhonghuang who recently purchased a villa from Huafeng? Upon recognizing the caller, the sales department did not dare to show any negligence. They quickly retrieved the information, confirming that this customer had indeed acquired a villa in the University Town project. Without hesitation, Gu Wenqing declared, "He is a friend of mine. Ensure he receives the maximum discount on his purchase." The sales representative, upon learning of the connection, promptly granted Huang Zhonghuang an internal price at a 30% discount. After hanging up, the sales representative hurriedly set about implementing Gu Wenqing's directive to expedite Huang Zhonghuang's purchasing benefits. Chapter 56. A 30% discount saves over 5 million. In the bustling metropolis of Shanghai, at the Yue Xian Chinese restaurant on Huaxi Street in the University Town, Huang Zhonghuang received a call from Huafeng Real Estate. The voice on the other end was exceedingly courteous, informing him that the villa he had purchased would now be available at a 30% discount. Before the caller could finish, Huang Zhonghuang abruptly hung up. "What nonsense!" he exclaimed. His wife inquired, "What is wrong, dear?" Huang Zhonghuang replied, "Some imposter just called from Huafeng Real Estate, claiming we could get a discount on our villa. Can you believe how ludicrous these scammers are?" His wife agreed, chuckling. "Indeed, these con artists are getting more outrageous. They don't even bother to research Huafeng Real Estate's reputation. There's no exaggeration in saying that Huafeng ranks among the top 3 in Shanghai, and their properties are perpetually in demand. How could they possibly offer discounts out of the blue? Huafeng is not a charity. Moreover, they had already paid in full and signed the contract, with funds having already reached Huafeng's accounts. There was no way the company would refund the money." A few moments later, the phone rang again. Huang Zhonghuang, growing impatient, answered, only to hear a bright voice on the line. "Hello, Mr. Huang. This is indeed Huafeng Real Estate." With a decisive click, Huang Zhonghuang hung up, thinking, this scammer is quite persistent. After a while, the sales representative who had shown him the property called. "What on earth is wrong with you? Huafeng is offering you a discount, and you refuse it? Are you trying to throw money away? And why didn't you mention that you know Mr. Gu sooner? Are you serious about the discount?" Huang Zhonghuang exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief. "Yes, it's a full 30% off. I'm envious of your luck." After chatting for a while, they hung up, and Huang Zhonghuang and his wife were ecstatic. A 30% discount on the purchase. Huang Zhonghuang had saved up several million yuan, and with compensation from the demolition of their old house totaling over 10 million, he had managed to gather 18 million to buy the villa, which was priced over 100,000 yuan per square meter, with a total area of 180 square meters, bringing the total cost to over 18 million. With the discount, the final price would be 12.6 million. That was a saving of 5.4 million. How could he not be overjoyed, as if fortune had smiled upon him from the heavens? After pondering for a moment, he called several friends he thought were doing well, asking if any of them knew Mr. Gu from Huafeng Real Estate. In the boys' dormitory, Huang Ziqing had not given much thought to Gu Wenqing's call, assuming they were merely joking around. "Wow, old Gu, you're incredible. You were absolutely commanding on the playground earlier. Even I, a grown man, found you impressively charismatic. Just the thought of being a shareholder in Huafeng Real Estate feels so prestigious." Zhou Tao gesticulated excitedly, his tone dripping with envy. Zheng Xiaohong echoed his sentiments. "Old Gu, you are far too modest. An estimated worth of 8 billion? It's enough to make anyone green with envy." Seeing their reactions, Gu Wenqing smiled faintly and humbly replied, "These are merely family enterprises, nothing worth mentioning. There's no need to envy me. Such aspirations are beyond your reach." The 3 roommates exclaimed in unison, "Ouch. That hurts, it's simply too much." As they continued to banter, Huang Ziqing's iPhone 13 rang. He pulled out the phone and saw it was his father calling. "Hello, Dad, what's up?" Chapter 57. The Jealousy of Li Jinxiu. "Son, do you know Mr. Gu?" Huang Zhonghuang's voice came through the phone. He had inquired among all his acquaintances, and no one seemed to know Gu from Huafeng. Only Huang Ziqing remained, and although he believed the odds of a student knowing such a prominent figure were slim, he still asked, "Mr. Gu?" Huang Ziqing responded, bewildered, "Which Mr. Gu?" "The Mr. Gu from Huafeng Group. They just called and granted us a 30% discount on the villa we purchased, resulting in over 5 million returning to your father's bank account." "Wait, the Mr. Gu you mentioned is my roommate." Huang Ziqing's eyes widened in shock. Huang Zhonghuang instructed his son, "Make sure to thank Mr. Gu later. I'll transfer 1 million to your account. You must cultivate a good relationship with him." After hanging up, Huang Ziqing was left in disbelief, as though he had just awakened from a dream. Over 5 million was equivalent to his father's entire yearly income. And old Gu, with just a word, had saved his family that amount. It was utterly astonishing. Furthermore, old Gu had made the call just a mere 10 minutes ago, and the discount was already being processed. Old Gu's influence was indeed extraordinary. The dormitory was small enough for everyone to overhear the conversation. Zhou Tao exclaimed enviously, "Old Gu," without saying a word. "You are truly a brother." So loyal. With just one call, you saved Huang Ziqing 5 million on his home purchase. Only you possess such capability. In the future, when I am capable, I shall undoubtedly purchase a residence from Huafeng, and I expect a generous 30% discount. Zheng Xiaohong gazed at Gu Wenqing with an expression of admiration. Old Gu said nothing, and I wonder, is it too late for me to acknowledge him as my father? Gu Wenqing curled his lips in disdain, rolling his eyes. I'm still quite young, certainly not old enough to be your father. Huang Ziqing approached, announcing that his father's transfer of 1 million had arrived, and requested Gu Wenqing's bank details. Gu Wenqing waved his hand in refusal. You keep it. I hardly need it. At this, Huang Ziqing thought to himself, indeed. Old Gu is so affluent that even a sum of 10 million would seem like pocket change to him. With a glint of excitement in his eyes, he added, once military training concludes, I shall treat you all to the largest nightclub in the Magic City. Indulge yourselves, and the bill shall be on me. Upon hearing this, Zheng Xiaohong and Zhou Tao from the dormitory beamed with joy, giving Huang Ziqing a thumbs up. Gu Wenqing took a shower and changed into a fresh outfit, a white t-shirt, black shorts, and simple white sneakers, which exuded an air of elegance and charm. Old Gu, I too have acquired a pair of Nikes. Zhou Tao proudly displayed a pair of gray and white Nike sneakers. After seeing Mo Luo's stylish Nikes at a gathering with Li Wenfeng, he had splurged a few dozen online to buy a pair for himself. Huang Ziqing inspected them closely, noticing the crooked logo. This isn't even authentic, is it? You bought these for just a few dozen? Zhou Tao, however, remained unfazed. I think they look great. They were only 68, shipping included. Gu Wenqing smiled and patted Zhou Tao on the shoulder, insisting, authenticity matters little. Comfort is paramount. Zhou Tao chuckled, agreeing wholeheartedly. At that moment, Zhou Tao noticed Gu Wenqing's attire and exclaimed, You aren't going out on a date, are you? Gu Wenqing replied, Just so you know, if there's a dorm check, I shall claim I was in the restroom. As he spoke, he left the dormitory. The remaining trio gazed at each other, their hearts filled with envy for Gu Wenqing, knowing without a doubt that he was off to pursue romantic interests. How infuriating. They had never even held a girl's hand, while Gu Wenqing had already experienced the youth of one, if not several, young ladies. Before Gu Wenqing could even take his Ferrari for a spin, his phone vibrated with a WeChat notification. Checking his phone, he discovered a message from Wang Min. He opened the unread message. Darling, I miss you. Are you coming over today? I'm waiting for you at the hotel, accompanied by a tantalizing selfie. What zodiac sign are you, darling? A kiss emoji. A faint smile graced Gu Wenqing's lips as he typed back. I'll freshen up and be there. By the way, I was born in 2004. A year of the monkey. Why do you ask? Wang Min replied, No, you belong to me. Gu Wenqing chuckled at her cheesy pickup line. You don't resemble a monkey at all. Wang Min responded, I don't care, you are mine. At that moment, a message from a senior also arrived. Wang Yinran inquired, Did Niu Tianxi trouble you today? Gu Wenqing replied, Indeed, he mocked me. How will you compensate for the emotional turmoil inflicted upon your junior? Wang Yinran teased, Junior. Am I attractive? Gu Wenqing replied, Is there a reward? Uft, you little lecher. Upon seeing the playful banter, Gu Wenqing's frustration began to simmer. Such a vixen. Only stoking the flames without extinguishing them. He hopped into his Ferrari, gripping the steering wheel with one hand as the engine roared to life, racing into the enchanting night of the Magic City. On the way, Gu Wenqing recalled that he had a Magic City game studio to oversee. With his enterprises proliferating, he occasionally forgot about them. He resolved to visit the game studio for an inspection in a couple of days when he had some free time. At the dormitory of Magic City University, where Wang Yanran resided, a girl named Li Jinxiu was perusing the school forum on her phone. Breaking news. Freshman Gu Wenqing is actually a shareholder in Huafeng Group. The thread was adorned with a fiery icon at the top, indicating its immense popularity. The comments below were a hodgepodge of reactions. Li Jinxiu filtered out the trolls and envious remarks, discovering that Gu Wenqing had gifted Wang Yanran a Porsche and that the watch Gu Wenqing wore was worth a staggering 10 million. At that moment, her envy for Wang Yanran intensified immensely. Curiosity piqued, Li Jinxiu asked, Is the junior you're pursuing truly a shareholder in Huafeng Group? Did he really buy you that Porsche? Yes, he mentioned it last time. The car cost over 3 million. Wang Yanran replied nonchalantly without looking up from her phone. Oh, their villa must be quite expensive. Li Jinxiu mused, momentarily taken aback. Expensive? Not at all for Gu Wenqing. Wang Yanran casually responded. Li Jinxiu pouted, choosing to remain silent. The competitive spirit among the girls had been quite fierce. Previously, Li Jinxiu had flaunted her boyfriend's purchase of a townhouse from Huafeng Real Estate for over a month, relishing in her sense of superiority. Our villa will be renovated in a new Chinese style soon, she had boasted. But what if the villa is too spacious for just the two of us? She had even suggested that her boyfriend should buy her a car since the villa had 3 parking spaces. After spending nearly half a semester browsing cars on her phone, she had yet to buy one, as her boyfriend claimed they needed to prioritize the house renovation. Watching Wang Yanran drive around in a Porsche Cayenne filled her with envy, especially knowing her junior was so handsome and a shareholder in Huafeng Group, with immeasurable wealth. After a moment of contemplation, Li Jinxiu remarked, Yanran, when Niu Tianxi gifted you the Porsche, didn't you say you disliked the Cayenne? I merely disliked the person who gifted it to me. Gu Wenqing arrived at the Radisson Hotel, only to find the parking garage completely blocked. After circling the entrance, he discovered all the surface parking spaces were occupied by luxury vehicles. He decided to try the underground parking garage, thinking it would be less congested. To his dismay, it was still blocked, with a dozen cars obstructing the entrance. Gu Wenqing stepped out of his vehicle to assess the situation. Just 3 minutes prior, Yang Mo had driven her BMW 1 Series to the Radisson Hotel for a classmate's wedding reception. The parking lot entrance was generally downhill, so she parked at the top, waiting for the car in front to enter the garage. The Mercedes S400 ahead, perhaps misjudging the gear, accelerated and crashed into Yang Mo's BMW. Zhou Xianghong, the driver of the Mercedes, exited his vehicle and falsely accused Yang Mo of rear-ending him, declaring her fully responsible. Faced with this baseless accusation, Yang Mo felt utterly helpless. Nearly in tears, with no witnesses and no dashcam to support her claims, she was in a panic, urgently calling her classmates for assistance. When her classmates arrived and saw Zhou Xianghong, adorned with a large gold chain and driving a luxury S-Class Mercedes, they fell silent. One of the boys who had pursued Yang Mo weakly suggested checking the surveillance footage. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xianghong erupted in fury, striking the boy and leaving him bewildered. Displaying his muscular physique, Zhou Xianghong further intimidated everyone into silence, stating, I want to make it difficult for you. Let us just go through insurance. Zhou Xianghong, with a piercing gaze, declared, Yang Mo, you cannot simply refuse. It was your fault for rear-ending me, so why should I bear the loss? I would never resort to insurance to compensate for someone as despicable as you. Zhou Xianghong let out a hearty laugh, disdainfully retorting, you are entirely to blame for the collision. It is only just that you compensate me. Nearby, drivers who had exited their vehicles to ascertain the cause of the traffic jam echoed his sentiments. Miss, you are fully responsible and must pay, they exclaimed. Indeed, you should pay. Do not block the garage, as it wastes everyone's time. How can someone so beautiful be so unreasonable? I cannot fathom how you obtained your driver's license if you do not understand that a rear-end collision entails full liability. The crowd's harangue was relentless, each voice laden with accusations against Yang Mo. As Yang Mo listened, her eyes reddened, tears of indignation welling up in her eyes. The slander from the owner of the Mercedes, her classmate's silence, and the unfounded curses from strangers left her feeling utterly despondent. Perhaps I should just accept my fate, she thought. At that moment, Zhou Xianghong interjected, if you refuse to pay, there are other methods, beautiful. You could consider alternatives. His gaze lingered on Yang Mo, who, feeling even more helpless, let her tears flow freely. Gu Wenqing stepped forward, having overheard Zhou Xianghong's suggestive remarks and witnessing Yang Mo's tear-streaked face. In a gentle tone, he inquired, Sister Mo, what has happened? As he spoke, he produced a handkerchief to wipe away her tears. Oh, Gu brother, I am being wrongfully accused, she sobbed, her distress intensifying upon seeing a familiar face. As she cried, she recounted the events to Gu Wenqing, each side adamantly asserting their innocence. Though Gu Wenqing was unaware of the full circumstances, it was clear to any discerning observer that the man claiming Yang Mo was at fault was simultaneously obstructing access to the surveillance footage. It was evident that Yang Mo was innocent. Unfortunately, in the presence of Zhou Xianghong, who drove a luxurious Mercedes S-Class 400, everyone chose to avoid confrontation. Gu Wenqing furrowed his brow and sternly insisted, we must review the surveillance footage. You dare to challenge me? Go ahead and try, Zhou Xianghong bellowed, expecting to intimidate Gu Wenqing as he had others. However, he was gravely mistaken. Ignoring Zhou Xianghong, Gu Wenqing promptly dialed the property management's number on the wall. You are seeking trouble. Zhou Xianghong advanced, ready to resort to violence, intending to deliver a few harsh slaps to the obstinate youth. Yet, with his remarkable skill, Gu Wenqing wore a cold smile as he executed a swift, stylish kick that sent Zhou Xianghong sprawling to the ground, crying out in pain. You little brat. How dare you strike me? I will make you pay until you are utterly destitute. Zhou Xianghong yelled, gritting his teeth through the agony. Gu Wenqing's expression darkened as he retorted, you have insulted my family 3 times. With that, he delivered 3 resounding slaps across Zhou Xianghong's face, causing it to swell visibly. At that moment, the hotel security arrived, and the head of security recognized the familiar Mercedes license plate, as well as Zhou Xianghong's now swollen visage. He approached cautiously, asking, "Mr. Zhou?" "Yes, it is me. Do you not recognize me?" Zhou Xianghong snapped. The head of security remained silent. It was astonishing that he could still identify Zhou Xianghong in such a disheveled state. Gu Wenqing succinctly ordered, "Review the surveillance footage to ascertain the events of the incident." Seeing several security personnel arrive bolstered Zhou Xianghong's confidence, and he exchanged knowing glances with the head of security. The head of security, quick to comprehend, cleared his throat and said, "I apologize, but the cameras in our garage are malfunctioning." Zhou Xianghong cast a contemptuous glance at Gu Wenqing, his eyes brimming with mockery. "Gu brother, I suppose I am just unlucky. I will file an insurance claim," Yang Mo interjected. She was not foolish. It was evident that the hotel's security was colluding with Zhou Xianghong. With no witnesses or dashcam evidence, and the hotel refusing to provide surveillance footage. Even if she were being maliciously accused, she had no recourse but to accept her fate and pay the compensation while swallowing her indignation. Chapter 59, Long Xing. Bring me 100 million in cash. It is too late. This issue extends beyond mere vehicle damage. This scoundrel has assaulted me, and I will seek medical attention. Zhou Xianghong threatened, his teeth clenched. "You will be left destitute, as you will be liable for my medical expenses, medication costs, lost wages, and emotional distress. Now you acknowledge the rule of law. Who is it that was brazenly assaulting others just moments ago?" Gu Wenqing remarked, his tone flat as he brushed dust from his clothing. "As for compensation, I will not shirk my responsibility." Then, with an icy shift in tone, he added, "You wish to ruin me? Your worthless life is not worth such a sum." The head of security, observing the standoff, noted the growing queue of cars blocking the hotel garage entrance. To avoid inciting the wrath of higher-ups, he intervened, saying, "Gentlemen, regardless of the circumstances, you should not have initiated violence. Let us resolve the vehicular issue first, and then we can discuss how to proceed. What do you think?" His tone was amicable. Yet he subtly favored Zhou Xianghong, knowing that he was a platinum member of the Radisson Hotel, frequently indulging in high expenditures. To maintain the loyalty of such a valued customer, the security personnel would naturally lean toward Zhou Xianghong's interests. Gu Wenqing replied coldly, "I am already addressing the issue. Instead of wasting time with your evasions, you should expedite the retrieval of the surveillance footage." The head of security firmly maintained that the cameras were broken. Gu Wenqing approached the cameras, pointing at the brightly lit lenses, and derisively remarked, "Do you take me for a fool? You think I am blind? These cameras shine brighter than the oil on your face, and you expect me to believe they are broken? Spare me your tricks and retrieve the footage." However, the head of security remained unmoved, stating bluntly, "I am sorry, but according to company policy, you lack the authority to access the footage. Furthermore, I ask that you and the lady with the BMW expedite the resolution of this incident and remove your vehicles from the garage entrance to prevent further congestion." His declaration prompted a chorus of impatient drivers to chime in, urging, "Yes, move the cars. You can settle this privately. Indeed, I am eager to dine at the hotel. I can barely hold my bladder," shouted another. "Why are these two good-looking individuals being so unreasonable? Move the cars and clear the garage entrance." As the crowd voiced their frustrations, Zhou Xianghong's swollen face broke into a smug grin, reveling in his status as a platinum member of the Radisson Hotel, thinking to himself, "You cannot compare to me." The dialogue is saturated with disdain for Gu Wenqing. He is a platinum member, which is why the Radisson Hotel is assisting him. He is a platinum member, hence the security did not review the surveillance footage. In a society that values wealth above all, having money equates to possessing privileges. Zhou Xianghong is overly smug, thinking he must make Gu Wenqing, who struck him, pay a heavy price. The two parties have been at a standstill for quite some time. Yang Mo has already lost hope. She has resigned herself to the situation. Steadying her disappointed emotions, she softly says to Gu, "Let's move the car first. If we must pay, so be it. It's nothing. I'll take care of it." Gu Wenqing waves his hand dismissively. With an arched eyebrow, he inquires, "So in your hotel, having a platinum card means having privileges, does it?" The head of security instinctively nods. "How much does it cost to obtain a platinum membership?" The security guards respond with a condescending gaze, 1 million. They do not believe that someone as young as Gu Wenqing could possibly have 1 million in cash to load onto the card. Gu Wenqing continues, "What about above platinum?" At this, both the security guards and Zhou Xianghong burst into laughter. "Haha, you, a mere brat, think you can obtain a platinum membership? A poor student like you probably doesn't even have the funds for the 50,000 needed for a standard membership. A diamond membership requires a deposit of 10 million. Do you really think you can afford that?" Zhou Xianghong's face is full of mockery, his heart filled with disdain for Gu Wenqing. A young man with a shabby mask, clearly a destitute student, attempting to flaunt a fake watch. The girl beside him drives a dilapidated BMW 1 Series. She too appears to be lacking in funds. If not to bully you, who else should I target? Today, I will make an example of you both. Hearing this, Gu Wenqing pays no heed to such societal trash. He pulls out his phone and dials. Hello, is this President Long? I am Gu Wenqing. I am currently at the Radisson Hotel parking garage. Please send me 100 million in cash from the nearest branch. It needs to be quick. It is urgent. Speaking to Long Zipping, the president of the Modu Bank, Gu Wenqing's tone is anything but polite. The president, a figure of considerable influence, does not take offense at Gu Wenqing's tone. Instead, he lowers himself, repeatedly assuring him that the money will be delivered promptly. The reason for the president of Modu Bank's eagerness to please is that Gu Wenqing possesses over 100 billion in cash in their bank. What does having 100 billion in cash signify? Even those on the Huaxiao rich list, whose fortunes reach hundreds of billions, might struggle to withdraw 100 billion in cash effortlessly. Much of their wealth is tied up in stocks, company valuations, and real estate, with relatively little liquid cash. In contrast, the sheer terror of Gu Wenqing being able to maintain 100 billion in cash at a bank is profound. Faced with such wealth, how could the president of Modu Bank dare to show even a hint of negligence? Should he provoke Gu Wenqing's displeasure, not only would Modu Bank lose a prestigious client, but President Long's own position would also be at stake. Gu Wenqing's voice is not loud, yet those around him can hear. Everyone feels as if they have been struck by lightning. What did they just hear? 100 million in cash? This is utterly absurd. This young man must have lost his mind. There ought to be limits to one's fabrications. He keeps talking about withdrawing 100 million in cash. Surely, he must be using a different currency, perhaps Zimbabwean dollars, where 100 billion would only buy 6 peanuts. At this thought, laughter erupts. Zhou Xianghong feels his stomach ache from laughing, his swollen face contorting painfully as he grins, resembling a grotesque monkey. Chapter 60. A group of people carrying cash arrives. What the hell? 100 million? That is too ridiculous. Haha, perhaps he meant 100 million Zimbabwean dollars. This young man must have a misunderstanding of the unit of million. To show off this way is quite the spectacle. I would believe him if he said 10,000 or 100,000, but 100 million? I truly cannot take that seriously. This young man is deluded. It is clear he has spent too much time dreaming. 100 million? That is indeed a bit of an exaggeration. Upon hearing Gu Wenqing's claim of withdrawing 100 million, everyone present is left with jaws agape. Good grief. 100 million? How could this youth even conceive of such a notion? This is simply ludicrous. Some feel embarrassed for Gu Wenqing, wondering how he could shamelessly utter such absurdities in front of so many people. Nearby, Yang Mo's classmates instinctively step back, embarrassed to be associated with him. They think, even if he wanted to impress Yang Mo, he should not be making such grandiose claims. There is a limit to boasting. This is simply absurd beyond measure. A few female classmates, while admitting to being captivated by Gu Wenqing's extraordinary looks, find his outrageous claims utterly cringeworthy. One chubby girl turns to Yang Mo and says, Mo, don't be deceived by him. He sounds utterly unreliable. The others nod in agreement, saying, yes, when choosing a partner, don't just look at looks. Avoid those who boast excessively. Alas, what a waste of such a handsome exterior. The thought of bringing me 100 million in cash makes me want to laugh uncontrollably. Hearing her classmates ridicule Gu Wenqing, Yang Mo can no longer contain her anger. She exclaims loudly, have you said enough? Her classmates, witnessing the usually gentle and demure Yang Mo explode in fury, are taken aback and fall silent. Yang Mo steps forward to stand beside Gu Wenqing, softly saying, I'm sorry. Gu Wenqing smiles and shakes his head, indicating that it's all right. Yang Mo feels disappointed in her classmates. When she was in trouble, they were all terrified of offending the man in the Mercedes-Benz, and not one came forward to help her. While not assisting is their prerogative, Yang Mo can only feel aggrieved but not angry. What infuriates her is that not only did they refuse to help, but they also hurled insults at Gu Wenqing, who was trying to assist her. Although asking for 100 million may be exaggerated, they could mock him, but they should not resort to verbal ridicule, especially since they were once on the same side. Moreover, Yang Mo is well aware of Gu Wenqing's capabilities. He drives a multi-million-dollar supercar, and even the license plate cost over 16 million. He absolutely has the means to produce 100 million in cash. A few people in the crowd recognize Gu Wenqing as having gotten out of a Ferrari LaFerrari and do not doubt his ability to withdraw 100 million. However, apart from those few, everyone else present views Gu Wenqing as a joke, believing he is merely boasting. At this moment, Zhou Xianghong mockingly retorts, still talking about withdrawing 100 million? Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue? If you can actually produce 100 million, I, Zhou Xianghong, will kneel and call you daddy. Zhou Xionghong stands in front of several security guards, a look of disdain plastered across his face. Gu Wenqing, if I produce 100 million, what will you call me? Call you daddy. Oh son, I'll let you have this verbal advantage for now, but you'll regret it later. Just keep gloating for now. Once I go get checked for my injuries, you'll have your moment of tears. Zhou Xionghong, consumed by a fit of rage, was on the verge of denouncing the essence of national culture. Yet, the vivid memory of Gu Wenqing's earlier sharp slaps resounded painfully in his mind, causing him to hesitate. His words swallowed back down. The Magic City Bank. Long Zipin felt a surge of relief that the Magic City Bank was situated in such a bustling metropolis. Had it been a smaller city, the cash reserves at a branch would be meager, perhaps only a few million. However, in this premier city, the Magic City branch typically housed tens of millions to over $1 billion in cash within its vaults. Coincidentally, it was precisely the moment for the armored trucks to deliver currency to the vault. With a single command from Long Zipin of the Magic City headquarters, countless armored vehicles in the vicinity promptly reported their cash contents to the bank. The total cash from these trucks conveniently reached 100 million, and they swiftly raced toward the Radisson Hotel. How much is 100 million in cash? Taking the denomination of 100 yuan bills as a reference, each bill weighs approximately 115 grams. Consequently, 100 million yuan translates to 1 million bills, resulting in a staggering weight of 115,000,000 grams, or 150 kilograms, equating to 115 tons. Considering the current carrying capacity of a private vehicle at 375 kilograms, one would require at least 45 vehicles for such an endeavor. Stacked together, 100 million yuan would reach a height of 100 meters, equivalent to the height of a 30 to 40-story building. In no time, a dozen or more armored trucks, each transporting varying amounts of cash, arrived in succession at the Radisson Hotel. With the parking lot congested, they parked along the roadside adjacent to the hotel. A group of 30 to 40 bank employees, clad in suits, had been waiting eagerly, rushing toward the hotel's garage with their bulging bags of money. After a while, exasperated voices emerged from the crowd. What on earth is happening? I've been stuck here for over 20 minutes. Damn, this couple is utterly unreasonable. Just take a photo of the accident scene and assign responsibility already. Why linger here? What's the rush, brother? Isn't it more entertaining to watch? Haha, I was just thinking the same. I'm eager to see how this young man will wriggle his way out of this. What a waste of time. I doubt he can salvage this situation. Amidst the crowd, exchanges of opinions echoed, with some expressing impatience while others reveled in the spectacle. Suddenly, the first person in the crowd noticed something amiss. A group of individuals in identical uniforms was straining under the weight of large bags, rushing toward the garage entrance. In disbelief, he murmured to himself, could it be? Gradually, more and more people began to sense the anomaly. One individual shouted, "Hey, look behind you." In an instant, everyone turned around, their expressions frozen in shock. What did they see? A cluster of young men in white shirts, each shouldering bags filled with something. No way. They can't be carrying cash, can they? As this thought crossed their minds, astonishment morphed into sheer terror. Could it truly be that the young man had summoned money to this place? This was utterly absurd. Zhou Xionghong was gripped by fear. At that moment, upon noticing the group, a flicker of panic coursed through him. He repeatedly reassured himself that Gu Wenqing, being so young, could never possibly procure 100 million. Surely, this group was merely passing by. Yes, they were just passing by. Zhou Xionghong, drenched in cold sweat, muttered to himself. The gazes of the onlookers fell upon the bank employees as they hastened toward the crowd. The first bank staff member to arrive was panting heavily, anxiously inquiring, "Which one of you is Gu Wenqing, Mr. Gu?" Gu Wenqing replied nonchalantly, "That would be me." Upon recognizing his voice, the bank employee was taken aback, astonished that someone so young was here to withdraw such an immense sum. He must be an extraordinary young heir. "Young Master Gu, I need to confirm your identity first." "No problem, I'll give President Long a call." Gu Wenqing understood well the necessity of such precautions. With such a significant sum, the bank would undoubtedly exercise utmost care to verify his identity, ensuring that the funds were secure. He swiftly dialed the number, and, after confirming his identity, the bank staff spoke respectfully. "Young Master Gu, the 100 million in cash you requested is on its way here. Please be patient for a moment." Gu Wenqing nodded. "Thank you for your hard work." Seeing Gu Wenqing acknowledge him, the bank employee turned and dashed back toward the street, where countless more bags of cash awaited him. Ignoring the stunned expressions of the onlookers, Gu Wenqing began to open the bags, revealing layers of cash that captivated everyone's attention. Each bundle contained 100,000 yuan. Thus, this bag must hold over 1 million. Before they could fully process this revelation, more bank employees arrived, each bearing bags, continuously depositing them beside Gu Wenqing. With the sheer volume of cash being transported, It was evident that they would be moving back and forth for quite some time. The scene left everyone present in utter shock, their minds as if struck by thunder. Each individual was astounded, staring blankly at the multitude of bags, all filled with money. Even if each bag contained 1 million, with 4 or 5 dozen bags behind Gu Wenqing, that would amount to 40 to 50 million. Moreover, the flow of cash showed no signs of abating. At that moment, the crowd was collectively taken aback. The young man was not joking. He had truly come to withdraw 100 million. This was beyond outrageous. Those who had previously doubted and ridiculed Gu Wenqing now found themselves in an excruciatingly awkward position. They were utterly humiliated. Just moments ago, their derisive comments had been rife. Now they stood sheepishly, their earlier mockery biting back hard. Gu Wenqing had demonstrated what it truly meant to be slapped in the face by reality. Those few who recognized Gu Wenqing as the owner of the Ferrari LaFerrari now chimed in. I told you this young man was wealthy, but you wouldn't believe me. Now look at you, dumbfounded. Seeing him drive a Ferrari, I knew he had the means. Driving a multi-million-dollar LaFerrari, he must be impressive. Indeed. Even his license plate is something else. Hu 11111. For those affluent youths, money was no object. Haha, this is hilarious. The ones who mocked others for showing off are now too scared to utter a word. The excitement in their voices resonated with everyone present. As they heard these remarks, the individuals who had questioned Gu Wenqing felt an overwhelming sense of shame. They wished they could vanish into the ground. Just a short while ago, they had derided Gu Wenqing for using Zimbabwean dollars and accused him of being a pretender. Little did they know, he was indeed a genuine magnate. Not only driving a Ferrari, but also managing to withdraw 100 million in cash with a mere phone call. The momentum suggested that the young man they had once ridiculed was not merely affluent, but extraordinarily so. A financial titan, simply terrifying. The more they reflected on their earlier ridicule of this financial giant, the more they felt utterly exposed and humiliated. The security personnel at the Radisson Hotel were now trembling. Terrified of having offended such a significant figure, Zhou Xianghong gazed at the bags of money strewn along the roadside, utterly petrified, on the verge of tears. He was merely a somewhat affluent demolition resident, coupled with his position as a senior executive in a construction company, accustomed to wielding power with impunity. How could he ever have encountered such a grand spectacle? It is noteworthy that the entirety of his construction company's owner's assets barely exceeded 100 million. Yet, the youth he had offended was capable of orchestrating the delivery of an entire 100 million in cash with just a phone call deposited behind him. Faced with such a merciless tycoon, what was he to do now? Regret consumed him. How was he to extricate himself from this predicament? How utterly laughable. Moments ago, he had anticipated witnessing how the ostentatious youth would meet his downfall, only to find himself now contemplating his own escape. A person who could effortlessly produce 100 million in cash was far beyond his ability to provoke. Particularly haunting were his earlier words, "I'll make you lose everything," echoing ceaselessly in Zhou Xianghong's mind. How foolish he had been. A person capable of so easily procuring 100 million must possess assets well beyond a mere 10 billion, at least 100 billion in net worth. The audacity with which he had just demanded that Gu Wenqing, whose family was worth 100 billion, compensate him until bankruptcy was staggering. Merely thinking of it made Zhou Xianghong feel utterly foolish. In a desperate attempt to salvage the situation, he stammered, claiming it was he who had miscalculated and collided with the lady's vehicle. It was all his fault for harboring ill intentions. He now realized his mistake and would certainly cover the repair costs. He pleaded for the esteemed gentleman to overlook his imprudent offense. However, Gu Wenqing remained unmoved. Tossing a thick stack of cash onto Zhou Xianghong's person, the weight of which caused him to grimace in pain. Is this enough? If not, I can compensate further. How much do you desire today? I shall repay you. Gu Wenqing stepped closer, surveying his surroundings before fixing his gaze upon Zhou Xianghong, continuing. If 1 million ISNT sufficient, then 10 million. If 10 million ISNT enough, then 100 million. Whatever amount you dare to ask for, I shall compensate. His calm yet commanding voice left everyone in awe. How imposing is this declaration? Zhou Xianghong trembled in fear, beads of sweat rolling down his face, not from heat, but sheer terror. 100 million, or even 10 million. Could that secure his life? Let alone 100 million, 10 million, or even just 100,000. He didn't dare to demand even a penny in compensation. Chapter 62. A daily interest of 1.09 million. Zhou Xianghong could scarcely entertain the thought of demanding funds from such a formidable individual, faced with a person capable of presenting 100 million in cash. How could he still cling to thoughts of compensation for the beating he had received? What compensation? The esteemed young gentleman must have misremembered. Zhou Xianghong bowed low, shamelessly asserting, "It was my face that scraped against your precious hand. If anyone owes compensation, it is I who should pay you." Those around him were taken aback by his words, feeling a chill run down their spines. What audacity! How could such words escape a person's lips? Especially as they witnessed Zhou Xianghong, once feared and arrogant, now transformed into a pitiful figure, groveling before Gu Wenqing for forgiveness. They could hardly fathom that Zhou Xianghong, who drove a Mercedes S400, had so quickly capitulated, becoming a mere fish on a chopping board, ready for slaughter. A mocking smile crept upon Gu Wenqing's face. It is only right that one compensates for violence. I, Gu Wenqing, am not unreasonable. He squinted slightly, his tone leaving no room for denial. It is time to settle the debt you owe me. My time is quite valuable. Gu Wenqing adhered to the principle of if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. However, if one offends me, I shall retaliate. As the saying goes, do not impose on others what you do not desire for yourself. Yet Gu Wenqing intended to use Zhou Xianghong's unscrupulous methods against him. With a snap of his fingers, a bank representative immediately comprehended, declaring, Mr. Gu's 100 billion RMB, if placed in a demand deposit, yields approximately 82,000 RMB in daily interest. For a fixed deposit over 3 years at an interest rate of 4%, the daily interest on 100 billion would amount to 1,090,000 RMB. This implies that Mr. Gu earns 1,900,000 RMB daily without lifting a finger. Moreover, Mr. Gu possesses not merely 100 billion. The additional 10 to 20 billion is not even accounted for. As the bank employee concluded, silence enveloped the atmosphere. 1 second, 5 seconds, 15 seconds. What had they just heard? Over 100 billion in deposits? The daily interest alone could purchase a luxury vehicle, a Maserati. Had it not been for the insider's revelation, no one would dare believe that a mere youth possessed such wealth. Merely contemplating that figure sent shivers down their spines. After a full 30 seconds of stunned silence, the cacophony erupted. 100 billion. How incredulous. What? Did he just say that? I bow before such a titan. Please accept my humble homage. Was this truly the power of a genuine tycoon? The pinnacle of life. Everyone gazed at Gu Wenqing, their envy transcending mere admiration. Now teetering on the brink of worship. Unfazed by the multitude of envious gazes, Gu Wenqing glanced at his wristwatch and continued, thus far. You have wasted approximately 30 minutes of my time, rounding to half a day. Consequently, your compensation for my lost time amounts to around 500,000. 30 minutes. Rounded to half a day? Gu Wenqing was indeed unreasonable and utterly domineering. This was the very essence of poetic justice. In dealing with a scoundrel like Zhou Xianghong, Gu Wenqing would show no mercy. The impact of Gu Wenqing's words detonated in Zhou Xianghong's mind like a bomb, leaving him utterly dazed. 500,000. Zhou Xianghong stammered, his voice trembling. He typically spent money extravagantly. How could he possibly have such funds remaining? The Mercedes S400 had been a stretch for him. A purchase made merely to impress. The platinum card from the Radisson Hotel was not even his. It belonged to his boss. And he merely borrowed it to maintain the facade of wealth, leading the hotel staff to mistake him for a prosperous man. Where could he possibly procure such an amount? Facing the words of a billionaire, he understood well the tricks of the wealthy. It was all too easy to hire an eloquent lawyer who could twist truths. Moreover, the one in the wrong was undoubtedly Zhou Xianghong himself. If he were accused of slander or attempted extortion, he could very well find himself incarcerated. As these thoughts raced through Zhou Xianghong's mind, his face drained of color. With a deep breath, he shakily declared, I will compensate. It was indeed my fault for wasting your valuable time. Esteemed sir, please do not take it to heart. With that, he called his company's owner to request an advance on over 200,000 in wages, and with the additional funds from his account, he managed to scrape together the required 500,000. Gu Wenqing waved his hand, summoning the nearby bank employee to transfer the 50,000 directly to the staff's account. Subsequently, Gu Wenqing surveyed the surroundings, noting the dozens of bank employees transporting 100 million in cash, along with 40 armed bank security personnel. Gu Wenqing then addressed the gathering, expressing gratitude for their hard work, stating, This 500,000 shall serve as a token of appreciation for your arduous efforts. Upon hearing this, any lingering resentment among the cash delivery staff evaporated in the sweltering heat. His generosity and straightforwardness were truly commendable. In that moment, the workers who had toiled tirelessly felt a surge of joy. The young master was indeed magnanimous. He considered every aspect of the task, ensuring that those beneath him would not suffer any loss. The 50,000 divided amongst the 800 to 900 individuals meant nearly 6,000 for each. Soon after, representatives from the insurance company arrived. Zhou Xianghong bore full responsibility for the incident. With this resolution, order was restored to the parking garage, and the long queue that had formed gradually began to enter the underground facility. Ding! The host unlocked a new title. Heart-stirring. Reward, Radisson 5-star Hotel. Reward, a land parcel in Magic City valued at 30 billion. The items rewarded by the system will be delivered to the host in a timely manner, and the host may use them with confidence. With the withdrawal of 100 million in cash concluded, Gu Wenqing timely unlocked a new title. The Radisson Hotel, a 5-star establishment, boasts 47 floors and 520 guest rooms, offering a plethora of convenient amenities, including 5 restaurants and bars, 10 conference rooms, a grand multifunctional banquet hall, a gym, an indoor swimming pool, and a spa. The hotel's rooftop revolving restaurant and starlit lounge are particularly noteworthy. The mere valuation of the Radisson 5-star hotel stands at an impressive 5 billion. Chapter 63. The system invests 30 billion to acquire the Land King. Upon seeing the second reward, a land parcel in Magic City valued at 30 billion, Gu Wenqing exclaimed in astonishment. A piece of land worth 30 billion? It is noteworthy that Magic City is set to release its second batch of land for sale this year, with the quality of land offered significantly improved. Enthusiasm among real estate firms soared, resulting in nearly 40% of the parcels reaching their reserve prices, culminating in a total transaction amount of 78 billion. The total sales for 4 parcels amounted to 78 billion, while Gu Wenqing's single parcel is valued at 30 billion, indicating not only an excellent location but also a larger land area. This parcel is situated in the Suzhou district, encompassing the southern extension of the Huangpu River and 28 other plots, involving various business sectors such as dining, hospitality, cultural and recreational facilities, residential properties, and social rental housing, covering over 320,000 square meters, with a total development volume of approximately 1.8 million square meters. The location and scale of this land are irreplaceable. This area is one of the few remaining regions in the central urban area of Magic City where large-scale, high-standard, and comprehensive planning can be developed, particularly along the riverside, where land resources are scarce. In fact, substantial parcels in the central area of Magic City have long since vanished from the land market, and the protective development policies in Suzhou district regarding the riverside further underscore the land's immense value. The valuation of the riverside parcel at 30 billion left Gu Wenqing utterly astounded. When he received the reward of a land parcel in Magic City valued at 30 billion, Gu Wenqing was visibly taken aback. Although he had previously unlocked new titles and obtained 100 billion in cash, a Ferrari LaFerrari supercar, upscale dining experiences, and cinema rewards, thus amassing considerable wealth, he was still shaken by the value of the Magic City land parcel. This astonishment stemmed not solely from the price. Such scarce land resources typically require extensive connections and backgrounds. Without them, even vast sums of money would not grant one the qualification to participate in land auctions. Moreover, with a land parcel valued at 30 billion, the profits from its development would undoubtedly exceed 100 billion. Just a few minutes prior, in Magic City at the Shanghai Land Exchange, 24 real estate companies from across the nation had gathered. Among them was Huafeng Real Estate, a prominent name in Magic City. Recently, Huafeng had completed the development of 7 parcels of land in Magic City, with most already delivered, leaving only a few luxury villas and townhouses unsold. The funds for purchasing land had already been recouped, and the company's cash flow was now plentiful. The group's founder, Lin Hongtian, had arrived with great confidence, determined to secure 2 parcels of land. However, reality delivered a harsh blow to Lin Hongtian. The land king for this auction was the exceedingly rare Suzhou Riverside parcel. Consequently, this attracted numerous nationally renowned real estate firms. Huafeng's reputation in Magic City was well established. The projects they developed were of exceptional quality. Yet their competitors were colossal real estate giants, rendering Huafeng's efforts insignificant in comparison. This auction featured a total of 15 parcels, with 14 being claimed by large firms, leaving Huafeng empty-handed. Now, only the final land king remained, the Suzhou Riverside parcel. At this moment, the executives of the companies that had secured land looked on with satisfaction. This parcel is ours for the taking. We, at Billionaire, must secure it as well. The top-ranking real estate companies in Huaxia were poised and ready, their mindset firmly set on winning. The bidding commenced at a base price of 12 billion and swiftly escalated to 20 billion, continuing to rise. In the back row, several local real estate firms in Magic City turned to Lin Hongtian, saying, "Old Lin, don't bother watching. A parcel like this, valued at over 20 billion, is simply beyond our reach." Indeed, these large enterprises were solely focused on this parcel. Otherwise, we wouldn't be left with nothing. No worries. At least my company still has land under development. Listening to their remarks, Lin Hongtian furrowed his brow, feeling a profound sense of helplessness. These large firms could easily outbid by tens of billions, leaving mid-sized firms like his at a considerable disadvantage. The auction parcels were rendered tasteless by the exorbitant premiums set by the major companies, making them both tempting and unattainable. Sigh. Huafeng is now out of land. We'll have to wait several months for the next auction, Lin Hongtian lamented. 22. 3 billion. 22. 6 billion. Bigue Real Estate bids 25 billion. When the figure of 25 billion was announced, all real estate firms fell silent. The Shuzhou Riverside parcel was estimated at 23 billion, meaning Bigue Real Estate was offering a whopping 2 billion premium. Many firms present had the capability to increase their bids, but the executives had to consider their company's cash flow, bank loans, ongoing projects, and various other factors, ultimately leading them to withdraw from the bidding. 25 billion for the first time, 25 billion for the second time. Just as the gavel was about to fall, someone called out, 30 billion. The voice belonged to the auctioneer, who continued, Gu Wenqing of Huafeng Real Estate bids 30 billion. Just moments ago, he had received a call informing him that Gu Wenqing was offering 30 billion for the Land King, with all funds already transferred to the government account. The system operates without regard for logic. Gu Wenqing need not appear in person, as the system automatically facilitated the acquisition of the land. Wow, 30 billion? An astounding premium of 7 billion? Are they out of their minds? The executives of the real estate firms were left dumbfounded. At this point, their interest in the Land King waned significantly. The premium was simply too high. 30 billion for the first time, 30 billion for the second time, 30 billion for the third time. Congratulations to Gu Wenqing of Huafeng Group for securing the Land King in this auction. Applause erupted. The executives below symbolically applauded. Who is this Gu from Huafeng Group, so remarkably powerful, acquiring the Land King with a premium of 7 billion? Lin Hongtian remarked while clapping his hands. Indeed impressive. This Huafeng Group is truly formidable, delivering a resounding slap to those major real estate enterprises. The other local real estate companies in the Magic City echoed this sentiment. In that fleeting moment, everyone was stunned. Lin Hongtian exclaimed, "What the hell? Huafeng, isn't that my company?" The other real estate firms in the Magic City were equally astonished. Huafeng Group is indeed old Lin's real estate company. Coming back to his senses, someone inquired aloud. The one who bid is Gu Wenqing, a shareholder of your group. Lin Hongtian, with a complex mix of emotions, responded, "Yes, a minor shareholder." At that moment, Lin Hongtian's feelings were in turmoil. After developing 7 plots of land, Huafeng Real Estate was now valued at approximately 90 billion. Yet, one of his group's minor shareholders had astonishingly invested 30 billion to acquire a Land King. Damn, this is utterly insane. 30 billion is equivalent to a third of Huafeng's valuation. Despite Huafeng Group's valuation of 90 billion, the actual liquid capital available was barely 20 billion. Old Gu has more funds than I imagined, Lin Hongtian remarked with a sigh. The system's implant allowed Lin Hongtian to possess the memories of the company's shareholder, Gu Wenqing. Chapter 64. Yes, I have acquired the Radisson Hotel. The Radisson Hotel. Young Master Gu, I mean no offense. Please do not take it to heart. The head of security said nervously. The accompanying security guards dared not make a sound. Anxiety filled their hearts, compounded by curses aimed at Zhou Xuanhong. Damn, how could they offend a billionaire? They were caught in an unjust calamity. A cold smile appeared on Gu Wenqing's face. He did not share their views on calamity. Meanwhile, in the office of the Radisson 5-star hotel manager, the manager suddenly received a phone call from the owner. Upon hearing the owner's words, the manager was momentarily bewildered. The owner informed him that the Radisson 5-star hotel had been sold, and from now on, he was no longer the owner. Understood. After hanging up, the manager found himself momentarily lost in thought. The Radisson 5-star hotel had been thriving. Why would the owner sell it? This action was akin to killing the goose that laid the golden eggs. Ding dong. A document arrived in the manager's email, a message from the former owner. It contained information about the new owner of the Radisson 5-star hotel. What the hell? The manager was left dumbfounded upon seeing the new owner's profile. Only 18 years old. To acquire the Radisson Hotel at such a young age indicates that the new owner's family possesses considerable wealth. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. Come in. The lobby manager, Ming Wan, entered the office. Manager, the traffic congestion at the garage entrance has been resolved, Ming Wan reported. The manager frowned. A trivial matter took half an hour to resolve. What were those security guards doing? Subsequently, the manager forwarded the email to the lobby manager, saying, The Radisson Hotel has a new owner. Familiarize yourself with the new owner's profile, which I've sent to your email. Oh, the lobby manager, Ming Wan, was equally astonished. A 5-star hotel valued at 50 billion could be bought just like that? The new owner is extraordinarily extravagant. As she pondered, she clicked on the profile. Upon seeing the photo, her eyes nearly bulged out of her head. Wasn't he this the individual who had caused a scene in the garage? She had been watching from a distance, and although the young man wore a mask, his hairstyle and eyes matched perfectly with the image. What did you say? The manager hurriedly inquired, "Are you certain?" Mingwan nodded. Seeing her nod, the manager sprang to his feet, unable to believe what he had just heard. His heart was filled with despair. On the very first day of the new owner's acquisition of the hotel, he had unintentionally delivered a powerful blow, making an enemy of the new owner. This was indeed a self-destructive act. "No, I must salvage this," the manager exclaimed urgently. "Quickly, notify all management personnel to gather in the garage to welcome young Master Gu." "Understood," Mingwan replied before issuing the notification. At the garage entrance, order had been restored. Armored trucks rolled in, loading an entire billion in cash before departing. Although the security guards had offended Gu Wenqing with their words, they remained undeterred. Since Gu Wenqing refused their apology, so be it. What did it matter if he was wealthy or possessed assets worth billions? They were still earning a meager salary of 4,000 to 5,000 a month. "Young Master Gu, we shall take our leave." However, before the head of security could finish his sentence, hurried footsteps approached. Soon, the hotel manager, accompanied by a group of management personnel, arrived. "Boss, you have arrived." The manager greeted Gu Wenqing respectfully. The assembled management personnel also offered their respectful salutations. "Welcome back, boss." Witnessing this scene, everyone present was left in a state of shock. What was happening? The manager of the Radisson Hotel and all management personnel had come out to greet him? They were addressing Gu Wenqing as their boss. Yang Imo felt a wave of disbelief wash over her. The security guards were now in a state of utter terror. How had things turned out this way? They could hardly believe it. They were merely upholding the privileges of platinum members and had inadvertently offended the new owner. Ironically, they had previously doubted Gu Wenqing's ability to afford the 1 million for the platinum membership card to the hotel. Yet now, the wealthy individual had acquired a 5-star hotel valued at 50 billion. Was it too late to repent? The security guards quickly bowed, apologizing. "Boss, we are truly sorry." Gu Wenqing, with a face devoid of expression, pointed at the hotel manager and the security personnel, saying, "You and all these security guards are dismissed. Pack your things and head to finance to collect your severance." The leader had failed to set a good example, arbitrarily creating privileges. Such conduct warranted dismissal. Gu Wenqing's words struck them like a thunderclap, exploding in their minds. They were now unemployed, particularly the corpulent manager, who fell to the ground in shock. He had just lost a job with $1 million annual salary and could not help but feel like crying. Yang Mo, her voice trembling, asked Gu, "Did you really acquire the Radisson Hotel?" Without hesitation, Gu Wenqing replied, "Yes. Seeing my sister wronged, as her brother, I could not bear it. Thus, I purchased the hotel and directly expelled those scoundrels." Upon hearing this, Yang Mo's college classmates were left utterly speechless. What had they just heard? To expel a few security guards, he had bought the Radisson 5-star hotel? Damn, that is utterly impressive. Just to remove a few security guards. He had spent a fortune acquiring a 50 billion 5-star hotel. Truly extravagant. Acquiring a 5-star hotel worth 50 billion seemed as effortless as buying a cabbage at the market. Who wouldn't envy such a carefree lifestyle? Meanwhile, those few girls who had spoken ill of Gu Wenqing were completely awestruck when $1 billion in cash was delivered to the bank. Having been in society for 2 years, they had become realistic after experiencing its trials. When faced with the choice between love and bread, they would choose bread without hesitation. Their gazes frequently landed upon Gu Wenqing, wealthy and handsome, effortlessly withdrawing $1 billion in cash, acquiring a 5-star hotel at the slightest provocation, and possessing a bank account brimming with hundreds of billions. Particularly striking was his wrath on behalf of a beautiful woman, as he directly acquired the hotel and dismissed the security personnel. Such a display of dominance was simply astounding. The girls felt a profound sense of security. Yet, regrettably, they had just ridiculed Gu Wenqing, dismissing him as unreliable. And their hearts erupted with frustration at the thought of losing the chance to approach the esteemed young master. Gu Wenqing's gaze swept over them, dismissing the unattractive with indifference, before settling on the captivating Yang Mo, who was a tempest of allure. Chapter 65. Interests Compounding. Until we meet again. Yang Mo had shed her previous professional demeanor. Today, she donned a black dress adorned with intricate patterns, slightly form-fitting, accentuating her perfect curves, an alluring S-shape. The dress featured a small cutout at the collarbone, revealing her fair, radiant skin, adding an extra touch of sensuality and charm. The hem of the dress hovered just above her thighs, exposing her creamy legs to the air. Her seductive, slightly curled hair, paired with an exquisite, mature makeup look, rendered the sophisticated Yang Mo utterly captivating. A minor drawback was her choice of flat shoes for driving. Had she opted for heels, who wouldn't be enamored by such a glamorous figure? Yang Mo, of course, was skeptical of Gu Wenqing's flattery. However, after this encounter, her fondness for him had undoubtedly skyrocketed. A tall, wealthy, and handsome man, combined with his thoughtfulness, How could she not be intrigued? Sensing Yang Mo's fervent gaze, Gu Wenqing playfully inquired, "Do I look handsome?" "Absolutely stunning." He jested. "Then how about a kiss?" At that moment, Yang Mo's admiration for Gu Wenqing was at an all-time high, but with so many witnesses present, she felt shy and whispered in a voice only they could hear, "Next time, when there are fewer people." Just then, Gu Wenqing's phone vibrated in his pocket. Upon checking, he saw multiple messages from Wang Min, the first of which was from just a few minutes ago. Yang Mo still had to attend a wedding banquet, and Gu Wenqing indicated he had matters to attend to via WeChat, proceeding towards the Radisson Hotel while glancing at the messages. "Wang Min, darling, are you not here yet? Wang Min, do I look good in this maid outfit? Wang Min, why are you ignoring me? Wang Min, you scoundrel, heartless as a bird." Observing the timestamps of the messages, it was clear Wang Min was quite eager for his attention. Gu Wenqing had been preoccupied with Yang Mo and had overlooked Wang Min's messages, intending to tease her. He informed Wang Min he couldn't make it today due to school commitments. Wang Min, eagerly awaiting a response, was disheartened to receive such disappointing news. Her eyes dimming with disappointment. "You rascal. An ingrate. Here I was, putting in so much effort preparing various surprises." Wang Min fumed. "Mr. Gu, welcome back. Mr. Gu, hello. Mr. Gu, welcome home." As Gu Wenqing entered the hotel, the staff greeted their boss warmly. Spotting Ming Wan's name tag reading lobby manager, Gu Wenqing recalled that the hotel's general manager had been dismissed. It was a simple matter to promote someone temporarily and replace them later if they proved inadequate. Gu Wenqing, feigning ignorance, asked, "Are you the lobby manager here?" "Yes, boss, I am Ming Wan." "How long have you been working here?" "I have been with Radisson for 5 years." Ming Wan felt a surge of excitement. With the general manager's dismissal, could this be a sign of her promotion? Gu Wenqing casually remarked, "You can temporarily try out the general manager position." His words carried an underlying message. This was a test of her capabilities, and she resolved to exceed the performance of her predecessor. Gu Wenqing ascended the elevator to the presidential suite and knocked on the door. "Knock, knock. Who's there?" Wang Min peeked through the peephole. Gu Wenqing's flawless visage came into her view, and her previous disappointment vanished as she joyfully opened the door. Enveloping him in a warm embrace, her body pressed tightly against his. Wang Min clung to him, playfully murmuring, "You big liar. Honey, I've already freshened up." Leaning closer, Gu Wenqing whispered enticingly into her ear, "Then let me take a whiff." She nestled against him, exuding an air of coyness. Today, Wang Min wore a form-fitting white dress paired with knee-high white stockings. Beneath her exquisite makeup lay an aura of innocence. Her sensual attire, combined with her sweet, delicate features, certainly caught Gu Wenqing's attention. It was evident she had put considerable effort into her appearance. After a moment, Gu Wenqing remarked, "Next time, don't wear something that's short for the club." Though he enjoyed the view, he had no inclination for others to see his woman dressed in such a manner. But I was heartbroken, so I want to wear it again." Wang Min pouted adorably. Gu Wenqing smiled. "No, you should wear it." Wang Min beamed, "Only for you." After taking a sip of water, Gu Wenqing noticed her black knee-high boots. He inquired, "While those boots look good, don't they make your feet stink in the summer?" "With daily washing, how could they stink?" Wang Min retorted like an indignant kitten. "You've smelled my feet after drinking that night. Were they stinky?" "They were." Gu Wenqing teased. Wang Min pouted, playfully hitting him. "They weren't stinky at all." She playfully waved her small fists at his chest. Gu Wenqing grasped her tiny hand, his gaze smoldering as he exhaled softly. "I don't believe you." After a while, Wang Min had drifted off to sleep. At that moment, Yang Mo sent a message via WeChat. "Gu, what are you up to?" "Gu Wenqing, the night is long, and I cannot sleep. I miss you." Yang Mo, feigning ignorance, replied, "What do you miss me for?" Gu Wenqing responded with a double entendre, "To engage." After a while, Yang Mo retorted, "You little lecher. Gu Wenqing, you owe me a kiss. When will you repay it?" Yang Mo anticipated their next meeting. Gu Wenqing thought to himself, "It won't merely be a matter of words next time." Chapter 66, Choices. In the September summer, youth is always tinged with farewells. The military training at Magic City University had concluded. Gu Wenqing and his companions bid farewell to their instructor, with a few sentimental girls shedding tears, while others hugged their instructor reluctantly. The early stages of training had been arduous, the middle filled with laughter, and the final moments steeped in a subtle melancholy of parting. And thus, military training came to an end. The memories of that time, Senior Wang Yinran's black stockings, Chen Xiaohua's sparkling water, the ethereal Qin Munin, and the charming Gu Wenqing, were now sealed within the hearts of countless young women as the training concluded. "Hey, let's go see the Oriental Pearl. I want to eat the famous soup dumplings of Magic City. Let us go to the bars at the Bund." Huang Zicheng from the dormitory excitedly chimed in. "Let's go to TXX tonight." Zhou Tao curiously inquired, "What is TXX?" Huang Zicheng leered mischievously, "The top nightclub in Magic City. I've heard the girls inside are stunning. Zhou Tao was somewhat exhilarated. Have you been inside? I've never set foot in a nightclub my entire life. Huang Ziqing replied without hesitation. Isn't that obvious? How could I know the quality of the girls at TXX if I've never been? Wow, I didn't expect you to be such a veteran. Impressive, Zheng Xiaohong exclaimed. Her eyes wide and thumb raised in admiration. Huang Ziqing felt a surge of satisfaction at their astonishment. He was merely boasting, having only heard his cousin wax lyrical about the high caliber of the girls at TXX. In truth, he had never visited. However, the million in his bank account gave him a sense of confidence. Old Gu, you're so wealthy. You must have been to TXX, right? Tell us how fun it is. Gu Wenqing had been there once and found it rather mediocre. I'm quite familiar with their owner. The first time I went, I met the owner of the top nightclub in the Magic City, TXX. What? You're kidding. My cousin said the owner of TXX is in his 40s. There's no way you and he could possibly hit it off. Huang Ziqing was incredulous. Gu Wenqing merely smiled and remained silent. The four returned to their dormitory. Huang Ziqing hurriedly discarded his camouflage outfit into the trash, took a shower, and changed into what he deemed a stylish ensemble. Zhou Tao remarked from the side that it was a shame to toss the camouflage outfit. He intended to wash it and let it dry for use back home when doing farm work. Dressed in a crisp white shirt and slightly snug suit pants. With the shirt tucked in to showcase a flashy belt, he completed the look with a pair of Nike sneakers. After changing, he fussed over his golden locks in the mirror. Zheng Xiaohong commented, "What else with the flamboyance? You wouldn't understand. Dressing sharp is essential for a nightclub. Who knows? I might hit it off with a lovely lady," Huang Ziqing said, lost in his fantasies. Zhou Tao frowned, unable to comprehend Huang Ziqing's choice of attire. He was already lanky, and tucking his shirt into his belt made him appear even thinner, resembling a mere wisp of paper, especially with the tight pants that clung uncomfortably, emphasizing certain areas. What a waste of money on such peculiar fashion, Zhou Tao thought to himself. Gu Wenqing, on the other hand, was effortlessly handsome. He didn't need to dress up to be the center of attention. After contemplating for a moment, Zhou Tao asked, "Will Mo Luo and the others be joining us?" Truth be told, Zhou Tao envied Gu Wenqing for having so many admirers. He longed for a romantic relationship himself, and Mo Luo, not only beautiful, but also approachable, piqued his interest. Coming from a humble background, with parents working the land, Zhou Tao had never even been to the city where he grew up until he entered university. Initially feeling insecure upon arriving in the Magic City, he had regained confidence through military training. Attending a prestigious university, he didn't believe he would fall short. He was certain he would thrive in time. He thought Mo Luo must have some interest in him too, or she wouldn't engage in conversation with him. Huang Ziqing scoffed. Who the hell invites girls to a nightclub? It's just us guys having a good time. More opportunities, right? Recently, Huang Ziqing felt a stir of emotions. With no progress with Li Wenfeng, he found himself enviously contemplating Gu Wenqing's frequent encounters with women. He could no longer contain himself. I really want to see Mo Luo. All right, let us wait a few days before inviting them. But you absolutely mustn't mention the nightclub to Mo Luo, Huang Ziqing insisted, fearing the news would reach Li Wenfeng's ears, which would spell disaster for him. In preparation for the evening's excursion to the nightclub, Zhou Tao and Zheng Xiaohong began to groom themselves. Zhou Tao donned his Nike sneakers, which he had bought for 68 yuan, while Zheng Xiaohong slicked his hair back with gel, proudly declaring that to succeed with women, one must have slick back hair. Gu Wenqing observed the three flamboyant outfits with a hint of exasperation. It's just a nightclub visit. Can you all dress a bit more normally? Huang Ziqing retorted indignantly. Come on, old Gu, you're just jealous of my charm, envious that I've stolen your spotlight. Zhou Tao grinned. I see you've got no sense of style to compete with old Gu. Why wouldn't I? I'm a Korean-style heartthrob, Huang Ziqing boasted. Amidst their banter, Zheng Xiaohong inquired, have you all seen the campus forum? Everyone is discussing the four goddesses of the Magic City, and now it's become 5. Oh, who has the new edition? Zhou Tao asked. The consensus among the admirers was that Chun Yunxue was the latest sensation. Huang Ziqing dismissively replied, get out of here. Bai Yue Guangqin Yunan is the eternal goddess, perfectly fitting to be the school flower. Previously, the recognized 4 goddesses at the Magic City University were Wang Yanran, Wen Xian, Lu Shiyao, and Yu Manman. Now, the forum was abuzz with discussions about which freshman girl was most likely to ascend to goddess status. The majority supported the aloof goddess Chun Yunxue, while the newly famous Qin Yunan had garnered a loyal following among many male admirers. In no time, the two factions were embroiled in heated debates online. Zheng Xiaohong posed the question to Gu Wenqing, which do you think is prettier, Chun Yunxue or Qin Yunan? At that moment, Gu Wenqing was preoccupied chatting with a senior sister and casually replied, they are both beautiful, each with their unique charm. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder, Huang Ziqing chimed in. But if you had to choose, who would it be? A smile crept across Gu Wenqing's face. Guess? Noticing Gu Wenqing's enigmatic expression, Huang Zicheng remained silent, but it seemed he understood. The group stared in astonishment. It's you, Gu Wenqing. They were abruptly struck by a wild notion. To be blunt, old Gu truly had the prowess. Chapter 67. Which boy receives fruit from Qin Yunan? During military training, Chen Yunxue consistently brought Gu Wenqing sparkling water. Even if it was to thank him for his bravery, it couldn't be a daily occurrence. Chun, the school flower, must surely have feelings for Gu Wenqing. As for the other Bai Yueguang, Qin Yunan, it was unclear why she had entangled herself with Gu Wenqing. She had proactively requested Gu Wenqing's WeChat during military training. One must admit, old Gu had an abundance of romantic prospects. With these thoughts swirling in their minds, Huang Zicheng, Zhou Tao, and Zheng Xiaohong couldn't help but envy Gu Wenqing deeply. Buzz, buzz. Just as they were boasting with their roommates, Gu Wenqing's phone vibrated. Speak of the devil. He pulled out his phone to see a message from Bai Yueguang Qin Yunan. I'm downstairs at your dorm. It's been tough with military training these past few days, so I brought you some fruit. Hurry down to get it. Not far from the boys' dormitory, Qin Yunan stood wearing a form-fitting white top. Her fair collarbone and slim waist exposed to the air, paired with loose blue jeans featuring slits along the sides, subtly revealing her long legs encased in black stockings. Her exquisite features and alluring figure caught the attention of passing boys, who couldn't help but steal glances. Some lecherous onlookers gazed intensely at the glimpses of her stockings, their eyes almost devouring her. From within the dormitory, someone shouted, Bai Yueguang is downstairs. This sent a wave of excitement through the building as boys began to cheer. And soon, many were leaning over the balcony, gazing down at the stunning Bai Yueguang. Qin Yunan was simply breathtaking, having shed the monotony of military training attire. She looked even more radiant today. Many boys were momentarily rendered speechless. Were the fruits lying on the ground next to Bai Yueguang meant for delivery? They stared at Qin Yunan, utterly perplexed. Was she really delivering fruits to some boy? Unthinkable. Perhaps she was merely resting from the weight of the watermelon. Nonsense. The girls' dormitory was not even in that direction. Regardless, I refused to believe that Bai Yueguang would bestow gifts upon a boy. The boys exchanged incredulous remarks amongst themselves. Just then, a bold lad ventured downstairs to inquire, Miss, are you tired? Where are you headed? I can help you with the fruits. I'm waiting for someone. Qin Yunan replied, shaking her head in refusal. The boy, heartbroken, trudged back to the boys' dormitory, where another boy patted his shoulder and asked, what did Bai Yueguang say? She said she's waiting for someone. What? Upon hearing this, the boys were taken aback. Bai Yueguang was genuinely here to meet someone? How could that be? Is it now fashionable for goddesses to deliver gifts to boys? First, Chen Xiaohua was sending sparkling water, and now Bai Yueguang brought fruits for a boy. They were all filled with astonishment. How remarkable must this boy be to deserve Bai Yueguang's attention? The sight filled the boys with envy and bitterness. Among the two goddesses of the freshman year, one, Chen Yunxue, was infatuated with Gu Wenqing, while it appeared that Qin Yunan might also have someone in her heart. The boys hung their heads in despair, lamenting their lack of such good fortune to win the affection of a goddess. In Gu Wenqing's dormitory, hearing the commotion, Huang Zicheng was the first to rush to the balcony, a devoted admirer of Bai Yueguang. He had just been embroiled in a heated exchange between fans of Qin Yunan and Chen Xiaohua on the forum. The moment he laid eyes on Qin Yunan dressed in casual attire, he was utterly captivated. It was only then that he noticed the fruits beside her. In astonishment, he exclaimed, wow, Qin Yunan is truly delivering fruits to a boy. At that moment, Zhou Tao and Zheng Xiaohong also arrived at the balcony, with Zhou Tao expressing regret. What a pity. During military training, Qin Yunan proactively added old Gu on WeChat. I thought she had feelings for him. Zheng Xiaohong scoffed. Who in Moda University doesn't know that Gu Wenqing is already involved with a senior, not to mention that Chen Xiaohua is practically his devoted admirer. Qin Yunan isn't foolish. Upon hearing this, Huang Zicheng concurred. I also believe that Qin Yunan is not seeking out old Gu. He is already deeply entangled in romantic pursuits. Qin Yunan strikes me as a self-respecting girl, and she would not likely harbor feelings for him. With a sigh, Huang Zicheng lamented, I wonder who the fortunate individual is that has captured Bai Yueguang's favor. Zhou Tao glanced at Huang Zicheng, who resembled a monkey, and remarked, well, it's certainly not you. Shut it. If you can't speak wisely, then say less, Huang Zicheng retorted. He genuinely found Qin Yunan attractive. Had he not been involved with Li Wenfeng, he would undoubtedly pursue her. The three roommates were lamenting on the balcony when a casually dressed Gu Wenqing emerged from his dormitory. Moments later, the trio on the balcony caught sight of a familiar figure. Huang Zicheng questioned, what is old Gu doing down there? Zheng Xiaohong wondered aloud. Could he possibly think that Qin Yunan is looking for him? Zhou Tao, fully aware of the situation, exclaimed, no way. Is she actually seeking out old Gu? Huang Ziqing coldly dismissed the thought. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Downstairs, Gu Wenqing felt somewhat helpless. He genuinely did not wish to attract any more attention from girls. One Qin Yunxue and one senior was already enough to give him a headache. Adding Qin Yunan into the mix? He wasn't he a character from the Eastern Han dynasty. Navigating the tumultuous Three Kingdoms, he feared potential disaster. Why did Qin Yunan insist on throwing herself into the lion's den? Did she not grasp the peril of walking into a trap? Here, I specifically bought these fruits for you. Qin Yunan pouted, noticing the helpless expression on Gu Wenqing's face, which stirred a hint of grievance within her. The fruits at the school supermarket are not fresh. I chose these for you from outside. The journey from the school gate to the boys' dormitory was not short. As a girl carrying a bunch of bananas and a large watermelon, she was quite exhausted. Beads of sweat dotting her forehead and delicate nose. Seeing Qin Yunan fanning herself with her small hands, Gu Wenqing couldn't bear to decline her kindness. Upon glancing at the fruits, he wondered how she knew that his favorites were watermelon and bananas. Perhaps it was mere coincidence. He touched the watermelon, still cool from its recent purchase. With a swift motion, he sliced the watermelon in half and offered Qin Yunan a piece. Look at how hot you are. Quickly, have a bite. Qin Yunan happily indulged in the watermelon he had provided, her earlier grievances evaporating. The sight sent the boys into a frenzy. Some stared wide-eyed, their mouths agape in disbelief. What was happening? The school S by Yue Guang, Qin Yunan, was actively delivering fruits to Gu Wenqing? Did she not know that Senior Wang Yanran and Qin Xiaohua both had feelings for Gu Wenqing? Qin Yunan was being reckless. Gu Wenqing's reputation as a heartbreaker was evident. Yet she still sought to draw near. The boys were consumed with envy, their jealousy boiling over. In that instant, Gu Wenqing became the target of disdain among the freshman class. The two goddesses of the first year were both infatuated with Gu Wenqing, which was utterly absurd. Why did all the good fortune seem to favor him? All the boys wore grim expressions, their hearts aching. They wished to rush downstairs and smash Gu Wenqing's head until it resembled a watermelon. At that moment, the clamor of the crowd erupted. That rascal Gu Wenqing has flirted with the two most beautiful girls. Gu Wenqing is incredible. All three school goddesses are interested in him. He truly is a master. I wish to learn his techniques for wooing girls. How can you learn? Gu Wenqing is a tall, rich, and handsome type. If you had his attributes, you wouldn't struggle with women either. How infuriating. It's just a matter of being slightly handsome, tall, and having some money. The boys debated animatedly. Their hearts were filled with jealousy, yet they felt powerless. After all, the gap between them and Gu Wenqing was insurmountable. Anyone in attendance would feel a tinge of inferiority when compared to him. In Gu Wenqing's dormitory, on the balcony, Huang Ziqing was mortified. Just moments ago, he had confidently asserted that Qin Yunan would never like Gu Wenqing, only to be soundly contradicted by the scene unfolding below. He gazed down, bewildered, at Gu Wenqing and Qin Yunan sitting on the edge of the flower bed, sharing watermelon, contemplating how they had ever forged such a connection. Zhou Tao patted Huang Ziqing on the shoulder, saying, "Don't be envious. Old Gu is a figure you cannot aspire to reach." Huang Ziqing sighed. Gu Wenqing, unconcerned with appearances, devoured the watermelon with gusto. Qin Yunan felt as though they had returned to their childhood days, when they were both around 11 or 12 years old. And her name was still Yangmu. She wrestled with whether to reveal her identity to Gu Wenqing now. Would he still not know that she was Yangmu? Telling him now felt odd. Perhaps she should wait until he developed feelings for her, as a delightful surprise. Slow down while eating, she gently advised, producing a napkin to wipe the juice from Gu Wenqing's face. Suddenly, a voice interrupted beside them, as a boy hurriedly approached. Qin Yunan politely greeted, "Hello, Senior Wang." Wang Hongliang glanced at Gu Wenqing, who was engrossed in eating watermelon, and inquired, "Is he your boyfriend?" Upon hearing this, Qin Yunan furrowed her brow slightly, feeling a tinge of annoyance towards him, and replied out of courtesy, "Not yet." She added silently in her heart, "But perhaps in the future." Wang Hongliang's sense of vigilance heightened as he scrutinized Gu Wenqing from head to toe, cursing inwardly, "Damn, isn't this the Gu Wenqing from the forums? How has he managed to get close to Qin Yunan again?" As a sophomore, Wang Hongliang harbored feelings for Qin Yunan and had intended to pursue her gradually. However, upon seeing Gu Wenqing, he realized he must act swiftly. Wang Hongliang cautioned Qin Yunan, "Don't be deceived by him. Gu Wenqing has plenty of women around him." Gu Wenqing remained silent, perceiving Wang Hongliang's demeanor as insufferable. He felt that conversing with such a person diminished his own standing. "Let us eat in the car," he suggested, and proceeded to unlock his Ferrari downstairs, activating the air conditioning as they both settled inside. Wang Hongliang clenched his fists, thinking, "So what if he is wealthy? I will expose your true colors, revealing to Qin Yunan the essence of your character." After a brief conversation, Gu Wenqing and Wang Hongliang parted ways. On the way back, Qin Yunan felt curious. After 7 or 8 years, how had Gu Wenqing's family amassed such wealth? Upon returning to the dormitory, Huang Zicheng, with a curious expression, asked Gu Wenqing, "What is your relationship with Qin Yunan?" Gu Wenqing candidly replied, "Just ordinary friends." After all, there was genuinely nothing between them. And since adding each other on WeChat, they hadn't conversed much. Zhou Tao, with a mischievous grin, said, "I don't believe you. You're not being honest." Zheng Xiaohong adjusted her glasses and remarked, "Who would go out in this scorching heat to bring fruits for just an ordinary friend?" Clearly, they all believed there was a story between Gu Wenqing and Qin Yunan. After all, in September's sweltering sun, a girl willingly braving the heat to buy fruits for a boy could not merely imply a platonic friendship. Gu Wenqing shook his head, choosing to disregard their speculations. Whether it was Chun Yunxue or Qin Yunan, he had never sought to provoke either of them. He believed matters of the heart should be left to fate. In a certain apartment in the bustling metropolis, Yunan felt anxious. Her rent was due imminently, yet she found herself devoid of funds. The money Gu Wenqing had rewarded her with would not be accessible until next month, far too distant to quench her immediate thirst. She attempted to borrow some money from friends, but most of her peers were still students and had little to spare. Ultimately, Yunan thought of her idol, Gu Wenqing. He was so wealthy. Perhaps she could borrow some money for rent and repay him once her earnings arrived next month. Resolute, she took out her phone and began typing. "Idol, are you there?" Gu Wenqing, also engrossed in his phone, saw Yunan's message and was instantly reminded of her soft, youthful appearance. He promptly replied with flirtation, "What is up, darling? Missing me?" Yunan responded, "I would like to borrow some money for rent. I'll pay you back once I receive my salary. Is that okay?" Gu Wenqing transferred 100,000 yuan without hesitation. Yunan was taken aback. "Bro, why did you transfer so much? Keep it for now. I'm not short on cash. What I lack is you," Gu Wenqing replied. Yunan's face flushed. Did her idol have feelings for her too? "Stop joking around. Aren't you too busy to play?" Gu Wenqing added, "When I have time, you must invite me upstairs for a drink." At that moment, a message from a senior arrived. "Wang Yanran, Jr., how does this look?" Gu Wenqing, thinking it was a treat, eagerly clicked to view. To his astonishment, the image displayed the passenger seat of a Porsche, adorned with a label reading, "Gu Wenqing's exclusive seat." Gu Wenqing couldn't help but smile wryly. As time flew by, night descended upon the city. The vibrant nightlife of the metropolis was ablaze with dazzling lights and intoxicating allure. Gu Wenqing, accompanied by his 3 flamboyant roommates, exited their dormitory and observed several groups of girls passing by. In September's heat, they donned shorts and skirts, exposing their fair legs to the air, some wearing fitted tops that accentuated their curves. The summer scene radiated youthful exuberance. Huang Zicheng was captivated, grinning as he whispered, "Some girls are checking me out." Zheng Xiaohong, not to be outdone, retorted, "They're clearly looking at me." Zhou Tao, unimpressed, commented, "They're obviously glancing at Gu." The 4 of them arrived at the parking area. Gu Wenqing's Ferrari could only accommodate 2 passengers. "Zheng Xiaohong, you and Zhou Tao take a taxi to TXX, Huang Zicheng suggested. Having never ridden in a Ferrari, he was eager for the experience. Zhou Tao frowned, "I want to ride in the Ferrari too." Zheng Xiaohong pouted, "So do I." They all yearned to experience the luxury of a million-yuan Ferrari, hoping to flaunt it in future conversations. Observing this, Gu Wenqing smiled, "You might be disappointed. I'm not taking the Ferrari tonight. I'll be driving another car." He pressed the unlock button for the Bentley, its dazzling lights illuminating the dark night. Standing out magnificently, Zhou Tao, Huang Zicheng, and Zheng Xiaohong were momentarily stunned by the sight of the Bentley. Did Gu Wenqing buy another car? They wondered. "This is the world of the wealthy?" Zhou Tao exclaimed, "Gu, your car is genuinely impressive." He admired the Bentley, a flawless noble sedan, with its imposing front, mesh grille, circular headlights, large wheels, and powerful wheel arches, all symbols of vitality and passion. He thought how wonderful it would be to take Mo Luo for a drive in such a car. Eagerly, Huang Zicheng hopped into the passenger seat, overwhelmed by the interior's decor and fragrance. "Wow, Gu, this car clearly isn't yours. Which rich woman does it belong to?" Gu Wenqing chuckled lightly, "It's a friend's. I'll return it in a couple of days." He had contacted Lin Yingying, who had allowed him to use it for now. Zheng Xiaohong exclaimed, "I don't want to work anymore. Gu, introduce me to a rich woman." Huang Zicheng chimed in eagerly, "The doctor said my stomach isn't good. I can only live off soft food." Gu Wenqing retorted, "Get lost. I don't like monkeys." With that, the Bentley roared to life, leaving the university behind as it sped towards the premier nightclub, TXX. Driving with one hand, Gu Wenqing evoked envy from Huang Zicheng. As the top nightclub in the metropolis, TXX's outdoor parking lot was always filled with luxury vehicles. Ferraris, Lamborghinis, Rolls-Royces, and more were commonplace. Although Gu Wenqing's Bentley GT stood out, It was not the most extravagant among the array of cars valued over 4 million yuan, reflecting the vibrant nightlife of the city's wealthy second-generation elites. Gu Wenqing parked the car not far from the entrance of TXX, allowing Huang Zicheng and the others to disembark and reserve a table. After they exited, Gu Wenqing drove off in search of a parking space. The nightclub was bustling, with every parking spot occupied. Gu Wenqing circled the parking lot, only to find it completely occupied. At this moment, he noticed a vacant space beside the entrance of TXX and thought it would be best to park there. Before he could act, a roaring Lamborghini came to a halt right at the entrance of TXX. As the Lamborghini parked, a frowning security guard approached, politely informing the driver that parking was prohibited at the entrance and urging him to vacate the spot. Upon hearing this, the Lamborghini owner furrowed his brow and retorted, "I'm here to patronize your establishment. Is parking here really not allowed?" The security guard firmly replied, "I apologize, but that is the company policy." The wealthy young man, despite his irritation, knew from frequent visits that parking by the entrance was forbidden. Since there were no available spots today, he had hoped to take a chance. But the security guard promptly came to enforce the rules. The Lamborghini owner glanced at the attractive woman in the passenger seat, thinking he couldn't afford to lose face in front of her. He then pulled out a wad of cash and exclaimed, 3,000. I just want to park for one night. The guard shook his head in refusal, stating, "That's not possible." Then how about 5,000? The guard continued to refuse, saying, "I'm sorry, sir, it's not about the money. It's against company policy." Hearing this, the Lamborghini owner's expression darkened as he cursed. "You don't know how to make money. You'll be a doorman for life." After venting his frustration, he sped off from the entrance of TXX. Just as the Lamborghini owner left, the security guard, still catching his breath, observed a Bentley Continental GT pulling in. Fuming internally, he wondered why these wealthy young men were so drawn to this place today. Striding forward, he recited his standard line, "I'm sorry, sir. Parking is not allowed at the entrance of TXX. Please move along." Gu Wenqing stepped out of the car, inquiring, "Is parking prohibited for everyone?" Before the guard could finish his explanation, he recognized the face of the man who had just alighted from the vehicle. To his astonishment, he realized it was the new owner of TXX, Gu Wenqing himself. The guard was momentarily taken aback. The man driving the Bentley was indeed the proprietor. Regaining his composure, he smiled apologetically, saying, "Of course, Mr. Gu can park here. Only you have the privilege to do so." The entire TXX nightclub belonged to Mr. Gu. Not only could he park at the entrance, but even if he blocked the entrance with the Bentley, the guard would not dare utter a word against it. Gu Wenqing mused that after the system rewarded him with TXX, it must have also implanted his identity in the minds of the staff. "All right, please take good care of my car," he said in a nonchalant tone. "When I go to finance to collect my 10,000 yuan bonus, just say it was my request." With that, Gu Wenqing entered the nightclub. The sound of Mr. Gu's voice was like music to the guard's ears, filling him with immense joy. He had been tempted by the 5,000 offered by the Lamborghini owner, which was nearly equivalent to a month's salary. However, out of respect for company policy, he had to refuse, feeling a slight pang of regret for the lost opportunity. Little did he know, in an instant, the owner had rewarded him with a 10,000 yuan bonus. This recognition of his work invigorated the guard, who resolved to ensure the Bentley was well looked after, wary of any inebriated individuals bumping into it. Chapter 70. Huang Zicheng. Bro, you really have some clout. Outside the TXX nightclub, two alluring female marketers, with stunning figures and graceful movements, greeted Gu Wenqing as he approached. Before he even entered, he heard their sweet voices exclaiming, "Hello, Mr. Gu." One of them, named Su Mo, had previously witnessed Gu Wenqing's grandeur firsthand when he ordered 20 sets of the 5-color Divine Dragon in one go, racking up an extravagant bill of 1.5 million in a single night. For this, Su Mo earned a generous commission of 150,000 on the drinks. The most astonishing part was that despite spending such a fortune, Gu Wenqing hadn't even touched the drinks, opting instead to feed them to his dog. Now, meeting him again, Su Mo marveled at how Mr. Gu had become the owner of TXX, truly a display of extravagant wealth. The reputation of TXX was unparalleled in the bustling metropolis, attracting countless elite patrons and consistently packed to capacity. How could the former owner have sold such a lucrative establishment? Surely Mr. Gu had made an offer that was impossible for the previous owner to refuse. With this thought, Su Mo and her fellow marketer gazed at Gu Wenqing with admiration. Earlier, there had been 3 individuals, one of whom had blonde hair. Su Mo sweetly inquired, "Are you referring to the 2 slender ones and the tall, muscular guy, one of whom has yellow hair?" Upon seeing Gu Wenqing nod, she continued, "They are at table A3, box 036. With that, she eagerly led the way to the designated area. Meanwhile, the wealthy young man driving the Lamborghini, Jin Yi, finally found a parking spot. After securing his luxury vehicle, He made his way to the nightclub with the beautiful woman by his side, excited to celebrate a friend's birthday at TXX with drinks and flirting. As Jean Yi approached the entrance, he noticed the vacant spot where the security guard had earlier prohibited parking, now quietly occupied by a Bentley Continental GT, with the guard busily polishing it. The girl beside Jean Yi looked on in astonishment at the Bentley. In an instant, Jean Yi's anger flared. How could this guard make a fool of him in front of such a beautiful woman? He exploded. Didn't you just tell me that parking isn't allowed here? Why is this Bentley parked without issue? The guard, still polishing the Bentley, calmly replied, it is indeed allowed. Jean Yi's face turned a deep shade of anger as he shouted, damn it. My Lamborghini cost over 700,000. Why shouldn't it be allowed to park here? The guard, still maintaining his composure, explained, this is our boss's car. Only he has the privilege to park here. Moreover, the entire TXX nightclub belongs to Mr. Gu. He could block the entrance if he wished, and you wouldn't dare challenge him. Though Jean Yi was furious, he realized he was powerless in this situation. Frustrated, he acknowledged that the guard was correct. The owner of TXX certainly had privileges, and the club belonged to him. The owner could park wherever he pleased. If anyone were to blame, it would be himself for not being the owner of TXX. Besides, given that the owner ran the most elite nightclub in the metropolis, it was clear that Mr. Gu possessed both wealth and connections far beyond his reach. Resigned to his fate, Jean Yi swallowed his pride and stormed into TXX with the stunning woman by his side. He consoled himself, thinking that if he could woo this beautiful girl with a score of at least 90, enduring a little humiliation would be worth it. Following Sumo, Gu Wenqing couldn't help but admire her perfect figure, her legs and curvaceous hips accentuated by her plaid mini-skirt as she swayed enticingly. He couldn't believe he had missed noticing her stunning physique during their last hurried encounter. At that moment, the nightlife was at its peak, vibrant and lively. A diverse array of individuals continuously stream into the nightclub, from exhilarated young women seeking thrills, impeccably dressed office workers, to portly middle-aged men and stunningly curvaceous beauties. The deafening music erupts around them. The kaleidoscopic laser lights sway throughout TXX, igniting the very veins of those who enter, infusing them with a fervor that compels them to follow the rhythm set by the provocatively clad DJ. TXX is divided into private rooms, VIP tables, and general seating. Huang Ziqing has reserved a VIP table. Among the tables, A1 boasts the most advantageous location, closest to the DJ booth, followed by A2, with A3 being the least desirable. The minimum consumption prices vary dramatically. A1 requires a minimum spend of 200,000. A2 demands 80,000, while A3 necessitates a mere 50,000. Huang Ziqing has opted for the A3 table, which, even for a student, is exorbitant. At this moment, they are at A3, table 036. Zhou Tao sits at the table, utterly dazzled by the sight of those women with their bare, radiant thighs and scantily clad outfits, making him swallow hard. Upon learning that Huang Ziqing ordered over 50,000 in drinks, he is left utterly astonished, exclaiming, wow, Huang, your spending for one night exceeds what I've spent throughout my entire 4 years of university. Zheng Xiaohong sits nearby, equally wide-eyed in disbelief. Huang Ziqing, casting a glance at the alluring female promoter, boasts with a self-satisfied smirk, it's just over 50,000, my friend. Money is no object. After saying this, he notices the promoter's adoring gaze directed at him, causing him to feel euphoric. The thrill of this pretentiousness is simply exhilarating. Who knows, with a bit more effort, he might engage in some intimate activities with the female promoter, before he can revel in his triumph for too long. A more stunning female promoter respectfully leads Gu Wenqing to their table. The promoter, who had just been gazing at Huang Ziqing in admiration, now transforms into a visage of shock upon seeing Gu Wenqing, exclaiming, good evening, Mr. Gu. Since Gu Wenqing's arrival, her attention has been solely fixated on him, completely disregarding Huang Ziqing. In an instant, the formerly boastful Huang Ziqing appears deflated, akin to a frostbitten eggplant, while Zhou Tao pats him on the shoulder with a sympathetic expression. Huang, don't take it to heart, after all. Old Gu is more handsome than you. Zhou Tao's attempt at comfort only deepens Huang Ziqing's dismay. With the esteemed presence of Mr. Gu, the staff at TXX dare not be remiss. They swiftly present drinks, fruits, and snacks, laying them out on the table with utmost respect. Zhou Tao scans the surroundings and notices that the tables occupied before them have yet to receive their drinks, while theirs has been fully served. He initially assumes that their high spending is the reason for the speedy service, and gives Huang Ziqing a thumbs up. Huang, you're impressive. At this moment, Huang Ziqing's gloom dissipates, and he responds proudly, look at the speed of service, my friend. I must have some clout. In response, two female promoters stifle their laughter. In Chapter 71, the promoter Su Mo reflects, thinking that a spending of 50,000 for a night is quite common at TXX. Such ordinary expenditure does not warrant any special privileges for expedited service. All of this is merely due to Mr. Gu's presence. With this thought, Su Mo instinctively glances at Gu Wenqing. In the dim lights, his sculpted features resemble a flawless masterpiece, and the flickering laser lights cast upon him add an air of enigmatic allure. For a moment, both promoters gaze at him, somewhat entranced. At the table, Huang Zicheng, feeling a twinge of jealousy, inquires, "Old Gu, you've only visited once, yet you're so familiar with them? Mr. Gu this, Mr. Gu that." Huang Zicheng perceives that the girl who had shown him interest moments ago now displays far more enthusiasm towards Gu Wenqing, particularly the more beautiful Su Mo, who not only serves drinks to Gu Wenqing but also possesses a captivating softness that is indeed enviable. Most notably, ever since Gu Wenqing's arrival, the two promoters have remained glued to his side, flanking him on either side. Not merely because he is the owner of TXX, but because no other man in the venue possesses his undeniable charm. Meanwhile, Huang Zicheng, Zhou Tao, and Zheng Xiaohong sit in solitude, nursing their drinks while enviously observing Gu Wenqing. Before Gu Wenqing can respond, Zhou Tao interjects, "Hey, old Gu, given your wealth, your previous expenditure must have been substantial. That's why they refer to you as Mr. Gu out of respect." Zheng Xiaohong then quietly adds, "Su Mo beside old Gu is truly stunning." Huang Zicheng and Zhou Tao nod in agreement. In the dim lighting, Su Mo's makeup is exquisite. She is clad in a snug, ultra-short gray t-shirt that accentuates her perfect curves, making it impossible for her to see her own feet when she bows. And she could even challenge herself to drink while looking down. Her plaid miniskirt further highlights her enviable waist-to-hip ratio, surely igniting the passions of any man who gazes upon her. The only flaw perhaps is her bare, flawless legs, if only they were adorned with black stockings. If this ensemble were complemented by silk-clad legs, which man would not pay homage? While her beauty may not rival that of Chun Yunxue or Wang Yanran, she is nonetheless a rare gem. Gu Wenqing is not one to shy away from the allure of a beautiful woman who presents herself so readily. As their conversation unfolds, his hand unconsciously finds its way to her supple thigh. Su Mo shivers slightly, pausing for a moment before breaking into a radiant smile, occasionally pouring drinks for him. Su Mo is a student at a specialized school in Shanghai, often working part-time as a marketing promoter at TXX during the evenings. With her striking looks, she performs remarkably well in her role, earning between 10 and several tens of thousands each month. Su Mo is a prominent figure at her school. Not only is she beautiful, but her figure is also captivating, especially with her enticing attire that makes her the goddess of admiration among the male students. When do women appear most enchanting? Not when they are bare, but when they are subtly concealed, for that is when they are most alluring. Su Mo understood this principle long ago. Her suggestive attire has captivated countless admirers. Yet she remains reserved, maintaining a delicate distance from all men. She is acutely aware of the significance of allure. At her specialized school, she has always been the center of attention, pursued by many upperclassmen and affluent heirs who enjoy courting girls, but none have succeeded. In the nightclub, many well-off men have attempted to woo her, offering designer handbags and luxury cosmetics, with one executive even claiming he would provide her with a car and a house if she agreed to be his canary. Su Mo has declined all such advances. Although she appreciates wealth, she admits to being more enamored by handsome faces. She is, indeed, a connoisseur of beauty, especially that executive who proposed to support her. Just the thought of him makes her want to retch. Seizing the moment while Gu Wenqing and Zhou Tao head to the restroom, the female promoter glances at Su Mo's flushed cheeks and softly inquires, "Is this your first time allowing a man to take advantage? Do you perhaps have feelings for Mr. Gu?" Su Mo instinctively nods. "I think Mr. Gu is incredibly handsome. He fits perfectly within my aesthetic. Even a buzz cut looks marvelous on him. I'm utterly enamored." The other female promoter laughs teasingly. Beauty connoisseurs never end well. She was utterly envious of Su Mo, wondering why fate was so generous to her. Just her exquisite visage alone could compel countless affluent suitors to bend the knee. In the past, she had deemed Su Mo unappreciative, believing that not a single successful heir or prosperous CEO would catch her eye. If she possessed such stunning beauty, she would have long since transitioned into the life of a wealthy matron, no longer needing to frequent nightclubs for marketing. Little did she know, Su Mo was waiting for the right price, desiring both beauty and wealth. What was even more infuriating was her audacious ambition to pursue the boss. Goodness, how utterly thrilling. At that moment, Su Mo's emotions were equally tumultuous. Her body felt weak and tingled with an inexplicable sensation. It was her first encounter with intimate proximity to the opposite sex, and she found herself not averse to Gu Wenqing's familiarity. After all, her boss was remarkably handsome and possessed considerable wealth, resembling the domineering CEO character from the novel she adored. In the restroom, Zhou Tao cast a glance and cursed under his breath. Damn, old Gu, you're making me feel so inadequate. Gu Wenqing replied nonchalantly. Ah, the heavens are indeed generous. After they finished, the two exited the restroom, approaching the booth area. Just then, a stunning woman in a dress sauntered by. She glanced at Gu Wenqing, and upon realizing the beauty of his face, her eyes sparkled with surprise. Feeling her gaze, Gu Wenqing turned to look at her, causing the young woman to blush and scamper away towards the A1 booth. Gu Wenqing mused, what is there to be shy about in a nightclub? Zhou Tao remarked from the side, observing that while many of the nightclub's women were alluringly dressed, they simply couldn't compare to Mo Luo's striking physique. Gu Wenqing couldn't help but think of Mo Luo, whose fiery, visually striking S-shaped figure in a dress would surely captivate countless men. Recently, Mo Luo had been sending sporadic messages to Gu Wenqing, to which he would occasionally respond. The two made their way to the A3 area, booth 036. In that brief journey, Zhou Tao sensed the intense gazes of numerous women directed at them. The influence of alcohol ignited a fervor in the women's eyes, making Zhou Tao, usually a wallflower, feel utterly self-conscious. For the first time in his life, he was the center of attention for so many attractive women. Even though he was acutely aware that he was merely a sidekick, all eyes were truly on Gu Wenqing. However, he couldn't deny that Gu Wenqing was indeed exceptional. Even the tools for the watering down were impressive. The tall and robust Zhou Tao felt inferior in comparison. Upon arriving at the booth, he spotted another female marketer already engaged in lively conversation with Huang Ziqing, both laughing together. Huang Ziqing glanced at Gu Wenqing's hand, which rested casually on Sumo's thigh, and he felt a pang of envy. Huang Ziqing came from a decent family, but throughout high school, he had been solely focused on Li Wenhuan, who was exceptionally assertive, leaving him no courage to express any unreasonable desires. With no experience of even holding a girl's hand, Huang Ziqing often bore a conflicted expression, yearning to emulate Gu Wenqing's nonchalance, but unable to take that first step. Instead, he sulked in silence, drinking with the female marketer. Zhou Tao huddled in a corner, munching on fruit while incessantly messaging Mo Luo. Zheng Xiaohong observed Gu Wenqing and Huang Ziqing each accompanied by a partner, stirring a restless feeling within him. He gulped down a large swig of his drink, just as he prepared to gaze at the beautiful girls. He noticed 3 youthful and vibrant girls heading towards the A3 area. Just 2 minutes earlier, the girl in the dress had returned to the A1 area, booth 006. She cast a glance at the 2 men beside her, and then leaned down to whisper in the ears of her 2 companions. What? Are you serious? The 2 girls exclaimed in excitement. Seeing the girl in the dress, Li Yan nodded. They could hardly contain themselves. Where is he? They asked. Li Yan replied that she had caught a glimpse of her idol in the A3 area. Let us hurry and find him, they urged, eager to escape the tedium of the moment. The 2 men at the A1 booth continued drinking, plotting how to win over the 3 student girls when they suddenly looked up to see the girls sprinting towards the A3 area. Moreover, they had taken their bags with them, clearly indicating their disinterest in the men, leaving them with no opportunity whatsoever. The 2 men were left dumbfounded. The A1 booth was not inexpensive, and given that the booth 006 was directly facing the DJ stage, the minimum consumption on such a bustling night was 300,000. To flaunt their prowess in front of the 3 girls, they had ordered 5 sets of the 5-color Divine Dragon drinks, each set costing 78,888, totaling 394,425 for 5 sets. Their expenses for the night would surpass 400,000 just in drinks alone. With 5 sets of 5-color Divine Dragon ordered, their status was undeniable. The dance troupe waved light boards, dancing to the rhythm in front of their booth, basking in the admiration of those around them, feeling immensely proud. Such extravagant spending led them to believe they would surely win over the 3 naive student girls. Yet, to their astonishment, those very girls had fled to the A3 area. What kind of operation was this? The 2 men watched as numerous women, drawn by the 5-color Divine Dragon, approached their booth. But none could compare to the quality of the student girls who had just departed, leaving their expressions slightly grim. At that moment, Genie returned to the A1 booth 006 after his drink break. Spotting his 2 lonely friends drowning their sorrows, he exclaimed, "Where on earth did my girls run off to? Did they all go to the restroom together?" One of his companions, pale from excess alcohol, replied that they seemed to have headed to the A3 area. Upon hearing this, Genie's anger flared, yet he spoke to his cousin with some restraint. "Why didn't you stop them? What if those beautiful girls slip away?" Jean Hua, timid and conflict-averse, meekly responded, "They're not without legs. If they want to go, I can't stop them." Knowing his own lack of combat prowess, Jean Hua was fearful of causing a scene in the A3 area. Damn it! How could my prestigious A1 booth, costing over 400,000, not be enough for them? They're thinking of running off to some shabby A3 area? I cannot bear such shame. Jin Yi shouted furiously. He continued to interrogate another companion. Laonyo, you're timid as well? This isn't like your usual self. In response, Laonyo took a hearty swig of his drink and said, I've been dealing with so many troubles lately. What is the point of worrying about this? We'll just go snatch them back later. Who dares to touch the girls we brought? Recently, Laonyo had faced both financial losses and heartbreak, rendering this birthday celebration utterly lackluster. He then shifted the conversation, patting his stomach. I'm feeling a bit unwell. Let me use the restroom first before heading to A3 to bring them back. Jin Yi, unconcerned, retorted, you and your endless complaints. Xiaohua and I will go first. I guarantee when you return from the restroom, we'll have the girls back. Laonyo waved his hand, agreeing. That would be for the best. Jin Yi felt emboldened by his family's wealth. His father dealt in steel, and their family assets totaled around 2.3 billion. Jin Yi was raised with a proverbial silver spoon, and upon reaching adulthood, his family gifted him a Lamborghini worth 7 million. His life could be described as an unbroken series of fortunate events. However, after considerable effort, he managed to secure a date with a woman whose looks were at least a perfect score of 90. Yet, before he could even lay a hand on her, she migrated to another table. To exacerbate matters, 3 women chose to abandon their table in the A1 section, where they had spent 400,000, and instead moved to the A3 section, where the expenditure was merely 50,000. How could he possibly endure such an affront? Incensed, Jin Yi stormed toward the A3 section, with Jin Hua timidly trailing behind. Filled with indignation, Jin Yi shouted, for crying out loud, your family is worth over 100 million. Can't you at least project some semblance of authority? Jin Hua, lacking confidence, meekly replied with an "oh." This only fueled Jin Ye's frustration, and he sighed inwardly, lamenting that if Jin Hua were not his cousin, he would never associate with such a coward. Zheng Xiaohong spotted the trio of women approaching. 2 of them were genuinely stunning, one of whom could easily rival Su Mo, the girl beside old Gu. The intoxicating atmosphere of the nightclub, combined with the effects of alcohol, emboldened him. He adjusted his glasses and slicked back his hair, revealing what he believed to be a charming smile. He rose to approach the women, though his target was decidedly not the most beautiful among them. Zheng Xiaohong, with a sense of self-awareness, set his sights on the second most attractive girl. Li Yan accompanied Wang Yeye and Yang Ru, and they soon caught sight of their idol. At that moment, Su Mo was pouring drinks, and the reality of the handsome young man in white suddenly intruded into their perception. Chapter 73. Zheng Xiaohong was struck. Gu Wenqing looked up, locking eyes with the 3 girls. A surge of excitement coursed through them. What captivating eyes he possessed, profound and enchanting, as though the entire cosmos resided within. Just a glance left them utterly entranced. Their idol exuded an unparalleled elegance, with a youthful charm laced with tenderness, his demeanor complex, oscillating between arrogant confidence and gentle refinement. The young man in white was far more handsome than on television. They were overwhelmed with excitement, momentarily at a loss, unsure whether to request an autograph, a photo, or something else entirely. Just as they hesitated, a bespectacled man with an unsavory smile approached. Zheng Xiaohong focused on his target, Hiru, and said, are you here to enjoy the nightclub as well? How about we share a drink or chat? It's always more fun with more people. The 3 girls exchanged glances, finding Zheng Xiaohong somewhat unseemly, yet he had just emerged from the same table as their idol. Surely, they couldn't be refuse. Who would turn down the chance for close proximity to their idol? As they prepared to nod in agreement, the towering Jin Yi caught up, striding purposefully. Upon seeing Zheng Xiaohong attempting to flirt with the women he had brought, his fury intensified, feeling his dignity had been severely tarnished. He rushed over and delivered a resounding slap to Zheng Xiaohong's head. Caught off guard, Zheng Xiaohong was momentarily stunned, his glasses flying off. Jin Yi crushed the glasses beneath his foot, savoring the release of pent-up rage with a wicked grin. He bellowed, how dare a pathetic bespectacled fool like you attempt to flirt with my women? Have you looked in the mirror at your sorry self? You're utterly repugnant. Who gave you the audacity? Is it Liang Jingru? The sudden eruption of violence stunned everyone present. Li Yan, Wang Yeye, and Yang Ru were horrified. What was Jin Yi, driving a Lamborghini, doing? Did he possess violent tendencies? Huang Zicheng and Zhou Tao were equally bewildered, wondering if they were hallucinating. Why was Zheng's glasses-wearing friend being assaulted? Soon, anger surged within them. How dare someone strike their companion? All being young men of 18 or 19, filled with youthful vigor. They could not stand idly by while one of their own was assaulted, especially while under the influence of alcohol. They stood to confront Jin Yi. However, Gu Wenqing acted first. He seized Jin Yi's arm, which was poised to strike again. With a swift motion, he delivered a slap that sent Jin Yi reeling. stars dancing before his eyes. Gu Wenqing dragged Jin Yi to the side of a table, signaling to the security personnel nearby. Recognizing Gu, they understood that this situation could not be resolved amicably. In no time, several security guards surrounded the table, striving to minimize disruption to other patrons while preventing unnecessary panic. In the cacophony of the nightclub, few noticed the chaos. Those seated nearby had seen it all before, dismissing it as just another drunken altercation. Especially with TXX's security on the scene. Brought to the table, Jin Hua trembled in fear, anxious about receiving a beating. He hurriedly explained, "This has nothing to do with me. It was my cousin who insisted on coming." Gu Wenqing, observing Jin Hua's cowardice, realized he posed no threat and chose to disregard him. Gu Wenqing frowned at the still-dazed Jin Yi, while Zheng Xiaohong, recovering his wits, poured a bottle of alcohol over Jin Yi's head, exclaiming, "What the hell? Are you out of your mind? Did I provoke you?" Zheng Xiaohong was furious, having been assaulted without provocation. Even if he had flirted with the women Jin Yi had brought, a mere word would have sufficed. Was violence truly necessary? Soon, drenched in alcohol, the fog of confusion lifted from Jin Yi's mind. His first reaction was to realize he had been struck, and in front of the very women he sought to woo, he had been soundly slapped and doused in drink. The humiliation was unbearable. Jin Yi, who had always been arrogant and domineering, had never endured such indignity. He roared, "You lowlifes, do you even know who I am? The car I drive is worth 7 million. After striking me, none of you will leave TXX on your feet." Facing Gu Wenqing and his two companions, Jin Yi felt a twinge of fear, especially after that stinging slap that nearly knocked him out. His anger and the effects of the alcohol began to clear his mind, and he recognized that he absolutely could not retaliate. Doing so would only invite a brutal beating. Instead, he opted to shout, "My family's assets exceed 100 million. I am not someone you lowly scum can provoke. I casually spent 400,000 on drinks earlier. Do you have any idea what sort of person you're dealing with? The Lamborghini I drive is worth more than your homes." He sought to assert his dominance, boasting of his wealth, believing that his financial status would intimidate them. After all, in this society, those with assets exceeding 100 million were indeed not to be trifled with. Upon hearing his words, the three women, who came from decent backgrounds themselves, found Jin Yi's display rather lowly. Conversely, Huang Ziqing and Zhou Tao, along with Zheng Xiaohong, began to harbor doubts. Zheng Xiaohong, who had intended to pour more alcohol over Jin Yi, stood frozen, reluctant to act rashly. Huang Ziqing and Zhou Tao gradually loosened their clenched fists. Confronted with the brazen arrogance and ostentation of Jin Yi, they were indeed struck with trepidation. In this money-centric society, the affluent are undeniably afforded privileges. If the Jin family were truly as wealthy as claimed, they would undoubtedly refrain from reckless behavior. After all, should they injure Jin Yi, the family's vast wealth and connections could summon countless allies with just a phone call, leading to their ultimate demise. "What do we do, old Gu?" Zhou Tao inquired with a furrowed brow, his concern palpable. At this moment, Zheng Xiaohong and Huang Ziqing also wore grim expressions. Although Gu Wenqing's family was also quite prosperous, they had nonetheless invited trouble. They all understood that regardless of who initiated the confrontation, Jin Yi's boisterous temperament would ensure that this matter could not be easily dismissed. Chapter 74. The 36 Stratagems. Retreat is the best strategy. Hearing the commotion, Jin Yi observed the pale faces of Zheng Xiaohong, Zhou Tao, and Huang Ziqing, and let out a maniacal laugh. "Now you know fear, but alas, it is too late. Provoking me is the greatest mistake of your lives. I shall ensure that you all pay dearly, especially you." Jin Yi's gaze turned sharp as it landed on Gu Wenqing. It was Gu Wenqing who had just struck him down to the ground, and even now, Jin Yi's head still spun from the impact. Rising to his feet, he shouted angrily at the 4 bodyguards of TXX station near the booth, "I am a platinum member of TXX, having recharged 3 million into my card. Are you scoundrels just going to stand idly by while a platinum member is assaulted? I will lodge a complaint against you and have all you useless security guards dismissed." The reprimanded guards remained steadfast, unfazed by his tirade. "What a joke. The one who slapped you, Mr. Gu, is none other than the owner of TXX. And even if Jin Yi were a diamond member who had recharged 10 million, he would still deserve to be punished." At this moment, Sumu also regarded the absurdity of Jin Yi with disbelief. This second-generation rich kid must have drunk himself silly. How could he not grasp the gravity of the situation? One must consider that the individual capable of commanding the TXX security could not be trifled with. Yet Jin Yi dared to act so brazenly. Realizing that his status as a platinum member of TXX held no weight, Jin Yi resorted to his phone, shouting wildly, "You dare to hit me? The bodyguards are useless. Huh, I'll call for help myself." At this, Gu Wenqing furrowed his brow in disapproval. Before he could react, One of the towering bodyguards swung his arm, delivering a resounding slap that left Jin Yi dazed and bewildered. His phone fell to the ground as he instinctively covered his face with both hands, his eyes wide with disbelief. How dare this security guard strike him, the son of a billionaire? Watch your mouth, you brat. Our Mr. Gu is not someone you can insult. The bodyguard admonished sternly. Jin Yi looked up, his eyes burning with hatred as he recognized the guard. Previously, whenever he visited TXX, this guard had treated him with the utmost respect, always addressing him as young Master Jin. Jin Yi had never deemed it worthy to acknowledge such a lowly person, viewing him merely as a doorman. Who could have imagined that he would be slapped by someone he considered beneath him? His face flushed with rage, he was beyond furious. Ignoring the number of onlookers and the presence of Mr. Gu, all he could think about was revenge. He reached down to retrieve his phone, muttering to himself that he would ensure everyone who dared to touch him would suffer broken hands. Crack! Gu Wenqing crushed Jin Yi's iPhone 13 Pro underfoot. Zheng Xiaohong felt a surge of unexpected admiration. Old Gu truly knew how to handle things. You smashed my glasses, so my brother smashed your iPhone 13 Pro. I'm not at a loss. I've gained. Want to make a call? I'll indulge you. A smirk spread across Gu Wenqing's face as he gestured, prompting a bodyguard to hand over his own phone to Jin Yi. Gu Wenqing continued coldly. I believe in the principle of if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. If one offends me, I shall retaliate. I grant you one last chance to summon assistance, no matter who arrives today. Even if it's the King of Heaven, they shall not prevail. Gu Wenqing's words were imperious, yet not without justification. On his own turf, with a friend assaulted, Gu Wenqing was furious. Hearing his voice, Su Mu, Lian, Wang Yeye, Yang Ru, and another female marketing associate were all inspired by his stance. Women are often enamored with strength. At this moment, Gu Wenqing's willingness to confront a wealthy second-generation heir on behalf of his friend made him appear remarkably dashing, instilling a profound sense of security in them. This fearless man exuded an aura of safety. Gu Wenqing's brows were sharply arched, imbued with an air of confident defiance. In that moment, he shed his gentle demeanor, radiating an overwhelming presence that rendered everyone else insignificant. Jin Yi was too frightened to meet Gu Wenqing's gaze, his eyes darting as he hastily dialed a number, pleading, Brother Yang, help. I'm being attacked at TXX. Upon learning that Brother Yang was on his way, Jin Yi let out a sigh of relief. Brother Yang's family possessed assets in the billions, and his connections were extensive. He was known to associate with all manner of individuals, including some with ties to the owner of TXX. Once Brother Yang arrived, these insignificant clowns would be dealt with. With that thought, Jin Yi envisioned Gu Wenqing and his friends groveling at his feet, begging for forgiveness. A cruel smile spread across his face, as he contemplated how he would mar the striking features of the man who had dared to defy him. Slap. Another resounding blow from the bodyguard. Laugh. You ought to show respect to Mr. Gu. Jin Ye's cousin, Jin Hua, was also subjected to the bodyguard's piercing gaze, which warned him to show deference to Mr. Gu. Jin Hua, terrified of being struck, timidly approached and stammered, Brother, can I have a cigarette? No. Cigarettes are easy to smoke. Other things make me choke. Slap. The bodyguard delivered another resounding slap to Jin Hua's head. Didn't you hear me say no? Do you understand what respect means? You should first offer a cigarette to Mr. Gu before trying to give me one. Jin Hua, utterly bewildered, stuttered, I was just trying to show respect to Mr. Gu by offering a cigarette, even if the order was wrong. Yet, he could not escape punishment. Having suffered an undeserved calamity, the timid Jin Hua cried in despair. Gu Wenqing, smoking a cigarette, glanced at the defiant Jin Yi, pondering how this arrogant fool remained oblivious to the havoc his brashness had wrought upon others. As the situation escalated, Zheng Xiaohong approached Gu Wenqing, whispering, Old Gu, they're calling for reinforcements. Perhaps it would be prudent to withdraw. Given that the conflict had begun with Zheng Xiaohong, she felt responsible for the turmoil between Gu Wenqing and Jin Yi. With Jin Yi's audacity and growing momentum, Zheng Xiaohong felt uncertain. What if Old Gu were injured? She would bear the guilt. Chapter 75. My brother Yang's influence is unmatched. Zhou Tao's expression was grim, urging, Old Gu, if you can bear it, do so. We've already taught them a lesson, and we're not at a loss. Alas, had I known that today would unfold in such a manner, I would have refrained from partaking in the revelries of alcohol. Old Gu, let us withdraw. At this moment, Huang Zicheng, typically brimming with joviality, wore an expression of genuine concern. The tone of the three roommates was laden with apprehension. The brazen demeanor of Jin Yi, despite being assaulted, indicated that the reinforcements he summoned were certainly not benign. It was wise to temporarily retreat from the fray. Although everyone was aware that Gu Wenqing's family was not financially constrained, it was best to avoid escalating the situation further. Moreover, Jean Ye's incessant boasting of his family's assets exceeding 100 million was indeed intimidating. Gu Wenqing's visage remained inscrutable, betraying no emotion. To endure? What if the more one contemplates, the more incensed one becomes? To endure? To become like a green turtle or a ninja turtle, as a man endowed with a system. Why should he submit in his own domain? Fear not. He shall not amount to anything significant. After a brief silence, Gu Wenqing spoke with an air of indifference. Upon hearing this, Huang Zicheng and his companions did not depart. Instead, they remained seated in their booth, nursing their drinks in quiet contemplation. At that moment, Lao Niu, having returned from the restroom, found his way to booth 036 in area A3. His gaze traversed past the security personnel and landed upon the swollen visage of his friend Jean Yi, igniting a flicker of anger within him. Which fool dares to lay hands on my comrade? He and Jean Yi shared a bond of deep friendship. How could he stand idly by while his friend was assaulted? Furthermore, all three of them hailed from families with assets exceeding 100 million. It would be no exaggeration to assert that they were among the elite in TXX. Who could possibly intimidate them? Without hesitation, Lao Niu pushed aside the obstructing security and charged into the booth, his countenance a mask of fury. He surveyed the scene, where Gu Wenqing sat at the helm, a lit cigarette in hand, exhaling clouds of smoke. That handsome visage appeared strikingly familiar. Good heavens! Gu Wenqing. Niu Tianxi was taken aback. Jean Yi had dared to provoke Gu Wenqing? The anger that had adorned Niu Tianxi's face moments ago morphed into one of despair. As if he were on the brink of tears. Was this a grave misstep? Niu Tianxi's sudden intrusion astonished Huang Zicheng and his companions. The audacious and arrogant second-generation rich kid, Jean Yi, had a connection with the vice president of the student council? It made sense. Both their families boasted assets in the hundreds of millions, so their acquaintance was not surprising. A smile crept onto Gu Wenqing's face, a prelude to ensnaring them all. Upon hearing Gu Wenqing's words, Niu Tianxi felt as though he might kneel in reverence. He was acutely aware of the formidable connections and wealth possessed by Gu Wenqing. This was not someone he could provoke. Young Master Gu, I acted rashly. I sincerely apologize. I will have my friend offer an apology to you immediately. Niu Tianxi acquiesced in haste. He then approached Jean Yi, his voice trembling with fear. What on earth did you do to provoke young Master Gu? With a mere word, he could obliterate us. Jean Yi, unfazed, retorted, Don't be cowardly. This is not like your usual temperament. I have already summoned Brother Yang. We must reclaim our honor today. Brother Yang? Lu Yangwei. Indeed. Jean Ye's words ignited a sense of exasperation in Niu Tianxi. What a calamity. Not only had he entangled himself in trouble, but he had also dragged Lu Yangwei into the mire. Niu Tianxi's voice quivered. Do you have any idea who young Master Gu is? He is a figure whom even Brother Yang looks up to. You have brought ruin upon us both. At this revelation, Jean Ye's composure faltered. What did he just hear? The young man before him was someone even Brother Yang respected? How could this be? Lu Yangwei's family was a stakeholder in Huafeng Group, possessing assets exceeding 4 billion. His wealth dwarfed that of Jean Ye's family. Typically, Niu Tianxi and Jean Yi were but subordinates to Lu Yangwei, always following his lead. Yet, the young man who had just assaulted him was even more formidable than Brother Yang? He could scarcely believe it. What? Jean Ye's face broke into a cold sweat, his voice trembling with terror. Are you serious? Please do not jest with me. I jest with you? Niu Tianxi lamented, his mood plummeting into despair. This was the second time he had provoked young Master Gu. He could only hope that this time, young Master Gu would show mercy. At that moment, a throng of over 20 individuals thunderously approached booth 036 in area A3, where Gu Wenqing sat. Stand aside, Lu Yangwei bellowed, his voice commanding. Within the booth, the security personnel stood resolute, unfazed. The escalating conflict drew the attention of everyone in the TXX nightclub, all eyes fixated on the unfolding drama. Such altercations were not uncommon in nightclubs, and they were typically quelled swiftly by the security team, so the onlookers felt no fear. My brothers behind me are not known for their patience. I shall say this only once more. Clear the way. Lu Yangwei boomed, relishing the attention that now enveloped him. He thrived in moments like these, basking in the collective gaze of the crowd, thinking to himself how incredibly cool he must appear. Indeed, as he had envisioned. Some patrons observed Lu Yangwei with curiosity, questioning his identity. Who is this person? How dare he cause a ruckus in TXX? A bystander replied, Brother, you are woefully uninformed. Brother Yang's family is a stakeholder in Huafeng Group, and I hear he is acquainted with the owner of TXX. He is a regular here, and his family background is substantial. His assets are in the billions. Upon hearing this, some in the crowd regarded Lu Yangwei with newfound awe, while certain young women cast flirtatious glances in his direction. Reveling in the admiration and attention, Lu Yangwei felt elated. thinking to himself that this was the sort of recognition a true hero deserved. Just then, a familiar voice pierced through the commotion. Yang, do you recall what I warned you last time? I said, should you continue to act so domineering in public, I would have to answer to your father on your behalf. Why yes, young Master Gu. Lu Yongwei, once brimming with bravado, now found himself humbled. With bowed head and a servile demeanor, he approached Gu Wenqing, a sycophantic grin plastered across his face. Young Master Gu, what a surprise to see you here. The crowd was stunned into silence, their minds echoing with disbelief. Lu Yongwei, a young heir of immense wealth, was humbling himself before a mere youth? What manner of individual was this young man, commanding such respect? The spectacle left all present in a state of astonishment. Chapter 76. Complete control of Huafeng Group. What? The once commanding Brother Yang now appeared utterly deflated? Just moments ago, he had been brimming with bravado, yet now he was groveling and lighting a cigarette for that young man. Especially the fawning smile, it was undeniably pitiful. The onlookers were both shocked and bewildered. Who, pray tell, was this handsome youth in booth A3036? Those familiar with Lu Yongwei's demeanor were particularly struck with fear. Good heavens! The once arrogant Lu Yongwei, who feared nothing save for his father, was now exhibiting signs of trepidation before a young man. Surely, this could not be real. Their expressions were as if they had been turned to stone. Unable to believe that this was all real. Brother Yang? How has he fallen so low? The very existence that even Brother Yang must curry favor with speaks volumes of the terror that must ensue. To be frank, the big shot truly was low-key. Sitting in the A3 zone, the once formidable Brother Yang had finally encountered someone who could put him in his place. Some were murmuring in discussion. Meanwhile, in the A3 zone, at the 036 booth, Gu Wenqing remained silent, quietly smoking a cigarette. The atmosphere in the booth was tense. Lu Yongwei cast a fierce glare at Jin Yi, blaming this young man for his lack of discernment. As time trickled by, Lu Yongwei, Niu Tianxi, Jin Yi, and others were already drenched in sweat from fear. The more the big shot remained silent, the more anxious they became. Feeling the imposing gaze and formidable aura of Gu Wenqing, they were utterly terrified. They could not stop wondering how Gu Xiao would deal with them. Would they be left crippled? Or worse, meet their demise? The more they contemplated, the more absurd their thoughts became, nearly scaring themselves senseless. This was no exaggeration. The depth of Gu Wenqing's power and connections was unfathomable to Lu Yongwei. He had recently heard from his father that Gu Xiao had single-handedly acquired the Land King of Modu for 30 billion. A staggering 30 billion in cash. What terrifying financial clout that was. Gu Wenqing remained silent, and their inner turmoil only grew more intense. Time seemed to slip away from them. Or perhaps it felt like an eternity under the domineering presence of Gu Xiao. Ding! The host has unlocked a new title, Assertive Power. Reward, 90 shares of Huafeng Group. A cash reward of 5 billion has been issued. Items rewarded by the system will be delivered to the host in due course. The host may use them with confidence. Note: it is generally unreasonable for a real estate company to be owned entirely by one person. But in this novel's illogical system, let's consider the 100 shares as reasonable. The system's voice resonated like a celestial melody. Gu Wenqing's expression remained unchanged. Yet his heart raced wildly with excitement. 90% shares in Huafeng Group. After the completion of all its land development, the total valuation would be approximately 90 billion. After deducting his initial 10 stake, the total value of these 90 shares amounts to a staggering 81 billion. Not 80 million, nor 8 billion, but over 800 billion. With the previously awarded 10 shares plus the 90 from today, Huafeng Group truly belonged to Gu Wenqing as his private asset. Faced with such a magnificent reward, even a man of considerable worth like Gu Wenqing found it hard to contain his exhilaration. Now, let us see the next reward. 5 billion in cash. Just passable. Better than nothing. With over 800 billion shimmering before him, the 5 billion cash seemed rather insignificant. Just a minute earlier, all shareholders of Huafeng Group received mysterious calls. An offer to acquire their shares at a premium. The price was so irresistible that all shareholders nodded in agreement. The founder of Huafeng Group, Lin Hongtian, initially gritted his teeth in refusal. What a joke. Huafeng Group, which he had built from the ground up, was his spiritual pillar, akin to his own flesh and blood. How could he bear to sell his own son? However, under the relentless monetary pressure from the other party, his stubborn heart began to waver. Lin Hongtian, the founder of Huafeng Group, thought, this company is like my own son. I cannot let it go without more compensation. Ultimately, Lin Hongtian achieved what he desired, attaining financial freedom and securing an immense fortune, allowing him to retire early. In front of Lu Yongwei, Jin Yi, and Niu Tianxi, Gu Wenqing received all the information about Huafeng Group from the system. No wonder Jin Yi and Niu Tianxi were so eager to curry favor with Lu Yongwei. It's because Lu Yongwei's father, Lu Guoyang, has always overseen the construction sites of Huafeng real estate. The steel business of the Jin family and the construction company of the Niu family both required Lu Guoyang's approval to operate on Huafeng Group's sites. The businesses of Jin Yi and Niu Tianxi were heavily reliant on Huafeng Group. If Huafeng Group cut off their business and made a call in the real estate circle of Modu, their companies would inevitably face ruin over time. After all, those renowned national real estate companies have their own dedicated suppliers and do not require the small fry of the Jin and Niu families. Moreover, lower-end real estate could not sustain the businesses of the Jin and Niu families. One could say that their survival hinged entirely on Gu Wenqing's whims. In front of Lu Yongwei, Jin Yi, and Niu Tianxi, Gu Wenqing made a call, his tone calm as he stated, "Yes, I am Gu Wenqing. From this day forth, the group will sever all cooperation with the Jin and Niu families, placing them on the blacklist, never to collaborate again." Upon hearing this, Jin Yi and Niu Tianxi exchanged bewildered glances with Lu Yongwei, as if to say, "Isn't it your father Lu Guoyang who manages the construction affairs of Huafeng?" Lu Yongwei was equally perplexed. Although Gu Shao held many shares, he did not possess the authority to oversee construction matters, did he? All internal divisions of the enterprise were clearly defined. Without his father Lu Guoyang's approval, no one would dare act recklessly at just a phone call. At that moment, Lu Yongwei's phone in his pocket began to ring. He first glanced nervously at Gu Wenqing, who gave a slight nod, allowing him to answer the phone. The caller ID displayed his father, Lu Guoyang. Lu Yongwei answered the call. "Hello, Dad." Chapter 77, A Son That Will Not Rise Again. "What? You are no longer a shareholder of Huafeng Group? Ah, you sold at a premium? Let me go home and count the zeros in my bank account. All right, I'll be back shortly." After hanging up, Lu Yongwei felt as though he were still in a dream. Wait, the shares have turned into cash. And it was a premium acquisition. Upon receiving the news, he did not feel disappointed. Instead, a hint of joy blossomed within him. The valuation of the enterprise was all illusory. Only the real money in his hands held substance. Did that mean he truly possessed tens of billions in cash at home? With this thought, a sense of pride swelled within him. A smile involuntarily spread across his face, only to meet the gaze of Gu Wenqing. His fear drove him to shrink back, his eyes fixated on the floor. Regardless of his family's wealth, how could he compare to Gu Shao, who had claimed the land king of Modu for a staggering 30 billion? How could a firefly dare compete with the brilliance of the moon? Soon, Jin Yi and Niu Tianxi's phones began to ring as well. With equally pitiful expressions, they glanced at Gu Wenqing, noting that he bore no displeasure. Jin Yi answered the call. "You scoundrel, did you offend Lu Shao? Huafeng Group just halted all our business? I've told you countless times to ingratiate yourself with Lu Shao. Hurry back and apologize to him. You've brought a tremendous mess upon us. If we lose our partnership with Huafeng Group, our company will be finished." As Niu Tianxi's phone rang, a voice on the other end echoed with skepticism, questioning whether he had inadvertently offended Lu Shao. The collaboration between the Niu family, the Jin family, and Huafeng Group had always been harmonious. Yet Huafeng Group abruptly ceased their business dealings, leading both families to fear that their sons had caused a calamity by antagonizing Lu Guoyang's heir. After hanging up, the two were left in a daze, unable to comprehend how they could have offended Lu Yongwei, especially since he was also bowing his head in apology to Gu Shao. They were not foolish. Piecing together the conversations among the three, the situation quickly became clear. This was indeed a call from President Gu, announcing the dissolution of their partnership. The shares of Huafeng held by Lu Yongwei's family had been acquired at a premium. Subsequently, the Jin and Niu families also confirmed through their conversations that their business ties with Huafeng Group had been severed unilaterally. The root of it all lay in their offense against the young man before them. As they reflected on this, Lu Yongwei remained untroubled, while Jin Yi and Niu Tianxi were nearly paralyzed with fear. Thud, thud. The sound of their knees hitting the ground resonated as they fell, desperately seeking Gu Shao's forgiveness. Jin Yi, the more terrified of the two, finally grasped the terrifying influence of Gu Wenqing. No wonder Niu Tianxi and Lu Yongwei trembled at the mere sight of him. It became clear that Gu Wenqing's connections ran exceedingly deep. In a moment of despair, he realized how blind he had been to provoke such a formidable figure. Regret flooded his heart. If only he had known. Slap, slap, slap. Niu Tianxi knelt, fervently striking his own face, pleading for Gu Shao to show mercy once more. Observing this, Jin Yi refused to be outdone, reciprocating with vigorous slaps against his own cheeks. The crisp sounds echoed through Area A3, as if they were participants in a slap contest, each trying to outdo the other in speed. The trio at the booth, including Wang Yeye and Su Mo, were left aghast. Was the power of their idol, the boss, truly this formidable? Just a single phone call transformed the once arrogant Jin Yi into a pitiful wretch. Huang Zicheng and his companions were equally stunned into silence. Gu Xiao, please consider me as nothing. Gu Xiao, spare my family from calamity. Handle me as you wish. Just grant us a chance to survive. Niu Tianxi and Jin Yi wept profusely, their hands still fervently striking themselves. Their tears were not born of physical pain, but of the imminent threat to their family fortunes. Nearly all their business revolved around Huafeng Group. Their abandonment would plunge their family companies into impending bankruptcy. Having lived as pampered young masters, losing their substantial income would render Jin Yi and Niu Tianxi's lives unbearable. Gu Wenqing let out a cold chuckle, fixing his gaze on the bloodied faces of the two. Cherish your last moments of luxury. You shall come to miss them. He then shifted his tone, his eyes sharpening. Consider yourselves fortunate. I have only imposed a minor punishment out of respect for your fathers. Otherwise, Gu Wenqing leaned closer, his voice chilling. You would certainly not see the sun rise tomorrow. Boom. His words fell like thunder, paralyzing the two with fear. Yellow liquid eventually seeped forth. A few girls, their faces flushed with embarrassment, hurried away. Not seeing the sun tomorrow? Tomorrow's sun? They were utterly terrified, perceiving Gu Wenqing as a demonic figure from hell, causing them to tremble. They had no doubt about his words. Even Lu Yongwei, a ruthless character, begged for mercy before Gu Xiao. What chance did they, mere scoundrels, have? Lu Yongwei, keenly observant, noticed Gu Xiao's cigarette had burned out and cheerfully approached to offer him another. Gu Wenqing's lips curled into a smile. His earlier threats had merely been to intimidate Jin Yi and Niu Tianxi. Little did he expect them to be so timid as to take him seriously. However, this was for the best. Their current state of fear would ensure they would run for their lives at the mere sight of Gu Wenqing in the future. True fear does not stem from brute force, but from leaving an indelible, terrifying memory in the opponent's mind. Henceforth, they would dare not defy Gu Wenqing again. Moreover, after tomorrow, Jin Yi and Niu Tianxi would tremble even more in his presence when news of Gu Wenqing's acquisition of Huafeng Group spread, sending shockwaves throughout the entire real estate sector of the Magic City, let alone these inconsequential, cowardly cockroaches. Chapter 78. The entire venue's expenses covered by President Gu. Two men knelt on the ground, frantically striking their own faces. Upon witnessing this, everyone at TXX was no longer merely shocked, but utterly horrified, particularly as some recognized the identities of the two kneeling individuals. One was Jin Yi, whose family boasted assets of 2.3 billion, driving a Lamborghini worth millions, and known for his brazen arrogance. The other was Niu Tianxi, a regular at TXX, whose family also possessed assets in the hundreds of millions. Known for his cunning and ruthlessness, these two were notorious pests at TXX, leveraging their wealth and influence to exploit countless women and often stealing beautiful girls from others' booths. Everyone had dared not voice their anger, knowing how wealthy Jin Yi and his companion were. Yet now, this once arrogant duo knelt and self-harmed, an explosive revelation indeed. They were both heirs to substantial fortunes, yet now they groveled before a young man, inflicting pain upon themselves. Those nearby could faintly hear them pleading for Gu Xiao's mercy. Heavens, this was utterly insane. Even billionaires were begging for mercy? Surely this could not be real. They mean nothing. That young man is someone even Lu Xiao dares not provoke. A confused bystander timidly inquired, who is Lu Xiao? The son of a Huafeng Group shareholder. His family possesses assets in the tens of billions. Understand now how formidable this young man is? Upon hearing this, everyone present felt a tinge of reverence towards Gu Wenqing. He was the very individual to whom even heirs of immense wealth bowed in acknowledgement. This demonstrated the extraordinary strength of the young man, particularly among the women present. Their gazes uncontrollably flickered towards Area A3, Booth 036, where a young mogul sat. In the dim lighting, his smoking posture exuded an air of authority. If only they could entangle themselves with this young man, how prosperous they would become. Gu Wenqing, amidst the complex gazes of many, some filled with envy, others with admiration, maintained his composure. The dust had settled. Jin Yi and Niu Tianxi had paid a grave price for their arrogant tendencies, dragging their family businesses down with the loss of Huafeng's partnership, bringing them perilously close to bankruptcy. Yangwei, Gu Wenqing called out. Hey, Wei Zi is here. Gu Wenqing furrowed his brows and asked, do you still remember what I said last time? Do I need to take matters into my own hands? No. I wouldn't want to dirty Brother Gu's hands. I'll handle it myself. Lu Yongwei's voice trembled with a hint of tears as he slapped his own face rhythmically to the pulsating DJ beats. This unexpected incident inevitably affected the mood of many patrons. Waving his hand, Gu Wenqing summoned the manager of TXX, who hurried over with a slight bow. Gu Wenqing instructed, go inform the front desk that I will cover the entire venue's expenses today. He then added with a smirk, except for those rascals from Jin Yi. Upon hearing Gu Wenqing's words, The manager's eyes widened in disbelief, his speech faltering. But today is a blockbuster day, General Gu. He stammered, referring to the substantial expenses expected. With a smile curling at the corners of his lips, Gu Wenqing patted the manager's shoulder, saying, "Let us consider this an apology from TXX for today's commotion." General Gu, how magnanimous. The manager was utterly convinced by the new boss. He understood that once the news of General Gu covering the entire expenses spread, it would create a sensation in the nightlife scene of the city, elevating Tax's reputation and attracting an influx of new patrons in the future. The investment of hundreds of millions would yield returns manifold. Truly, General Gu was remarkable. What the manager did not realize was that he was overthinking. Gu Wenqing merely felt it was necessary to compensate for the disruption to everyone's enjoyment. The total cost of drinks at TXX for the night would hardly exceed a few million, a trifling sum for someone whose assets were measured in hundreds of billions. For Gu Wenqing, even tens of millions were insignificant, akin to a mere few coins to an average person. Moreover, having recently received a system reward of nearly 100 billion in assets, treating the entire venue to drinks was as effortless as sprinkling water. With order restored, TXX buzzed with energy once more, filled with patrons downing drinks, swaying gently, and enthusiastically waving their arms, creating a lively atmosphere. Suddenly, the upbeat music softened, drawing the attention of the revelers towards the DJ booth. What was happening? The earlier scuffle could be overlooked, but just as the mood was lifting, this new development was truly disruptive. Many faces tightened with displeasure, their spirits dampened. Clearing her throat, the striking DJ tested her microphone. Her smoky voice, tinged with the remnants of earlier chaos, announced, "Our esteemed owner, General Gu, has decided that today's expenses will be covered by him." Following her declaration, she cranked the music to its maximum volume and exuberantly repeated, "Today's expenses will be covered by General Gu. Today's expenses will be covered by General Gu. Today's expenses will be covered by General Gu." The atmosphere surged to a fever pitch. Everyone in attendance erupted in unison, chanting, "General Gu. Incredible. General Gu. So generous. General Gu. Simply amazing." At that moment, the collective joy of the crowd reached its zenith. TXX was undeniably a blast, and they would definitely return for more. Those familiar with General Gu's reputation turned their gazes towards a 3036 booth, wondering if that enigmatic young man was indeed General Gu, the one who had once spent over 150,000 on drinks in a single night. Now he had become the owner of TXX. How utterly astonishing. It was no wonder that even arrogant young masters like Liu Yongwei felt intimidated by General Gu. Meanwhile, Liu Yongwei was still in a 3036, fervently slapping his own face, feeling the sting from merely watching. Chapter 79, The Enchanting Moonlight. The drinking party had concluded. Despite some unexpected incidents, the outcome was relatively pleasant. The troublemakers had paid a heavy price for their actions. 3 young fans reluctantly took photos with their idol before departing. Zheng Xiaohong, slightly inebriated, lamented, "Hey, old Gu, I still haven't gotten that girl's WeChat." Zhou Tao supported the swaying Zheng Xiaohong, while Huang Ziqing successfully added another marketing girl's WeChat, whose name was Wang Ya. After securing her contact information, a smug expression spread across Huang's face as they exited TXX. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying a refreshing chill. "Drink and drive, don't mix," was the mantra as they realized they could not take the Bentley Continental GT. Huang Ziqing ordered a ride via his phone, and they waited by the roadside. "Hey." Huang Ziqing gestured towards Su Mo behind them and remarked, "Old Gu, aren't you going to add that girl's WeChat? It would be a shame not to. She is so beautiful." Zhou Tao chuckled in agreement. Gu Wenqing smiled slightly, responding nonchalantly, "I really don't need to go to that length." Huang Ziqing, with a smirk, replied, "Although we acknowledge your excellence, not every girl is like Wang Yanran or Chun, who will pursue you actively. Some high-profile girls, like Wang Ya, are more reserved. I could tell she wanted my WeChat. She just felt shy to ask, so I simply took the initiative." Zhou Tao rolled his eyes at Huang Ziqing, thinking his words were unnecessary and that he was merely flaunting his perceived charm. "Damn, where are you spitting?" "My brand new Nike shoes." Zhou Tao lamented as he looked down at his shoes, now stained. "Great. I'll have to make him buy me a new pair of Nikes when Zheng Xiaohong wakes up." He hastily wiped his shoes with a tissue just as their ride arrived. Zhou Tao helped Zheng Xiaohong into the back seat, while Huang Ziqing disdainfully opened the passenger door and plopped down inside, casting a smug glance at Gu Wenqing as if to say, "Old Gu, you're left to squeeze in the back with them." Gu Wenqing closed the rear door, remaining standing on the opposite side of the road from TXX. "Ah, old Gu, you're not returning home tonight, huh?" Huang Ziqing shouted dramatically from the passenger seat, finally grasping the meaning behind Gu Wenqing's earlier words. What was the point of adding WeChat? Seize the moment. Wow, old Gu is truly impressive, Huang Ziqing thought, realizing he felt a tad inferior. In the back seat, Zhou Tao, equally astonished, exclaimed, "Is old Gu going to indulge tonight?" As soon as he spoke, the driver and Huang Ziqing shared knowing smiles, as they understood what unspoken camaraderie lay between men. Outside TXX, those who needed to leave had done so, while those who remained stayed behind. Beneath the dim yellow streetlights, Su Mo, clad in a snug gray t-shirt, stood gracefully, her hair dancing in the gentle breeze, the shadows of the lights only accentuating her allure. Gazing at the enchanting beauty before him, Gu Wenqing softly remarked, "Come, accompany me for a stroll. Let us shake off the effects of the drink." Su Mo naturally linked her arm with Gu Wenqing's and inquired, "Where to?" "The boss is simply too handsome and overwhelmingly charming. I can't help but dream of being the boss's little darling. Oh, how I wish." Gu Wenqing was undeniably the type that captivated Su Mu's heart. Chapter 80. Last night, while practicing squats and high knees, the moonlight was mesmerizing. Throughout the night, the spider persistently attempted to climb its web. She instinctively glanced at her boss beside her. His features were sculpted, his visage picturesque. Such beauty was undeniably irresistible for a devoted admirer like her. She found herself entranced. Suddenly, her phone buzzed. It was a call from her roommate. Upon checking her phone, Su Mo discovered over 20 missed calls, all from her roommate. She pressed the answer button. Mo, where did you run off to last night? Why didn't you come back?" Came a concerned voice from the other end. "I was working, as you know. I have a part-time marketing job at TXX, Sumo replied softly. "You're deceiving me. You've never stayed out all night while working. You must have been with a man. Mo. You Haven T succumbed to temptation and attached yourself to a wealthy man, have you?" Her roommate teased. Then, with a hint of gossip, she added, "Let me tell you. Senior Bai Lin waited downstairs for you all night. I saw him leave just this morning. TSK, unrequited love, how pitiful for him." Although her roommate expressed sympathy for Senior Bai Lin, she secretly reveled in his misfortune. Whose call was that? Gu Wenqing awoke and inquired. Hearing his voice, the girl on the line gasped, "Ah, a man. Mo, you really were deceiving me. I will not let this slide." Sumo's face flushed crimson as she abruptly hung up. "It was my roommate. She has a rather wild personality and called out of concern for my safety." Sumo sweetly responded. After breakfast, Gu Wenqing drove his Bentley Continental GT to drop Sumo off at the school gate, watching her walk into the campus. Having shared a deep connection, Gu Wenqing utilized his skill, sense affection. 99 points. Sumo truly held a remarkably high affection for him. Wang Min's previous affection level was 85. In comparison, Gu Wenqing found it perplexing why Su Mo's affection for him was so absurdly elevated. According to the system's affection scale, 0 to 20 indicates a stranger, 20 to 40 signifies ordinary friends, 40 to 60 denotes close friends, 60 to 80 indicates liking, 80 to 90 represents a lifelong love, and 90 to 100 implies unwavering devotion. Thus, Wang Min regarded him as a lifelong love, while Su Mo's affection was astonishingly at unwavering devotion. Gu Wenqing pondered this, but ultimately decided to dismiss it. After all, Su Mo was already his. The higher her affection, the better. In the car, Gu Wenqing called Tax's finance department to acquire Su Mo's bank account number and promptly transferred 1 million to her. He thought it wise to provide her with some pocket money. Giving too much suddenly might startle Su Mo, possibly leading her to believe he was trying to establish distance between them. One must cherish one's own woman. Additionally, he aimed to maintain balance with Wang Min. Although her affection was somewhat lower than Su Mo's, it would undoubtedly rise with time. With the sudden emergence of a woman who was unwaveringly devoted to him, Gu Wenqing felt a surge of joy within. He parked the car, humming a tune, and on his way, brought breakfast for the three of them into the dormitory. It was a morning without classes, and the three boys were still fast asleep. "Wake up, the sun is shining on your backs." Gu Wenqing placed the breakfast on the table. "Oh, old Gu, you brought us breakfast?" Zhou Tao exclaimed, envy evident on his face upon realizing Gu Wenqing's return after a night of revelry. Huang Ziqing, sporting dark circles under his eyes, grabbed a few buns and, while eating, remarked, "Old Gu, you certainly have a charmed life. Did you easily win her over last night?" His face was filled with curiosity. Although Gu Wenqing was slightly more accomplished than himself, Huang Ziqing found it hard to believe he could have captured such a beautiful girl in less than a day. Most likely, old Gu was merely putting on a show in front of them. In reality, he probably spent the night alone in a hotel room. Gu Wenqing glanced at Zheng Xiaohong, still deep in slumber, and smiled knowingly. "You guess," he teased. Huang Ziqing frowned, assuming a serious demeanor, and said, "I bet you didn't get any benefits from it. You need to take it slow like I do, gradually increasing mutual affection. That's the most reliable approach." Zhou Tao chuckled. "By the time you get to that point, the girl won't even know whose arms she is in. You won't even have touched her hand. Huang Zicheng, upon hearing this, knitted his brows, his expression awkward. I don't need you to stab my heart. Gu Wenqing chuckled, watching the two love novices as they playfully bantered and hurt each other. In a university in the bustling metropolis, Su Mo limped back to her dormitory. At that moment, only Chiao was present in the room. The girl who had just spoken with her, Chiao, looked at Su Mo with a curious expression. What happened to you? She asked. Su Mo's eyes darted. I pulled a muscle while exercising at the gym last night. Ah, you're lying again. Chiao teased with a grin. I'm serious. I was doing squats and leg lifts for a long time. Chiao, being quite the savvy one, immediately caught on. Who were you with? Was he strong? You're not actually in a relationship, are you? Her curiosity was palpable, as if she were a cat scratching at her itch. As her best friend, she knew Su Mo well. She was definitely not interested in the affluent Su Mu, who was so focused on looks. Therefore, the man who spent the night with Su Mo must be extraordinarily handsome. Su Mo sweetly replied, our boss. What? Upon hearing this, Chiao's eyes widened in shock. Unable to contain her disbelief. You really went for him? Su Mo playfully remarked, why not? Oh my. Just imagining that scene. A blossoming 19-year-old goddess with a 40-year-old man is quite the sight. Mo, you've fallen. Chiao exclaimed. Didn't you say you were a heavy esthetician? Huh. Our boss is incredibly handsome. Uff, how handsome can a man in his 40s be? Can he even satisfy you? Ugh. Su Mo huffed, pouting. Who told you he was in his 40s? Our TXX has a new boss, and I tell you, he is extremely charming. Do you have a picture? Upon seeing Su Mo shake her head, Chiao pouted. Next time, I'll have to see just how handsome he is to have you so smitten. Su Mo flashed a sweet smile, giggling. Well, it's just so beautiful. I don't believe you. If it's not, I'll knock your head off. The two girls playfully bantered for a while. Su Mo glanced at her phone and saw an unread message. Upon opening it, her eyes widened in astonishment. Her bank account had mysteriously increased by 1 million yuan. The first thought that crossed her mind was that it must be from her boss. What does this mean? A chia fee? At this thought, Su Mo's complexion turned slightly pale. She opened WeChat, eager to inquire about the sudden influx of money from her boss. Gu Wenqing, you must use quality lipstick. No refusal, otherwise severe punishment awaits. Remember to verbally thank me next time. Upon reading the message, Su Mo's tense body relaxed, as long as it wasn't taken from her own pocket. Then, recalling the events of last night in the small grove, she couldn't help but scold her boss in her heart for being so mischievous. She replied with a playful huff. Then you must accompany me shopping. In the afternoon microeconomics class, Gu Wenqing and her 3 dorm mates sat at the back, awaiting the arrival of their teacher. A stunning figure passed by outside, stirring the hearts of numerous boys. One exclaimed, it's the campus belle, Chen Yunxue, just as the words left his mouth. Chen Yunxue entered the classroom with grace, dressed in a fitted white t-shirt that accentuated her fair arms and slightly loose jeans that highlighted her alluring waist. She radiated youthful vibrance. Her hair, tied up, swayed gently with her steps, and her light makeup added to her innocent charm. The boys were entranced, captivated by her beauty. A wave of heartache followed. After all, Chen Yunxue wasn't even in economics. Her presence here could only be for Gu Wenqing. The goddess was actually attending a class just for a boy? Insanity. Oh, campus belle, you must maintain some decorum. As expected, Chen Yunxue approached Gu Wenqing, her brow furrowed. Gu Wenqing sat at the edge of the row, next to Zhou Tao, with no available seats left. Hey, Chen Yunxue, I'll give you my seat. Zhou Tao grinned, offering his spot. As he left, he shot a knowing glance at Gu Wenqing, as if to say, aren't I a good friend? Gu Wenqing plopped down into Zhou Tao's former seat, while Chen Yunxue gracefully settled beside her. At that moment, feeling the envious and jealous gazes of the boys in the class, Gu Wenqing could almost hear the sound of many hearts shattering. What brings you here? Gu Wenqing inquired, feigning nonchalance. Chen Yunxue, always so cool and aloof, seemed like an iceberg. With her pure and captivating beauty, why did she possess such a chilly demeanor? Without hesitation, Chen Yunxue replied, to see you. Gu Wenqing breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the campus belle spoke, her icy aura would dissipate. Unbeknownst to him, this was only her demeanor in front of him. Everyone has a nose and 2 eyes. What is so remarkable? Chen Yunxue's playful gaze remained fixed on Gu Wenqing. I find you quite captivating. Gu Wenqing jested, boldly appreciating Chen Yunxue's beauty, even going so far as to emit 2 exaggerated sounds of admiration. Feeling Gu Wenqing's scrutinizing gaze, Chen Yunxue faltered, her eyes drifting towards the blackboard, her cheeks tinged with a hint of pink. Surely, he must have noticed. Gu Wenqing admired the campus belle up close, her smooth, fair cheeks and exquisite features, with a hint of fullness at her forehead, promised an abundance of maternal nourishment in the future. Her petite waist was also quite enticing. Wait, In his line of sight, Chen Yunxue sat with her legs crossed neatly, the cuffs of her jeans revealing her slender calves wrapped in sheer black stockings. And they were Balenciaga. My goodness, Gu Wenqing, a connoisseur of black stockings, felt invigorated. Unable to resist, Gu Wenqing stole a few more glances. Do you think it's pretty? Chen Yunxue shyly asked. That's such a mood killer. How could you wear something like this? He replied seriously. On such a hot day, wearing jeans must be sweltering. Really? But I'm not hot, Chen Yunxue said, slightly adjusting her loose jeans to reveal her legs encased in seductive black stockings. But seeing you, I feel a little warm. Gu Wenqing was taken aback. Had the campus belle just flirted with him? With a soft thud, the pen slipped from Gu Wenqing's fingers. His eyes widened as he bent to retrieve it, spending the entire class just picking up his pen. He concluded that Chen Yunshue's stockings were indeed captivating. The sight of her legs enveloped in Balenciaga fabric, slightly translucent, revealed her alluringly fair skin, tugging at heartstrings. In class, the teacher lectured from the podium while many students were distracted, turning to steal glances at the blushing Chen Yunxue in the back row. Meanwhile, that rascal Gu Wenqing kept looking up and down. What was he doing? The girls envied Chen Yunxue, seated beside Gu Wenqing. It was undeniable, beauty and talent, a match made in heaven. Reminiscent of the cover of a comic book featuring a perfect couple. After a while, the class concluded. Some students gathered their belongings and left the classroom. Chen Yunxue hesitated for a moment before softly asking, "Is it pretty?" Upon seeing Gu Wenqing nod, she replied, "Then I'll wear it again next time." Gu Wenqing was momentarily stunned. Is this really the aloof goddess? Why does she seem so lively in front of me? Something feels amiss. How does she know I like sparkling water and black stockings? Her previous outfits were always in the schoolgirl style. Chapter 82. The meal brought by Yun Weiwei. After the microeconomics class concluded, the campus belle had another class and reluctantly departed. After class, Gu Wenqing called to inform his secretary that all senior executives of Huafeng Group were to meet at 5 p.m. It was time to initiate the 30 billion yuan project in the Jiangdong area. Although Gu Wenqing lacked management experience, Huafeng Group had a complete operational system, making the management relatively straightforward. This morning, the real estate circle in Magic City was abuzz. Huafeng Group had unexpectedly been acquired by a mysterious individual. According to shareholders of Huafeng Group, the buyer offered an irresistible price. The news quickly stirred up a sensation, with Huafeng Group valued at over 90 billion yuan. Acquiring shares at a premium would require at least 100 billion yuan. What a fortune! The wealthy were indeed capricious. All the bigwigs in the real estate industry were filled with curiosity about Huafeng's enigmatic buyer. Many of these tycoons, despite appearing to have fortunes worth hundreds of millions, merely held stocks in real estate. Their actual liquid funds were far less. To be able to pull out at least 100 billion yuan, such a person was indeed to be envied. Gu Wenqing, however, cared little for these matters. He planned to make an appearance and let them discuss a preliminary land design plan. Meanwhile, the Niu family and the Jin family had also caught wind of the news. They learned from the son of a certain someone, whose face was swollen like a pig's head, that it was actually a phone call from President Gu, terminating the collaboration. So what role did President Gu play in this acquisition? However, what remains undeniable is that only by mending the rift with General Gu can their company rise from the ashes. The heads of the Niu and Jin families have compelled their sons to employ any means necessary to curry favor with General Gu, sparing no expense to bridge the divide. Upon hearing this, Niu Tianxi and Jin Yi were overwhelmed with emotion, bursting into tears on the spot. The mere thought of facing that devil filled them with dread, let alone the prospect of attempting to appease him. It could very well be a matter of life and death. Zhou Tao enviously remarked, "Old Gu, what is it like sitting next to Chen Xiaohua? Ha ha ha. I can see the envy in the eyes of those boys in class. They look like they could devour you whole." In truth, I believe old Gu and Chen Xiaohua make quite the pair. As they made their way to the cafeteria, the trio from the dorm chatted animatedly. Zheng Xiaohong cast a glance at Gu Wenqing and exclaimed, "You're so impressive. Teach me a couple of tricks so I can find a partner too. I'll treat you to a month's worth of meals." Huang Ziqing scoffed, "Come on. Old Gu is wealthy enough. He doesn't need your meager offerings. Besides, eating at the cafeteria once in a while is bearable, but a month of it would be unbearable." He then smiled and added, "How about you wash my socks for a month? And I'll teach you a couple of tricks to ensure you find a partner." Hearing this, Zheng Xiaohong shot him a strange look. "You want me to wash your socks for a month? I want to learn anything from you. You don't even dare hold a girl's hand. Yet you have the audacity to take on a disciple?" Zhou Tao grinned broadly. "I think Huang Zi has lost his sense of reality. He doesn't even understand his own position." Huang Ziqing protested loudly, "I just don't want to touch Wang Ya. The mere thought of Li Wenhui makes my heart ache. I'm not like old Gu, who flirts around indiscriminately." Gu Wenqing, exasperated, interjected, "Stop shouting and ruining my reputation." Zhou Tao retorted, "Huang Zi, I truly admire you. Is it really that hard for you to go a day without showing off? Old Gu is exceptional. If I were as wealthy as him, I would gladly surround myself with several beautiful women. And you? You look like a refugee, and all you do is boast. Mind your own business. Don't call me Huangzi. It sounds like the yellow paper used for tomb sweeping during Qingming. Huang Ziqing snapped back. All right, it's Huangzi. The four of them finally arrived at the cafeteria, where they were greeted by a sea of people. Each food station had long lines snaking through the dining hall. They had no choice but to select a shorter line to wait in. The second floor offered stir-fried dishes, which were far more delectable than the large pot meals on the first floor, albeit at a higher price, primarily catering to faculty and staff. It was Gu Wenqing's first experience dining at the first floor cafeteria since the semester began. Curious to try the flavors, he skipped the distinctive stir-fry options upstairs. As they observed the line moving at a snail's pace, Huang Ziqing grumbled, "What the heck? These people aren't proactive in class. Yet they rush through meals faster than anyone." The towering Zhou Tao, already famished, complained, "It's going to take forever. I'm really starving." Huang Ziqing nodded in agreement. At the front of the line, a girl preparing to serve her meal spotted Gu Wenqing among the four. Moments later, she approached him with 2 large trays of food, carefully balancing them in her hands. "I've prepared your meal," she said softly, her hands trembling slightly as she continued. "Let us eat over there." Gu Wenqing nodded, accepting the trays from her, and they left the line, one following the other. Gu Wenqing walked ahead while Yun Weiwei trailed closely behind him, like a dutiful wife. Meanwhile, Huang Ziqing, Zhou Tao, and Zheng Xiaohong stood dumbfounded. What a traitor, prioritizing romance over friendship. They gazed enviously at the pair's retreating figures. What began as a shared ordeal in the queue had morphed into a source of discontent for them. How could Gu Wenqing be so shameless, flaunting his superiority even while eating? Zhou Tao lamented. Did he really manage to win over the goddess? That Yun Weiwei seems quite attractive too. In short, the trio was consumed by envy for Gu Wenqing, who could eat in peace while they were still waiting. Finding a corner, the two settled down. Gu Wenqing's plate was piled high with meat, eggs, and 2 servings of vegetables. He glanced over at Yun Weiwei's plate, which contained only some greens paired with plain rice. Sensing his gaze, Yun Weiwei felt a bit flustered, her cheeks slightly flushed. She softly murmured, "This is just to thank you." Then, raising her head with determination, she added, "I inquired with others and researched online. That car is quite expensive. It should cost more than 10,000, possibly 150,000, and I will pay you back. I'll start working after class." Though she appeared fragile, Yun Weiwei was inherently strong-willed. Gu Wenqing swapped their dishes, taking a few bites of vegetables. "I need to eat more greens. I've been lacking vitamins lately." "It's not 150,000. That was just Li Yuan's exaggerated claim. Don't worry about how much I owe. That's my responsibility. The minor scratches on the Porsche you hit are worth only about 10,000. After speaking, he cast a glance at the quiet Yun Weiwei across from him and thought, "She's truly lovely." "Oh," Yun Weiwei replied, her expression adorably bewildered. Chapter 83. Senior sister, Junior, why are you ignoring me? Under someone's gaze. Yun Weiwei's face turned crimson as she focused intently on shoveling food into her mouth, her cheeks puffing up like a hamster. Gu Wenqing chuckled. "Yun Weiwei, do you have a grudge against food?" "Ah," Yun Weiwei replied, looking dazed, her face reflecting confusion. Gu Wenqing pondered whether he should help her find a part-time job, since she mentioned needing one. Whether it was at a Western restaurant, a cinema, or a 5-star hotel. He could arrange it for her, as long as Yun Weiwei enjoyed the work. Ultimately, he dismissed the thought. She was a girl with an inherent stubbornness, and it would be best to let her progress at her own pace. Moreover, Yun Weiwei had her own aspirations. Feeling content after his meal, Gu Wenqing prepared to leave when he noticed his 3 roommates just finishing up their meals, casting him glances filled with envy. They had all entered the cafeteria together, yet he had finished while they were just now getting their food. This was the stark contrast. Gu Wenqing smiled and departed from the cafeteria. In the bustling midday crowd, many girls donned hot pants and short skirts, showcasing their long legs, creating a vibrant scene against the sweltering weather. Upon returning to the dormitory, Gu Wenqing planned to take a short rest before heading to Huafeng Group for an inspection. Buzz buzz. His phone vibrated. Gu Wenqing opened it to find a message from his senior sister. "Wang Yanran. What are you up to, Junior? Missing you. Damn. This enchantress is at it again with her usual tricks." Gu Wenqing couldn't be bothered to respond, and left her on read. Recently, she had been rather unruly. 3 days without a reprimand, and she would raise hell. Aside from Wang Yanran's message, Lin Yingying, with her vibrant red hair, also sent him a message. Lin Yingying. "Gu Wenqing, are you free this afternoon? I've made plans with my girlfriends to go shopping, and they've all brought their boyfriends. I'm feeling a bit lonely. Can you accompany me?" recalling that Lin Yingying's car was still with him. Gu Wenqing thought it would be a good opportunity to return her Bentley while catching up. He quickly typed back, "What time this afternoon?" Lin Yingying, "I've scheduled it for 3 p.m. Since the high-level meeting at Huafeng Group was at 5 p.m., the times did not conflict." Gu Wenqing replied, "Sure. Send me your location, and I'll come pick you up." In the bustling city of Magic City, a certain villa awaited. Upon receiving a message from Gu Wenqing, Lin Yingying erupted in joyous exclamations. She eagerly wished for time to hasten, longing for the clock to strike 3 o'clock. Her mobile phone's WeChat buzzed with a few additional notifications, but Gu Wenqing paid them no heed and promptly locked her screen. Resting her head upon her hands on the soft, plush bed, Gu Wenqing gazed at the ceiling, contemplating her amassed wealth. Beyond the staggering sum of 16 billion yuan resting in her bank account, she possessed an array of assets rewarded by the system, including enterprises registered under her name: Debong Western Restaurant, 2 prime cinemas in Magic City, Huafeng Group, Magic City Game Studio, 10 commercial properties on Huaxi Street, Radisson 5-star Hotel, and TXX Bar. Unbeknownst to her, Gu Wenqing had accumulated such a vast fortune. Just a single asset would fulfill the dreams of many, enabling an ordinary individual to live a life of comfort, yet she possessed them all. Particularly noteworthy was the Magic City Studio, which Gu Wenqing had long forgotten. Today, it suddenly came to her mind, and she recognized that despite frequently mentioning her intention to inspect the Magic City Studio, she had merely spoken of it without taking action. Shaking her head, she sighed. Alas, one could only blame the overwhelming number of recent affairs. She had been preoccupied with accompanying a girl throughout the day. At that moment, her phone on the bedside began to buzz incessantly. Gu Wenqing glanced at it and found her senior, Wang Yanran, inundating her with messages. "Ah, women. Wang Yanran, why are you ignoring me? Have you taken a liking to someone else?" Gu Wenqing smirked, thinking, who is to blame for keeping me in suspense? Those previous messages were merely appetizers. Unfortunately, the main course remained tantalizingly concealed, delayed in its presentation. Recently, Gu Wenqing had not felt particularly distressed, especially since she had the company of a lovely companion. While gaming, her performance as AD was exceptionally robust. Her senior had drawn things out so long that the once naive Gu Wenqing had become less impatient. After all, the classical beauty Wang Min, the sweet Su Mo, and Wang Yanran were all equally captivating, their allure comparable. Whenever the trio ventured out, they naturally attracted the gaze of many admirers, becoming the focal point of attention. "Oh, senior, it's not that I, Gu Wenqing, am ignoring you. Rather, your incessant teasing has led me to seek solace elsewhere. Today, Gu Wenqing truly did not wish to engage with her. Wang Yanran, is this appealing?" she inquired, as she perused a series of photographs showcasing various outfits, each adorned with different long stockings. Truly, she was the epitome of a dance scholar. Those alluring long legs, perfectly sculpted and evenly proportioned, held Gu Wenqing's gaze captive, though her demeanor remained unremarkably indifferent. "Is this all there is?" Gu Wenqing remarked boldly. After a long pause, it seemed Wang Yanran was either shy or hesitant. "Hey, Junior, what do you think of this? I bought it especially for you." Gu Wenqing scoffed and clicked into the image. Upon magnifying the photo, she was met with an enticingly slender waist and those seductive long legs. "All right, senior, you are forever my idol." Gu Wenqing's address. "I will come immediately," Wang Yanran replied. "I'm still in class. If you like this so much, I'll save it for you. Just wait." "Then what should I even say to you?" Gu Wenqing retorted. "I'll be waiting. One day, you shall weep." Wang Yanran responded, "I shall await that day." In another corner of the dormitory, Huang Ziqing also received a notification on his phone. Upon glancing at the sender, he discovered it was a message from the contact labeled Goddess Wenhuan. Huang Ziqing's heart swelled with delight. Typically, he was the one initiating contact with Li Wenhuan, and the instances of her reaching out to him were alarmingly sparse. Huang Ziqing mused that now that military training had concluded, Wenhuan would likely invite him out for some leisure. With a heart full of anticipation, he opened the message. Mo Luo asked me to inquire why Gu Wenqing is ignoring him. To his dismay, Huang Ziqing felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Why must Mo Luo pursue Gu Wenqing and then direct me to convey his messages? Yet, as a devoted admirer of Li Wenhuan, he could not refuse her request. Huang Ziqing typed in response, "All right, I'll help you ask. Wenhuan, now that military training is over, let us hang out once classes conclude." Li Wenhuan replied, "Let us see. It's inconvenient to go out without a car." Huang Ziqing responded, "Oh, you have a point. It is indeed inconvenient to venture far." After sending the message, he waited patiently for a response from Li Wenhuan, pondering if she had fallen asleep. Huang Ziqing sighed, "Old Gu, what is going on with you and Mo Luo?" Wenhuan asked me to find out. Upon hearing Huang Ziqing mention Mo Luo, Zhou Tao perked up, his ears keenly attuned. He had just messaged Mo Luo, but his message had seemingly vanished without a trace. Gu Wenqing casually replied, "It's nothing. She invited me to work out, but I didn't want to go." Gu Wenqing genuinely had no desire to attend. Moreover, her lack of response to Mo Luo stemmed from their conversations failing to resonate. Mo Luo often recounted amusing fitness anecdotes, but Gu Wenqing was utterly ignorant of such topics. Besides, her physique had already been perfected by the system, rendering workouts unnecessary. Zhou Tao, hearing Gu Wenqing's words, grinned widely. "If Mo Luo invited me, I'd be more than eager to fly over." Zhou Tao felt a wave of relief wash over him, sensing that Gu Wenqing harbored no other intentions towards Mo Luo. With this thought, Zhou Tao resolved to be more proactive and assertive. He grinned and sent a message to Mo Luo, "Are you working out? I can join you." Moments later, Mo Luo replied, "Not going anymore." Huang Zicheng chimed in, "Zhou Tao, it's better to approach this realistically. Girls like Mo Luo come from well-off families and have high standards. They're not easy to pursue." Huang Zicheng observed Zhou Tao's eager smile and scoffed. It seems Zhou Tao has become infatuated with Mo Luo. Unfazed, Zhou Tao replied, "We are all students at Magic City University, with decent credentials. We will surely thrive in the future." Hearing this, the group fell silent. Gu Wenqing thought that they were merely young people, daring to love and hate. And if heartbreak came, one could simply shift their focus. Observing his two roommates lost in their phones, Gu Wenqing sighed, pondering the nature of love. At that moment, Huang Zicheng recalled Li Wenhuan's earlier comment about it being inconvenient to go out without a car. He contemplated whether he should purchase a vehicle. Although his family owned a car, it was primarily used by his father, Huang Zhonghuang, for work, leaving Huang Zicheng without access. Especially when he thought back to the time old Gu drove the Bentley Continental GT with such flair. His heart raced with excitement. "No wonder I can't compare to old Gu. The only difference between us is a car." At that moment, Huang Zicheng cast a glance at Gu Wenqing, feeling a sudden clarity as if he had found his breakthrough. Conveniently, his father had not utilized much of the money in his bank account, and he had obtained his driver's license over the summer. He might as well buy a car to drive. Huang Zicheng opened the app to check on the car, while Gu Wenqing activated the skill, Affection Probe. The affection levels of the two girls who were in close association with him were displayed. Wang Min currently held an affection level of 91 towards the host, while Su Mo had an impressive 99. Previously, her affection towards Gu Wenqing was at 85. However, through these past few days of mutual understanding, their feelings had significantly warmed, soaring to 91. Both girls harbored unwavering affection for Gu Wenqing, sharing a bond that was steadfast and enduring. Gu Wenqing also transferred 1 million yuan to Wang Min, advising her to use it for now. To Gu Wenqing, 1 million was a modest sum, yet for other university students, it represented a substantial fortune. For Wang Min and Su Mo, it was certainly not a trivial amount. Gu Wenqing was acutely aware of this, thus his financial support was relatively restrained. "Use it for now, and if it's insufficient, I'll provide more," he thought. In a few days, he planned to have them obtain a driver's license and purchase a vehicle for their convenience. At a certain school in the bustling metropolis, Wang Min's phone lay charging on the table. Suddenly, it vibrated, illuminating the screen. Her curious roommate glanced over, and there it was, a message. "Your account 0328 has received an income of 100,000,000 yuan, with a balance of 102,201,959 yuan. Alipay income from Magic City Bank." So many zeros. Her roommate thought she must be seeing things. Rubbing her eyes, she looked again. Indeed, it was a 7-figure sum. A full million. She was utterly bewildered. What had she just witnessed? Someone had transferred 1 million yuan to Wang Min? After her initial shock, her roommate was astounded. She muttered to herself, "1 million yuan? What is this million yuan?" The other two roommates, noticing her astonished expression, approached to take a look. Thunderstruck, their eyes widened in disbelief, as if their minds had been struck by lightning, leaving them speechless. Could it truly be 1 million? One short-haired girl pondered, is it a bank error? Or has Wang Min engaged in some clandestine dealings? 1 million was undoubtedly a staggering amount for them, causing their breaths to quicken. At that moment, Wang Min, having just finished washing her hair, entered with her damp locks cascading down. Noticing her roommates frozen in astonishment, she curiously inquired, "What's the matter with you all? Standing there like statues?" One of her closer friends exclaimed, Min, you've struck it rich." The other two roommates gazed at Wang Min with envy, wishing fervently they too could possess 1 million. Chapter 85. A reunion with Lin Yingying. "I've struck it rich?" Wang Min was perplexed by their words until she picked up her phone and glimpsed the bank account information. Then, she noticed an unread message on WeChat marked, "Husband." It was the 1 million yuan transferred by her husband, Gu Wenqing. She quickly typed a response, "Husband, why have you given me such a large sum of money? Wang Min was unaware of Gu Wenqing's financial standing. He had merely hinted at wanting to buy a house, a notion she had not taken seriously. Upon receiving the 1 million, she realized Gu Wenqing was not jesting. He truly seemed to possess considerable wealth. £1,000,000 was certainly no small amount for a freshman like him. At that moment, she felt a profound sense of being valued. With the pocket money from her husband, she could buy anything she desired. Her husband was not short on funds. "I'll buy a whole box full of Balenciaga, just in case," she replied. Her roommates had seen reports online about banks erroneously transferring funds, which were typically required to be returned. It was inconceivable that Wang Min's family had provided such money. It must have been a banking error, they surmised. They were aware that Wang Min was a local from the metropolis. Her family was of comfortable means, though her parents, having divorced, had abandoned her. Nevertheless, her grandmother treated Wang Min exceptionally well, often bestowing her with generous allowances. Otherwise, she wouldn't have the means to indulge in lavish expenditures. However, this outrageous 1 million, regardless of whether her grandmother had such wealth, was unlikely to be gifted to her. Just then, one of Wang Min's close friends curiously asked, Min, this money must be a bank error, right?" The other two girls perked up their ears, eagerly awaiting Wang Min's response. Wang Min, not wishing to conceal the truth, softly replied, "It's not a banking error, it's pocket money from my boyfriend." As she spoke, a sweet sense of happiness blossomed within her. "What? Did we just hear that right?" Her friends were incredulous, their faces etched with disbelief. A college student transferring 1 million yuan to a girlfriend as pocket money? It was utterly absurd. The short-haired girl scoffed. "If you don't want to say, then don't. There's no need to fabricate such an outrageous lie." Another girl chimed in. "Exactly, that is hardly honest." Wang Min smiled lightly. "I'm merely speaking the truth. Whether you believe it is up to you." With that, she dismissed the two girls, turning on the hairdryer which buzzed loudly as she dried her hair. The two girls exchanged glances, sneering as they walked away. Unlike boys, girls' dormitories typically had their own little cliques. The departing girls whispered gossip softly. One remarked, "It's obvious she's deceiving us. Didn't she just break up? Could she really have found someone new so quickly?" The short-haired girl disdainfully replied, "I don't believe a boyfriend would give Wang Min 1 million as pocket money. But what if she's being kept?" The other girl gasped, her eyes wide with shock. "Wang Min is being kept? That actually makes some sense. That 1 million must be the keeping fee." In the afternoon, Gu Wenqing drove his Bentley Continental GT, navigating to an upscale villa district, Yijing Garden Villas. The average price of the villas here is nearly 200,000 per square meter, featuring standalone villas. Yijing Garden comprises 81 unique standalone villas, each with its own distinct architectural style and patented exterior, showcasing diversity and individuality. The smallest villa spans over 700 square meters, implying that even the least expensive villa is valued at over 1 billion. Each villa comes equipped with a basement, exquisitely landscaped gardens, and swimming pools, making it a residence for the affluent and elite. Lin Yingying, adorned in garments of considerable value, was not surprising to Gu Wenqing, as even her choice of vehicle, a Bentley Continental GT, was worth millions. Living in such an opulent villa district was to be expected. Moreover, he felt no envy. Gu Wenqing himself owned a respectable real estate group, and he could develop any style of villa he desired, with land and wealth at his disposal. It was others who should envy him. As the Bentley was registered as Lin Yingying's vehicle, it was automatically recognized at the entrance, allowing Gu Wenqing to smoothly arrive at his destination. As he gazed at the villa before him, richly infused with traditional charm and distinctive flair, he mused that in a few days, he too would own one. A villa might not be necessary, but having one was imperative. Besides, he wouldn't even need to purchase one. He could simply select the finest from the projects developed by Huafeng Group. The time was 1452. Gu Wenqing arrived a few minutes early. He contacted Lin Yingying, and shortly thereafter, she emerged, her demeanor radiant with excitement. She remained adorned with her flowing crimson locks, clad in a fitted black dress that accentuated her bosom and hips, rendering her slender waist even more alluring. The garment seemed to embody her voluptuous S-shaped figure. Her legs were elegantly elongated by a pair of high heels, the striking design enhancing their allure. The dress, hugging her lower body, fell just shy of her thighs, exposing her fair, delicate legs to the air. The heels elevated Lin Yingying's already remarkable physique, making her appear even taller, particularly highlighting her long, shapely legs. Lin Yingying opened the car door and settled into the passenger seat, a flicker of joy illuminating her face. She had meticulously chosen this outfit, and if it failed to capture Gu Wenqing's attention, she would surely be heartbroken. Lin Yingying suggested they head to the main entrance, eagerly anticipating the arrival of her two close friends. As they parked at the entrance, the two ladies engaged in light-hearted banter. with Gu Wenqing amusing Lin Yingying to the point of giggles. Her enchanting eyes sparkled with admiration for Gu Wenqing. Suddenly, the deafening roar of sports car engines echoed in the distance, growing ever closer. Before long, a striking blue Ferrari 488 and a sleek silver Aston Martin came to a halt nearby. The driver of the Ferrari, Yin Yun, and the owner of the Aston Martin, Zheng Jihong, were both from affluent families. Lin Yingying introduced them with a hint of pride. Zheng Jihong offered Gu Wenqing a friendly smile, acknowledging him, while Gu Wenqing reciprocated with a nod, marking the beginning of their acquaintance. Conversely, Yin Yun, seated in the Ferrari, radiated an air of superiority, raising his window without sparing Gu Wenqing a glance. His girlfriend frowned, suggesting that such behavior was inappropriate, especially since Gu Wenqing was Lin Yingying's friend. They should not disregard him in Lin Yingying's presence. In a dismissive tone, Yin Yun scoffed at the idea of Gu Wenqing being worthy of Lin Yingying. To him, Gu Wenqing was merely a pretty face, living off the wealth of Lin Yingying's family. His disdain for men who relied on their looks to gain favor was palpable. Yin Yun was convinced that Gu Wenqing was merely trying to attach himself to the affluent Lin Yingying. His girlfriend, unable to contest his views, fell silent. Their destination was Huaxi Street. Shortly thereafter, the three luxury vehicles arrived at the underground parking lot of Huaxi Street. Lin Yingying's friends were all privileged offspring, and their boyfriends were equally well off. They strolled through high-end retail areas, exploring luxury brands like Louis Vuitton, Chanel, Dior, and Versace. Upon entering Chanel, an enthusiastic sales associate approached, eager to showcase the latest collections. With years of experience in luxury retail, the associate quickly recognized Lin Yingying and her companions as affluent clientele. One of the associates guided Lin Yingying to the high-end women's ready-to-wear section, presenting her with an array of options: long gowns, elegant dresses, and chic skirts. Lin Yingying's gaze eagerly sought Gu Wenqing's input, as her desire to impress him was palpable. After a brief discussion, Gu Wenqing suggested they explore other stores instead of purchasing from Chanel. They ventured into Valentino, Balenciaga, and Victoria's Secret, where Lin Yingying began to grasp Gu Wenqing's tastes. Realizing his preferences, she lamented that she should have worn Balenciaga that day. As they broke away from the main group, they acquired items that resonated with Gu Wenqing's style. When they rejoined Lin Yingying's friends, Zheng Jihong and Yin Yun were taken aback to see Gu Wenqing carrying several shopping bags, adorned with prestigious brand logos. Damn it, they thought. While both men envied Gu Wenqing for his apparent success in capturing Lin Yingying's attention, they were acutely aware of their own positions as mere dispensers of cash for their girlfriend's shopping sprees. Lin Yingying, already stunning, would undoubtedly captivate everyone if she donned something truly seductive. Zheng Jihong playfully nudged Gu Wenqing, chuckling, "Brother, you're quite the catch. You've managed to win over Lin Yingying so swiftly and have her so obedient." Gu Wenqing smiled, but chose not to elaborate, knowing that as long as Lin Yingying kept their relationship private, he would not undermine her. Yin Yun, however, grew increasingly resentful towards Gu Wenqing, his disdain evident. Gu Wenqing remained unfazed, understanding that he could not please everyone. After further exploration, Lin Yingying treated Gu Wenqing to an array of luxurious garments, spending over 500,000. When Gu Wenqing offered to pay, Lin Yingying swiftly produced her membership card to settle the bill, which Gu Wenqing accepted without hesitation, believing in the principle of reciprocity. This scene ignited intense envy in Zheng Jihong and Yin Yun, who felt utterly overshadowed by the contrast of Lin Yingying's generosity towards Gu Wenqing, especially when she sought his opinion on her own purchases. Her compliance and eagerness to please him filled Gu Wenqing with pride, intensifying the jealousy of the two wealthy men. Unlike Yin Yun's arrogance, Zheng Jihong found common ground with Gu Wenqing, discussing their families. Zheng's family owned a renovation company. Gu Wenqing suggested potential collaboration, to which Zheng nodded in agreement. Yin Yun, overhearing, scoffed, mocking the idea that Gu Wenqing's family, engaged in minor renovations, could compete with Zheng's company, which handled substantial projects. Lin Yingying frowned at Yin Yun's rudeness, casting an apologetic glance at Gu Wenqing, while her friend felt the awkwardness of the moment. Gu Wenqing's expression mirrored her concern. Just then, they passed by a Vacheron Constantin store. Noticing that Lin Yingying lacked a watch, Gu Wenqing, who preferred not to owe anyone favors, decided to buy her a timepiece, while also intending to acquire one for himself since he had forgotten his earlier that day. He led Lin Yingying into the Vacheron Constantin boutique, with Zheng Jihong and his girlfriend following closely behind. Yin Yun, observing the group's entrance, sneered, "What a show-off. He probably wants Lin Yingying to buy him an extravagant watch. I'm utterly fed up." His girlfriend beside him pinched him, urging him to be silent. Yet Yin Yun only raised his voice even louder, questioning, "Why are you pinching me? I haven't said anything wrong." He merely relies on his good looks, living off the generosity of women. His behavior is utterly repugnant. His loud voice drew the attention of every patron within the Vacheron Constantin boutique, particularly that of the leading figure, Gu Wenqing. Several individuals in the store were left utterly astonished upon catching sight of him. Young Master Gu. Young Master Gu. Is that really young Master Gu? Voices filled the air, each laced with profound respect for Gu Wenqing. Yun Jing, a sales associate who had previously attended to Gu, spoke with a tone brimming with delight. Lu Yongwei's voice was imbued with reverence, while Jin Yi and Niu Tianxi regarded young Master Gu with a mixture of awe and trepidation. The trio, Lu Yongwei, Jin Yi, and Niu Tianxi, had come to Vacheron Constantin to purchase a watch. Jin Yi and Niu Tianxi intended to select an extravagant timepiece as a means of offering an apology to young Master Gu. Armed with financial backing from their families, they accompanied their elder brother Lu Yongwei to Huaxi Street to choose the perfect wristwatch.